Champions League soccer, and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
And we are off and running. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning to you. We are live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour, we're going to finish strong, all about basketball as we look ahead to the Timberwolves and the Thunder in Oklahoma City. Then in 20 minutes, more analysis comes your way from Joe Varden, who covers the NBA for The Athletic. We've got your best bets, and just maybe the Donkster coming your way as well at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium, tip of the cap, as we broadcast and stream our final hour. You can find us on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app as well, along with other platforms like YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, and Samsung TV Plus. When is the last time you actually attended a basketball game, Chelsea? A pro basketball game?
It's been years. Because the only NBA games I've ever been to are in Charlotte, back when we used to live in Charlotte, and we'd go to like Hornets games when they're playing like the Lakers or whoever. And then like a long, long time ago when I was like maybe 14, we went to a Lakers game when my dad took us to California. So it's been quite some time. So I have not seen a high level basketball game probably ever. Like, these are regular season games with absolutely no implications, which is usually the case when you're talking about Charlotte Hornets basketball.
Well, that's fair. I'm still upset that the NBA draft is rigged. Was rigged. Now I got to watch the Wizards continue to rebuild. It's fine. I love the Wiz. They actually have a decent young core, I will say. It's not bad. But what are we picking, Denton? 4th, 5th, Sixth. God.
That's terrible.
I decided to go high. I went 4th, 5th, and I got dropped to 6th. Awesome. It's great. Anyway, it's fine. I did not go to a basketball game at Capital One Arena this past season. I'm ashamed of myself. The year before, I went to a couple of games, and they were not great. But if you get good seats at any live sporting event, I feel like you can have a decent time. And basketball, you really, like, hockey is an amazing experience if you're there, like, near the glass, but you really get to sense the athleticism of basketball players if you're close-ish to the floor.
Yeah, it's wild how even, like, the shortest players on the court, they're, like, giants. Mm-hmm. Like, on TV, they don't look that tall, but even, like, Jalen Brunson, who looks like 5'6" on TV, what is he, like, 6'3"? Yeah. It's wild because everybody is just so tall that you forget that, like, hey, he's actually a tall guy. 6'2". Yeah, he looks 5'8" running around there. You're like, what is this tiny guy doing out there? How does he keep making these shots? But it's just because everybody, even like the guards these days in the NBA are like, 6'10". But you're right. I will say this, even if you like go to like the worst teams in the NBA, at least basketball games are pretty short. Like, if you go to a football game, it takes forever. But basketball games are pretty tight.
Yeah, that's the one thing I will say about pro athletes that I have such a tremendous respect for, is that even if you're, quote, not good or not a star, if you played in the league, man, you played in the league. That goes across sports. I had a buddy of mine, played in the NFL, and had a solid career, and he was kind of being a little hard on himself. I was like, dude, play in the National Football League. Like, honest to God, you played in the NFL or you played Major League Baseball. Like, seriously, I'm not. Of course, we'll always rank guys and say this guy did this or this woman did that. Whatever. That's all well and fine. But if you played a professional sport, you played a professional sport for a reason. That is only a dream that most people would even hope to realize. So, yeah, a lot of respect for any of those athletes at that level in any sport. Last night, we saw some of the best we've seen this season from the Indiana Pacers, who took care of business against the Knicks. 130-121. The Pacers laying 2.5 points. The Pacers minus 135. Total set at 220.5. The overhits. Tyrese Halliburton with pops in attendance. 32 points, 15 assists, 12 rebounds. Does not commit a single turnover.
Shot clock at 3. Halliburton for 3.
Brunson backed up.
Call courtesy of TNT. That stat line, 30, 15, and 10 across the board. We have not seen that. Without a turnover, we've never seen that in the NBA before. They started tracking turnovers in the 1977-1978 season. Never seen that before. So Tyrese Halliburton also joins Nikola Jokic and the Big O, Oscar Robertson, to have a stat line like that, a triple-double in postseason history, and he got plenty of help as well.
McConnell on the move. Mathurin, corner, Siakam, three.
Great Kevin Harlan on TNT. Siakam with 30 points. Benedict Mathurin with 20. The home team wins for the first time in this series, and the Pacers now a single victory away from making it to the NBA Finals. Tyrese Halliburton, you were saying this during the first hour, at one point voted as the most overrated player in the league. But last night, he made history.
Yeah, isn't it ironic? Like, this feels like it would be a current line if Alanis Morissette redid that song with some things in today's society. Because Tyrese Halliburton has been anything but overrated this postseason. I feel like he is now in the ranks of superstars in the NBA. If he hasn't already cemented it, in this postseason with all the clutch shots and all the clutch plays that he's made down the stretch, this game absolutely put the exclamation point on it, because that's the thing. You can put up great numbers during the regular season, but what builds your legacy is what you do in the postseason. And Tyrese Halliburton continues to rise to the challenge and lead his team to these big wins as, a team that's not expected to do that much. So now they sit on the precipice of going to the NBA Finals. And I think a lot of people don't want to put Tyrese Halliburton in that category because he plays for a mid-market team in Indiana, because he has a weird shot, and simply because he maybe doesn't look as athletic as some of the other NBA superstars. But some of these stat lines are so hard to ignore. When you do something that's never been done in NBA history, I think you need to start recognizing that Tyrese Halliburton absolutely belongs in the tier of superstars in this era's NBA.
Oh, no question about it. The guy certainly has I was going to say the mouth of a superstar. Look at that mouth. That's a superstar's mouth. He talks
what
trash
that
to the
mouth
best
do?
Oh, look at that mouth. Wow, that's a star. But listen, in big moments, he has come up huge. Now, on the flip side, Jalen Brunson doing his thing, 31 points. Karl Anthony Towns, 24 points and 12 boards for the Knicks. Game 5 tomorrow night at the Garden. The Knicks are early 5.5-point favorites. We will, of course, handicap that game tomorrow. Before we get to tonight's game, I wanted to get your thoughts on this because this was something people were talking about yesterday. Brian Windhorst covers the NBA on ESPN. There's been a lot of things said about Karl Anthony Towns. So Windhorst was on the Ryan Russillo podcast, and he was asked to describe Cat if you're a new fan to the NBA.
He's an awkward guy. Actually, Cat and Halliburton have the same feature. They have a very high waist. This is what scouts will talk about. Towns is going to look a little awkward because he has very long legs relative to your average NBA player. Because, he falls awkwardly. He does things awkwardly. So you see a guy who plays that way, and then he has sort of unusual mannerisms for an NBA player. The way he talks and the way he makes his, his facial expressions. You put all that together and you have a guy who's just a little bit awkward, but he's super duper crazy talented. And here's the other thing. The guy just absolutely puts up statistics. You don't fall backwards into the All-NBA team, okay? That's how I would describe him. I don't know if you agree or not.
That's a very fair assessment. There's all sorts, I know you love your memes, there's all sorts of memes out there about Karl Anthony Towns and how he looks, how he passes, his facial expressions at times. Somebody said that he sachets when he throws the basketball or passes the basketball. All sorts of stuff out there. It might be interesting to watch, but Windhorst makes the broader point, which is you're still talking about a hell of a basketball player. He just doesn't necessarily have the movement or maybe the smoothness that you might expect from such a high-level athlete.
Right, because people want their superstars to look what they think a superstar would look like when it comes to athletes. But we see this all the time. Sometimes the best athletes don't necessarily look super athletic. Like, look at Nikola Jokic. Look at his arms. He is a strong guy, but he is not a cut guy. Like, he is a large human. But if you told me, like, this is one of the most generational players we've seen in the NBA for a long time, like, you'd look at him in the way that he moves and you probably think, nuh-uh. We see this in football. Patrick Mahomes, the way that he moves sometimes, it looks awkward. The way that he talks, like, this is not what we think of when we think of superstars. I think a lot of people want the complete package. They want somebody with the Mamba mentality of Kobe Bryant that looks like Kobe Bryant and speaks like Kobe Bryant. That's why I think people really gravitate towards, like, Jalen Hurts, because he looks the part, like, he's a really handsome guy. He looks like you would cast a star quarterback in a movie. And I think that's what people want. So when you see these quote unquote awkward superstars like Tyrese Halliburton, like Karl Anthony Towns, people want to discredit him, but look at the stat lines. You can't.
No, that's exactly right. Like, John Daly is the perfect extreme example. Like, think of how many great golfers have worked out. They look a certain way. They have a great swing. They do everything the right way. Never won a major. Some really big names out there. John Daly's won 2. And just, I'm going to smoke the whole time. I'm going to drink a bunch of Diet Cokes. Maybe it's different because golf is a different sport. But you're talking about someone who treats himself so unathletically. If this guy walked by, you'd be like, this guy has won a couple of majors. You'd never guess that. But yes, we certainly have an idea about how we want our athletes to look and appear whenever they're on the court, especially when you're talking about something like basketball. And we got more basketball tonight. Here we go. Game 5, Western Conference Finals, Timberwolves and the Thunder. Thunder laying 8.5, the Thunder minus 350 on the money line at BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. T-Wolves, if you like them outright, they are plus 280. Your total is 220. And a hook. The Thunder, of course, lead this series 3-1. Do they close it out? Do they cover? Or are you betting this a different way?
I feel like this is a game where we see Oklahoma City continue to roll. Because here's the thing. Like, if I'm betting my money on something, I want the outcome that I think is the most repeatable. And it feels like the dominance of Oklahoma City is something that's repeatable. Because they're a team that prides itself on hard-nosed defense. During the regular season, they allowed the fewest points per game in the paint, and they've continued to do that in the postseason. And we've seen Anthony Edwards really struggle to score points, to even get shots, because I understand people point their fingers. They say, hey, Anthony Edwards, you're the superstar of the T-Wolves. You need to get more looks. But I don't know if you've watched these games. He has 4 guys in his face. Like, they all crowd towards him, and it is almost impossible for him to even get a shot up. And they've done a fantastic job of shutting him down. So Anthony Edwards either needs to use that to his advantage to create some other looks for some other guys in his team. And we saw that last game. And I think this is the really frustrating and mentally exhausting part of facing the Thunder. Even when they have a bad game, even when you have a great game, like we saw the Timberwolves have some fight at home that last game, but yet they still lost by 2. It feels like no matter what you throw at the Thunder, even if they're having, a quiet game, they're still such a good team that, they'll silence you. And then you feel like, you gave it your all and you still come up short. The Thunder are also one of those teams that are incredible at finishing out games, finishing out halves. So it just feels like the Thunder are overall the better team. Maybe the Timberwolves get hot from the 3-point line and make this a series. I don't think that's the case. So if I'm putting my money on something, I would be putting my money on the Thunder at home here.
Yeah, I think I would as well. I just feel like, doesn't it just feel like the night where they close it out with a big win? I know that going by feel is not necessarily the best way to make a bet. But based on what we've seen, the Thunder, as you pointed out, look, this is a team that when they're not hitting on all cylinders, they can still beat you and beat you soundly. And now I feel like everything is coming together where they do not want to go back on the road. They got a dub in Minneapolis like they needed to do. And they have been a much better offensive shooting team at home as opposed to on the road. That's true for a lot of teams, but especially the Thunder in front of that home crowd who is going to be rabid, and they will afford themselves at least an extra day or 2 of rest if they can get this done tonight as opposed to extending this series. And also, look, focus matters. The situation matters. They know, look, tonight's the night they get it done. And yes, this number has been a little bit inflated throughout the playoffs as far as the Thunder, but now they've sort of gone back to covering at home again. It's always going to be inflated when you're talking about OKC at home, but man, this just feels like the night where everything hits. They go nuts, and they close out this series by covering the number. That's where I would put my money. Coming up next, we'll talk about that game and the Knicks and Pacers series with Joe Varden, who covers the NBA for The Athletic. It is the Daily Tip on BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. The Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back on a Wednesday. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Hope you're having a great morning. Coming up very shortly, we'll continue our NBA coverage and bring in Joe Vartan, who covers the Association for the Athletic. I mentioned John Daly in the previous segment when you're talking about guys who doesn't look like an athlete, and here he is, a guy who a long time ago won a couple of major championships. Who knew that in 2022 he would release another album? I would love to hear these songs. What is the protocol for playing John Daly songs on the show? Probably not great. First song on the album, Cold Beer. Not unsurprising at all. Here's another classic. Track 6, Drink a Beer. Another good one, I'm sure. Track 8, Whiskey and Water. Let me tell you something. If you like golf and you like alcohol, I cannot recommend enough Whiskey and Water from John Daly. Now, I haven't listened to it, but I'm telling you, this might just be for you. 13 songs.
Well, it does sound like it would be popular in country music. Like, this could be pulled straight from the charts, because isn't this the subject matter of, like, most country songs? It's either about, like, beer, cold beer on a Friday night, sitting on a tailgate and drinking whiskey or moonshine. You know, something about being in the country and going on back roads. So I feel like John Daly is onto something. Maybe he just needs to go into country music. Do we know the genre of these songs?
Oh, there's a duet with Willie Nelson on here?
That's awesome.
Wow. It's the highest rated track on Amazon, as it should be. Give Willie 5 stars because he's Willie. All right, I'll listen to this. Maybe we can play a snippet tomorrow. I don't know. We got to check that out. But I am listening to this when I get home, probably on repeat. All right, you learn something new every day, John. This is not his first album, by the way. He's released albums before. So I'm going to do sort of an investigation later on today. If you're a Knicks fan, you might have had a couple last night. Maybe 3 or 4, down 3-1 to the Pacers. Let's talk about that with Joe Vartan. He covers the NBA for The Athletic. Joe, thank you for being with us on this Wednesday. What has gone wrong for the Knicks in this series, or is it's not about the Knicks, it's about how well the Pacers have simply played?
Well, thanks for having me. Coming to you live from flyover country, as we say here in Indianapolis. Maybe the John Daly songs would be popular here. I'm not sure. I think it's both, because the Knicks absolutely could have 2 wins in this series, and with just a little luck, they could have 3. You know, they collapsed in the fourth quarter of Game 1 against a historic Aaron Nesmith performance. So you figure that shouldn't have happened. And then in Game 2, you know, they got it to within a point. So they almost made it all the way back and could have won that game. So, and then obviously took care of business in Game 3. So then on the other side, the Pacers, like, you never think about this as a 4 seed, but they're really dominating the East in the playoffs. I mean, they've only lost 3 times, once in each series. You know, pretty much ran the East number 1 seed, Cleveland, right off the court last round, and they're in position to take care of the Knicks here in 5. And so the way the Pacers play is a lot to deal with. They demand so much of you as an opponent because of not just the offensive pace that they play with, but they press you full court, and they play 9 or 10 guys, and you know, they are, of the teams in this tournament, they are the best system team. Like, this system works really well with the players that they have, and so, you know, I mean, kudos to them. And also, like, I'm sure, I mean, the Knicks are still trying to win this series, but there's going to be a lot of introspection about what could have been.
Yeah, I think people always like to use system team as like an insult, but we could be looking
Yeah.
at the Thunder and the Pacers. They both kind of look like system teams. Obviously, they have the superstars peppered in there, like SGA dropping 40 points, obviously is a big deal, but you get what I'm saying. They are teams based on depth as well. I'm trying not to have too much recency bias about last night's game, but man, what a postseason for Tyrese Halliburton. Do you think he belongs in the pantheon of NBA superstars of this, I would say, of this year, of this era?
Well, I mean, you said a lot there that we could get into. I mean, it's funny, like, The Athletic does this yearly anonymous player poll, and somehow Tyrese was voted most overrated by his peers, which, we published it, I think, right at the start of the playoffs, and just, call it timing or whatever. But, Halliburton obviously is not overrated by any stretch, and if anything, could be underrated. But I just think, like, when you compare this likely finals matchup and you talk about Gilgeous-Alexander versus Tyrese, I mean, Shea obviously is the NBA's leading scorer. He's a better defender, and he just, like, it's more like he is more of like how do I say this? I mean, I was going to say he's more of a leader, but I don't know if that's fair to Tyrese. It's just that I think Shea is more of the biggest star in that orbit there in Oklahoma City, where, yes, Tyrese is the marquee name here in Indianapolis, and he's, an all-star caliber player for sure. Got off to a bad start this year. That's why he didn't make it this time. Ended up being All-NBA, though. But he, like, what the Pacers did around him for the last couple years has been so smart. And they made sure to find players, by and large. I mean, most of their roster is filled with players who are really strong complements to him. They all can run. They all can shoot. And a bunch of them are really good defenders. So, if Tyrese, if that's not his strong suit, well, he has not one but two guys next to him on the perimeter in Nesmith and also Andrew Nembhard, who more than pick up the slack. So, I mean, I don't know. Like, when you talk about Pantheon, I mean, Victor, of course, Wembanyama, but I mean, he's had, 2 seasons cut short with injury, but he's great. I mean, awesome, unbelievable, to say the least, and then, I mean, it's Jokic, Tatum's hurt. He's going to miss a year. It's still Giannis, right? And then we still talk about LeBron and Steph, even though they're getting old. So yeah, I mean, he's earned whatever he's getting now, and he and the guys around him really make the Pacers a fun team to watch.
We're talking with Joe Vardon, who covers the NBA for The Athletic. Find him on X at Joe Vardon. That's Vardon. Joe, so there's this idea picking up. It has a little bit of steam. It's been mentioned by different celebrities. Boomer Esiason was talking about it on WFAN, that the Knicks, when they're playing at home, are distracted by the celebrities in attendance. Is there anything to this, or is this just excuse making for a team that isn't playing up to its standard?
Oh, there's no way that's true.
Right.
There's no possible way that that's true. I mean, the Knicks, they shouldn't be here. They're in the Eastern Conference Finals. They went 0-10 against the Cavs, Celtics, and Thunder. They pulled off 2 20-point comebacks against the defending champs before Tatum's knee injury. So, I mean, we're talking about how they've had some stuff go against them here in the conference finals. Well, it really lined up in their favor to even get here. So no, I don't think that distraction is the issue. I think it's a roster that I've struggled with all year, because it's like individually, you can make really strong cases for a bunch of their players. Jalen Brunson is awesome. Mikal Bridges, is a two-way player. I mean, Karl Anthony Towns is one of the best scoring big men that we have. One of the best he's an all-star, obviously, all-NBA. OG Anunoby, really good. Josh Hart, one of the great role players in the league. Tom Thibodeau, an old school but established coach. But when you put it all together, it's like they really have to strain to make it work and to cover up some of the deficiencies. And Cat is not great on the defensive end and just seems to miss assignments. And Jalen also is not a great defender, but he tries, and he's the best clutch player that we have right now. So it's just like that. I think that's it. That the Knicks, you could almost call them an overachiever right now with where they are or how they got here.
Yeah, let me ask you about the Thunder and the Timberwolves series, because I think for a lot of people it seems pretty much over. The Thunder look like the better overall team, but is there a way that the Timberwolves, take a win here? What's the game plan? Like, I think a lot of people point at Anthony Edwards and say, hey, you got to take some more shots, but the defense has just been stifling in the paint. So I don't know what the game plan is. It feels very daunting to me, but if you were the Timberwolves, what's the game plan, and do you think they can execute it to a win tonight?
Well, to be clear, I've watched most of those games either just getting off of an airplane or with a few glasses of wine. So, the breakdown, watching that one more as a fan. But no, I mean, we're talking about one of the great regular season teams in NBA history in Oklahoma City. Of course, they were heavily favored, and I'm really not all that surprised by how this has gone, other than just a total no-show in Game 3. If you think about how the Timberwolves have gotten through this tournament to this point, they rode, Ant is who he is, I guess, but they rode Julius Randle. Julius was played above the mean for him offensively this year. They got so much out of him, and you're right. Like, it's been more of a struggle there for him in this series. We talk about system teams, and I do believe that that's what the Pacers are. The Thunder play a similar style to the Pacers, but they're just deeper. They're a really, really good team. So, you talk about game plan. I mean, I don't know. I don't know exactly what the answer is there. I mean, you have to, there was 15 things that went their way in Game 3. You don't need all of those to win. You don't have to win by 42 points. You just need to win by 1, but you got to find a way to limit Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, keep him out of the paint, which is a very difficult task. You have to put pressure on the Thunder as a three-point shooting team. They weren't great at that this year. So, you want to find a way to get those numbers back down. Anthony Edwards can't have 4 points at halftime. That's not a way that they're going to win games. And they almost did it. I mean, it was a close game in Game 4. So, that's really the only close game in the series. So yeah, you just have to find a way to do a few of those things, and you've got to do it on the road, which it's a really difficult task. So, I'm not much of a handicapper, but yeah, I expect the Thunder to put this away tonight.
Not a handicapper, but still great analysis regardless. He is Joe Vardon, who covers the NBA for The Athletic. Joe, we really appreciate the time this morning. Thank you.
Oh, I enjoyed it. Thanks for having me.
You bet. Well, I'm glad he sort of laughed off that. It's not the celebrities, guys. I had to ask that for Boomer. It wasn't for me. It was for Boomer Esiason, But ultimately, I think he sort of feels the way that we do. Number aside for a second, this is Oklahoma City's night, or at least it looks like it's going to be.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. Like, we've seen crazier things exist in sports, but again, if I'm putting my money on it, it's definitely going to be the Thunder for me. Going back to that celebrity story, I feel like that one was just for attention. Like, sometimes I feel like people say stuff and it's just like, this will get the clicks. People will talk about this, and look at us. We're talking about it.
There you go. I'm going to take it a step further. I'm going to say it's a specific celebrity. I'll figure out who it is. Yeah, and that's who I'm going to blame after the game when we go back to the Garden here in a couple nights. Coming up next here on the show, time to make some midweek money, and we'll tell you where we're going, find out what the Dogster is up to. We're going to wrap up Hour 3 on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is a Wednesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Bet Sweat's coming on after us. An exciting guest on You Better You Bet. We'll get to that. I swear to the good Lord above, the SEC coaches are meeting right now in Destin, Florida. We've already decided, all right, we've made changes to the college football playoff. We get 12 teams. They're all ranked accordingly. And now the SEC is just throwing out the idea, hey, maybe we have 16. Maybe we have the 5 highest-ranked conference champions and then 11 at-large bids. I'm telling you, it's only a matter of time. I wish they would just leave this alone. It's amazing. Or maybe it's not amazing when you think about it. When you're talking about the money involved, how this just keeps. And it's not official. This is just something they're throwing out. We're getting a 12-team playoff this year. All right. Best teams 1 through 12. But the SEC, of course, because in theory they had the best conference, is thinking, in the future, why don't we switch it up again? Like, they're going to screw this up. They're going to screw this up and make it something that nobody wants in the name of getting their way because they can make more money and because it benefits the conference in lieu of maybe not being what's best for the sport.
Yeah, the other rumor I've heard is secession. Do you think the SEC would ever break off and do its own thing? Like, it would feel really stupid to me because there's, other good conferences, namely the Big Ten, but I don't know. It feels like these conferences are out of control. The amount of power that they have. And, in sports, it feels good to have like some level of parity. I understand it's never really been the case in college football. It's always kind of been the blue chip schools because recruiting matters just so much. But I don't know. It just feels like chaos in college football. And there's only one finger to point. It's always at the NCAA, who's responsible for screwing just about everything up. I will say this year's playoff was pretty good. But I don't feel confident in like the future of college football and like the way
do it where you end up damaging the sport. And I wonder sometimes if the SEC doesn't really see the bigger picture. Thankfully, this is just a discussion. It could go nowhere. But anyway, we were talking about this last week, and it was, they're going to 16. Like we were both saying, it's only a matter of time before they find a way. And already, less than a week later, it's already being bandied about.
I don't know. Like, maybe let's just sit with it for like a year or two. Because isn't that like how you determine like if something's working? Like, maybe give it a couple years before you screw with it again.
Yeah, you guys need to stop meeting. Just go, everybody go home. Here's what we're in Florida. Okay, everybody take a breath. Just go to the beach for a while. Get some sun. Forget about just leave this alone for a year or two. Keep your hands off of it and quit screwing. You don't have to make a change, by the way. You're just trying to finagle things so that you get the benefit more than anyone else, which, yes, you're the most powerful conference, but also think about the bigger picture. At least this year, we don't have to worry about it. We're going back to the way it should have been initially, which is, hey, what are the best 12 teams? We're going to see that coming up in the fall. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, it is Joe and Sammy P reacting to Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals. What happened last night at Indianapolis? The Knicks on the brink of elimination. They're also going to power rank. They have a lot of power rankings on the show, which I love. They're going to power rank cookouts. That should be great. How about this lineup as well? Andy Molitor joins at 10 o'clock. Eric Katz, I should say, from Foul Territory TV joins at 11 o'clock. And then Brad Powers will join the show at 11:20. And then later on this afternoon on You Better You Bet, at 6:30, the great Ken Rosenthal will join Nick and Femi. So a loaded morning and afternoon right here on the BetMGM network. All right, Chelsea, you got a win last night going to, I believe, a little baseball. Looks like you're back on it tonight. So let's get the people some winners.
Time to place your bets.
What do you have for us?
Yeah, best bet of the day is a plus money price that's too good to pass up on. So I'm going to go with the Cardinals today at plus 105 over the Orioles. Listen, I saw the line on this game and I saw the Orioles favor and I thought to myself, what are we doing here? The Orioles have not been good this year, especially as favorites. 9-18 overall when favored in games, 9-16 at home. And Cade Povich, who's starting today, is 1-3. And here's the thing. Cade Povich has been a little better in each of his last few starts, but the Orioles have still lost all 3 of his last 3 starts, including a game where he only gave up 1 run over 5 innings. They went on to lose that game 19-5. So I think that's a testament to how bad the bullpen is. And listen, in the equation here, the Cardinals are still the better offense in this game. They're a top 10 OPS team as opposed to the Orioles, who are sitting in the bottom 10 of most statistical categories when it comes to their offense. And plus, the Cardinals are just the better team overall, 31-24. And plus, they've been good as underdogs this year, 16-15, a winning record as underdogs. So it feels like a case of I'm going to go with the plus money here. Let's go with the Cardinals today on the road at Baltimore, plus 105.
All right, I am going to go with a plus money bet as well. Got 2 bets on the card today. Let's start. It's an afternoon game. Padres run line. I found it at plus 130. I need to adjust that in the rundown. Found an even better price. Plus 130 hosting the Marlins. Here's the thing. This is a fade of Sandy Alcantara, who, my God, he has had a great career, but after surgery, he has not been the same. These stats are unbelievable, and I don't even have to worry about who's starting for the Padres. If you're curious, it's Kyle Hart. But these numbers are pretty damning. Alcantara has given up 25 runs in his last 23 2/3 innings pitched. That is a span of 5 starts. The Marlins have lost 7 straight games when Alcantara takes the mound. By the way, they've lost each of those games by at least 2 runs. So we're talking about the run line here. On the road, Alcantara is even worse. 0-4, a 12.64 ERA. Opponents are batting .348 against him. Even going back last year against the Padres, Alcantara 0-2 with a 5.54 ERA. Let's go Padres in the run line at plus 130. And one more for you. All right, now I'm going to lay a little juice here. Let's go Reds at Royals. I'm going to play it up from 7.5 to 8 and lay the juice at minus 127 here. So you got Hunter Green going for Cincinnati, who has been exceptional this season, allowed 2 runs or less in each of his last 3 appearances. Most importantly, Royals are mediocre at best at the plate. Like they're around 15, 16 in Major League Baseball when it comes to average, but they just don't hit for a lot of power. 24th in slugging, 26th in OPS. Who is going for these Kansas City Royals? The young kid, the young up-and-comer, Noah Cameron. I did not know much about him, but he got called up 3 starts ago. And look, at some point he'll take his lumps, but he has been legit thus far. 2 earned runs total across 3 starts. He's gone fairly deep into games as well, at least for these young guys being called up. Gone at least 6 innings each and every time. Also, the Royals, as we know, much like the Rangers, definitely an under team. Royals are the 3rd best team to the under in baseball. They hit the under more than 60% of the time. We're going under 8 at minus 127.
Ooh, I like it. I'm excited to see what Hunter Green has in store for us, because he's one of those guys that had a really high ceiling coming into the league. The strikeouts are still there, 63 strikeouts and 49 innings of work, but sometimes his control is not there. But as he gets older, maybe that's something he can improve upon.
Yeah, he certainly has looked like it thus far. I mean, you're not wrong, but he has been lights out so far this season. Before we find out what's coming up on Bet Sweats, and they have an absolutely loaded show, Donkster, you're here, you're in studio, you're ready to go, you're sitting up, you're excited. What's going on this morning?
Good morning! You guys keep talking about all of the celebrities at Madison Square Garden. It's so exhausting.
Oh, you're not a big celebrity fan, I guess?
Dad, of course I am. You're just talking about the wrong celebrities. Tracy Morgan, Timothy the French guy, Ben Stiller, the Kardashian ladies. So boring.
Okay, well then, who do you want to see?
Number 1, Blake Lively. You never know what you're gonna get with her.
Well, that's true.
Number 2, Dame Judi Dench. 90 going on 30.
Okay. Is that it?
Nick Cannon. One day, I hope to have as many kids as he does.
Oh, my
what
God.
a legend.
Wow. Okay. Quite a list. Do you have a bet for us?
I do. Thunder minus 8.5 hosting the T-Wolves.
Okay. What's coming up next on Bet Sweats? Well, they have a loaded show. I know that. For that, we bring in our guy, Joe Ostrowski. Joe, good morning. How are you?
Morning, guys. I agree with the Donkster. Should I be scared?
No.
About that? How's his history with the picks? Not his other history, because I think we're all well aware of that.
I wasn't sure.
All right,
No?
so are you going to be one of the people complaining about the NBA Finals matchup if we do, in fact, get the Thunder and the Pacers?
No. I think it's funny that Halliburton was voted by players in this league to be the most overrated player, and look at what he's doing. I mean, maybe market size, is that what you're getting at? I'm not bored by it at all. I don't need the superstars that ESPN calls superstars to be left. I mean, Halliburton and SGA are two of the best players in the game, and I don't even see how you could debate that. So, no, I'm not going to complain at all. NBA, I don't think you need big markets to get super excited.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen smaller markets be very successful and have superstar power in the past.
Totally agree. Joe, always good to see you. Always good to hear you. Have a great show today. See you, buddy. That's going to do it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thanks to our entire crew. For Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Hope you have a fantastic Wednesday. We will see you early tomorrow morning. Bye.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Wednesday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glass. We got a great show for you guys today. A lot to get to. We got two great guests coming up on the show. Henry Ettinger stopping by, going to get his thoughts here in moments on tonight's Game 5 between Minnesota and OKC. We'll also look at tomorrow's Game 5 between the Pacers and the Knicks, get his thoughts on some MLB props as well. Chase Kitty going to join us later on in the show, going to talk some NBA and also some French Open with Chase as we are off and running at Roland Garros. We will dive into today's MLB slate. We got picks for the Memorial Tournament as they're in Jack's Place this week, one of the hardest courses on the PGA Tour, and then we'll wrap everything up with our favorite plays of the day. As always, we want to hear from you guys. Any questions, any comments, any best bets that you have for us, hit us up at the BetMGM Network. You can type your questions into the chat on Twitch, on YouTube, our live stream on X as well. We'll get to them over the next 30 minutes. And if you guys miss any part of the show, make sure you go back, you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Wednesday. Glasses in session, and we go to the Glasser guest line. Great to have Henry Ettinger back on the show. Make sure you guys are following Henry on X at hedging_Henry, and check out his gambling content on X, on TikTok, on Instagram as well. All right, Henry, we got the Minnesota Timberwolves on the brink of elimination tonight, trailing 3-1 in their series to OKC. Total is about 220.5 as well. Any play for you, side or total tonight?
No official side or total play for me tonight. I think I would certainly look towards the under. It's a little scary based off how good these teams were in Game 4 offensively, but these are two elite defensive teams. The Thunder, particularly at home, are an elite defensive team. We know role players tend to play worse. That's how Minnesota had such a great Game 4, is the role players were on fire. So it's a little scary, but I expect maximum intensity from Minnesota on the defensive end, obviously, as they face elimination here. So a pretty big lean towards the under, but ultimately I didn't bet it for some reasons we'll get into when it comes to the player prop side of things. And the Thunder are a juggernaut at home, man. It's tough to go against them, but with an 8.5 point spread, there's just no play for me there. I can't lay that number in an elimination game, but yeah, I think they're at a plus 24 net rating at home, so pretty tough to go with Minnesota too.
Yeah, I mean, makes a lot of sense. That total, the highest number that we have seen so far in the series at 220.5. Henry, you mentioned it, player props. So nothing for you, side total in the game, but who are you targeting when it comes to props?
On the OKC side, let's start there. I like Cason Wallace over PRA just because of the minutes for Wallace in this series. He's done a really nice job on Anthony Edwards, and we've seen, especially when the Thunder go small, they put him on Edwards, and then they have Dort able to guard Julius Randle. Caruso can roam a little bit more. Obviously, Caruso sometimes is also taking that Edwards matchup, but it's created a really versatile lineup for them. And I think he's going to continue to see minutes. I think Hartenstein's going to continue to be more marginalized. And I also think there's some playmaking upside for him here. The potential assists haven't been that high in this series, but the one a big adjustment I'm expecting from Minnesota tonight is they've got to get the ball out of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's hands at some point in this series. So whether it's traps, whether it's more creative zones, they got to do something because SGA is just killing them. And Wallace is one of those other guards on the floor I think is a guy that can play make.
All right, should be a fun game tonight. Again, Minnesota needs to win to force a Game 6 or else Oklahoma City is off to the NBA Finals. In the other series, Henry, Indiana, big win last night. They take a 3-1 series lead over the Knicks. We got Game 5 of that series tomorrow. Knicks are a 4.5 point favorite right now at BetMGM. Do you think the Knicks live to see another day? Do you like them in tomorrow night's game?
You know, I'm in here in New York, PJ, and unfortunately, I have bad news for New Yorkers. At least in my opinion, I don't think they live to see another day. And it's made it challenging to bet this series from a props perspective, but I ultimately think this is what's done the Knicks in, is they just don't have any more buttons to press. Like, there's not a clear adjustment to me that makes a lot of sense from them. They've basically had two options in this series. They put Karl Anthony Towns at center. He lights up Miles Turner, but they can't get a stop on the defensive end as the Pacers just relentlessly attack him and Brunson in the pick and roll. Or they put Mitchell Robinson on the floor. They put Cat at the 4. All of a sudden the offense starts to slow down, and the Pacers still are creating enough pace off the missed shots that the Knicks are happening. And then they lose anyway in that scenario as well. So they had one stretch with Cat at center where obviously they pulled the big comeback in Game 3 that looked decent. But other than that, they haven't really had any great stretch of this series where I thought they had the upper hand. They forced almost no adjustments from the Pacers side of things. And I don't see where they go from there. Their bench guys are just not good enough really to play. So I think they're in trouble.
Certainly could be. Would you do anything with the total, Henry? Because in Game 3, we saw the game go way under, 106-100. Last night, we get a shootout where both teams combine for nearly 250 points. Is the total a stay away for you in Game 5?
It is, only because, again, I don't know which of those two levers that the Knicks are going to settle on for this game. I lean towards the Cat at center minutes just because he has been virtually unguardable, and they just need somebody else besides Jalen Brunson in those minutes. I guess if I had to, I'd lean over, but it's just a stay away for me at this point.
Fair enough. We're talking with Henry Ettinger here on Send It In. Make sure you guys follow Henry on X at hedging_Henry. All right, Henry, what do you like prop-wise in Knicks and Pacers? We obviously saw Halliburton go nuts last night. You mentioned how great Towns has been offensively in this series. What props are you maybe looking at betting tomorrow night?
Yeah, a broken record, but I think Towns over PRA. Of course, there's always the risk of him in foul trouble, but the Pacers keep winning in this series, so they seem fine letting Towns continue to annihilate the Miles Turner matchup in one-on-one basketball, and he's done exactly that. I mean, anytime he's not in foul trouble, he is just destroying Miles Turner in this series on the offensive end of things. So I'd lean towards Cat, over points or over points plus rebounds again. He's been, an elite rebounder as well at that center position, and I'd have to target that just because, to me, the Pacers aren't going to change things up. They don't need to change things up. And we saw even in the last series, Donovan Mitchell torched them a lot in the pick and roll. They didn't change up the coverages. They're pretty set with what they do. And right now, until they lose a game in more convincing fashion, I don't see a reason for them to deviate all that much.
Fair enough. Henry, before I let you go, I want to get a baseball thought from you while you're doing a great job handicapping the NBA playoffs. You also do a great job with some of your pitching props as well. What are some MLB props you like for today?
Two in particular, I like George Kirby under strikeouts. He's coming off an injury where he only threw 72 pitches in his last start, and he looked horrible. He gave up 5 earned runs as well. He's facing a Nationals team, not a great offense, but they don't strike out very much. One of the best teams in baseball at not striking out versus right-handed pitching. So that's one I like. And another under would be Kikuchi under versus the Yankees. Yankees' best offense in terms of WRC plus and OBP versus left-handed pitching. They just saw a left-handed pitcher last night who got very lucky to go over, in my opinion, in Tyler Anderson. So a line at 17.5 to me is a little rich. He's over that in 5 out of 10, but he's never gone past 18 outs, and now he has the number 1 offense in baseball. I think that's a tough line for him to hit. And then I should mention, too, I have 2 other player props quickly on the Timberwolves as well that I left out before. I have Julius Randle under points plus assists and Mike Conley over PRA in that game as well. Just once again, banking on the Thunder coming out with a similar defense, relegating Julius Randle to the bench like they did in Game 4.
Henry, really quick thought, just a gut feeling. Do you think Minnesota has a better chance to send it to a Game 6, or the Knicks have a better chance to send it to 7 games against the Pacers? What do you think?
I actually think it's the Timberwolves just because I number one, trust Anthony Edwards more as the best player in that situation. And their role guys have played pretty well. And we've seen OKC's role guys go cold at times. So Minnesota's pressed a lot of buttons in this series, and I think they have even more options in terms of they've got, a 3 big rotation that they can play different chess pieces with, and, same with their wings as well.
Makes sense. Looking forward to Game 5 tonight. Always great having Henry Ettinger on. Make sure you guys follow him on X at hedging_Henry. Check him out on TikTok, on Instagram, and on X as well. Henry, great having you back on, man. Look forward to talking again during the finals. We'll see you then.
Absolutely. Thanks, PJ.
Yep, absolutely. All right, guys, let's keep it rolling here. On Send It In, continue to discuss Thunder, Minnesota, Game 5 tonight. We also have Game 5 tonight between the Panthers and the Hurricanes. So as Henry was talking about the game, OKC 8.5-point favorite tonight. The total in the game is 220.5. I actually do like Minnesota in the game tonight. Now, OKC has been like drastic home and road, right? We talk every day on this show about pitchers, home and road splits, and how their ERA might be great at home. They're terrible on the road. It's kind of the way Oklahoma City's been in this postseason. They're 0-7 ATS on the road in the playoffs, but they've been tremendous at home. And they're back home tonight. Minnesota, though, they do look a little better. They look a little more comfortable. It seems that they have figured more things out. Again, though, they have to go on the road tonight and take on OKC. We talked about this a bunch on the show, though, with Minnesota over the last couple years. And when they go on the road, and it just feels like people think they're going to kind of lose, they're probably not going to cover the spread, those are usually the kind of games that you want to back Minnesota. So keep in mind, right, Oklahoma City's never won an NBA Finals, and they're heavy favorites to not only get to the finals now that they're up 3-1, but also win the finals. But Minnesota's going to continue to fight. I think they're going to make it tough. We know they're going to shoot a lot of threes. And look, if this is one of those games where their threes are going in, maybe OKC struggles a little bit, I think Minnesota can hang around and make this a game. So I would look at the Wolves tonight, plus 8.5 against OKC. I'd even take some money line as well at plus 280, right? Maybe we're due one more big upset in these NBA playoffs. Maybe it's with Indiana against OKC in the finals, but I think Minnesota money line worth a stab tonight, so I like that as well. Only one player prop for me in the game tonight. I'm going to take Anthony Edwards over 5.5 assists. He has had 6 assists in each of his last 3 games, so 5.5 feels like a good number, but the fact that Ant-Man's got 6, I think there's a chance he could maybe get 7 or 8 tonight. I would look over his assists at 5.5, but I do like Minnesota plus the points. I look at money line as well. As for the NHL game tonight, Game 5, Panthers and Canes. So I have pretty much been wrong every game of this series. I bet Carolina the first 3 games, didn't bet them in Game 4, and they won. I won't bet them again tonight, but just so you guys can have a winner, you should probably take Carolina. I do like them back on home ice. I think, okay, Carolina got their game. People think now we go back on the road, Florida's going to take care of business. I actually think we're going back to Florida for a Game 6, where I think the Panthers take care of business. But as you guys know, on this show, we bet lines and not teams. And this line, to me, is just all about Carolina. If you can get them anything as an underdog, I think they're the play. First 2 games of this series, they were minus 120, minus 125. We certainly have to adjust, and we have learned since then that Florida is the better team. But you got to adjust to maybe to make them a pick 'em, right? Especially off of a win and the fact that they now have some confidence. And before this Florida series, Carolina was undefeated at home in the postseason. So I think they win on home ice tonight. They're normally great in their home arena. And I think the fact that we're getting them as an underdog tonight, minus 115, I think that's a good price on the Canes against the Panthers. That's what I like tonight in the NHL. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. Make a fast break for the action with an NBA playoff odds boost token. Use your token and get a bigger payout on a winning playoff bet. Big League Peach time. We talk a little Major League Baseball. I see our guy B Mills in the chat. Happy Wednesday, Peach. How do you like Brian Bayo under 16.5 outs, Landon Raup over 4.5 hits allowed, and Lance McCullers under 4.5 Ks? I like the McCullers look, B Mills. I think that's great. Bayo's obviously been a great guy to fade so far this season. And the Brewers, you know, their offense is kind of streaky at times. I like those plays. The route play probably would pass on that one, but the McCullers and the Bayo, I do like that. We do have some live Major League Baseball games underway right now. We have about 4 day games going on this Getaway Wednesday, including the Dodgers and the Guardians, who were scoreless as they just started in the first. Every game is scoreless, as pretty much all these games just started in the top of the first inning. You got Dodgers and Guardians, Giants, Tigers, Red Sox, Brewers, and Mets and White Sox. As for some games coming up a little bit later today, we have the Athletics and Astros. We were just talking about McCullers in that game. I'm going to take the Houston Astros minus 145 on the money line. The A's right now are one of the worst teams in baseball. They're on a terrible losing streak. They can't get out of their own way. They got smoked last night by Houston. I think right now, any price like under minus 150 is a good bet with the Astros against the struggling A's. Pirates and D-backs. We got Paul Skeens on the mound today for Pittsburgh going up against Gallen and the D-backs. I love when Paul Skeens pitches for the Pirates because we get shorter money line prices on the other teams. And as great as Skeens is, he obviously can't hit for Pittsburgh, and that is where they've struggled mightily this season. So on the road, only minus 135 with Arizona. I think they're a good bet at home today against Pittsburgh. Marlins and Padres, you got 2 pitchers who have not been good so far this season. Sandy Alcantara for Miami, Kyle Hart for San Diego. Both guys have an ERA over 6 this season. Sandy's got an ERA over 8.04, and Manny Machado owns his matchup against Sandy throughout his career, 6 for 9, and that was when Manny was facing NL Cy Young, Sandy Alcantara. Now he's getting the version off the injury who has not been good this year. I'd look at Manny props. I'd also look at the over in the game as well. Cade Povich on the mound for the O's tonight as they take on Miles Michaelis and the Cardinals. O's been playing a little better. Their lineup's been getting a little bit better. The pitching has been a little bit better as well. But they're trying to do something they haven't done very much this season, and that's win a series. So I would stay away with them as favorites today against St. Louis. Braves and Phillies in Philadelphia. Smith-Shaw are going up against Zach Wheeler. 1-0 game yesterday between these two teams, an absolute pitcher's duel. I'm going to take Atlanta today, plus 125. I know it's scary going up against Wheeler in Philly, but I think the Braves get today's game. It's a split 1-1, and then tomorrow we get the rubber match. Reds and Royals in Kansas City. Hunter Green going up against Nick Cameron for Kansas City, who's been terrific so far this season. .93 ERA in 19 and a third innings pitched. I think the regression is going to come at some point for Cameron. I don't think it's going to come in this game, though. Give me Kansas City minus 105. Rockies, Cubs, nothing for me in that one. Blue Jays and Rangers. Tyler Mahle on the mound for the Rangers, who's been fantastic so far this season. I'll take Texas. Yankees and Angels. I like Henry's look of Kikuchi. Under outs going up against their second left-hander for the second night in a row. I also would look at the Angels, though, at plus 135, maybe another under in that game as well. And then Nats and Marlins in Seattle tonight. Give me the Nats on the run line, plus 1.5 at minus 125. I think that's a good price. Yes, Kirby's on the mound, coming off the injury. Nats don't really strike out very much. Put the ball in play. I think that's a close game. So I'll take the Nats on the run line. All right, let's get to our guy now, Chase Kitty, BetMGM digital content writer. Give Chase a follow on X at Chase A. Kitty. As always, joins us each and every Wednesday here on Send It In. And Chase, we got some tennis to talk about, my friend. French Open is off and running. And we have like a couple more matches that are going to start when this show's over. We have lines already out for tomorrow. So tell me anything that piques your interest. It could be in a match today or some games that we have tomorrow, anything that you like.
Yeah, hey Peach. Really looking at tomorrow at this point. I don't really like the last couple games here. They're about to go off. Last couple matches, I should say. Gabriel Diallo is the name that I'm looking at. He is playing Talon Griekspoor tomorrow. He's plus 130, so right off the bat, nice little value play with the plus number. Talon Griekspoor is more of a hard court player, so getting him on the dirt there at Roland Garros. I like the value that's available with Diallo. I think straight up right now, he's probably the better player. Diallo is a name I have been doing a lot of work on the last, let's say, 24 hours. I'm up to my eyeballs and odds in like 7 different sports right now. Look, this is a really interesting quarter in the draw at the French Open, if I could just draw this out for a second. This is the second quarter where you have Djokovic and you also have Zverev. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the dialogue is, okay, well, it's one of these two guys, right? Djokovic, he's past his prime, but he's still a titan of the game. He's the favorite to win. Zverev played in the final last year. So one of these two guys, right? One of these two guys. I actually like Cerundolo to win this quarter as kind of a dark horse. I think there are signs that Djokovic is not really going to compete at a very high level this tournament. He spent a lot of his gas last week in Geneva at a random tournament that nobody cares about, just so that he could get his 100th career tour title. Zverev took a random wild card in Hamburg last week because he's clearly not in form. He's trying to play himself into something. He lost in the second round to a French player I've never heard of. So there are real reasons to be skeptical about these two guys. And the guy I liked lost in the first round. Who did he lose to? Gabriel Diallo. So this guy's going off at 20-1 to win this quarter. I'm not saying you need to pull the trigger on that right now, but match by match, you maybe take a look at him. I like the Griekspoor matchup. The other two guys aren't playing very well right now. They might get upset. He wouldn't play Zverev, I think, till the fourth round. He wouldn't play Djokovic till the quarterfinals, assuming both those guys make it that far. So that's a lot to throw at you, but this is a name I think we should watch for the next few days because I think there's going to be opportunities both in the near futures market, but also match to match.
I love it. I was going to ask you about that quarter because, I mean, Chase, as you bring up, like Novak's plus 175, Zverev's plus 180, right? But back you see value on another guy, I kind of like it. So keep an eye on that. at the French Open. Chase, before we get into the NBA, we were texting before the show, and you told me you got to play for the College World Series, and you have a college football win total that you love as well. I can't wait to hear it, so tell me what you got in both of those sports.
Yeah, like I said, I'm pulled in 1,000 different directions right now. I'll give you the college football one first. I'm doing a Big 12 podcast in about an hour, so I've been doing a lot of work there. This is not Big 12, but I noticed that Akron in the MAC basically doesn't have a bye week this entire year. They finally in like week 10, like when the calendar flips to November, they have a quote-unquote bye week, but really it's one of those situations where they're going to play on a Tuesday night and their entire remaining calendar is going to be played on Tuesday games. So they have a week off where there's like 9 days in between games. That's not a real week off. That's basically a normal week. That's supposed to be a bye. And then they don't play the last week. Their season ends like November 18th. And for all of that, all of the extra stress you're going to get from that, their win total's 4.5. They went 4-8 last year. So you're supposed to improve your record against what is essentially the same level of difficulty in the schedule with no bye week. That seems crazy to me. Under 4.5 at minus 135 seems like a great value. And it's going to be weeks before anybody digs that out. It's just such a random win total, weirdo schedule fact. As for the College World Series thing, Vanderbilt's the number 1 seed. They have ostensibly the easiest path to the Final 8 in Omaha. They might not even play a power team. They might get Southern Miss in the Super Regional. This is a team that's 10-1 to win right now. They're the 4th SEC team in the College World Series table. That seems insane to me. I looked up the ticket splits. It's like less than 2% of the entire market is on Vanderbilt at BetMGM as of a couple days ago. It's just crazy that they're that valuable as the number 1 seed in the entire tournament. Mind you, this is Vanderbilt that's played in 4 different College World Series finals in the last 10 years, and they won 2 of them. So it's not like you're betting on Utah to win the national championship in college football. This is a program that actually wins national championships, and they're 10-1 as the number 1 seed. It makes no sense.
I love it. That Akron play is spectacular, like you said. I mean, nobody else is digging that up. That's why the people listen to Send It In, because you get that kind of expertise. I also like the Vandy look. Over the NBA, Chase, where we got to get your thoughts on Game 5 tonight. Tell me what you like in Wolves Thunder. Spread total props. What are you on?
Yeah, Oklahoma City's 35-6 at home in the regular season. They're 7-1 at home in home games in the playoffs. They're going to win this game. It's a matter of whether or not you want to lay 7.5 or 8.5 points. I personally don't love laying point spreads like that, but I'm going to split the difference here. I'm going to lay half a unit on the point spread, and then I'm going to take another unit. I'm going to put it on that minus 375 money line, and then I'm going to combine that money line to shorten up the price with another tennis bet that I like. So Mira Andreeva going off tomorrow morning is a big favorite on the women's side of the French Open. You put those together, and it's about minus 215. That'll be a full unit play for me.
Very good. And then what about Knicks Pacers tomorrow, Chase? Do you think the Knicks live to see another day, or does Indiana finish them off tomorrow?
I honestly don't know. But last week I was talking about how I liked the Pacers in 5, so I have a pretty strong position on that already. I guess I'll just ride with what I said last week. I'm not taking a position on the game outcome because I already have that exposure financially. I do like a play in the prop market, and this is where sort of the analytics meets coming from a basketball family and playing a lot of hoops myself. Neesmith's ankle injury. This is a guy that had a hurt ankle and missed a lot of games in the regular season, and now he's got a hurt ankle again. Look, maybe you get your shots up, maybe you score some points. Maybe they're sagging off of you a little bit more, and so the assist numbers are or aren't hard to come by. I don't know. I can tell you the thing you're probably not going to want to do as a mid-sized player with a hurt ankle is go up and get a lot of rebounds. So under 4.5 at a plus number, I think, is the best prop play available for tomorrow night's Game 5 in New York.
I like it. Really great stuff from Chase Kiddy. College football, college baseball, NBA, French Open. Man does it all. Give him a follow on X at Chase A. Kiddy, BetMGM digital content writer. Chase, thanks so much, man. We'll talk again next week.
Thanks, Peach.
Yes, sir. All right, guys, let's talk some golf. Got the Memorial coming up tomorrow. Great tournament on the schedule. One of the best non-majors we get on the PGA Tour every single year. Let's bring on our guy, Shawnee Sharp, figure out what we're betting this week at Muirfield Village.
Yeah, Peach, first one I got here for you is the winner without Scotty Scheffler market. Colin Morikawa is at 12-1. Xander Schauffele also at 12-1.
And guys, I would attack this market this week because I really do think Scotty is probably going to win. I would really like Rory if he was playing this week, but the fact he's not in there, I kind of do like Scotty, to be honest with you. So in this market, it's got to be Xander. I'm done trusting Colin in these big tournaments, especially on these difficult golf courses. Xander's the kind of guy that we want. He does everything well in his game. He obviously has some confidence winning a couple majors last year. He's got good course history at this golf course, and he's just the perfect kind of golfer. So if it's between these two, absolutely taking Xander.
All right, how about first round leader tomorrow? Ludwig Aubert is at 28-1 or Shane Lowry at 28-1.
Love Ludwig. He shot a 4-under in the first round last year. Any of these big tournaments, I'm always looking at him for 3 balls, first round leaders. He always starts fast. He always does. Thursday, Friday are usually his best days. And then later in the day, Saturday, Sunday is when he tends to fall off in his tournaments. But on these Thursdays, Fridays, love me some Ludwig, and I like him tomorrow. I think he's good luck first round later.
All right, how about a first round special for Scotty Scheffler or Justin Thomas? Scotty Scheffler to shoot at 69 or lower at even money, or Justin Thomas to shoot at 71 or lower at minus 135.
So it's a par 72, right? So Thomas to shoot 71 or lower, you're looking at 1 under. Scotty 69 or lower, you're looking at 3 under. 4 par 5s on this golf course. They're all reachable. We talk about this every week. Scotty really never gets out to the lead on day one. Like, you never see Scotty on the top of the leaderboard, but he's always like 2 under, 3 under, like always in that top 15, top 10 range. Whereas JT, I mean, good luck trying to figure out what you're going to get. So the fact that he's minus 135, JT is, Scotty's even money at 3 under, I mean, give me Scotty all day for that.
All right, how about a top 5 finish? Corey Connors at plus 450 or Tommy Fleetwood at 4-1.
You know, I think both guys could be interesting this week. Remember, we talked about it yesterday. Accuracy, accuracy, accuracy. Last year, this was the toughest course, greens and regulation, when you're in the rough. You got to keep the ball on the fairway. Connors and Fleetwood both do a great job of that. But I would more so go with Corey this week over Tommy. So I'd look at Corey plus 450.
All right, 2 quick ones here for you, Peach. Both placement bets. Top 10 finish. Jordan Spieth at 3-1 or Aaron Rai at plus 333.
Moist Cupcakes, I'm looking at you with this one, big guy. We're not going back to the Jordan Spieth well, okay? No more. Can't do it. We're done. All right, I'm off Spieth. No more with him. Aaron Rai, we'll rock with Rai. I like Rai a lot this week. Number 1 on the PGA Tour in fairway percentage. He's accurate off the tee. That's what I'm looking for this week. Can't do with Spieth anymore, fellas. We've tried the last couple weeks. It hasn't worked out. I don't want any part of him at this tough golf course, so give me Aaron Rai.
All right, last one here for a top 20 finish. Former winner at the Memorial, Victor Hovland, is at even money for top 20, or where he be now, Tony Finau at plus 120.
So Hovland's very popular this week, and rightfully so. It looks like Vic has turned the corner. His game should be very suitable for Jack's place. But so should Tony, who's had some good finishes here, had some good moments. He was the leader heading into the weekend a couple years ago, and he just played well at Quail Hollow, a difficult golf course. This is going to be another tough test. I like Tony, top 20 this week at plus 120. All right, folks, let's get into some of our best bets for today and our golf card as well. We'll start going streaking. Manny Machado, like I told you guys earlier, 6 for 9 in his career against Sandy Alcantara. Take his total over bases, home run props. He's our guy in going streaking. Anthony Edwards, over 5.5 assists. He's had 6 assists in each of his last 3 games. We'll take the over there. And my best bet is going to be Xander Schauffele, top 10 at plus 150 at the Memorial. I also like the Timberwolves as my dog of the day, plus 8.5. Talked about that earlier in the show. But I like Xander, top 10 this week at the Memorial. Shotty Sharp, let's show him the card. This week out at Muirfield Village, Xander and Aaron Rai, the 2 guys that I'm looking at. Again, I probably would bet into the without Scotty Scheffler market, though, but those are the 2 guys I like to win. Xander, Corey Connors, Aaron Rai, all top 10 finishes. I think those guys are going to be in contention. And then Tony Finau, and how about Denny McCarthy, who has 2 top 5 finishes 2 of the last 3 years at this golf course. We'll take Denny, plus 125 to finish in the top 20 as well. Once again, our best bets for the day. Machado is our play in going streaking. Anthony Edwards, over 5.5 assists, is going to be our prop block. Minnesota, plus 8.5, dog of the day. Maybe take a little money line as well. And then Xander Schauffele. If you're looking for my favorite play at Memorial this week, it's the X-Man top 10 at plus 150. Great show today. Thanks again to Henry Ettinger, Chase Kitty for joining us. Awesome stuff. Make sure you guys check out the podcast. If you miss anything, we went over a whole bunch today. We'll see you tomorrow where Kenny Ducey joins us. Happy Wednesday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glass. We got a great show for you guys today. A lot to get to. We got two great guests coming up on the show. Henry Ettinger stopping by, going to get his thoughts here in moments on tonight's Game 5 between Minnesota and OKC. We'll also look at tomorrow's Game 5 between the Pacers and the Knicks, get his thoughts on some MLB props as well. Chase Kitty going to join us later on in the show, going to talk some NBA and also some French Open with Chase as we are off and running at Roland Garros. We will dive into today's MLB slate. We got picks for the Memorial Tournament as they're in Jack's Place this week, one of the hardest courses on the PGA Tour, and then we'll wrap everything up with our favorite plays of the day. As always, we want to hear from you guys. Any questions, any comments, any best bets that you have for us, hit us up at the BetMGM Network. You can type your questions into the chat on Twitch, on YouTube, our live stream on X as well. We'll get to them over the next 30 minutes. And if you guys miss any part of the show, make sure you go back, you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Wednesday. Glasses in session, and we go to the Glasser guest line. Great to have Henry Ettinger back on the show. Make sure you guys are following Henry on X at hedging_Henry, and check out his gambling content on X, on TikTok, on Instagram as well. All right, Henry, we got the Minnesota Timberwolves on the brink of elimination tonight, trailing 3-1 in their series to OKC. Total is about 220.5 as well. Any play for you, side or total tonight?
No official side or total play for me tonight. I think I would certainly look towards the under. It's a little scary based off how good these teams were in Game 4 offensively, but these are two elite defensive teams. The Thunder, particularly at home, are an elite defensive team. We know role players tend to play worse. That's how Minnesota had such a great Game 4, is the role players were on fire. So it's a little scary, but I expect maximum intensity from Minnesota on the defensive end, obviously, as they face elimination here. So a pretty big lean towards the under, but ultimately I didn't bet it for some reasons we'll get into when it comes to the player prop side of things. And the Thunder are a juggernaut at home, man. It's tough to go against them, but with an 8.5 point spread, there's just no play for me there. I can't lay that number in an elimination game, but yeah, I think they're at a plus 24 net rating at home, so pretty tough to go with Minnesota too.
Yeah, I mean, makes a lot of sense. That total, the highest number that we have seen so far in the series at 220.5. Henry, you mentioned it, player props. So nothing for you, side total in the game, but who are you targeting when it comes to props?
On the OKC side, let's start there. I like Case and Wallace over PRA just because of the minutes floor for Wallace in this series. He's done a really nice job on Anthony Edwards, and we've seen, especially when the Thunder go small, they put him on Edwards, and then they have Dort able to guard Julius Randle. Caruso can roam a little bit more. Obviously, Caruso sometimes is also taking that Edwards matchup, but it's created a really versatile lineup for them. And I think he's going to continue to see minutes. I think Hardenstein's going to continue to be more marginalized. And I also think there's some playmaking upside for him here. The potential assists haven't been that high in this series, but the one a big adjustment I'm expecting from Minnesota tonight is they've got to get the ball out of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's hands at some point in this series. So whether it's traps, whether it's more creative zones, they got to do something because SGA is just killing them. And Wallace is one of those other guards on the floor I think is a guy that can play make.
All right, it should be a fun game tonight. Again, Minnesota needs to win to force a Game 6 or else Oklahoma City is off to the NBA Finals. In the other series, Henry, Indiana, big win last night. They take a 3-1 series lead over the Knicks. We got Game 5 of that series tomorrow. Knicks are a 4.5 point favorite right now at BetMGM. Do you think the Knicks live to see another day? Do you like them in tomorrow night's game?
You know, I'm in here in New York, PJ, and unfortunately, I have bad news for New Yorkers. At least in my opinion, I don't think they live to see another day. And it's made it challenging to bet this series from a props perspective, but I ultimately think this is what's done the Knicks in, is they just don't have any more buttons to press. Like, there's not a clear adjustment to me that makes a lot of sense from them. They've basically had two options in the series. They put Karl Anthony Towns at center. He lights up Miles Turner, but they can't get a stop on the defensive end as the Pacers just relentlessly attack him and Brunson in the pick and roll. Or they put Mitchell Robinson on the floor. They put Cat at the 4. All of a sudden the offense starts to slow down, and the Pacers still are creating enough pace off the missed shots that the Knicks are happening. And then they lose anyway in that scenario as well. So they had one stretch with Cat at center where obviously they pulled the big comeback in Game 3 that looked decent. But other than that, they haven't really had any great stretch of this series where I thought they had the upper hand. They forced almost no adjustments from the Pacers side of things. And I don't see where they go from there. Their bench guys are just not good enough really to play. So I think they're in trouble.
Certainly could be. Would you do anything with the total, Henry? Because in Game 3, we saw the game go way under, 106-100. Last night, we get a shootout where both teams combine for nearly 250 points. Is the total a stay away for you in Game 5?
It is, only because, again, I don't know which of those two levers that the Knicks are going to settle on for this game. I lean towards the Cat at center minutes just because he has been virtually unguardable, and they just need somebody else besides Jalen Brunson in those minutes. I guess if I had to, I'd lean over, but it's just a stay away for me at this point.
Fair enough. We're talking with Henry Ettinger here on Send It In. Make sure you guys follow Henry on X at hedging_Henry. All right, Henry, what do you like prop-wise in Knicks and Pacers? We obviously saw Halliburton go nuts last night. You mentioned how great Towns has been offensively in this series. What props are you maybe looking at betting tomorrow night?
Yeah, broken record, but I think Towns over PRA. Of course, there's always the risk of him in foul trouble, but the Pacers keep winning in this series, so they seem fine letting Towns continue to annihilate the Miles Turner matchup in one-on-one basketball, and he's done exactly that. I mean, anytime he's not in foul trouble, he is just destroying Miles Turner in this series on the offensive end of things. So I'd lean towards Cat, over points or over points plus rebounds again. He's been, an elite rebounder as well at that center position, and I'd have to target that just because, to me, the Pacers aren't going to change things up. They don't need to change things up. And we saw even in the last series, Donovan Mitchell torched them a lot in the pick and roll. They didn't change up the coverages. They're pretty set with what they do. And right now, until they lose a game in more convincing fashion, I don't see a reason for them to deviate all that much.
Fair enough. Henry, before I let you go, I want to get a baseball thought from you while you're doing a great job handicapping the NBA playoffs. You also do a great job with some of your pitching props as well. What are some MLB props you like for today?
Two in particular, I like George Kirby under strikeouts. He's coming off an injury where he only threw 72 pitches in his last start, and he looked horrible. He gave up 5 earned runs as well. He's facing a Nationals team, not a great offense, but they don't strike out very much. One of the best teams in baseball at not striking out versus right-handed pitching. So that's one I like. And another under would be Kikuchi under versus the Yankees. Yankees' best offense in terms of WRC plus and OBP versus left-handed pitching. They just saw a left-handed pitcher last night who got very lucky to go over, in my opinion, in Tyler Anderson. So a line at 17.5 to me is a little rich. He's over that in 5 out of 10, but he's never gone past 18 outs, and now he has the number 1 offense in baseball. I think that's a tough line for him to hit. And then I should mention, too, I have 2 other player props quickly on the Timberwolves as well that I left out before. I have Julius Randle under points plus assists and Mike Conley over PRA in that game as well. Just once again, banking on the Thunder coming out with a similar defense, relegating Julius Randle to the bench like they did in Game 4.
Henry, really quick thought, just a gut feeling. Do you think Minnesota has a better chance to send it to a Game 6, or the Knicks have a better chance to send it to 7 games against the Pacers? What do you think?
I actually think it's the Timberwolves just because I number one, trust Anthony Edwards more as the best player in that situation. And their role guys have played pretty well. And we've seen OKC's role guys go cold at times. So Minnesota's pressed a lot of buttons in this series, and I think they have even more options in terms of they've got a 3 big rotation that they can play different chess pieces with, and same with their wings as well.
Makes sense. Looking forward to Game 5 tonight. Always great having Henry Ettinger on. Make sure you guys follow him on X at hedging_Henry. Check him out on TikTok, on Instagram, and on X as well. Henry, great having you back on, man. Look forward to talking again during the finals. We'll see you then.
Absolutely. Thanks, PJ.
Yep, absolutely. All right, guys, let's keep it rolling here. On Send It In, continue to discuss Thunder, Minnesota, Game 5 tonight. We also have Game 5 tonight between the Panthers and the Hurricanes. So as Henry was talking about the game, OKC 8.5-point favorite tonight. The total in the game is 220.5. I actually do like Minnesota in the game tonight. Now, OKC has been, drastic home and road, right? We talk every day on this show about pitchers, home and road splits, and how their ERA might be great at home. They're terrible on the road. It's kind of the way Oklahoma City's been in this postseason. They're 0-7 ATS on the road in the playoffs, but they've been tremendous at home. And they're back home tonight. Minnesota, though, they do look a little better. They look a little more comfortable. It seems that they have figured more things out. Again, though, they have to go on the road tonight and take on OKC. We talked about this a bunch on the show, though, with Minnesota over the last couple years. And when they go on the road, and it just feels like people think they're going to kind of lose, they're probably not going to cover the spread, those are usually the kind of games that you want to back Minnesota. So keep in mind, right, Oklahoma City's never won an NBA Finals, and they're heavy favorites to not only get to the finals now that they're up 3-1, but also win the finals. But Minnesota's going to continue to fight. I think they're going to make it tough. We know they're going to shoot a lot of threes, and look, if this is one of those games where their threes are going in, maybe OKC struggles a little bit, I think Minnesota can hang around and make this a game. So I would look at the Wolves tonight, plus 8.5 against OKC. I'd even take some money line as well at plus 280, right? Maybe we're due one more big upset in these NBA playoffs. Maybe it's with Indiana against OKC in the finals, but I think Minnesota money line worth a stab tonight, so I like that as well. Only one player prop for me in the game tonight. I'm going to take Anthony Edwards over 5.5 assists. He has had 6 assists in each of his last 3 games. So 5.5 feels like a good number, but the fact that Ant-Man's got 6, I think there's a chance he could maybe get 7 or 8 tonight. I would look over his assists at 5.5, but I do like Minnesota plus the points. I look at money line as well. As for the NHL game tonight, Game 5, Panthers and Canes. So I have pretty much been wrong every game of this series. I bet Carolina the first 3 games, didn't bet them in Game 4, and they won. I won't bet them again tonight, but just so you guys can have a winner, you should probably take Carolina. I do like them back on home ice. I think, okay, Carolina got their game. People think now we go back on the road, Florida's going to take care of business. I actually think we're going back to Florida for a Game 6, where I think the Panthers take care of business. But as you guys know, on this show, we bet lines and not teams. And this line, to me, is just all about Carolina. If you can get them anything as an underdog, I think they're the play. First 2 games of this series, they were minus 120, minus 125. We certainly have to adjust, and we have learned since then that Florida is the better team. But you got to adjust to maybe to make them a pick 'em, right? Especially off of a win and the fact that they now have some confidence. And before this Florida series, Carolina was undefeated at home in the postseason. So I think they win on home ice tonight. They're normally great in their home arena. And I think the fact that we're getting them as an underdog tonight, minus 115, I think that's a good price on the Canes against the Panthers. That's what I like tonight in the NHL. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. Make a fast break for the action with an NBA playoff odds boost token. Use your token and get a bigger payout on a winning playoff bet. Big League Peach time. We talk a little Major League Baseball. I see our guy B Mills in the chat. Happy Wednesday, Peach. How do you like Brian Bayo under 16.5 outs, Landon Raup over 4.5 hits allowed, and Lance McCullers under 4.5 Ks? I like the McCullers look, B Mills. I think that's great. Bayo's obviously been a great guy to fade so far this season. And the Brewers, you know, their offense is kind of streaky at times. I like those plays. The route play probably would pass on that one, but the McCullers and the Bayo, I do like that. We do have some live Major League Baseball games underway right now. We have about 4 day games going on this Getaway Wednesday, including the Dodgers and the Guardians, who are scoreless as they just started in the first. Every game is scoreless, as pretty much all these games just started in the top of the first inning. You got Dodgers and Guardians, Giants, Tigers, Red Sox, Brewers, and Mets and White Sox. As for some games coming up a little bit later today, we have the Athletics and Astros. We were just talking about McCullers in that game. I'm going to take the Houston Astros minus 145 on the money line. The A's right now are one of the worst teams in baseball. They're on a terrible losing streak. They can't get out of their own way. They got smoked last night by Houston. I think right now, any price like under minus 150 is a good bet with the Astros against the struggling A's. Pirates and D-backs. We got Paul Skeens on the mound today for Pittsburgh going up against Gallen and the D-backs. I love when Paul Skeens pitches for the Pirates because we get shorter money line prices on the other teams. And as great as Skeens is, he obviously can't hit for Pittsburgh, and that is where they've struggled mightily this season. So on the road, only minus 135 with Arizona. I think they're a good bet at home today against Pittsburgh. Marlins and Padres, you got two pitchers who have not been good so far this season. Sandy Alcantara for Miami, Kyle Hart for San Diego. Both guys have an ERA over 6 this season. Sandy's got an ERA over 8, 8.04. And Manny Machado owns his matchup against Sandy throughout his career, 6 for 9. And that was when Manny was facing NL Cy Young, Sandy Alcantara. Now he's getting the version off the injury who has not been good this year. I'd look at Manny props. I'd also look at the over in the game as well. Cade Povich on the mound for the O's tonight as they take on Miles Michaelis and the Cardinals. O's have been playing a little better. Their lineup's been getting a little bit better. The pitching has been a little bit better as well. But they're trying to do something they haven't done very much this season, and that's win a series. So I would stay away with them as favorites today against St. Louis. Braves and Phillies in Philadelphia. Smith-Shaw are going up against Zach Wheeler. 1-0 game yesterday between these two teams, an absolute pitcher's duel. I'm going to take Atlanta today, plus 125. I know it's scary going up against Wheeler in Philly, but I think the Braves get today's game. It's a split 1-1, and then tomorrow we get the rubber match. Reds and Royals in Kansas City. Hunter Green going up against Nick Cameron for Kansas City, who's been terrific so far this season. .93 ERA in 19 and a third innings pitched. I think the regression is going to come at some point for Cameron. I don't think it's going to come in this game, though. Give me Kansas City minus 105. Rockies, Cubs, nothing for me in that one. Blue Jays and Rangers. Tyler Mahle on the mound for the Rangers, who's been fantastic so far this season. I'll take Texas. Yankees and Angels. I like Henry's look of Kikuchi under outs going up against their second left-hander for the second night in a row. I also would look at the Angels, though, at plus 135, maybe another under in that game as well. And then Nats and Marlins in Seattle tonight. Give me the Nats on the run line, plus 1.5 at minus 125. I think that's a good price. Yes, Kirby's on the mound, coming off the injury. Nats don't really strike out very much. Put the ball in play. I think that's a close game. So I'll take the Nats on the run line. All right, let's get to our guy now, Chase Kitty, BetMGM digital content writer. Give Chase a follow on X at Chase A. Kitty. As always, joins us each and every Wednesday here on Send It In. And Chase, we got some tennis to talk about, my friend. French Open is off and running. And we have like a couple more matches that are going to start when this show's over. We have lines already out for tomorrow. So tell me anything that piques your interest. It could be in a match today or some games that we have tomorrow, anything that you like.
Yeah, hey Peach. Really looking at tomorrow at this point. I don't really like the last couple games here. They're about to go off. Last couple matches, I should say. Gabriel Diallo is the name that I'm looking at. He is playing Talon Griekspoor tomorrow. He's plus 130, so right off the bat, nice little value play with the plus number. Talon Griekspoor is more of a hard court player, so getting him on the dirt there at Roland Garros. I like the value that's available with Diallo. I think straight up right now, he's probably the better player. Diallo is a name I have been doing a lot of work on the last, let's say, 24 hours. I'm up to my eyeballs and odds in like 7 different sports right now. Look, this is a really interesting quarter in the draw at the French Open, if I could just draw this out for a second. This is the second quarter where you have Djokovic and you also have Zverev. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the dialogue is, okay, well, it's one of these two guys, right? Djokovic, he's past his prime, but he's still a titan of the game. He's the favorite to win. Zverev played in the final last year. So one of these two guys, right? One of these two guys. I actually like Cerundolo to win this quarter as kind of a dark horse. I think there are signs that Djokovic is not really going to compete at a very high level this tournament. He spent a lot of his gas last week in Geneva at a random tournament that nobody cares about, just so that he could get his 100th career tour title. Zverev took a random wild card in Hamburg last week because he's clearly not in form. He's trying to play himself into something. He lost in the second round to a French player I've never heard of. So there are real reasons to be skeptical about these two guys. And the guy I liked lost in the first round. Who did he lose to? Gabriel Diallo. So this guy's going off at 20-1 to win this quarter. I'm not saying you need to pull the trigger on that right now, but match by match, you maybe take a look at him. I like the Griekspoor matchup. The other two guys aren't playing very well right now. They might get upset. He wouldn't play Zverev, I think, till the fourth round. He wouldn't play Djokovic till the quarterfinals, assuming both those guys make it that far. So that's a lot to throw at you, but this is a name I think we should watch for the next few days because I think there's going to be opportunities both in the near futures market, but also match to match.
I love it. I was going to ask you about that quarter because, I mean, Chase, as you bring up, like Novak's plus 175, Zverev's plus 180, right? But back you see value on another guy, I kind of like it. So keep an eye on that. at the French Open. Chase, before we get into the NBA, we were texting before the show, and you told me you got to play for the College World Series, and you have a college football win total that you love as well. I can't wait to hear it, so tell me what you got in both of those sports.
Yeah, like I said, I'm pulled in 1,000 different directions right now. I'll give you the college football one first. I'm doing a Big 12 podcast in about an hour, so I've been doing a lot of work there. This is not Big 12, but I noticed that Akron in the MAC basically doesn't have a bye week this entire year. They finally in like week 10, like when the calendar flips to November, they have a quote unquote bye week, but really it's one of those situations where they're going to play on a Tuesday night and their entire remaining calendar is going to be played on Tuesday games. So they have a week off where there's like 9 days in between games. It's not a real week off. That's basically a normal week. That's supposed to be a bye. And then they don't play the last week. Their season ends like November 18th. And for all of that, all of the extra stress you're going to get from that, their win total's 4.5. They went 4-8 last year. So you're supposed to improve your record against what is essentially the same level of difficulty in the schedule with no bye week. That seems crazy to me. Under 4.5 at -135 seems like a great value. And it's going to be weeks before anybody digs that out. It's just such a random win total, weirdo schedule fact. As for the College World Series thing, Vanderbilt's the number 1 seed. They have ostensibly the easiest path to the Final 8 in Omaha. They might not even play a power team. They might get Southern Miss in the Super Regional. This is a team that's 10-1 to win right now. They're the 4th SEC team in the College World Series table. That seems insane to me. I looked up the ticket splits. It's like less than 2% of the entire market is on Vanderbilt at BetMGM as of a couple days ago. It's just crazy that they're that valuable as the number 1 seed in the entire tournament. Mind you, this is Vanderbilt that's played in 4 different College World Series finals in the last 10 years, and they won 2 of them. So it's not like you're betting on Utah to win the national championship in college football. This is a program that actually wins national championships, and they're 10-1 as the number 1 seed. It makes no sense.
I love it. That Akron play is spectacular, like you said. I mean, nobody else is digging that up. That's why the people listen to Send It In, because you get that kind of expertise. I also like the Vandy look. Over the NBA, Chase, where we got to get your thoughts on Game 5 tonight. Tell me what you like in Wolves Thunder. Spread total props. What are you on?
Yeah, Oklahoma City's 35-6 at home in the regular season. They're 7-1 at home in home games in the playoffs. They're going to win this game. It's a matter of whether or not you want to lay 7.5 or 8.5 points. I personally don't love laying point spreads like that, but I'm going to split the difference here. I'm going to lay half a unit on the point spread, and then I'm going to take another unit. I'm going to put it on that -375 money line, and then I'm going to combine that money line to shorten up the price with another tennis bet that I like. So Mira Andreeva going off tomorrow morning is a big favorite on the women's side of the French Open. You put those together, and it's about -215. That'll be a full unit play for me.
Very good. And then what about Knicks Pacers tomorrow, Chase? Do you think the Knicks live to see another day, or does Indiana finish them off tomorrow?
I honestly don't know, but last week I was talking about how I liked the Pacers in 5, so I have a pretty strong position on that already. I guess I'll just ride with what I said last week. I'm not taking a position on the game outcome because I already have that exposure financially. I do like a play in the prop market, and this is where sort of the analytics meets coming from a basketball family and playing a lot of hoops myself. Neesmith's ankle injury. This is a guy that had a hurt ankle and missed a lot of games in the regular season, and now he's got a hurt ankle again. Look, maybe you get your shots up, maybe you score some points. Maybe they're sagging off of you a little bit more, and so the assist numbers are or aren't hard to come by. I don't know. I can tell you the thing you're probably not going to want to do as a mid-sized player with a hurt ankle is go up and get a lot of rebounds. So under 4.5 at a plus number, I think, is the best prop play available for tomorrow night's Game 5 in New York.
I like it. Really great stuff from Chase Kiddick. College football, college baseball, NBA, French Open. Man does it all. Give him a follow on X at Chase A. Kiddy, BetMGM digital content writer. Chase, thanks so much, man. We'll talk again next week.
Thanks, Peach.
Yes, sir. All right, guys, let's talk some golf. Got the Memorial coming up tomorrow. Great tournament on the schedule. One of the best non-majors we get on the PGA Tour every single year. Let's bring on our guy, Shawnee Sharp, figure out what we're betting this week at Muirfield Village.
Yeah, Peach, first one I got here for you is the winner without Scotty Scheffler market. Colin Morikawa is at 12-1. Xander Schauffele also at 12-1.
And guys, I would attack this market this week because I really do think Scotty is probably going to win. I would really like Rory if he was playing this week, but the fact he's not in there, I kind of do like Scotty, to be honest with you. So in this market, it's got to be Xander. I'm done trusting Colin in these big tournaments, especially on these difficult golf courses. Xander's the kind of guy that we want. He does everything well in his game. He obviously has some confidence winning a couple majors last year. He's got good course history at this golf course, and he's just the perfect kind of golfer. So if it's between these two, absolutely taking Xander.
All right, how about first round leader tomorrow? Ludwig Aubert is at 28-1 or Shane Lowry at 28-1.
Love Ludwig. He shot a 4-under in the first round last year. Any of these big tournaments, I'm always looking at him for 3 balls, first round leaders. He always starts fast. He always does. Thursday, Friday are usually his best days. And then later in the day, Saturday, Sunday is when he tends to fall off in his tournaments. But on these Thursdays, Fridays, love me some Ludwig, and I like him tomorrow. I think he's good luck first round later.
All right, how about a first round special for Scotty Scheffler or Justin Thomas? Scotty Scheffler to shoot at 69 or lower at even money, or Justin Thomas to shoot at 71 or lower at minus 135.
So it's a par 72, right? So Thomas to shoot 71 or lower, you're looking at 1 under. Scotty 69 or lower, you're looking at 3 under. 4 par 5s on this golf course. They're all reachable. We talk about this every week. Scotty really never gets out to the lead on day one. Like, you never see Scotty on the top of the leaderboard, but he's always like 2 under, 3 under, like always in that top 15, top 10 range. Whereas JT, I mean, good luck trying to figure out what you're going to get. So the fact that he's minus 135, JT is, Scotty's even money at 3 under, I mean, give me Scotty all day for that.
All right, how about a top 5 finish? Corey Connors at plus 450 or Tommy Fleetwood at 4-1.
You know, I think both guys could be interesting this week. Remember, we talked about it yesterday. Accuracy, accuracy, accuracy. Last year, this was the toughest course, greens in regulation, when you're in the rough. You got to keep the ball on the fairway. Connors and Fleetwood both do a great job of that. But I would more so go with Corey this week over Tommy, so I'd look at Corey plus 450.
All right, 2 quick ones here for you, Peach. Both placement bets. Top 10 finish. Jordan Spieth at 3-1 or Aaron Rai at plus 333.
Moist Cupcakes, I'm looking at you with this one, big guy. We're not going back to the Jordan Spieth well, okay? No more. Can't do it. We're done. All right, I'm off Spieth. No more with him. Aaron Rai, we'll rock with Rai. I like Rai a lot this week. Number 1 on the PGA Tour in fairway percentage. He's accurate off the tee. That's what I'm looking for this week. Can't do with Spieth anymore, fellas. We've tried the last couple weeks. It hasn't worked out. I don't want any part of him at this tough golf course, so give me Aaron Rai.
All right, last one here for a top 20 finish. Former winner at the Memorial, Victor Hovland, is at even money for top 20, or where he be now, Tony Finau at plus 120.
So Hovland's very popular this week, and rightfully so. It looks like Vic has turned the corner. His game should be very suitable for Jack's place. But so should Tony, who's had some good finishes here, had some good moments. He was the leader heading into the weekend a couple years ago, and he just played well at Quail Hollow, a difficult golf course. This is going to be another tough test. I like Tony, top 20 this week at plus 120. All right, folks, let's get into some of our best bets for today and our golf card as well. We'll start going streaking. Manny Machado, like I told you guys earlier, 6 for 9 in his career against Sandy Alcantara. Take his total over bases, home run props. He's our guy in going streaking. Anthony Edwards, over 5.5 assists. He's had 6 assists in each of his last 3 games. We'll take the over there. And my best bet is going to be Xander Schauffele, top 10 at plus 150 at the Memorial. I also like the Timberwolves as my dog of the day, plus 8.5. Talked about that earlier in the show. But I like Xander top 10 this week at the Memorial. Shoddy Sharp, let's show him the card. This week out at Muirfield Village, Xander and Aaron Rai, the 2 guys that I'm looking at. Again, I probably would bet into the without Scotty Scheffler market, though, but those are the 2 guys I like to win. Xander, Corey Connors, Aaron Rai, all top 10 finishes. I think those guys are going to be in contention. And then Tony Finau, and how about Denny McCarthy, who has 2 top 5 finishes 2 of the last 3 years at this golf course. We'll take Denny, plus 125 to finish in the top 20 as well. Once again, our best bets for the day. Machado is our play in going streaking. Anthony Edwards, over 5.5 assists, is going to be our prop block. Minnesota, plus 8.5, dog of the day. Maybe take a little money line as well. And then Xander Schauffele. If you're looking for my favorite play at Memorial this week, it's the X-Man top 10 at plus 150. Great show today. Thanks again to Henry Ettinger, Chase Kitty for joining us. Awesome stuff. Make sure you guys check out the podcast. If you miss anything, we went over a whole bunch today. We'll see you tomorrow where Kenny Ducey joins us.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Ready. It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM Network.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM Network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can also make sure to watch us on YouTube TV, Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And from 6 to 7 Eastern, head on over to the NBC Sports Now channel, available on Peacock. That's right, it's a Peacock Power Hour each and every weekday here on YBYB. And as always, if you want to listen to us live, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And hit us up throughout these 4 hours on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram at Femi_Abebefe. Although it's been a couple days since I've been on Instagram. Like, this is my problem with Instagram, because I'm not like a big photos person. I always like more of like Twitter. Like, I like information. I like to kind of see what people are talking about. Like, I restarted this Instagram, New Year's resolution, and now here I am. We've made it to May, and I'm barely even logging into the damn thing. But I promise I will be active on Instagram once again in the IG streets at Femi_Abebefe. You can find the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and you can find the entire network on Twitter at BetMGM Network. You like our show, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. We got the whole crew hanging with us here on this Wednesday hump day. Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Hahn, Nick Costos. He joins us at the top of the next hour with his thoughts on the New York Knicks losing Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Oh boy, oh boy. The New York Knicks facing elimination tomorrow night at MSG. Indiana Pacers 1 win away from winning the East. We'll get Nick's thoughts. I'm sure very, very inspired and very, very charged up opinions from Nick Costos coming up in about 60 minutes. And as always, if you miss anything across these 4 hours, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. And while you're there, you might as well go ahead and subscribe, rate, and review. We greatly appreciate how much you guys love the Wagertainment. We have 3 awesome guests who will be joining us throughout the show today, starting at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Host of Sirius XM PGA Tour, Jason Sobel, returns to You Better You Bet, a brand ambassador for BetMGM. He's going to give us his best bets for the Memorial Jacks Tournament, which tees off tomorrow at Muirfield Village. Really, really fun event. Some say the 5th major on the calendar. A fun event, signature event, although we're not getting Rory McIlroy. We'll ask Jason Sobel about that one. Scotty Scheffler, a big favorite to win Jacks Tournament this weekend. Then at 5:20 Eastern Time, host of the New York podcast on The Ringer, John Jastrzemski, returns to You Better You Bet. You can catch him on The Ringer Wise Guys. Also see him on SNY in the New York area. We'll get JJ's thoughts on the Knicks being down 3-1. And if they can come back and make this a series and perhaps even win the series. If you believe the Knicks can win the series, there's a lot of money to be made. We'll talk to JJ about the New York Knicks and all things New York coming up at 5:20 Eastern. And then during the NBC Sports Now Power Hour, Ken Rosenthal of Foul Territory, MLB on Fox sideline reporter, The Athletic, the great Ken Rosenthal returns to You Better You Bet and will join us during that NBC Sports Now Power Hour at 6:20 Eastern Time. We'll get his thoughts on the state of Major League Baseball post Memorial Day weekend. So a lot to get to throughout the show here on this Wednesday. And we also want to know from you guys as well. Join in on the conversation. Because we want to know, just because the Pittsburgh Steelers have been in the news, and we'll get to the Steelers coming up here in about 20 minutes, and Terry Bradshaw's comments about their pursuit, or I guess unwillingness to do anything but wait for Aaron Rodgers. But the Steelers, with Aaron Rodgers hanging in the balance, we wanted to know from everyone, how many more games do the Steelers win with Aaron Rodgers over Mason Rudolph? Do you think it's less? Do you think it's about 0-1 games, 2-3 games, 4+ games? Let us know. You can just tweet us. Sorry, you don't need to tweet us. You can just go to at You Better You Bet on Twitter. The Twitter poll will be out there. So go ahead and let us know what you think. We'll reveal the results of the poll later on during the program. But how many more games do the Steelers win with Aaron Rodgers over Mason Rudolph, who right now, if they had to play a game today, Mason Rudolph would be their starting quarterback, which I know he's been the starting quarterback in the past. He even started a playoff game, for Christ's sake. But Mason Rudolph, I don't think that's the Steelers quarterback that they want. We'll see if it's Aaron Rodgers coming up later on at some point throughout this offseason. All right, let's go ahead and get into last night's betting recap before we talk all things Eastern Conference Finals. And we'll start in the NBA real quick, briefly here. A great night in the NBA, just exactly how we drew it up. Pacers and the over. Absolutely love that. The over was like a no sweat rocking chair winner. Though, like that first quarter when it's like what 40 something to 30. What was the 43-35 in the first quarter? I was like, oh man, we won. Like barring some crazy like slow pace, we won this bad boy. The over, that was nice to get that one home. Which interestingly enough, like the market liked the under. I think it closed 219, some spots even 218 and a half. I didn't understand why people were betting the under, but bet the over. Boom, that cash. Pacers laying the 2.5. Boom, that cash. On the ice, my damn bugaboo, the Edmonton Oilers. The Edmonton Oilers beat the Dallas Stars at Dallas plus 140. The game closes like plus 125. So it got the quote-unquote closing line value that meant absolutely bumpkiss in this game. Edmonton able to beat Dallas and take a 3-1 series lead. Many thoughts on that series coming up in the next segment here on You Better You Bet. On the diamond, Major League Baseball, really, really good. First 5, Cardinals, Orioles, over. Bang, that wins. Phillies in the first 5. Bang, that wins. Shout out to Ranger Suarez getting out of that bases loaded jam at the top of the 5th. Reds, Royals, the over in the first 5. That just pushed. We landed on 4, but that's why we liked 4 instead of 4.5. Bobby Witt Jr. did not homer as he continues to not hit the ball that very well over there in Kansas City. And then finally in the nightcap, Pirates, Diamondbacks, first 5 over 4.5. Bang, that wins as well. So a fun night of betting last night. Let's go ahead and run it back tonight in the world of sports. But let's talk about the Pacers and the Knicks because boy, oh boy, what a game last night. Pacers win 130-121. Tyrese Halliburton. Like Tyrese Halliburton, an all-time performance last night, announcing himself as a dude. Tyrese Halliburton, first player in NBA history with 30 points, 10 rebounds, 15 assists, and 0 turnovers. 0 goose egg, no turnovers from Tyrese Halliburton. A 30-10-15 game. I think, best individual performance of the playoffs from any player this year. Like, was so good this run, and for have that performance, biggest game of his career, biggest game for the Indiana Pacers in like 25 years, damn near. Like an awesome, awesome performance by Tyrese Halliburton, who I said before the series started. I don't mean this is kind of pat myself on the back. It's more so to drive the point home. I said it. Tyrese Halliburton, before the series started, is the best player in this series. I don't care about Brunson Burner, clutch player of the year. He's awesome, great, cool. But what we've seen from Tyrese Halliburton, a playoff riser, because this is not just a fluke situation. Last year, they made the Eastern Conference Finals as well. This year, they're right back in there. Now they're 1 win away from the NBA Finals. This dude is exactly what you want, and he is making me look damn smart, which is, I love that. I love that. You come on here, you say something, you want to look smart, and Halliburton's doing the work, baby. I just had to take. He's doing the work. But Tyrese Halliburton, without a doubt, best player in this series. And in fact, like, I think Tyrese Halliburton, the way he's played in this postseason and the way he played last night in particular, like, this was a top 10 player in the NBA. Like all that overrated stuff, which we'll get into as well. Like, this dude is a top 10 player in the NBA. And I was actually doing the exercise this morning when I was thinking about Tyrese Halliburton and his standing amongst other NBA stars. And like, yeah, like you can do the list. It's pretty easy. Like Jokic, Giannis, SGA, Luka. I think that's like your consensus, like top 4, top 5. Like everyone has those guys in there. Steph Curry, I still think's up there. Like like LeBron, the way LeBron plays, he's probably still up there in the top 10. Tatum, Anthony Edwards. I have Victor Wembanyama. I know Wemby hasn't made the playoffs yet, but damn it, I have eyeballs. I watch him play. There's not 10 guys better than him in the league. And then finally rounding it out, I think it's Tyrese Halliburton. Like, he's better than Brunson. He's better than Donovan Mitchell, who we saw him beat last round in the Eastern Conference semifinals. He is the perfect offensive point guard. 6'5", table setter for the entire offense. Has great vision, incredible passing ability. Can get to the cup whenever he wants and blow by defenders. Can shoot the ball if you sag off. Like, offensively, there's no holes in Tyrese Halliburton's game, and the entire display was out there for the country to see last night. 30, 10, 15, no turnovers. Like, we cannot stress enough how great of a basketball game that is, how great a performance that is by Tyrese Halliburton. And the irony of this whole thing is that this is coming off the heels of that athletic poll of anonymous NBA players, his own peers, who said Tyrese Halliburton, most overrated player in the NBA. Well, how about this? Tyrese Halliburton in the Eastern Conference playoffs this year has been just taking dudes' lunch. He's been taking their lunch. He said, give me that. You over there, give me that. Giannis Antetokounmpo, 5 games. See you later. Donovan Mitchell, first-team All-NBA, just like Giannis, 5 games. See you later. Jalen Brunson, second-team All-NBA, on the ropes, probably going to be 5 games. See you later. Like, this is the domino special from Tyrese Halliburton, the 5-5-5 deal. Like, that's what this dude is doing. It's so damn impressive that he was somebody that people overlooked. The Pacers don't get a lot of national TV games. I think they probably had 2 or 3. I can't remember off the top of my head how many national TV games the Indiana Pacers had prior to the playoffs. Nobody ever puts the Pacers on, even though they have one of the most exciting young players in the NBA. Like, this dude has really, really performed and risen to the occasion, which is why it's so exciting as a bettor and as a basketball fan to watch this happening in real time. And to watch it happening in real time, like I said before the series started, and I've said throughout these 4 games, I just think the Indiana Pacers are the better team. Like, you have the undisputed best player. You have the better coach. All the Knicks have in this series is home court advantage, which is nothing because the Knicks, all they do is lose at home court in the playoffs this year. Like, they lost to the Pistons on their home floor. They lost to the Celtics on their home floor. They've lost twice to the Pacers on their home floor. Hey, MSG, all this Mecca stuff and all that talk. Like, ain't nobody scared to go into the Garden. Like, apparently you can go to the Garden, skip around, and take a lap to Central Park and just leave with your victory. That's what everyone's been doing during the playoffs so far this year. And for the Indiana Pacers, like, on paper, you look at the players, the Knicks, yeah, they have the stars. They have the star players, Towns, Brunson, Anunoby, Bridges. They have the high-priced talent, and et cetera. But the whole is greater than the sum of its parts for the Indiana Pacers. Like, it's perfect synergy in a watered-down Eastern Conference. If we're being honest about the situation that has catapulted Indiana to this spot. Like, that is how they've gotten here. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts because Pascal Siakam, in addition to Tyrese Halliburton, Siakam is giving you big-time games, 30 points once again last night, the perfect second banana on a team that can compete for an NBA title. Aaron Nesmith, like, what more can we say about Aaron Nesmith, who 24 hours ago, I'm thinking, wow, is he going to play tonight? Like, do we know if Nesmith's going to play? Like, he's a big-time defensive guy to at least slow down Jalen Brunson. Not only does he play, he puts in a gutty performance, 16 points, plus-minus in the box score, a game-high plus 20. Like, they destroyed the Knicks in the Nesmith minutes. And one of the reasons why they did this, and shout out to Nate Duncan over on Twitter, an NBA analyst who breaks down the league and from a cat perspective, but also from a film perspective, when Aaron Nesmith was guarding Jalen Brunson, listen to this. When Nesmith was guarding Brunson, 30 minutes, Nesmith was on Jalen Brunson. Brunson 3 of 13 from the field, 10 points. Like, you look at the box score, Jalen Brunson ended that game with 31 points. So it's like, oh, Jalen Brunson had a really good performance. With Nesmith on him, Nesmith says, I'm shutting your water off. I'm picking you up 94 feet. I'm going to make you work. Why has Jalen Brunson been inefficient? Why has Jalen Brunson not been the guy that we've seen? It's because of Aaron Nesmith. Like, this dude is making him work. And Brunson, a smaller guy, a miniature guy, like, he's getting worn down. Like, that's what's happening in this series, and it's killing the New York Knicks, especially on the defensive end of the floor. And that's why Indiana right now, of course, you look at the 3-1 series lead, is in the driver's seat. Like, they are in the driver's seat. I'm not going to say it's a 100% lock that they win it. They're in the driver's seat because the Pacers, as great as they've been playing, can get a little bit loose with the basketball. We saw that happen last night, even in their good spots. Like, they were getting a little bit loose with the ball. And, if you want to take a step back, like, in theory, the Knicks are favored in Game 5. The Knicks are a 5-point favorite. That is an objective. That's a fact. They are favored in Game 5. Betting market thinks that they might actually extend this thing to 6. And the games in Indiana, Games 3 and Games 4, those betting markets, coin flip betting markets. So would it be like an absolute stunner if we somehow got a Game 7? No. In theory, there's a chance we at least get a Game 6, if not a Game 7. However, with all that said, the Knicks can't get stops. Like Jalen Brunson, Karl-Anthony Towns, those guys cannot be playing big minutes in a playoff series and expect to have a good defense. It's not happening. Towns was trying to gut out the knee issue that he had going on, which we'll talk about coming up after the other side of the break. But on defense, Towns is cooked food. Jalen Brunson, he's cooked food on defense. This is why Indiana's getting whatever they want. They lost Game 3 because they only made 5 3-pointers. They shot the ball better last night. They got the good looks. They won the game, just like how they won games 1 and 2, and just like how they're going to win Game 5 in New York and close that bad boy out at MSG. The Indiana Pacers are here, ready or not, Halliburton is the dude that's taking him to the NBA Finals. We're just getting started here on You Better You Bet. On the other side, we'll talk more about Karl Anthony Towns' status and also Shohei Ohtani. Is he going to win the MVP? We'll answer that question next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I don't even have to worry about who's starting for the Padres. If you're curious, it's Kyle Hart. But these numbers are pretty damning. Alcantara has given up 25 runs in his last 23 2/3 innings pitched. That is a span of 5 starts. The Marlins have lost 7 straight games when Alcantara takes the mound. By the way, they've lost each of those games by at least 2 runs. So we're talking about the run line here. On the road, Alcantara is even worse. 0-4, a 12.64 ERA. Opponents are batting .348 against him. Even going back last year against the Padres, Alcantara 0-2 with a 5.54 ERA. Let's go Padres in the run line at +130. And one more for you. All right, now I'm going to lay a little juice here. Let's go Reds at Royals. I'm going to play it up from 7.5 to 8 and lay the juice at -127 here. So you got Hunter Green going for Cincinnati, who has been exceptional this season, allowed 2 runs or less in each of his last 3 appearances. Most importantly, Royals are mediocre at best at the plate. Like they're around 15, 16 in Major League Baseball when it comes to average, but they just don't hit for a lot of power. 24th in slugging, 26th in OPS. Who is going for these Kansas City Royals? The young kid, the young up-and-comer, Noah Cameron. I did not know much about him, but he got called up 3 starts ago. And look, at some point he'll take his lumps, but he has been legit thus far. 2 earned runs total across 3 starts. He's gone fairly deep into games as well, at least for these young guys being called up. Gone at least 6 innings each and every time. Also, the Royals, as we know, much like the Rangers, definitely an under team. Royals are the 3rd best team to the under in baseball. They hit the under more than 60% of the time. We're going under 8 at -127.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, hanging out with you guys on the BetMGM Network. Of course, we are presented by BetMGM. Femi and Bebefe here on a Wednesday. Hope everyone's week is off to a great start. Last week coming back from the Memorial Day weekend, shaking off the cobwebs. We're ready to roll, especially off of last night's game between the Knicks and the Pacers. Speaking of which, 40 minutes from now, we'll hear from Nick Costos, our resident New York Knicks fan. Gauge his temperature. How's he feeling? The night after, does he have a little bit of optimism waking up, or is he looking to bury his team after last night's Game 4 loss? Pacers now with a 3-1 series lead. We'll hear from Nick coming up in about 40 minutes from now. 20 minutes from now, our baseball aficionado, Jay Kassan, will join us with his thoughts on the college baseball tournament. NCAA tournament begins on Friday. We got the regionals kicking off across the country. Some bets from Jay Kassan, all things NCAA tournament college baseball coming at you here in about 20 minutes. But joining me now, like he does each and every weekday at 3:20 Eastern time, it's our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman, who right now currently, I guess, has some home projects going on. We can't hear any of the stuff that Bill is talking about, but what are they doing? They're cutting bricks? Like, what's going on there? Now I sound like they're actually literal bricks, not stuff that, like, other stuff. Like what's happening at your place?
No, they're not cutting those bricks, Femi.
Exactly.
That's not a
had to clarify. We had to clarify, man. I'm like, you never know who's listening. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, hopefully not the feds after that one. All right. So I live out in the burbs here, so single family home, and our walkway in the front yard has kind of been falling apart. It's like part of the step is caving in and all. It's something that needed to be done for years. So we're giving the front of the house a facelift. So there's a lot of chainsaws and things going on right now to cut the bricks and make sure everything fits in the right spot here. So it's obnoxious in my ears, but as long as it's not obnoxious in the real one's ears, then we're good to go.
I think I heard a little buzzing going on. So I don't think it's obnoxious, but it is funny as you're talking. It's like you hear like a little zzz. So, hey, that's what's going on at the Zimmerman household, all right? Like, we all got things going on. We all work from home. Sometimes, life interrupts a little bit, but we will work through it and work through these top headlines. Bill, what's the number one thing that we need to know this afternoon?
Well, Femi, you were talking about it in the last segment here. The Knicks and the Pacers series has actually been just completely compelling here, but the Knicks now have their backs against the wall with the Pacers up 3-1 after last night's win. Knicks are going to have to win 3 straight to reach the NBA Finals, but to do it, Karl Anthony Towns may not be 100%. Now, Towns banged his knee with Aaron Nesmith late in the game. We all saw him go down. He was clearly in pain. He did finish the game, but he was also clearly not 100%. He's going to be reevaluated before Game 5, Femi, and while nobody is expecting him to miss the game, it will be curious to see how much he's hampered by it.
Yeah, this is one that obviously is like worst case scenario for the New York Knicks. Like you're now facing elimination, and here's one of your top 2 players clearly compromised. Now let's see what the 48 hours does to help him in recovering and help in the rehab. But like the way Reggie Miller brought it up on the broadcast, and I thought it was a really astute point. Like Towns is bending over. Like once the game was pretty much out of hand at that point, it was clear the Pacers were going to win. But like Towns is like grabbing onto that knee, just looked like he was grimacing the entire back half of the fourth quarter. If he's not 100%. Like, man, he's still going to play those big minutes because we know how Tibbs coaches. Like Towns at 75%, Towns at 100%, 80%. Guess what, buddy? Here's 38 of the minutes. Go out there and get this thing done. Like, and if that's the case, boy, if you think the defense is bad now, like, wait to see what happens when he's out there on a bum knee. The fouls that he accumulates, because like that's one of the things. As great as he is as an offensive player, defensively, he's a liability. And defensively, this man is dying to foul people all the time. That's why he always finds himself in like these like weird foul trouble situations, even though he's not asked to defend the best players on the opposing team. Like he just reaches. He's not a disciplined defender. That's just the facts of the matter. And then you still have Jalen Brunson out there to where, like, I get it. There's a desperation angle to this thing, and that's what the betting market's doing right now, where it's 5 across the board. The Knicks are favored at home, and this is similar to what it was in games 1. I mean, shoot, game 2, I think the Knicks they closed like 6-point favorites in that game. That was really a desperation spot. So I'm curious to see if this continues to go up more once we get clarity on Towns, or maybe the clarity is on the negative side, and maybe the Pacers get bet to where Towns is like, yes, he's going to play, but might be on a minutes restriction, which probably would never happen. But it's like clearly he's going to be compromised. Like, this market doesn't feel like we're settled. This, to me, feels like we're going one way or the other based on what happens with Towns over the next 24 hours. But for me, regardless what happens, I think Indiana's going to close them out. I really do. I think the Pacers are just the better team. They have the answers. Rick Carlisle's the better coach. And like I said in the first segment, they're getting whatever they want offensively. The one game that they lost, they made 5 3-pointers. Unless you think that's going to happen, I don't see how the Knicks somehow can come back and overcome this 3-1 deficit or even win Game 5 for that matter. I think Indiana, as they've shown and proven throughout these Eastern Conference playoffs, are the best team in the East currently right now. The Celtics probably the better team overall over the course of a season, but we saw how that flamed out for Boston. Right now, it's Indiana, and they're going to go to the NBA Finals. Bill, hit me with the next one.
All right, baby, let's talk a little Stanley Cup playoffs because the conference finals here may not have a lot of drama. We've talked about how the Panthers are cruising in the East. Last night, the Oilers beat the Stars 4-1. That gives them a 3-1 lead in their best of 7. So looking like the Oilers are going to be headed back to the Cup final. But one interesting note here, though, Femi. Oiler left winger Zach Hyman did injure his arm, left the game, will have surgery, and will most likely miss the rest of the playoffs.
Yeah, that's a bummer for the Edmonton Oilers. Like, when you look ahead to the Stanley Cup final, probably against the Florida Panthers in a rematch of what we saw last year. Like, if Hyman's not going to be playing, which we know he's not going to be, I don't see how I'm not going to like Edmonton. But I haven't liked Edmonton in any series. So maybe for an Edmonton fan, you're like, yes, he doesn't like us again, because apparently I just can't get it right with this team. Like, kudos to the Edmonton Oilers, what they did last night. And what's really surprising to me, most likely, is that, we're seeing this being done on the power play. And of course, McDavid, Draisaitl, those dudes are lethal. But Dallas has been one of the best penalty-killing teams in the NHL all season long. It hasn't mattered. 2 goals last night on the power play from the Edmonton Oilers. That was their goal in the first period when Leon Draisaitl sniped one from the right side. This team is getting it done. Their depth is really shining as well, which I underestimated because they'd kind of been limping around the season in the regular season where McDavid was hurt, then Draisaitl was hurt, and there was just so much going on. Edmonton has really shown well in their depth. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, once again, a couple of points last night. This team has been really good, and on top of it, the headliner, and I've been remiss to not mention this player already in the show, Stuart Skinner, that dude's standing on his head. Stuart Skinner, the guy who's Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. The guy that one day he looks like he's Dominic Hasek, the next day he looks like some just jabroni goalie that you see in an AHL league or something like that. Skinner has been a rock star for this Edmonton Oilers team, and if he's going to be a rock star and McDavid and Draisaitl, they're going to be cooking like how they are, boy, it's a dangerous, dangerous team that only a team that are absolute killers like the Florida Panthers can contend with. So I think the Stanley Cup final, the conference finals have not been exciting, but the Stanley Cup final has a chance to be a banger similar to what we saw last year when Florida won in 7. I think we might be signing up for something like that to where Edmonton going for their revenge and Florida trying to defend their title. It's going to be an awesome Stanley Cup final. But unfortunately for me, as somebody who was invested in the Dallas Stars, hey, this is where the end of the road is. And that's what happens sometimes in hockey, and we'll see what happens in the next round. But I'm going to probably like Florida, especially with this Zach Hyman injury. Now the latest bit of news that we've gotten here in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Well, Femi, Terry Bradshaw's Pittsburgh Steelers resume, stands on its own. Won 4 Super Bowls. He's in the Hall of Fame. So when Terry speaks about his Steelers fans like to listen. And he did a radio interview with The Buzz in Arkansas, and he didn't have many positives to say about the Steelers' interest in Aaron Rodgers. Listen up.
That's a joke. He shouldn't. That is just, to me, is a joke. What are you going to do? Bring him in for 1 year? Are you kidding me? I mean,
that's not the Steelers' way, right?
No, man, that guy needs to stay in California and go, somewhere and chew on bark and whisper to the gods out there.
100%. These guys on the show, Mr. Bradshaw, know I'm not a fan of his. We've been around each other personally, and he was not a kind person.
Now, he does not. I had to go over and introduce myself to him. He's not. I had to go, hey, Aaron, I'm Terry Bradshaw. I know he knows me, but I just felt like I better tell him who I am. Yeah. And not, you walk in there and you get in his presence and you feel like it's going to start snowing.
So not a lot of positives there, Femi. It doesn't sound like Bradshaw and Rodgers are going out to beers anytime soon.
I mean, that's a full takedown. Like, that is a full takedown of Aaron Rodgers. It's like, oh, this is a joke. They should not be pursuing this guy. Also, he's not a nice person. Like Jesus. I guess we all have our opinions, and we're free to share those opinions, but my goodness. And is he wrong? I mean, I don't know. It's his own opinion. I just disagree with the opinion of, hey, like, we don't need to be pursuing Aaron Rodgers. The hell you do? Like Mason Rudolph is your quarterback? Like, you need Aaron Rodgers to be behind center for the Pittsburgh Steelers in 2025. Is that the thing that I would have done when the offseason first started in January? No. Like, I would have tried to find some way to get a reasonable quarterback, a viable quarterback, and a path forward. But given where we are right now in the NFL offseason timeline, given the fact that it's May 28th, this is what it is, man. Like, there's no other option. I guess you could say you want to do Kirk Cousins, who last time we saw Kirk Cousins could barely move around and could probably throw the ball like lollipops like 30 yards down the field. Like, that's what you want to do? No, I'd rather have Aaron Rodgers than Kirk Cousins right now. I would. And I think Rodgers, with Mike Tomlin and that Steelers culture, can still make the playoffs. Would I predict it? No, but from a betting standpoint, I might bet it. I definitely like their win total over if they sign Aaron Rodgers. So, like, emotional stuff aside, like, I'm not a Rodgers fan. Like, I'm a Dallas Cowboys fan. This dude took me out of the playoffs 2 years. Like, I'm not a fan. I don't root for Aaron Rodgers. But, like, let's be objective about this situation. He is the best quarterback the Steelers can get in 2025. And if that's the case, the most important position, I don't care if he's chewing bark, eating clay, doing ayahuasca. Damn it, he's our week 1 starter, and we need to get his ass into camp so he can start to learn the rest of his teammates. So Rodgers needs to be there sooner rather than later. Put the personal stuff aside, Terry. Knock it off. We all have our jokes, but you really do need Aaron Rodgers more than you want to admit. Bill, hit me with the next one.
All right, Femi, let's do a little baseball here. Shohei Ohtani continues to punish baseballs. Hit his 20th home run in just 55 games. That is the third Dodger to ever do it. He joins Gil Hodges, who did it in 1951, and Cody Bellinger, who did it in 2019. So, Femi, it doesn't feel like the MVP is going to have too much juice in either league.
Yeah, 2019 when Bellinger did it, what did he do? He won the MVP. Like, it's just, like, this is what it's become with Shohei Ohtani. I was watching the Dodger game earlier this afternoon. Luckily, he didn't homer today. No homer from Shohei. Maybe he's getting into a cold stretch. All jokes aside, I mean, this dude is ridiculous. It's insane what he's doing. The pitching is probably not going to come until like August, I would guess. But if he has another month that's like what he had in May, it might not matter. Like, I don't think it's a runaway completely just yet. But if he continues to do this next month in June, it will not matter. Like, I don't think anybody else can chase him. Like, right now, I think a couple guys are still kind of within shouting distance and are still flirting with, okay, like, if Ohtani cools off, the pitching stuff gets delayed, the voters start to think, hey, do we really want to give it to this guy again? He's not going to steal the 50 bases again. Like, I still contest that his teammate Freddie Freeman has a chance. Freddie Freeman, by the way, today 2 for 4, also batted in Mookie Betts, going nice little RBI there. Like, so Freeman's in contention. I think Kyle Tucker is still within shouting distance as well for the Chicago Cubs. Like, think about what Kyle Tucker's been able to do, the story of the Cubs. I know there's some Pete Crow Armstrong stuff out there. No, I don't really buy it. Like, he's a really good player, an awesome center fielder, fast as all get out. I don't buy it. Like, Kyle Tucker, I think, is the guy for the Chicago Cubs. And if he continues to hit the ball well, and we've seen it from Tucker. Like, last year before his injury, he was in the American League MVP conversation before Judge kind of took off like a rocket in the summer. So Freeman, Kyle Tucker, if you can find like 20-1, I still think those are bets, even though right now Ohtani is swinging the hottest bat in baseball outside of Aaron Judge. It's very scary to bet against him, but I do think that if he were to cool off, other guys can enter the conversation, and when that happens, maybe the voters go elsewhere versus of rewarding Ohtani once again with another MVP. Bill, hit me with another story.
All right, Femi. Bryce Harper exited the Phillies game last night after being hit in the elbow by a Spencer Strider fastball. They did do x-rays last night. They were negative. He was set to be reevaluated before today's game, but that game was postponed. So we'll have to find out about Bryce Harper a little later this week.
Yeah, I was kind of looking to bet the Phillies in a little fallen hero spot tonight. You know, like, hey, Bryce Harper's out. Maybe we bet the Phillies against the Atlanta Braves. Which, I mean, obviously, it's Wheeler's on the mound, so you're going to have to pay a pretty penny for that one. But now since been postponed for later on tonight. But let's monitor this thing because, like, Bryce Harper's really started to come on late over the last few weeks here. Got to a little bit of a slow start, as he sometimes does, but it really started to hit the ball pretty well for the team that, right now, for my money, best team in the National League. Like, a team that looks like a World Series winning team. Now, It looked like that last year, and they lost to the Mets in the NLDS. But like this Phillies team with their pitching staff and what Harper and that lineup can do, potentially a really special season for the Phillies. So hopefully this isn't a long-term injury for Harper, because this team will be heard from in October if all goes well throughout the rest of this summer. Those are your headlines here on a Wednesday on You Better You Bet. On the other side, we'll get into the marquee games tonight. We have two of them in the NBA and the NHL. T-Wolves Thunder, OKC trying to punch their ticket to the NBA Finals. Panthers Hurricanes, as Florida looking to win the East for a third consecutive year. Also, who should you bet on in the college baseball tournament? Jay Kassan, our baseball aficionado, will answer that question coming up on the other side as we wrap up the 3 o'clock hour here on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
There were three teams. I was sitting with a bunch of guys that know college football really well, and they're plugged in. There are three teams that were discussed. Illinois is one of them. The second team was Miami. Apparently, this is the best team Mario's ever had. And while we don't like Carson Beck, supposedly Carson Beck in this offense he's just going to be throwing to wide open guys all the time. Like, you might see the Carson Beck from 2 years ago, not the Carson Beck from last year. I mean, look what Cam Ward did in this offense. It's the air raid, but they can also run the ball. So Carson Beck's not going to get touched next year. And they've got some NFL guys on the offensive line. So I wasn't as high on Miami, but then I talked to a couple guys, and they're like, no, that team is legit. The other team of the three, so Illinois is one, high on Illinois, high on Miami, and I had a guy I really respect tell me Clemson's national title good. So, we discuss a lot, Ohio State, Oregon, Texas. It may be time to put Clemson back into that conversation, especially if they get the quarterback play from Cade Klubnik. But Dabo's got NFL receivers again. Dabo's got 2 NFL defensive linemen that are going to go in the first round. He might have 5 first-round picks this year at Clemson. Clemson is going to be back.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi and Bebefe hanging out with you guys on this Wednesday. 20 minutes from now, I'll be joined by Nick Costos with all of his thoughts on his New York Knicks falling to the Indiana Pacers in Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Knicks now facing elimination. Can they get out of this hole? We'll ask Nick coming up in about 20 minutes. He'll let us know his thoughts on where his team stands in the Eastern Conference Finals. We also want to know from you guys on social media. On Twitter, we put up a poll about an hour ago, and it's asking a simple question. With Aaron Rodgers and Terry Bradshaw's recent comments about him, how many more games do the Steelers win with Aaron Rodgers over Mason Rudolph? Do they win less games? Do they win 0-1 more games, or 2-3 more games, 4+ games? Let us know by weighing in on the poll, and we'll reveal the results of that poll later on during the program. But coming up shortly here with us, we're going to go into the college baseball tournament getting underway on Friday. It's a great day for betting. Great day to watch a bunch of baseball during the daytime. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. Jake Hassan, our baseball aficionado, will be joining us here shortly to break that down and give out some best bets across the regions that we will have coming up here later on this weekend. But let's get into tonight's marquee games in the world of sports. And a little bit of a lighter baseball card. So we honestly only have like 2 marquee games tonight. And it's the 2 playoff games that we have in the conference finals, both of them at 3-1. Starting in the NBA with the Minnesota Timberwolves visiting the Oklahoma City Thunder. Game 5, OKC with a 3-1 series lead, looking to make the NBA Finals for the first time since 2012. Right now at BetMGM, the Thunder 8.5-point favorites in the market, total 220.5. As for what everyone else is betting, interesting to note here, 64% of the bets and 66% of the handle is on the Minnesota Timberwolves getting the 8.5. That's interesting there, because you'd have thought that maybe people felt, okay, now they're down 3-1, they have to go on the road. Great chance for OKC to just kind of close this thing out. Maybe they even win in blowout fashion. But the people are betting the Minnesota Timberwolves with the tickets and the money. It is Minnesota getting the 8.5. There's actually some 8s in the market as well. So might not just be all recreational money that's backing the T-Wolves in tonight's game. In terms of the total, 86% of the bets and 95% of the handle is on over 220.5. 77% of the bets and 61% of the handle is on the T-Wolves on the money line at plus 275. For the most popular player props, 5th most popular, Isaiah Hartenstein, under 16.5 with his PRA. That's points, rebounds, and assists. That's minus 155. 4th most popular, Rudy Gobert, under 7.5 points, minus 125. 3rd most popular, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, over 9.5 points. Sometimes people bet what they just last saw, and Nickeil Alexander-Walker was awesome in Game 4. 2nd most popular, Alex Caruso, under 14.5 with his PRA, the points, rebounds, assist. That pays out minus 118. And then the most popular prop for Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals, Isaiah Hartenstein, under 6.5 points. An interesting bet there to be the most popular one. I guess the people do not believe in the Hartenstein floater inside the paint as they're betting him under 6.5. For me, this is honestly OKC or pass. And I haven't decided what I want to do with this game quite yet. There are some 8s out there, like I mentioned. If we see more Minnesota money come into the market, I will lay the number with OKC. I think it's just, I honestly, like 8, I might do it. And 8 or better, I'm betting the Thunder. I just decided now here on the spot. That's going to be my play. Like, I'm just going to do it. I want something to sweat during this game. I think they win it. So if I think the team's going to win it, and especially in the NBA with the 3-point variance, I'm going to bet that team laying the numbers. So 8 or better, bet the Thunder for tonight's game. I think the Thunder advance to the NBA Finals. On the ice, we have Game 5 between the Panthers and the Hurricanes, Florida with a 3-1 series lead. Carolina, a home dog, plus 105 over at BetMGM. Florida, minus 125. That total sitting at 5.5. 67% of the bets and 59% of the handles on the Panthers on the money line, minus 125. 53% of bets and 54% of the handle is on over 5.5 at plus 105. So the over actually has some plus money tied to that one. Florida's been really, really good, but I mean, with these two teams, it's hard to bet an over. I get it. Like, sometimes you get goals, but man, I don't know. Carolina, they can just no-show the game, to be quite honest. 84% of the bets and 67% of the handle is on the Panthers on the puck line. laying that 1.5 plus 200. In terms of the popular player props, they're all goal scorer props. Fifth most popular, Sasha Barkov, plus 210. Fourth most popular, Seth Jarvis, plus 210. Third most popular, Matthew Tkachuk, plus 200. Second most popular, Sebastian Aho, plus 220. And the most popular one, Sam Bennett, anytime goal scorer, plus 240. In terms of the injury news with this game, Florida is getting back some of their guys. Sam Reinhart, I should say. Nico Mikkola, and then AJ Greer, all available for tonight's game. They're all at morning skate, so Florida should be at full strength in a closeout opportunity on the road. They blew game 4. They had a chance to close it out there. They didn't really show up. Carolina took it to them. I think Florida shows up tonight and wins this game. Although the betting market's a little bit peculiar. I don't know if I want to go ahead and lay that number. I think I'm just going to just watch that game. I'm done betting this damn series. Florida and Carolina, to be quite honest. Maybe we get a game 6 and I'll bet Florida, but I don't think we're going to get the game 6. I think Florida's going to win tonight and advance to the Stanley Cup final. But let's go ahead and bring on our baseball aficionado, Jake Hassan, to talk some college baseball here, because Friday we get the Field of 64 NCAA tournament getting underway. I know we spoke a little bit about the college baseball tournament yesterday, Jake, but today you have some more bets in some of the regions that we have. And we'll start off with the Oxford Regional. That's where Ole Miss, Georgia Tech, Western Kentucky, and Murray State. Ole Miss, the Rebels at home, of course. They're minus 105. How are you looking to bet that Oxford Regional coming up this weekend?
Yeah, I'm going to try and go against Ole Miss here, and not because they're undeserving of hosting a region and not because they're a bad team. They're just a shaky team, not trustworthy to me. They have a good Friday night guy in Hunter Elliott, who I was backing most of the year, but overall, the sum of the parts just really doesn't inspire me that much as a regional winner. On the flip side of this, Georgia Tech, I don't know if you guys saw this floating around on college baseball Twitter, probably not because I'm the only sicko in those weeds on this show, but when the selection show is happening, that panned to Georgia Tech's baseball team as it was being unveiled, and they were on the bubble to host, but they just missed the cut line. They get announced as, I think, the 17th or 18th overall seed, and that team was furious. They were not happy. And so I like to back teams in college baseball that have a chip on their shoulder, something to play for, feel like they have something to prove. And Georgia Tech, they played a really good series, a really good season. They won the regular season ACC title. So I want to back them here. I'm going to take them plus 180 to win this region.
There you go. That's now down to plus 160 over at BetMGM. Georgia Tech to win the Oxford Regional. Just in general, though, with this tournament coming up here, like the SEC, I saw they were sending a record amount of teams. Obviously, conference expansion, that kind of plays into why they're sending a record amount of teams. Is this SEC a conference? Is that a conference that you want to bet on, bet against? Are they going to be a little bit overvalued? How do you kind of square up the SEC heading into this weekend?
I mean, my bread is buttered with the SEC, so to speak. 3 of the 4 futures that I have are all in the SEC. We're rocking with LSU, Arkansas, and Florida. And the only non-SEC team is Oregon, which we bet them because it was a huge number before the season. Pat myself on the back, scream CLV to my grave. Can't wait to see how that one loses.
Yeah, baby.
But the SEC, for years, this is what they've been, the cream of the crop in college baseball. Most of the top talent in college baseball comes from the SEC. So can a team like an Oregon, like a UNC win? Sure, but I'm not actively trying to beat them, at least at this point in the season.
What are you doing with the Clemson Regional? Obviously, the Tigers minus 110 hosting it. West Virginia plus 250. Kentucky plus 340. Then USC Upstate is sitting at 11-1.
Clemson is another team where I just don't trust in them that much for them to be a minus money favorite in the region. And granted, they're only about minus 110 out there, and they're a team that peaked as high as number 2 in the rankings. They were awesome in the middle of the year. Then they get swept by NC State, lose 2 out of their next 3 series, kind of slide back a little bit, almost fell out of the rankings at one point. Started to piece it together back at the back half of the year, but just that middle part of the season really kind of shook my faith in them, whereas West Virginia played a really, really good regular season through the Big 12 throughout the entire year, damn near won the conference out of nowhere for the regular season. So there's a 3-1 out there on the Mountaineers, and at price, I have a little bit of interest in them. I bet it earlier today because I just think that price is wrong, and a West Virginia team that played really strong baseball for most of the regular season, and we've seen the wheels start to shake a little bit at times with Clemson.
All right, there we go. West Virginia. We like these plus money bets here. Gives us some fun stuff to root for. Of course, we will all be tailing these bets as well as we're sweating this out coming up on Friday. We're going to get to Jake's bets that he has for the individual games come Friday. But first of all, this LA Regional, have you decided how you're going to be betting this LA Regional where UCLA is your odds-on favorite, UC Irvine plus 275, ASU plus 325, Fresno State 17-1, the long shot?
Yeah, I haven't yet. I'll get there probably by tomorrow. UCLA was just such a meh team to me, and Arizona State, a team that very much disappointed me. I had tickets on them to win the conference. They did not get there. But I also, this UC Irvine team, I think if I'm going to make a bet against UCLA, it would be Irvine. This team can just hit the hell out of the ball, and they can put up big numbers in a hurry. So that's kind of where my interest is, trying to go against UCLA, because that's just another price play where I'm not sure they should be minus 110, minus 120 to win the region, even though they're hosting.
Absolutely love it there. So UCLA, it's like, yeah, let's see if maybe let's let a game play out. Maybe Friday plays out. Maybe some big numbers come up on Saturday where we can fade a team. That being the UCLA Bruins. All right, what do you like for Friday? Some of the individual games that you'll be sweating coming up in a couple of days here.
Yeah, there is one team that I really like, and this is going to be Northeastern going against Mississippi State. Northeastern ended the year on a 27-game win streak, and they're dogs in this game.
Wow.
So this team has been hot for weeks now, and I think it's just, Northeastern, nobody knows who that is. Let's just line them as a dog in this game. Miss State isn't anything to write home about, so I'm going to take Northeastern as the plus money here on the money line, and then I'm also going to take West Virginia in a pick'em against Western Kentucky. It's just West Virginia is a team that I think can win the region. I like the spot for them. At a pick'em, let's rock with them.
Awesome. That typing that you hear on my microphone, that's me putting these bets in. Let me go ahead and just jot this down so I can make sure to bet this, because once again, we will all be tailing these college baseball bets. We'll be following the tournament all throughout the tournament as it ends in middle of June. So the road to Omaha here on You Better You Bet. Thank you to our baseball aficionado, Jake Hassan, giving us baseball bets here on a Wednesday on You Better You Bet. That does it for the 3 o'clock hour. Coming up to begin the 4 o'clock hour, our guy, New York Nick diehard Nick Costos, comes up to let us know his confidence level in his team. Can they get out of this 3-1 hole, or are they absolutely cooked against the rival Indiana Pacers? That and more to begin the 4 o'clock hour here on the BetMGM Network. It's You Better You Bet. Don't go away. Nick Costos coming up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
So I'm back in on the Niners this year, right? They're bringing the gang back all together. George Kittle. I don't know if I would have paid George Kittle at 30 years old, but I love George Kittle, man. McCaffrey, we're hoping that he's healthy week 1, right? They all just went to a Grateful Dead show together, so I'm all in on the Niners, dude. And Purdy 2 years ago was in the MVP conversation. We thought that he was going to be the MVP, and then they got blown out by the Baltimore Ravens, and Lamar ends up winning the award. But I'm just looking at the back end of the schedule. I don't know that he's going to completely fall off a cliff, man. You have Week 11, tough game on the road against the Cardinals, but after that, the Panthers, the Browns, a bye week, the Titans out of the bye, the Colts, the Bears, and the Seahawks. A couple of years ago when they made that run to the Super Bowl, he threw for 4,280 yards. And I know people are down after last season, but he still threw for 3,864 yards, and he missed 2 games. He's going to push the ball down the field. Brandon Ayuk hopefully is back. I like these weapons, man. Juwan Jennings, I think, is going to be an absolute stud. He had a career-high 77 receptions last year on 113 targets, nearly 1,000 yards, 6 touchdowns. Ricky Pearsall Jr. Got shot, unfortunately, to start the season. He should be fully healthy. You have George Kittle. I think Brock Purdy at 28-1 to win the MVP is a really good bet, so I placed that today.
BetMGM Network presents to you the show where anything can happen.
Yeehaw!
It's the king of Wagertainment, the prop king himself.
Your boy has got this ish figured out like I always have.
Nick Costos.
Go eat your Five Guys burger with your 1-star take.
You better, you bet.
We need to celebrate betting on sports.
This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM Network.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, wonderful Sports Wednesday. It's not a wonderful Sports Wednesday. It's not a wonderful Sports Wednesday for me, but it can be for you. And that's who the show is for, right? It's for you, our listeners, you, our viewers. It's not for me, as much as I want it to be. So happy, wonderful Sports Wednesday to you and yours. I am miserable today, but I'm here for you to put on an entertaining show. We'll give you some betting advice, hashtag Wagertainment, all that good stuff on You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, the crew, and you here on the Odyssey app. We're on SiriusXM. We are on YouTube. We are on Twitch. The Final Hour on NBC Sports Now and Peacock. And we are heard on radio stations nationwide. And we are always in your hearts and in your minds as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by the sportsbook born in Vegas, the great people at BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app. Visit BetMGM.com. All right, you know how we do. Costos, Femi, the crew, you, here on You Better You Bet. So much sports betting goodness is coming your way, including all of us getting you set for Game 5 tonight of the Thunder and the Wolves. As Oklahoma City looks to punch its ticket to the NBA Finals, we're going to give you our prop breakdown tonight for OKC and Minnesota. What we like as far as betting the side is concerned. Is there a money line wager? Is there a bet on the total? Full breakdown coming up. How we're betting Game 5 tonight with OKC and Minnesota in the Western Conference Final. We're also going to tell you what to expect for the 2025 Pittsburgh Steelers, with or without Aaron Rodgers. How's this going to go in Pittsburgh? How should you bet them if Rodgers is the quarterback? What if Aaron Rodgers isn't the quarterback? We'll break it down a little bit later in the show, and we're also going to tell you how to approach betting the rest of the Stanley Cup playoffs with Zach Hyman out for the postseason for the Edmonton Oilers. Edmonton up 3-1 on the Dallas Stars. Florida goes for the Eastern Conference final win tonight against the Carolina Hurricanes. We think we're going to get Florida-Edmonton. Maybe Dallas gets back into the series. Zach Hyman, one of the most important players for Edmonton, out for the rest of the playoffs. We're going to tell you how to bet the rest of the Stanley Cup playoffs with Hyman out for Edmonton. And all our bets for tonight coming up at the end of the show in the NBC Sports Now Power Hour. But look, you know how this is starting today. You know where this is going. We're talking about that. I mean, if you're a Pacers fan, it's a really great game. And I find myself, I'm supposed to hate the Pacers, and I feel like I really should hate the Pacers, but I don't. I don't want to say I like them. Like, that would be a lie. I don't like them, but I really respect them, and I think they're an awesome team, and they've got a bunch of awesome players. Some of them I love to hate, but this is not really like a loathsome team. Like, what do you want to say? They're better than my favorite team. They're better than the Knicks, and that's just it. And that's it. So I feel like I should hate them, but I can't find it in my heart to hate them because they're good and they're smart and they're well coached, unlike my team. Pacers 130, Knicks 121, as Indiana moves to within one win of an NBA Finals appearance and one win away from sending my New York Knicks home. Now, before I flame the Knicks, which I'm going to do, and I'm looking very much forward to doing, did it on You Better You Bet After Dark podcast that went up after the game last night. It was awesome. It was a little cathartic. I'm not done yet. Credit has to be given to Indiana. Credit has to be given, especially to Tyrese Halliburton, who, I've been watching hoops for 35 years. 1990 is the first year I'm watching. I've seen a lot of great playoff performances, a lot of great point guard playoff performances. I don't know if you'll ever see a better performance from a player in a postseason game, from a point guard in a postseason game, than you got last night from Tyrese Halliburton. First player in the history of the NBA playoffs, at least 30 points, 10 rebounds, 15 assists to go along with 0 turnovers. 32, 10, 15, 4 steals, and 0 turnovers. The shot making, absolutely preposterous. The passing, incredible. And I thought the best pass of the game was the bowling ball roll to Obi Toppin for the dagger 3-pointer at the end. And just very fitting that ain't no stopping Obi Toppin is the one that drives the dagger, drives the knife into the heart of the New York Knicks. I know a lot of Knicks fans that don't like Obi Toppin because he used to play here. I liked Obi Toppin. If someone's got to make that shot, I don't mind that it was ain't no stopping Obi Toppin. Tyrese Halliburton, it's one of the best games you'll ever see a point guard play, playoffs or otherwise. I was wrong coming into the series. Femi and I had talked about, Brunson versus Halliburton, and I don't think Halliburton stinks by any degree. I think he's a great player, but I thought Brunson was the better player coming into the series. I thought Brunson would outplay Halliburton. I thought he would lead the Knicks to victory, and maybe the Knicks can still win the series. I don't think they will, but it's not inconceivable that they could win 3 straight games. But what is absolutely indisputable is that Halliburton has severely outplayed Jalen Brunson through the first 4 games of the series. And I have to be fair, when I come on the show yesterday and I talk about the fact that SGA has severely outplayed Anthony Edwards, and they're not playing one-on-one, obviously, but those are the 2 stars, and we can acknowledge SGA has been way better than Anthony Edwards. I think it's way more striking, actually, the degree to which Tyrese Halliburton has outplayed Jalen Brunson. Just a maestro performance by Halliburton, pulling all the right strings, pushing all the right buttons. He's been magnificent, and I think cementing himself as a top 10 caliber player in the NBA. And if not top 10, he's not far off it. He is absolutely spectacular. What a game from Tyrese Halliburton. And what a game from Pascal Siakam, who's so good and so underrated, makes so many big shots, plays good defense, 30 points in the game last night. Rick Carlisle coaching this team in an unbelievable fashion, pressing like a college team, never giving you like an ounce of breath, playing all these guys the entire season, though. Take notes, Tom Thibodeau. So you play the guys, the bench guys in the regular season, so that when playoff time comes, they're ready to go in the postseason. Unbelievable stuff from Rick Carlisle and the Pacers. I want to hate them, and I guess part of me does as a Knicks fan, but I respect them. What can you say? You tip the cap to the team that's kicking the crap out of your favorite team. Good stuff from the Indiana Pacers. Now, as for the Knicks, and we'll talk about Game 5, and we'll talk about the rest of the series. And I have a strong betting take on how Game 5 is going to play out tomorrow night at Madison Square Garden. And to just give a brief preview, I've been offered tickets to go to the game tomorrow night. I think I'm going to have to pay for them. I may have to pay for them. I'm not going to go. I don't think I'm going. Because I don't know why I would want to go. Like, normally, when you go to a funeral, you have to go. Like, you have to go. Like, someone close to you has died. Or someone, who you're close to, someone close to them has died. And you have to go to the funeral. I don't have to go to this funeral tomorrow night. And generally, you don't have to pay to go to funerals. I go to the Knicks game tomorrow night, I feel like I'm paying to go to a funeral. And I'm not in the business of paying to go to funerals. What a miserable freaking game last night. Unbelievable how this goes. Game 1 was a special type of torture. Game 2 is like a normal, close, annoying loss. Like, it sucked, but it was like, yeah, I think it falls under the category of, like, annoying. It was annoying. Like, the Knicks played pretty well in the game. They lost by 5, like, whatever in Game 2. It wasn't great, but it was like your run-of-the-mill, like, playoff loss. Like, it's not great, but it wasn't like last night, and it wasn't like Game 1. Now, Game 1 was its own, like, special type of misery and special type of torture. I've had, I slept on it, and I've thought about it today. I don't think last night was worse as a loss than Game 1 with the way it played out at the end. And certainly, if the Knicks lose the series in 30 years, like, no one's going to talk about Game 4. Everyone's going to talk about Game 1. But, I mean, there's a case to be made that it's close to being as bad. Because the Knicks last night, like in Game 1, the Knicks played pretty well. And you had that nuclear Pacers surge at the end. And the ridiculous Halliburton shot, and then outplayed them in overtime. So it's not like the Knicks played poorly in Game 1. The Pacers just were better at the end. Last night, the Knicks played like ass. And I'm not talking like a nice ass. Like the type of ass you see on the street, depending on what you're into, and say, wow, I like that ass. I'm into that ass. No. This was the type of ass that you're not into. Whatever it is that you're not into, that's the ass that the Knicks played like last night. They played like ass. They played like garbage. They were terrible. They were pathetic. The only two guys that I want to give credit to in the starting lineup last night, Karl Anthony Towns, who's my favorite player on the team now. I love everyone to oh my God, Captain Clutch, oh my God, Captain Clutch, Jalen Brunson, oh my God. The King of New York. Greatest Knick ever. What a pathetic list that is when you get past the early 1970s. Everyone loves Jalen Brunson. My favorite Knick's Karl Anthony Towns. What a warrior this guy is. He came to play last night. I'm not here for any of the Towns slander. Also, he went over his points prop, which turns out to be like a drop in the ocean for me. But you know what? We'll take any win that we can get. Thank you to Karl Anthony Towns. I thought Towns showed up and played his heart out, played his ass off last night. And I also thought you got a really good effort from OG Anunoby. Now, it would be nice if on any of these plays in the fourth quarter where Anunoby gets fouled at the rim, he could make the shot for an N1 and then not miss free throws. But I thought OG played pretty well last night. As far as everybody else goes, I love me some Josh Hart, man. He's a great Knick. It's a throwback. Hart's, if you could pick one of these current Knicks and say, like, drop them on the 90s Knicks, and I know how everyone, we've romanticized the 90s Knicks. They never won. I'm sorry, like, I'm a Knicks fan. Like, do you want me to romanticize, like, the Eddie Curry team? Like Stephon Marbury? Like, what are you looking for from me here? Hart's the one guy, like, you drop him in that 90s team, he exists there. He's got that kind of heart, that kind of will, that type of determination. He's horrible last night. He was absolutely horrible. It's the worst game I've seen Josh Hart play as a Knick. I don't know if this guy was Nathan Peterman passing the ball last night. This is the worst passing performance I've ever seen. Like, terrible turnovers, and then he would throw these passes and turn the ball over and then like start jawing at people and like make these stupid faces. Like, bro, you're terrible. He stunk. And of course, Tibbs played him for 36 minutes because Tibbs can't help himself. Josh Hart, miserable performance. Mikal Bridges. To quote, paraphrase one of my favorite movies, Office Space, he's useless. And this is how playoff basketball goes. You go from the hero to the GOAT real quick. And I'm not talking greatest of all time. Awesome in the Celtics series. Great defensive plays to close out game 1 and game 2. He's terrible last night. You know who he was last night? He's Ben Simmons. He gets the ball down by the basket, and instead of taking layups, he passes. Or opts for these ridiculous fadeaway jumpers like he's me on the 4th of July, and I've had 8 beers, and I'm going to go out there and play some hoops. What's he doing? And then at the end of the game, he makes a couple threes miraculously, and the Knicks decide, you know what? We're going to run our offense through Mikal Bridges. Jalen Brunson, clutch player of the year. Karl Anthony Towns, like absolutely dominated the fourth quarter of game 3. No. Mikal Bridges is going to take all our shots down the stretch. All the big shots as we're trying desperately to claw back and potentially save the season. And what do you know? What a coinky-dink. What a shock. He missed all of them. And the body language, terrible after all these misses. Hart's body language was terrible. And it's almost like it's on the coach to get this right. And that takes us to Captain Clutch, Jalen Brunson. What a joke. And I don't want to turn this into a total Brunson like slam fest here because he's transformed the franchise. He's been awesome for the Knicks. He's been great. He's been just whipped in the series by Halliburton in Indiana. And I don't care what the stats say. And if you're one of these people again, well, he scored 31 points. He only scored 1 less than Halliburton. It couldn't have been that bad. So again, do you watch the games? If you watch the games, you know that Brunson stinks in this series. That he hasn't been good in this series. That the Knicks are better, and I hate this. I hate that this is true. I hate it. I'm not saying this because it gives me pleasure. I'm not saying it for clicks or engagement. I don't care. Let's tell the truth. The Knicks have been better when he's not out there. Like, fact. And it's horrible to say. I hate that that's the case. I wish it weren't. I wish I were wrong. He's been terrible. He's terrible on defense. He plays out of control. His electric handle seemingly has disappeared. And yes, he scores. And yes, he gets to the line. But he has not been good in the series. He was not good last night. And once again, Tyrese Halliburton runs literal and figurative circles around Jalen Brunson. And now, the Knicks on the brink of elimination. And let me tell you something, man. As a sports fan, this sucks. It sucks. And I'm not asking for sympathy or empathy from anybody. I'm just saying, we're all sports fans. You can acknowledge my feelings here that this sucks. On the other side, more on last night's Game 4, and we'll tell you how to bet Game 5 with the Pacers and the Knicks.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I think there's going to be a heightened focus in the offseason on how to stop this. Even the Commanders yesterday, Adam Peters was asked about this, the general manager, and he was, I don't want to say he was vague, but you sort of got the idea that, because remember, it was the Commanders and the Eagles in the NFC Championship game where Frankie Louvu kept jumping over the line, trying to stop it. I think there's going to be a heightened focus on how to stop the tush push, and I think teams are going to be creative, and I think they're going to be very close to the vest about how they handle it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you do in life.
have
You
to.
adapt to the rules and you adapt to what's successful. And I will say this, the success rate of the tush push has actually gone down. 2022, it was 92%. 2023, 92%. And last year, it was only 82% when it comes to the success rate. Now, some of that could speak to the talent on the offensive line for the Eagles. We know Jason Kelsey did not play last year. But that's the thing about any type of advantage. Eventually, people will find ways to stop it. Or, the Eagles will just get older on the offensive line, or they just won't be able to pay people enough to keep all that talent there. So I think that it feels like a big problem now. And again, what'd you say, like the percentage of play, like 0.98 or something like that? So as much of a headline as this is, I'm not sure if it will be a big deal like in the next 5 years.
Clock at 3. Halliburton for 3. Here comes Halliburton. He has the last 7 points for Indy. And right away, Neesmith takes off.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM Network.
Kevin Harlan, Dan Van Gundy, Reggie Miller on the call. And just for the Knicks fans that got really pissed that Reggie was going to be on the call for these games. And like Reggie doesn't have to come out and say he's rooting for the Pacers. It's obvious that he is. I think he's been pretty unbiased on the call of the game. I think this crew is spectacular. I love the Harlan, Stan Van, Reggie Miller crew. They were flaming the officials last night. They criticized the Pacers when the Pacers deserved to be criticized. They criticized the Knicks when the Knicks deserved to be criticized. Allie LaForce does a tremendous job as a sideline reporter for the NBA on TNT crew. I'll just say this, my one complaint about the broadcast last night, and we may only have one game left of the NBA on TNT, which is very sad. Now, we're part of the NBC family. We're pumped for the NBA to be back on NBC. Like, we're fired up for that. It stinks to lose the NBA on TNT, but I could have one complaint about last night's broadcast. You know what I could do without? And in the moment, I'm furious watching it. So there's 5 minutes left. I remember because I look at the clock for the game, and there's 5:01 left. We're at 5 minutes left. The Knicks are trying desperately to come back last night. Desperately. And as a Knicks fan, I bet the Knicks like, oh, can we please come back? Here's Allie LaForce with like a 3-minute report on John Halliburton. Well, John Halliburton he got into it with Giannis Antetokounmpo at the end of she's doing like she's on Eyewitness News. Like she's some curtain jerking jabroni like Fred Schmaltz in the Pacific Northwest reading off the teleprompter. Well, at the end of Game 6 between the Indiana Pacers and the Milwaukee Bucks, John Halliburton, the father of Tyrese Halliburton, got into an altercation with Milwaukee Bucks superstar and former league and finals MVP Giannis Antetokounmpo. And after that altercation, John Halliburton was banned from Pacers games and banned from going to we need this with 5 minutes left in the game, while the game's going on, while there's action on the court, coming back from break. Awesome. Love it. Tell me about John Halliburton. Halftime. Tell me all about it. Pre-game. I'm good. Maybe instead of Coach Thibodeau, the Pacers are kicking your ass. What do you think you can do differently this quarter to stop it? Well, I think that we need to increase our defensive intensity. Wow. Get the Pulitzer. Get the Emmys out, everybody. And again, Allie LaForce is tremendous. I'm a salty Knicks fan. I'm a salty Knicks fan bitching because my team lost. And if the Knicks were winning, I would have thought it was great. But as I'm sure there are other Knicks fans out there that felt the same way I did. Can we get the report somewhere else? Not while we're trying desperately to come back. Please. Who cares? John Halliburton. Awesome. Great. Tyrese's dad is at the game. Who cares? Apparently people do. Also, it's not the reason the Knicks lost. The officiating was so bad last night. And it wasn't just bad for the Knicks. It was bad for it. The Knicks shot 1 million free throws in the game. I don't want to hear any Knicks fan say the officiating is the reason why the Knicks lost. But, that's it. They're not even close. They're blind, slappy, moron, clown officials in this game last night doing a terrible job. And Tibbs, this will be my last complaint before we spin things forward. I thought Tibbs killed, and I said it in the post-game reaction pod on Sunday night, whatever the hell that game was, Sunday night, Game 3. I said I thought Tibbs did a great job in the game. And Barkley, Charles, Ken's brother, on Inside the NBA on Sunday night, criticized Tibbs' rotations. And I said, because I watched a little bit of it and then I did, the pod that I did, I said, I'm not here for it because the Knicks won. That's what matters. And DeLon Wright and Landry Shamet, this isn't like Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen coming into the game, but they had a positive impact on the game. And I thought Tibbs did an awesome job in Game 3, and objectively, whether you're a Knicks fan, Celtics fan, whatever, did a really nice job in the Celtics series also. I don't know. I don't even know what to say about what happened last night. It's like you have someone who has done the right thing, who has kind of realized, I need to do this. And this happens in everyday life when people slip into bad habits, right? Someone, let's say, they go to the gym for a while, right? Some fat F decides to go to the gym and eat a salad, get on the treadmill. I walk around the block a couple times a day now. That's awesome. Everyone's got to start somewhere. I'm not even in great shape, but it's whatever. You do what you got to do. It's like that person that gets into good shape and you're like, wow, man, you look great. Awesome. Keep it up. And then the next time you see them, the fat frickin' slob. Yeah, I stopped going to the gym. Why? Okay, whatever. This is Tibbs. He in Game 3, He ate a salad. He had the piece of grilled chicken. No salt. No olive oil. No sauce. No sauce. Drank some water. Cut out the soda. Took a walk outside. Smelled the flowers. Enjoyed the sunshine. Skin looked better. Dropped a couple lbs. Looking good. Last night, just go into town on bacon cheeseburgers and french fries like they owe him money. Face first in the chocolate cream pie. Face first in the pecan pie. Just love and life. The starters, largely stunk last night, right? Now, the Towns, Anunoby, pretty good. How does Josh Hart play 36 minutes in this game? When you have, again, and this is such a pathetic sentence. When you have DeLon Wright. When you have Landry Shamet. Can these guys sit? Can we play? Can we do something else when they're playing like this? Brutal. All right. Spin this son of a bitch forward now. Game 5 tomorrow night at the Garden. I can be wrong. I'm wrong a lot. Cue all the people that are watching and listening. And yeah, we know. It feels to me like this Game 5. Knicks Pacers. Knicks are, I'm just going to do a quick refresh here just to make sure nothing has changed. I'm sure it hasn't, but let's see. Yeah, so the Knicks are close to being a full 5-point favorite at BetMGM. It is a heavily juiced 4.5 towards the Knicks, and the total sitting at 222.5. And the over is getting bet right now at BetMGM. It feels an awful lot to me that this Game 5 will be like Game 5 Pacers-Cavs last series, where the Pacers had broken the Cavs, and then they went into Cleveland and they won. They forget about the points. They're just gonna win the game, and they won. I said after Game 1 in the After Dark podcast I did, I don't know how you lay the Knicks with any modicum of confidence in Game 2. And I walk away last night from Game 4, and I'll say the same thing. I don't know how you lay the Knicks with any modicum of I'm not saying the Knicks can't win or can't cover. They can win by 20. I can be wrong. Just for me to click that button on the Knicks, absolutely not. And I'm dying for them to come back and win this series. I would love nothing more than to be wrong. I want to be wrong when it comes to this. Because I want my team to play for an NBA championship. Do I want that? I guess it's do I want that? So they can get, dude, I'll talk about the finals in a second. Thunder Knicks. Oh my God. Can we report a murder before it happens? Oh man, that series would not go well for my Knicks. So I'm betting the game tomorrow. I'm not going to bet against my team because I don't want to do that. But my unbiased betting advice would be to bet Indiana. And wait, maybe you get a five? Do you get a juiced 5 with Indiana? Pay less to bet Indiana? Sounds good. Pacers money line? I don't know, honestly, water gun to my head, I think Indiana's winning. I think Pacers are going to win tomorrow night. And I come on the show and tell you the truth. I thought the Knicks were going to win yesterday by 5 to 7 points. I said it on the show. Now it's feels like they're broken. The Drago, I must break you. Except, that was a movie and Rocky won. And in real life, the good guys don't always win. And I guess it's debatable if the Knicks are the good guys or not. To me, they are. The one prop that I will be on tomorrow night, for sure, or as Seth Green. Is it Seth Green and Can't Hardly Wait, or Jonah Hill and Superbad, or both? For show. It's Jonah Hill, right? And Superbad? For show. Seth Green and Can't Hardly Wait is also, that's a great movie. I haven't seen it in a long time. My biggest comment about that movie, thinking about it now years later, Jennifer Love Hewitt. Not ugly. Karl Anthony Towns, 21.5 points tomorrow night. I think he's kind of hit another gear here. He's the one Knick that you can actually say, this guy's taking his game to the next level here. He's been great in the 2 games in Indiana. I see no reason why that doesn't continue. Towns over 21.5 points tomorrow night. Hit 24 last night, and we'll see about his health. What's this going to be for Towns? But if he's going to be good to go and get cleared, because he was hobbling around at the end of the game, stayed in the game. If he plays and we get the reports he's good to go, Towns over points, over 21.5 points is going to be a bet for me. You bet here on this Wednesday. Just a miserable day. Miserable. I quoted on the After Dark pod last night, Limp Bizkit. Everything is effed and everybody sucks. That's how I felt last night. That's how I feel today. Because my team's about to get bounced, and I hate it. And I hate it. Let's look ahead to the NBA Finals briefly. So it's probably going to be Pacers Thunder. I actually give the Knicks a better chance to come back from 3-1 down than I do Minnesota. Because I don't think there's any way OKC loses 3 in a row and 2 at home. I don't think that happens. And I would love for it to happen because my Minnesota stuff would win. I don't think it's going to, though. So I actually give the Knicks a better chance to come back from 3-1 down. And I don't think the Knicks are going to either. I just think the Pacers are better. And even if the Knicks manage to win Game 5, I think Indiana would win Game 6. Although it's not impossible that the Knicks could come back. But let's play the percentages here. It is very likely to be an NBA Finals of Oklahoma City and Indiana. And my first thought when I consider that is, hey, remember recently when everyone said the NBA was rigged because the Mavericks got the number 1 pick? Do you think that if the NBA were rigged, the finals would be Oklahoma City against Indiana? Don't you think Knicks Thunder would be better for ratings? Just saying. Okay. Whether it's Thunder Knicks or Thunder Pacers, here's what I would say about last night's game that will dovetail into the finals conversation. The Knicks played poorly, right? I thought they played like ass in last night's game. I don't think Indiana played, Halliburton individually was great and Siakam individually was great. I don't think the Pacers played great. I think the Pacers were kind of begging the Knicks to come back in the game, and the Knicks were just nah, we suck. You guys just take this. The Pacers are great compared to teams like the Knicks, but if we're going to say the Thunder are great, then we can't say the Pacers are great. And I'm not hating on Indiana. I feel that way about the Knicks also. The Thunder are at a far different level than both of these teams that are playing in the Eastern Conference. I think Minnesota is the second best team left standing. I think the 2 best teams right now are playing in the West. Indiana, I was talking with a buddy last night, who people may know, and we were talking about Pacers Thunder. And the thought about that matchup is Indiana is like a diet light version of Oklahoma City, except the Thunder are way better at everything. And I don't mean that to be an insult to the Pacers. If it were Thunder Knicks, I would take the Thunder in a sweep. And when it's Thunder Pacers, how many games realistically is Indiana winning in that series? OKC right now at BetMGM is minus 426 to win the championship. They win one more game against Minnesota. The price should be minus 1,000 in the NBA Finals against Indiana. It's all over but the crying. Thunder will be your NBA champion this season, pending health. On the other side, we'll get you set to bet Thunder Wolves coming up tonight, and Femi and I will break down Knicks Pacers Game 5 and more.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I think there's going to be a heightened focus in the offseason on how to stop this. Even the Commanders yesterday, Adam Peters was asked about this, the general manager, and he was, I don't want to say he was vague, but you sort of got the idea that, because remember, it was the Commanders and the Eagles in the NFC Championship game where Frankie Louvu kept jumping over the line, trying to stop it. I think there's going to be a heightened focus on how to stop the tush push, and I think teams are going to be creative, and I think they're going to be very close to the vest about how they handle it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you do in life.
have
You
to.
adapt to the rules and you adapt to what's successful. And I will say this, the success rate of the tush push has actually gone down. 2022, it was 92%. 2023, 92%. And last year, it was only 82% when it comes to the success rate. Now, some of that could speak to the talent on the offensive line for the Eagles. We know Jason Kelsey did not play last year. But that's the thing about any type of advantage. Eventually, people will find ways to stop it. Or, the Eagles will just get older on the offensive line, or they just won't be able to pay people enough to keep all that talent there. So I think that it feels like a big problem now. And again, what'd you say, like the percentage of plays, like 0.098 or something like that? So as much of a headline as this is, I'm not sure if it will be a big deal like in the next 5 years.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM Network.
Last thing on, I really like this music. I'd like for Jake to bring it up, but we have a lot to get to. Jake, just bring it down. Don't tempt me. It's like I pray in the morning, lead me not into temptation, but deliver me from my team losing to the Indiana Pacers. Thanks for nothing, God. I think something that needs to be discussed seriously, and Boston sports fans, you won't like this. There's so much time and energy devoted by our government, journalists, scientists. We're all worried about the wrong things. Where did COVID-19 originate? What was the deal with that kid that tried to assassinate now President Trump last summer? Who killed JFK? When's the Russia-Ukraine war going to stop? The thing that we should be focused on, the thing that scientists will be talking about 500 years from now, how did the Celtics lose to this Knicks team? This is one of the great mysteries in the history of humanity. And you go, oh, well, Tatum got hurt. The Knicks were about to go up 3-1 in the series when Tatum got hurt. How did Boston blow 2 20-point leads at home to this team? How did that happen? How did that happen? It's unreal that happened. The Knicks barely beat the Pistons. They're going to be embarrassed by Indiana. Not that Indiana's bad. How did the Celtics lose to the Knicks? I mean, I'm happy it happened. I just can't. I can't believe it happened after the fact. All right, Thunder Wolves tonight. Oklahoma City looking for the win to advance to the NBA Finals. Thunder at BetMGM, our show sponsor. 8.5-point favorites. The 8.5 is juiced towards Minnesota, so maybe this comes down to 8. But Minnesota has been the preferred betting side. The total in the game sitting at 220.5. Maybe Minnesota is able to cover the spread. I have no interest in betting the Wolves in this game. I'm probably going to put OKC in some parlays, money line, OKC to win the title in parlays. I feel like all of this is just done. And just to reiterate what I said yesterday on the show about Game 4 into Game 5, I think Anthony Edwards basically told you how he's going to approach this game. He's not going to try and get to the basket and not going to try and assert himself. He's going to pass the basketball. And I think it's likely that DiVincenzo and Alexander Walker and Jaden McDaniels all play a little worse on the road than they did at home. And I think OKC just wins, and I think this is done, and I think we will have one of the 2 NBA Finals participants at the end of the night. The one prop that I do like for tonight, and I referenced this yesterday on the show, and it's actually the market's moving against me, which you don't necessarily love to see, but that's okay. Get a better number now. Julius Randle's points prop is now 16.5, was 17.5 yesterday. Randle said, after he only scored 5 points in Game 4, that he needs to be way more aggressive with his shot moving forward in Game 5 and potentially the rest of the series, that it was insane that he didn't take his first shot of the second half until 13 seconds were left in the third quarter. So he's telling you he's going to shoot more. He's telling you that he's going to come out and he's going to be more aggressive. Anthony Edwards is telling you that he's going to take what the defense gives him. And Edwards' points prop has dropped from 27.5 now to 26.5. And I kind of think the Randle prop should move up as Edwards' points prop moves down. Now, I can be wrong, of course. Randle can go under. But that will be my bet for tonight in this game. And again, I will have OKC money line with some stuff. I think it's over for the Minnesota bets. Randle over 16.5 points. My bet for tonight's game. You better be bet on this Wednesday. Femi, thoughts for you first on Pacers-Knicks Game 5, and then I want your thoughts on Wolves-Thunder coming up tonight.
Yeah, Pacers-Knicks Game 5. I think for the total, I like the under, and for the side, I'm going to rock with the Indiana Pacers. I think the Pacers, this is done. They're just the better team, in my opinion. I think that the Pacers, they get great
here, right?
looks.
You're just right.
I mean, they haven't finished the job yet, but I think they will finish the job coming up tomorrow night there. But I actually think that the Knicks one adjustment that they can make, yes, of course. Yeah, it's Pacers plus points and money line. I mean, if you're betting 4.5,
you had Pacers money line game because I didn't. I just took Pacers plus the points in Game 5 against Cleveland. No, in Game 5 against Cleveland.
Yeah. Oh, Game 5.
You had Pacers to win that
Pacers
game, right?
money line.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which was a
correct.
great bet.
Yeah. Yeah, they're just I was anti-Pacers in the first round, which looking back is pretty hilarious. I was back in Milwaukee with that series, but in watching that series, you see okay, this team is really, really good, and just based on how the Eastern Conference broke, they had a path to make it to the finals, and that's what we've seen so far here. But I think the one adjustment that the Knicks can make is that you gotta kind of slow the tempo down, don't you? When we saw them start, the Pacers were fouling the Knicks a ton. The Knicks were going to the free throw line a ton. And then also, too, the Knicks got into foul trouble early. So the Pacers got into bonus. That actually helped the Knicks. When the pace was up in the third quarter, the first and the third quarter, that's where Indiana really dominated this game. I think New York, if you're Tom Thibodeau, you got to be hey, we need to slow this damn thing down. These guys, they want to run on makes, they want to run on misses, they just want to run. I think they're going to make a concerted effort to slow it down. So while the market continues to bet this up early on to the over, I'm seeing 223, 223.5 even. Let's keep going up. I will be betting under. And I'm saying this as somebody who loved the over last night. That was the rocking chair winner of the night. Just bet the over. Both teams knocking down shots. Pace was frenetic. It was a really fun experience for that.
First quarter, man, you got to feel great at the end of the first, with the way the first quarter went in the game.
43-35 after the one quarter. It's okay, we're just going to win, barring something crazy happening here. But I think in this game, you'll see a slower tempoed game, I think, just because like that's the one card that the Knicks can try to play because that's when they got back into the game in the fourth quarter. So I think for me, it's Pacers plus the points, Pacers money line, because I still think they're able to execute in a half-court set. It might not be as efficient or as high scoring, but I still think they can win, but definitely the under. I think the under is my favorite look for the game coming up tomorrow night. But yeah, like to me, the Towns injury, like that is a big thing that like, it sounds like they're going to reevaluate. I would guess he's going to play. I'd be stunned if he didn't play. But what's his percentage going to be? Like, that's where I get a little bit scared with, like, the Towns props because he can dominate this team. But, like, if that knee is going to be a big-time problem, because it looked like it was with the way he was grimacing at the end of the game last night, I think I'd be steering clear of anything Towns. I know you like him, but, like, that knee injury, it would scare me off of it. It sounds like it's not going to scare you off.
No, but we get a report tomorrow that he's not 100%, then yeah. Like, I'm not going to be into it, but, like, he's good to go. I'll be willing to take the risk there because I think, like, that's their one matchup. So I don't want to, like, help pose this as a disagreement just because, like, the game can go under. I guess my only thing with the card that you said the Knicks can play, I actually, like, of course they want to do it. I don't think they can. I don't think they can do it because they turn the ball over too much. And when you turn the ball over against Indiana, like, that's how the pace gets right. Like, I don't think the Knicks want to play like that, obviously. Like, they want to slow it down. Like, they want to get to the line a million times like they did in the fourth quarter. I think they're way too sloppy with the basketball. Like, that would be my concern with that as a handicap. I mean, I can be wrong, and maybe I don't have enough faith in the Knicks to be able to execute that. Because that's how they won Game 3, was everything kind of slowed to a crawl a little bit. And Halliburton was so aggressive last night, and he said it after the game, really, that he kind of, like, the onus was on him. He felt like he lost Game 3. He was way more aggressive. If Halliburton and the Pacers can get, like, I don't think the Knicks can do what you're saying that you want them to do. And maybe I'm being way too pessimistic here. Maybe they can get away with it. I think the game's going to be played at the Pacers' pace, and I think that's where the Knicks are going to be sunk. But you could be right. But I wanted to say that.
Yeah, well,
I actually don't think the Knicks can do it.
Yeah, well, I think it's also all relative, right? Like, if this is like 225, like, can they slow it down to at least go under that number? Like, it's not going to be the 218 and a half that we saw at close last night, which still confuses me as to why everyone was jamming that. But, like I think that's where, like, I kind of like the under, because I think we're going to continue to see people go up and up and up, and like the over because we see the Pacers getting good looks, and also the Knicks are getting good looks as well, because Indiana's defense isn't really, like, a whole lot to write home about. But, like, if it starts to get a little out of control, that's when I want to come in on the other side and bet that to the under. Just like overall sports fan kind of situation here, because I know obviously, like, you're frustrated with your team, as you should be. I would be as well if I was in your position. Do you have any idea, like, what you would want them to do this offseason to, like, improve on this? Because, like, as currently constructed, it feels like this team has hit their head on the ceiling, to me at least. Like, I know Boston's not going to be a factor next year, but, like, as currently constructed with it being the Brunson Town show, I don't think the Knicks are, like, making an NBA Finals, not with this collection of talent.
Well, I think I think they can make the finals, just because I think the East is going to be, like, I don't think the East is going to be really good. I mean, like, and like, to be fair, I'm gonna be even more fair in a second. To be fair, like, Halliburton's circus shot at the end of Game 1 doesn't go in, and the series is tied at 2 right now, and the Knicks have home court. And I don't know that the Knicks would win, but I mean, like, that is something that happened that could have easily gone the other way, right? Now, here's where I said I'm going to be even more fair now. Even if the Knicks win this series against Indiana, like, let's say they swept them last night, they win 4 straight. They are going, like, it's like they're being led to the slaughter. Pigs being led to the slaughter against Oklahoma City. So I think the Knicks can win the East next year. And, like, we've gone through this, right? Tatum probably not going to play, and we probably cross Boston off the list. We'll see if Giannis is on Milwaukee. For now, it feels like you could probably even if Giannis plays, I don't know where the relief's coming from, like, where the help's coming from for Giannis. Milwaukee has absolutely no assets. Cleveland will probably run it back, but, I mean, they've proven to be kind of playoff chokers. I would like the Knicks more than Cleveland. Indiana's probably the team that you look at in the East and feel like the best about, right? Heading into next year, unless Orlando swings like a move for, like, Durant or something to help take some of the scoring load off Paolo, and Suggs comes back healthy and they stay healthy. So I think the Knicks can make the finals next year. I just don't think they can win against these teams in the West. The move that I think they should make is I think they should fire Tibbs. And Tibbs can get another job. And I'm not saying he's a terrible coach. I don't even know if Michael Malone's the right guy. I don't even know who the right guy is. But you're never trading
just to
Brunson.
change something.
Yeah, absolutely. Like they're never going to trade. They can't trade Brunson. It's the PR hit of the millennium if they do that. And I guess they could move Towns. It's possible. I don't think it's going to happen. I guess it's like what's realistic. Fire Tibbs and get a better bench. Play these guys in the regular season. I think they can get to the finals next year. I just don't think they can ever win against these teams in the West.
Would you try to package Towns for Giannis? Because like that's where
what's
watching last night. I mean, so it's going to be Towns, either Anunoby or Bridges, and then maybe something like Deuce McBride. I don't know, whatever they want.
We have no picks to give them though.
Yeah, that's the issue. Because they probably want picks more so than veteran players because they want to be on the rebuild timeline. But I would be trying to call Milwaukee to see if you can do something.
If I'm Milwaukee though, dude, if you're Milwaukee and you're like, you'll give us Towns and Bridges, great. To join like torn Achilles Dame and Kyle Kuzma, great. See you in the play-in. Like maybe hosting the Bulls next year in the 9-10.
Total's gonna be 245 on average.
Hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. We're talking golf with Jason Sobel next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
But you sort of got the idea that, because remember, it was the Commanders and the Eagles in the NFC Championship game where Frankie Louvu kept jumping over the line, trying to stop it. I think there's going to be a heightened focus on how to stop the tush push, and I think teams are going to be creative, and I think they're going to be very close to the vest about how they handle it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you do in life.
You
adapt to the rules and you adapt to what's successful. And I will say this, the success rate of the tush push has actually gone down. 2022, it was 92%. 2023, 92%. And last year, it was only 82% when it comes to the success rate. Now, some of that could speak to the talent on the offensive line for the Eagles. We know Jason Kelce did not play last year. But that's the thing about any type of advantage. Eventually, people will find ways to stop it. Or, the Eagles will just get older on the offensive line, or they just won't be able to pay people enough to keep all that talent there. So I think that it feels like a big problem now. And again, what'd you say, like the percentage of play, like 0.98 or something like that? So as much of a headline as this is, I'm not sure if it will be a big deal like in the next 5 years.
in the business are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening, as you do every day, to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
The one not so wonderful, because the Knicks lost, and I'm miserable today. The not so wonderful Sports Wednesday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, the crew, and you here on the BetMGM network. First hour of the show dedicated to Knicks Pacers last night. Spinning it forward to tomorrow night's Game 5, where my expectation is the Pacers close out the Knicks, win the series, and advance to the NBA Finals, where they will play the Oklahoma City Thunder. I think the Thunder win tonight, Game 5 against Minnesota. Will they cover? I'm not so sure. Like Julius Randle over his points prop. I think we have OKC and Indiana set in stone after tomorrow night. Jason Sobel will be joining us later this hour, giving us bets for the Memorial, the quote-unquote fifth major in golf. I tell you, these guys must be tired with all these like massive tournaments here. So we will get you set to bet the Memorial with Jason Sobel coming up in a bit. And our buddy John Jastrzemski of The Ringer, the New York podcast. He does a lot of The Ringer's gambling coverage as well. JJ will join us coming up in 20 minutes, talking Knicks Pacers and more. The great John Jastrzemski coming up in 20 minutes. We had some very interesting sound that has been making national news, and it should because it's awesome, from Hall of Fame, legendary Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback, longtime NFL on Fox commentator, the great Terry Bradshaw, who on 103.7 The Buzz, it's your classic sports radio station, 103.7 The Buzz, bzzz, in Arkansas, Terry Bradshaw had this to say about the Steelers' pursuit of Aaron Rodgers.
That's a joke. That is just, to me, is a joke. What are you going to bring him in for 1 year? Are you kidding me? I mean,
that's not the Steelers' way, right?
No, man, that guy needs to stay in California and go, somewhere and chew on bark and whisper to the gods out there.
100%. These guys on the show, Mr. Bradshaw, know I'm not a fan of his. We've been around each other personally, and he was not a kind person.
Now, he does not. I had to go over and introduce myself to him. He's not. I had to go, hey, Aaron, I'm Terry Bradshaw. I know he knows me, but I just felt like I better tell him who I am. Yeah. And not, you walk in there and you get in his presence and you feel like it's going to start snowing.
It's a legendary line. You get in his presence and you feel like it's going to start snowing. There's a Stephon Diggs joke to be made here that I'm not going to make. Also, like, I don't know who and I don't mean this as, I don't know who it is, who the host is there. My advice would be, like, you have to know in that moment, hey, I've got Terry Bradshaw on. He's saying something that's going to make national news. Can you not interrupt him? Can he just like finish? Well, I agree. Thanks. Also, like, people can make fun of my New York accent. Like, I have a New York accent. He has a Southern accent. People make fun of me. I mean, my voice is freaking out there. I know that. So I'm not making fun of someone else's voice. But he's got well, Mr. Bradshaw, I agree. I don't like Aaron Rodgers. Well, thanks. Thanks. I'm glad that we got that out there. When Terry Bradshaw is slamming Aaron Rodgers, but let's break in here with you don't think he's awesome. Great. Can we let the legend finish his comment, please? Anyway, so here's the thing about what Terry Bradshaw is saying about Aaron Rodgers. And everyone's like, oh, well, Rodgers can't even bother to show up at OTAs for the Steelers. Mason Rudolph's there. Well, he hasn't signed. So, of course, he's not going to be at OTAs. I love that. Oh, my God, how could Aaron Rodgers not be there? I don't know. He hasn't signed his contract yet. And everyone's up in arms. Oh, my God, how could the Steelers do this? And, I think it's a really fair point of contention. The Steelers are a legacy NFL franchise. Besides for the Patriots, the most winning Super Bowl, in terms of Super Bowls, most winningest franchise in the history of the NFL. An organization known for stability. Mike Tomlin never finishing below 500 in his career as a head coach. And that this sort of drama, because that's what this is, like high school drama, and that's what you get with Aaron Rodgers, right? That the Steelers are above this, and the drama's beneath them. The problem is, to use an expression that I hate, because I feel like my parents used to say it to me when I was growing up, like, you make your own bed and you lay in it. The Steelers made their bed, like months ago. They made their bed in free agency when they had the opportunity. They could have brought back Russell Wilson or Justin Fields, or both. Decided to do neither. They could have tried to sign another free agent quarterback. They could have signed Jameis. They could have traded for Kirk Cousins. Maybe they still will. They could have drafted a quarterback. They did none of these things. They're waiting for Aaron Rodgers. And it's easy to show up now on May 28th and say, oh, can't believe the Steelers did this. I mean, the writing's been on the wall for a long time here with the Steelers. And here's what else I'll say. If the goal is to win, and it is with the Steelers are not rebuilding, right? That's not their MO right now. Like, they are trying to win they're not going to, but they're trying to win a Super Bowl. Aaron Rodgers gives them the best chance to do that. And I'm not going to come on here and tell you that Rodgers is like 2011 Aaron Rodgers. When I went 15-1 and he won MVP and lost to my Giants in the divisional round 37-20. Great game. I'm not even going to tell you this is Aaron Rodgers of 3 years ago. Like, it's not. Like, he was, I thought, like a slightly above average quarterback last year for the Jets, and I know people would argue with me on that point. He's not a top 10 quarterback anymore. He's just not. He's kind of physically shot, right? But if the choice is Aaron Rodgers or Shadur Sanders, who people wanted the Steelers to draft at 21st overall, they took Derek Carman. Obviously, the answer for this year is Aaron Rodgers. If the choice is Aaron Rodgers or Tyler Shuck, Aaron Rodgers or Jalen Milroe, or Dylan Gabriel, or Quinn Ewers, the answer is Aaron Rodgers. If it's Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson, the answer is Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers or Jameis Winston, Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers or Justin Fields, Aaron Rodgers. And the most important one, Aaron Rodgers or Mason Rudolph. Aaron Rodgers. Now, I know Mason Rudolph a couple years ago came in and won a couple games at the end of the regular season. He deserves credit for that. Mason Rudolph should have a job in the NFL until he retires, until he's done. He is an excellent backup quarterback who, if the starter's hurt for a couple games, like, you feel like Mason Rudolph is competent enough to come in and play and maybe win you some games. Like, and I don't ding him for them getting slammed in the Monday playoff game in Buffalo against the Bills that got delayed because of the blizzard. Like, the Steelers stunk, and they're going to play like a really good Buffalo team. So Mason Rudolph deserves to be on a roster. It's not an anti-Mason Rudolph thing, but you can't compare Rudolph to Aaron Rodgers. Even at this stage of Aaron Rodgers' career, he's better. And if you're the Steelers, is it insane that this is what they're doing? Yeah. And should they be above it? They should be. But the bet has been made. And now you lay in it. And you hope and pray that Aaron Rodgers signs. Because he's your best chance of winning this year. And it's going to be Mason Rudolph, and the win total is going to be what it is right now. Like, these markets for Pittsburgh, these are not Mason Rudolph markets. Like, the Steelers are not 3-point road favorites at the Jets in week 1 if Mason Rudolph's the quarterback. Like, the win total, I don't think the win total is 8.5 if Mason Rudolph's the quarterback. These are Aaron Rodgers numbers. So, you're a Steelers fan? Honestly, maybe you'd rather bet over up with Mason Rudolph as the quarterback at a lower number. I don't know if the Steelers are going over 500 with any of these guys, but I think Rodgers gives them the best opportunity to do that this season. My last note on the Steelers, and then we're going to talk a little hockey here. Terry Bradshaw also criticized Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh for their handling of Kenny Pickett. Kenny Pickett, speaking today at Browns OTAs, kind of threw Mike Tomlin and the Steelers under the bus, saying that last year in Philadelphia, he kind of like, that's the right way that an organization is supposed to run things. Kenny Pickett can say what he wants. Terry Bradshaw can say what he wants. Kenny Pickett took his ball and went home in Pittsburgh. It doesn't mean that he can't be good moving forward. I'm not like saying writing him off for his career, but that's the thing that happens. It is possible, though, that a couple years from now, if and when Mike Tomlin's no longer the coach, that we may look back on the Mike Tomlin era in Pittsburgh and say he got carried by Ben Roethlisberger and some great players on defense. It's possible that that's going to be the case. And if you're out there watching or listening and saying, no way, Tomlin's too good, they'd never say that about him. Think about what everybody said about Bill Belichick after Tom Brady retired in New England. You bet on this Wednesday. Femi, let's take your temperature here on your Dallas Stars after last night, and then we'll talk about the Zach Hyman injury in Edmonton.
Do we have to? I like the first hour. We're talking about the Indiana Pacers. Now we're talking about the Dallas Stars, the team that I consistently bet on.
See, the last hour was all about bets that you've won. Now we've reserved a few minutes for things that I won. Yes. Like you got an hour. I get. You got an hour of praise. I get like 90 seconds here.
I'm the guy that keeps betting against the Edmonton Oilers. I bet the Kings. I bet the Vegas Golden Knights. I bet the Dallas Stars. And guess what? They're all going to lose. Edmonton, yeah, they're just the better team. Like I have to admit it. Like I thought that Dallas was going to be able to do it, and Edmonton's getting it done on the power play, which makes it so disgusting because that's what Dallas is supposed to be good at: penalty kill percentage. One of the elite teams in the NHL. Like was actually what happened over 82 games. And then now against this Edmonton attack, McDavid's going, like he's kind of found his scoring stroke again. Like it's just ridiculous what's happening. And the Stars, conversely, when they're on the power play, they can't even get shots off. Like it's so frustrating. It's like, oh, penalty against Edmonton, 2 minutes here for Dallas to try to get something going. Oh, they can't. They just fumble the puck around. They can't really get anything going in the zone. It's just ridiculous. It's a bad performance. And I think that maybe Edmonton loses game 5 because of Zach Hyman injury, which we're going to talk about right now. Like that's a big deal for them, I think, going forward. And maybe it extends this series a little bit longer than it should. But the Oilers are going to win the Western Conference. Like they're going to get it done. Whether it's in 5, 6, I don't think it'll ever get to 7. But if it does get to 7, I don't want to bet against McDavid in the game 7. So I think Edmonton wins. But next round, when they likely face the Florida Panthers in the rematch of last year's Stanley Cup final, that's where this hurts them. Because, like, yes, their depth has been really, really good, but you need all hands on deck against a kind of killer team like the Florida Panthers. And guess what? Florida now has all hands on deck. Sam Reinhart, Nico Mikkola, AJ Greer, those guys are back for tonight's game against Carolina. So this is Florida likely healthy, the team that beat Edmonton last year in the game 7, now going against an Edmonton team that does not have Zach Hyman, one of their best players. I think Florida is going to win the Stanley Cup again. I've been denying it. I thought all this hockey over the last 3 years would catch up to them. They're just a machine. They're a wagon. They're everything that everyone says and more. And right now at BetMGM, it's one of the few sports books that has the Panthers as the second choice in the market, because some of them actually have the Panthers as a favorite. BetMGM has plus 110 on the Florida Panthers to win the Stanley Cup. I'm not messing with Conn Smythe. I think it's going to be Bobrovsky or Barkov. I don't even want to get into that stuff. I just want to bet Florida to win the Stanley Cup plus 110 right now at BetMGM. I think this is a really good entry point to go ahead and do that.
Yeah, it's tough to disagree, man. And I'm kind of a little upset with this news about Hyman because got Mike to beat Florida in the exact finals matchup from before the conference finals starting, and I feel really bad about that now. I agree with you. I do think Edmonton's going to get past Dallas. I don't think Dallas is going to win 3 straight against Edmonton. But going up against Florida, it's not what you want. I think I'm still...
Dude, Florida's so good.
Yeah. I think I'm going to ride out. I'm going to ride my Edmonton stuff out. I still think Edmonton can win, but it doesn't make you feel as good. You were infamously, I was going to say famously, but we can go with infamously, on the Hurricanes in the series against Florida. They did... To be fair, they did win Game 4 in pretty impressive and dominant fashion. Home tonight in Game 5. will you be betting Game 5 tonight, Canes and Panthers, with the Panthers as a very small road favorite?
No. I've sworn off this series. Like, the fact that I missed the Game 3, where the time to actually bet Carolina, I didn't bet that game. I just said, I'm going to watch it because I think they're going to lose. They end up winning the game. I'm not coming back and getting, because guess what? When I bet them to win tonight, if I ever did that, like, Florida's going to blitz them like 4-1. So I'm not betting tonight's game. The total, maybe, but even then, I mean, with these empty net situations, they're all super close, but I think it's just going to be Florida that wins. I also don't want to bet that because the market is really adjusted in comparison to what those Carolina games were like, games 1 and 2. So I'm not going to run here and lay the Florida number, even though it's like minus 115, minus 120.
Yeah, and by the way, minus 125 now, so Florida keeps getting bet. And I was part of that. I bet the Florida Panthers.
Good luck to you.
I don't think I'm going to need it. Our buddy John Jastrzemski joins us coming up next, talking NBA and more on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
In the wild card right now, they are 3.5 back. That's nothing in late May. They could go on a 10-3 run and be right there with the talent they have, the lineup, the bullpen, all that. Let's say Acuna hits a home run tonight or 2 home runs tonight. What do you think somebody is going to think sitting on the couch watching the Braves if Acuna homers in his first game back or homers twice? What are they going to think? Well, imagine if they get hot, right? So any flashes that Acuna shows you in the first few days or the first weekend, whatever, people are going to bet the Braves World Series.
Yep.
If he does anything of flash, of substance, that's going to be what many people think. Well, now they're healthy. Now they're going to get hot. Now they're going to go on a run. There's a reason, though, too, that they've never gotten, even when they were awful in April, they never got higher than 20-1, 22-1 to win the World Series because the books respect them. This was the 3rd or 4th favorite at multiple sports books in the summer, or the offseason, rather, not the summer. In the offseason, February, March. They're line 3, line 4. You know what? I'm just going to bet it. I'm going to log in now, and I'm going to bet there's an 18-1, and I'm going to bet it because that team is going to be there at the very end and make the playoffs.
court quickly. Shamet, long shot. That's it. The Indiana Pacers are 1 win away from the NBA Finals. It'll be a closeout game Thursday at the Garden.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
What a miserable call that is if you're a Knicks fan. Kevin Harlan last night on TNT. The Pacers beat the Knicks 130-121. 1 win away from the NBA Finals. 1 win away from my Knicks. Our Knicks going home. You might be asking yourself, our Knicks? Who's joining us on the show right now is my good buddy. And I'm going to give him a lot of credit. Is actually, I call myself sometimes, I'm one of the hardest working men in show business. Am I, though? I'm not. Because last year, when my daughter was born, on May 6th of last year, I took a month off during the NBA playoffs. I'm watching first round Knicks Sixers. My daughter beat. I'm not working. I showed up at like the end of the playoffs. I took a month off. Our friend John Jastrzemski, congratulations to John and his wife, welcoming a baby girl, Ellie, into the world recently. And he's working, and he's on You Better You Bet right now. People know JJ from New York, the excellent New York sports podcast for Bill Simmons' Ringer Podcast Network. You watch him on FanDuel TV, a dirty word around these parts of BetMGM show, but the show is great. JJ East Coast Biased on FanDuel TV. JJ hosts all the Ringers gambling stuff, and you watch him locally here on New York on SNY, on Twitter at John_Jastrzemski. What is up, my friend? Congratulations. You don't look worse for wear. You look great. How's it going being a new dad?
It's been amazing, Nick. I'm very blessed that I have the ability to be home basically 21 hours of the day. I can pop in the office, do a little content. I can do a little content 15 minutes from my apartment at SOY, and I could be changing diapers and doing all sorts of dirty work at 6 o'clock in the morning like we were doing today. So I've always been the king of multitasking. We have now taken that to another level with Ellie being in the fold, who was very much a good luck charm for the New York Knicks. That is very much being put to the test, though, in this Indiana series.
Well, here's what I can tell you. As I thought my daughter was a good luck charm for the Knicks and the Rangers last year after she was born. They are until they're not, unfortunately. Now, be honest here, because if I had told, like, let's say, my daughter is a couple weeks old. Your daughter's a couple weeks old now, right, at this point?
Yeah, it will be 3 weeks on Saturday, so mid-10th.
If I had told my wife 3 weeks after my daughter was born, hey, I got to do this radio hitter. I got to pop on TV. She might have, and like, I'll tell you what, man, women after they we'll leave that alone. I might have gotten divorce papers. How were you able to pull, like, your wife is a saint, dude. Like, that is not normal.
Now you're giving her too much credit. She is amazing.
No, are you kidding?
She's top notch.
You're not giving her enough credit. I'm being serious right now.
Here's the problem with that, though. If it gets out that I'm giving her too much credit, then I'm in a position where my praise doesn't mean as much now around the house. So I kind of have to present a little bit more of a stoic, workman-like, business-like approach, because my wife tends to dial into a lot of these shows that I end up being on. So if I end up just singing her praises nonstop and I don't do it around the house, it ends up being more problematic.
All right, fair enough. We'll leave this topic alone for now. And if Mrs. JJ is watching, you, madam, you are a saint.
Ellie is watching right now. Hi, Ellie. Hi, Mom.
How are you guys? I love that. And she's beautiful. And congratulations again. As a fellow girl dad, there's nothing better in the entire world. All right. I said JJ last hour, and like we don't really have to do a postmortem here. We can do a look ahead. I think the Knicks are going to lose tomorrow night. I think this goes like Game 5, Pacers-Cavs. I kind of think the Pacers have broken the Knicks' spirit. They're better than the Knicks. Knicks a 4.5-point favorite. Maybe it goes to 5 tomorrow night. Total sitting about 222.5. How are you betting, JJ? Game 5, Knicks-Pacers. Do you think the Knicks have a comeback in them in this series?
So I want to take it back to the start of the series, Nick, because I had a lot of respect for the Pacers going in. I picked Indiana to beat Cleveland in the last series. I thought the odds makers were so wrong and so off on the series price, giving me 4 and change with the Indiana Pacers. Thank you very much. Much appreciated, putting it towards Ellie's college fund. That said, I thought the Knicks were winning 7. I just had a feeling it'd be Brunson. The Knicks and all of the ways they've been able to win in this postseason would find a way to come home to roost. That went out the window in Game 1. Game 1 to me is worth 2 games in this series. When you have a 14-point lead with 2 minutes to go and you lose a game like that, it puts you so far behind the 8 ball, combined with the fact that, to your point, Indiana has looked like and has been the better team in this series. Now, I don't think the Knicks are winning 3 straight games. The Pacers have not lost back-to-back games basically in 80-something days. Okay, they've been as good as anybody in the second half of the year. But when it comes to Thursday night, you tell me the Knicks are going to lose 3 games in this series at Madison Square Garden? You're telling me Indiana, again now, in a Game 5 up 3-1 is going to do what they did to Milwaukee and what they did to Cleveland? Nick, I think this plays out the way the Boston series did. I think there's going to be a moment at Madison Square Garden for the Knicks. I think they're going to play spirited finally in front of the home faithful, and then they'll probably end up losing in Game 6. That's kind of the way I see this shaking out. I don't think the Knicks will win the series. I would never in a million years take them +4 and change. I think they have one more moment left in them.
As far as props are concerned, JJ, and I'll give you a couple of them here, just like if you conceptualize, if you think anyone's going to have a good game, a bad game, etc. If Towns is healthy and he gets banged up at the end of the game last night, if we get a clear bill of health for Karl Anthony Towns, he's the one guy that I feel like I can bank on as a Knicks fan to have a good game. His points prop is 21.5 tomorrow night. Scored 24 last night. Brunson's 30.5. I think he's had a bad series. Hart's been brutal. Do you feel like if the Knicks have this moment you're talking about, right, and they look really good at the Garden and they win and they extend it to 6, do you have a player or two, JJ, that you think exceeds expectations in Game 5 on Thursday night, tomorrow night?
Oh, exceeds expectations, and a guy that I think is going to have a big game. I'm going to kind of differentiate the two. I'd get involved with Deuce McBride props. They barely played him in Game 4. He's been pretty good in this series. Maybe you want to dabble with him to take 2 threes, make 2 threes. Maybe you want to have some fun with his over as far as points is concerned. I think he's got to be playing a lot more with the ineffective nature of Hart and Mikal Bridges, who drives you to drink watching him in these playoff games. I'm with you on Towns. Towns, the Indiana Pacers have had no answer for him this entire series. Now, he frustrates you by what he does on the other side of the floor, but I feel like in every single one of these games, I've been taking Towns 20-plus points, 20-plus points, take him to make a couple of threes. I fully endorse that one. And if I had to give you one for Indiana, Costas, I've taken this, I want to say, in every single one of these playoff games. TJ McConnell is a pain in the rear end. And I say that in a complimentary way. The Knicks have no answer for him. He gets his shot whenever he wants. The team always plays really well when he's out there. I'd look at McConnell, whatever his over for points is. I've been taking him 10-plus points at like that 160. They gave me 180 the other day. Plus 180 was a gift. I was like, thank you very much. Much appreciated. So I like TJ McConnell. I like Deuce McBride. And I'm totally with you on Karl Anthony Towns. You would think Brunson would be a lock for 30-plus points. The dirty little secret is he has had a bad series, to your point, and the Knicks have actually had some better minutes in this series when he's been on the bench.
It's been really sad. For people that like the Deuce McBride props that JJ just referenced, at BetMGM, points prop only 6.5 for Deuce McBride coming up in Game 5. 3-pointers, 1.5, and the over 1.5 is at plus money. So if you like Deuce McBride to have a nice game, those are pretty low numbers for Deuce McBride coming up on Thursday night in Game 5. You better you bet on this Wednesday. Our guest, the great John Jastrzemski from The Ringer and SNY and FanDuel TV on Twitter at John_Jastrzemski. JJ, I know you do like a New York podcast, but you're great with all of this stuff, and you cover all the gambling stuff for our friends over at The Ringer. It looks like OKC is going to be the Western representative in the finals. It looks like it's going to be OKC, Indiana. Even if it's OKC and the Knicks, I'm of the opinion that the Thunder waltz to an NBA championship. Any reason for you to believe, my friend, that the Knicks, or more likely the Pacers, can make this a series against OKC in the finals?
So the reason I have pause, and I'm with you, OKC is going to win a title. They're the best team. SGA, Holmgren, Jalen Williams, their home court has been off the charts. But when you say waltz, Thunder don't like covering these games on the road, Nick. They don't. They could have lost Game 4. They got smoked in Game 3. Denver pushed them to the limit in a 7-game series. I think the style in which Indiana plays at can be really problematic. I think Indiana could win 2 games in a series. I don't think they're going to Game 7. I don't think they're winning it. But would you say winning in 6 would define waltzing to a title? I don't know. Where do you stand on that?
I think they're going to sweep.
Do you really? Wow, no respect for the Pacers.
Well, I don't want to say it's no respect for the Pacers because the Pacers are – I just don't think – and I would say this about the Knicks also. And maybe they could win one game. I think the Knicks would get swept. The Pacers maybe
I think, let's put it this way, Nick.
Thunder
Indiana will match up better in the
both
series than the Knicks will. They will because they have a lot of guys they can throw at them. And, hey, Halliburton and Siakam are really, really good. I mean, Siakam, the Knicks have had no answer for him in this series, and he's won an NBA title. And they're well coached. Carlisle is a phenomenal, phenomenal coach. I think the series line fairly is 1.5 games. I do not think Indiana gets swept. And I think you could live in a world where it's a 6-game series.
I think get ready for OKC. I think OKC should be minus 1,000 in a series against Indiana. I think it's a fait accompli, a lock, if you will. I don't want to use that word, that OKC wins if everybody stays healthy. We want to close with baseball here, but I need to hit you with an NFL thing here for a couple minutes. JJ is a celebrity Miami Dolphins fan. I am of the
I don't know about that. Gloria Estefan and Mark Anthony might have me beat, or Fergie, or whatever it is.
Let me tell you something about Gloria Estefan. We play Conga by Gloria Estefan for my daughter when she eats breakfast, and she dances to the song.
Oh, I love that.
Everybody, let me move that conga. No, you can't control yourself any longer. Boom. My daughter loves that song. Everybody. Great song. I think the Dolphins could be the worst team in football this year. Under the win total, last place in the AFC East. Coach Capri Pants going to get fired after the season. Your thoughts on my negativity towards your favorite football team this year, the Miami Dolphins, in about a minute.
They're very combustible. I see why you would look at it that way because the quarterback can never stay healthy. They have all sorts of defections in that secondary. I'd have pause, though. Defensive line is going to be really good. I mean, if they have Chubb and they have Chop Robinson, they have Phillips, and they got Sealer getting after you, if you got to tell me how many games Tua is playing too, Nick. If Tua is playing 14 or 15 games, they're not going to be one of the worst teams in the league. If he gets hurt in week 3 or week 4, you can lock that bet up, and I think you're going to get a really good price on it. Is that fair?
It's fair. I don't like the signs here. Tyreek
There are
Hill
a lot of
saying
warning
that he's
signs with them. Listen, I would bet her under. I'm with you on that. I'd bet the under, but Tua does win in the regular season when he plays.
Would you be excited about Zach Wilson?
No. Hide the women and children. That said, this I can be excited about. If he plays against the Jets this year, put everything you have on the Dolphins to win that game. You know it will go that way. You know it.
JJ, in about a minute, let's talk a little bit about Major League Baseball. The 2 New York teams, Yankees and the Mets, 2 of the better teams in baseball. Obviously, the Mets still waiting on Soto to look like Juan Soto, but the team is playing really well. The Yankees are off to a great start. Max Fried's been awesome, one of the best signings in all of baseball. Who's more likely to win the World Series this year? In about 60 seconds, Yankees or Mets?
This is a different answer than I would have given you at the beginning of the year. It's the Yankees, number one, because of the league they play in. The National League is loaded. The American League stinks. Other than the Detroit Tigers, there's nobody really keeping me up at night. And I can't believe I'm saying this, guys. I'm really encouraged by the Yankees. Max Fried's the real deal. Rodon's pitching like an all-star. Yankees have the best run differential in all of baseball for the first 2 months of the year. They're in the weaker league. I like the improvements to the team. They're better than I thought they were. That's without Cole, Stanton, Chisholm. I could go on and on. It's the Yankees.
I love it. I absolutely love that as a Yankee fan. I want to go back just because you said something about the Dolphins that really McDaniel's talking at OTAs about Jalen Ramsey, like they haven't gotten this figured out yet. I know you mentioned that with the secondary. The Tyreek stuff is really concerning. I think they suck. And honestly, like Mike McDaniel offends me. Like this team is offensive to me. That they can't play in the cold, that they're not physical at all, and they can't beat good teams. I think the Jets are going to be awful this year. I think Justin Fields sucks. And I don't think it's going to be good for the Jets to be bad, because they can be bad and they can ultimately be good. So maybe the Dolphins will be better than the Jets. Dude, I think this is like 5. If Tua plays 17 games, I think Miami is going to go 6-11. I think they're terrible. I think they're terrible, JJ, in like 30 seconds.
I understand the vibe check. The hesitation I have is this schedule is not particularly hard, Nick. It's not a hard schedule. Toss-up game.
I mean, we're not starting well here if Indianapolis is a toss-up.
Well, I'm just saying, they're 1.5 point dog. I think it's a toss-up game. Toss-up game.
Oh, man, I was expecting a little more optimism from you on
I'm not particularly high on the team. I'm somewhere in the middle, right? Like, I'm not betting they're over for the year. I'm not going to sit there and tell you I think they're a playoff team this season because I don't think they're a playoff team. but I think they'll probably frustrate me and be in that classic in the hunt and win like 7 or 8 games and get like the 12th pick in the draft. Go get it.
And hopefully have a new coach and GM next year for your sake. My friend, appreciate the time. Congratulations again. Congratulations again on the birth of your daughter. She's beautiful. Enjoy every second. As someone whose daughter just turned 1, enjoy this because it's going to go real fast, my man.
We'll set up the play date soon. I look forward to it.
Yeah, I look forward to that also. My daughter needs some friends. I love that. The great John Jastrzemski joining us on the show. New York, New York is the podcast on the Ringer Podcast Network, SNY TV, East Coast Bias on FanDuel TV as well. On the other side, we get you set to bet the Memorial. Our pal Jason Sobel, BetMGM ambassador, joins me and Femi coming up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Water in pools doesn't feel great, but it does feel refreshing when it is 90 degrees. So I know you're not a summer person. Where does it rank in the power rankings of seasons? So of course we have winter, we have spring, we have summer, we have fall. Where does summer sit for you?
Well, if I'm near the water, summer's number 1. Like I have no issue getting in the pool, getting in the ocean. Like I love the water. So if I'm near summer is definitely last for me. Unless I'm at the beach or near the pool, and then it's like we're going to go visit my mom here in August, and Catherine and I will spend all day just hanging out by the pool. You know, we'll jump in for a while, hang out, we'll watch TV outside, we'll listen to music, and then just hang out. Like my mom always says, I've never met 2 people who just sit and entertain themselves for hours. I'm like, yeah, we'll just put us by the pool. We'll be great. So if there's water, I'm awesome. But if there's not, then it's like, okay, I'm just sitting here sweating the entire time. So it kind of depends. Normally, I would say summer is near the bottom, but if I'm on vacation or I'm near a pool, then it's totally different.
Nah, I used to be a summer number 1 type of gal, but then adult life hits and you're like, whoa, you don't have summer vacation and regular jobs. It feels like we're setting up kids to fail because you're like, oh, summer's here. Wait, you don't get any days off? None? Oh, you get Memorial Day and maybe Labor Day, but that's it. And those are, bookends to the entire summer. Yeah. And also, I understand what you're saying because I think this is why less and less people are having summer weddings. Because if you're a girl, more than likely, you're in a spaghetti strap dress or something that doesn't cover much. But for men, the amount of misery you see on men's faces when they have to wear a full-on suit to weddings in the middle of the summer, oof. I feel it. I feel their pain through their faces.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
Good stuff from John Jastrzemski. He's wrong about his Miami Dolphins, but that's okay. Loved his take on the Yankees being more likely to win the World Series than the Mets. I do say that with some bias as a lifelong fan of the New York Yankees. I like his optimism that the Knicks are going to beat the Pacers tomorrow, and I don't share it, unfortunately. As a Knicks fan, what are you going to do? 20 minutes from now, final hour, Power Hour, NBC Sports Now Hour, featuring all our bets for tonight. And we will talk Major League Baseball with the one, the only, the great Ken Rosenthal from The Athletic and the Major League Baseball broadcast on Fox. Ken Rosenthal joins us coming up next hour on Peacock and NBC Sports Now. But joining us right now, is our buddy Jason Sobel, the best when it comes to breaking down golf, betting on golf, ambassador for BetMGM, CBS Sports, Sirius XM PGA Tour Radio, on Twitter at Jason Sobel Golf. Jason, what's going on? Welcome back to the show. We were talking off air. You had mentioned that you might have a home run bet for us tonight in Major League Baseball. Would you like to start with that or somewhere else? Dealer's choice.
Yeah, we can start with home run bets. We can start with NBA playoffs, NHL Stanley Cup playoffs. I'll give you a part of the home run parlay. Paul Goldschmidt hitting 343 this year, but with only 5 homers. I'm going to go home run number 6 for your Yankees, Nick. And I'm going to say it's going to be the leadoff homer if you want to take him first homer of the game.
Oh, okay. So Paul Goldschmidt, the homer tonight for the Yankees. I'm gonna find that price and give it out on the show in the second. What's your NBA playoff betting take?
I don't know. The Knicks are done. The Knicks are toast. Pacers in 6 probably. I don't know if they get the next one, but Pacers go to the finals and then they get trounced by the Thunder, which is pretty chalky.
What? So do you actually have you don't have a Stanley Cup take then, right? You're just BSing or?
No, I mean, the Oilers look pretty good. They lost Hyman last night. That's going to hurt them. I'll go Panthers, but I don't like it. I'm a Lightning fan. I'd rather see them lose.
Wow, they were awesome in the first round, Tampa Bay. Loved that series bet on the Tampa Bay Lightning.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's talk some golf here. This is the 5th major, right? This is like golf's 5th major here, like sandwiched in between like 2 other majors. Like this tournament feels like crazy to me. Like with the U.S. Open coming up in a couple weeks, Scottie Scheffler is a massive favorite. So for people that are on BetMGM and looking at the odds for the tournament this weekend, Scheffler plus 300. The next guy on the board is Colin Morikawa at plus 1,600. Justin Thomas at 18-1. Cantlay also in that range. Andrew Schauffele in that range. Tommy Fleetwood, Ludwig Oberg, Corey Connors, Sepp Straka, so on and so forth. Jason, when you look at the top of the odds board, how are you handicapping the Memorial coming up Thursday into the weekend?
Yeah, so first of all, Memorial Tournament, Muirfield Village Golf Club, Jack's Place. You know it, you love it, you see it every year, right around this time of year, and it's a great place in the schedule. As you mentioned, Nick, 2 weeks after the year's second major championship, the PGA, 2 weeks before the upcoming U.S. Open, which will be played at Oakmont, not too far from Muirfield Village. I might have played hooky one day and left the Memorial to go play Oakmont one day a long time ago, but don't tell the old bosses about that. Okay, so we get into this.
Where were you working when you did that?
I was at ESPN at the time.
Well, you don't work there anymore, so who cares? Yeah.
I turned it into a story idea. We wrote about Oakmont. It was 2 weeks before the last U.S. Open that was played there back in 2016. So we had a great time there. In any case, Oakmont we'll get to. That's going to be a great one in a couple of weeks. Should be a cream rising to the top kind of week at Oakmont. This week, very similar. Scottie Scheffler is the defending champion. He's 0 for 4 in trying to successfully defend titles so far this year. That's what happens when you win a lot of them the previous year. That said, last year, he led the field in strokes gained tee to green, led in strokes gained on approach shots. He remains the best in the world at all of those things, and so that makes him a short favorite. I will not chase Scottie Scheffler at plus 300 in the market, but as we talk about so frequently, it's the Scottie Scheffler conundrum because you don't really want to bet on him at a short number, but you don't want to fade him either because he's probably going to win this golf tournament. And so what do? You just try to find some value elsewhere. You see on the board there, Morikawa, JT, Xander Schauffele, Patrick Cantlay, all behind him. If I have to pick one, it's probably Xander Schauffele, but I'd rather just find value further down the board and hope that it's not a Scottie Scheffler week.
Like who?
Hideki Matsuyama has a great number next to his name, 35-1 this week. Past champion this one, 2014. He won this golf tournament. He's been good over the last handful of years. Recent form is not great, but remember, he doesn't need recent form. Some guys need to build up to the results before they get a win. Even when Hideki won the green jacket 4 years ago, he went 32nd, 40th, missed cut, and then won the green jacket. So he doesn't really need to build up to anything. I love the number. By the way, I've got to go, guys, on a little rant here about just golf outright odds in general. Tommy Fleetwood, you see him there on the screen, 20-1. He has exactly 0 career wins on the PGA Tour. Corey Connors, I really like Corey Connors. I'd like to bet on Corey Connors this week because I think he has a chance of winning the golf tournament. That said, should his chances be 28-1? Well, considering he's played in 203 PGA Tour events and has 2 career victories, I don't know. My math says that's about 1 in 100. So the odds should be 100-1, not 28-1, but we're getting 28-1. So I'm going further down the board to a player who's won more in the last year and a half than those 2 guys have in their entire PGA Tour's careers combined. And that's Hideki Matsuyama. If you want to throw another log on the fire with him, Shane Lowry at just a little bit shorter makes a whole lot of sense as well.
You better you bet on this Wednesday. Jason Sobel, our guest, on Twitter at Jason Sobel Golf, BetMGM, CBS Sports, SiriusXM PGA Tour Radio. Jason, would this be a tournament where you would want to bet the winner without Scotty Scheffler market which BetMGM offers? Where, I mean, you won't see this often. Like, the winner without Scheffler, the first guy on the board is Morikawa and JT and Cantlay and Schauffele all have the same price, and they're all in double digits to win, to come in second, basically. Is that a market you would entertain this week? Winner minus Scotty Scheffler.
Normally, Nick, I don't like this market. And for me, it's a badge of honor, a sense of pride. Like, I want to beat everybody. If I'm picking, whether it's Hideki or Shane Lowry, I want him to beat everybody out there. But as far as the ROI is concerned and trying to avoid the world's best player, absolutely test out the waters for the without market, because if you can avoid Scotty Scheffler, you should do it at all costs. If you have to pay a little bit of a discount or a little bit of a premium, essentially, on your player, that's okay. I don't mind that. And then you don't have to sit there all day Saturday and Sunday watching the TV screen, hoping that Scotty Scheffler makes a bogey somewhere. You can just let him do his thing and play the rest of the field with your guy. So, yes, I do think that's a smart play. I did it last week. It didn't really work out. Scotty finished in 4th place anyway, so it didn't really matter the without Scotty market. But, yeah, look, he is primed to go out there and win another one, and certainly wouldn't surprise me. So those numbers are not that much further off without Scotty, so I don't mind chasing those.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned that Scotty Scheffler, obviously at 3-1 for the tournament this week. He's damn near the same price to win the U.S. Open, and that's with a lot better golfers, all the live guys involved in that one as well. But with the U.S. Open coming up in a couple of weeks, like the big thing this week, Rory McIlroy not playing at Jack's tournament, do you think that is beneficial to Rory at Oakmont in a couple of weeks where he's 6-1 over at BetMGM?
I don't think it really has any effect on it whatsoever. Rory, of course, is going back to the RBC Canadian Open next week, so he's going to play the week before. I assume he didn't want to play 3 weeks in a row. He's got a big summer coming up. He still retains DP World Tour status. That's a European tour, and so he's playing in India this year, playing, of course, in Ireland, playing Northern Ireland for the Open Championship, as they all will. So he's got plenty of golf coming up, and you give him a little bit of a free pass, although I thought it was weird that he didn't call Jack Nicklaus, who he's got a good relationship with, and at least tell Jack, hey, I can't go to your tournament this year. So that part was a little bit strange. As far as handicapping the field for the U.S. Open, I mentioned it. Oakmont is going to be as tough a test as the USGA has for this major championship. I think it's a cream rising kind of event. It's going to be Scotty Scheffler. It's going to be Rory, Xander, Bryson, Jon Rahm up there near the top. The guy I'm really excited to watch this week, if I've got a camera on every player in the field and I can watch all of them this week, I'm keeping an extra eye on Xander Schauffele, because he has, I believe it's 7 top 10s and 8 career U.S. Open starts and nothing outside the top 15. Plays the tournament really well. Remember, he missed 2 months at the beginning of the season, but I think that has left him with more gas in the tank right now than some of the other guys who are starting to feel a little bit fatigued. If Xander shows me something this week, doesn't have to win the tournament, Doesn't have to finish top 5, but just shows me some ball striking numbers. He might be my guy for Oakmont at the U.S. Open in 2 weeks.
I'll be paying attention to that this weekend. How Xander looks at the Memorial, maybe giving him some momentum heading into the U.S. Open in a couple weeks. Jason, you wrote an article, I believe for our friends at BetMGM, on the U.S. Women's Open, which is coming up in a couple days here. I'm not going to pretend to know anything about this here, so I'm just going to give you the floor. And BetMGM offers this market, the outright market in this tournament. Any bets that you like for our listeners and viewers for the U.S. Women's Open?
So we see the odds up here. Gino Titakun, who's the number 2 player in the world, but the shortest odds in the field right now at plus 750. She's played this tournament 3 times. Her first top 10 was last year. Nelly Korda only has 2 top 10s, no wins at this event. Heyron Rue hasn't won. Roning Yin hasn't won. Lydia Ko has played it 13 times. She only has 2 top 10s. The top 5 players in the world have combined to play this event 34 times and have 0 career victories. What that tells me is we've got some value further down the board, guys. And the first player I'm looking at is indeed on the screen right there. Hyoju Kim has been playing some terrific golf this year, already has a win on the LPGA and the LET over in Europe. 29 years old. She's finished top 20 in 21 of her last 25 major starts, including being part of that 5-player playoff at the Chevron just a month ago. Moving further down the board, 33-1. Yalimi No.
20
top
seconds.
5 in strokes gained total. Arya Jutanagar lost in that playoff at the Chevron as well. Alim Kim is playing great. Lynn Grant. Ingrid Lindblad, the rookie. 90-1. You're crazy. That's a great play. Patty Tavatanakit. She's been top 7 in all 5 majors in the last 4 years. Madsen, Ruffles, Sagstrom. Bang. That's all of them.
You were just you were flexing on us here. And look, we've had honestly, seriously though, I'm being serious.
Yeah.
There've been a lot of great sporting events recently, just in general. Who could compare? Like, what compares to that the historic 5-woman playoff at the Chevron last month? That's all anybody was talking about. Jason, great job. Jason Sobel Golf, BetMGM, CBS Sports, Sirius XM PGA Tour Radio. Power Hour coming up. Jason, one-word answer. Tyler Morales thinks Siwoo Kim's going to win the Memorial this weekend. Do you respect him, yes or no? One-word answer.
Yeah, I love the respect. Yeah, I like it.
Well,
you won't win.
Well, we don't
I
respect
like
you. Yes, we do. We love Jason Sobel. NBC Sports Now Power Hour next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Kate Povich on the mound for the O's tonight as they take on Miles Michaelis and the Cardinals. O's have been playing a little better. Their lineup's been getting a little bit better. The pitching has been a little bit better as well. But they're trying to do something they haven't done very much this season, and that's win a series. So I would stay away with them as favorites today against St. Louis. Braves and Phillies in Philadelphia. Smith-Shaw are going up against Zach Wheeler. 1-0 game yesterday between these two teams, an absolute pitcher's duel. I'm going to take Atlanta today, plus 125. I know it's scary going up against Wheeler in Philly, but I think the Braves get today's game. It's a split 1-1, and then tomorrow we get the rubber match. Reds and Royals in Kansas City. Hunter Green going up against Nick Cameron for Kansas City, who's been terrific so far this season. .93 ERA in 19 1/3 innings pitched. I think the regression is going to come at some point for Cameron. I don't think it's going to come in this game, though. Give me Kansas City minus 105. Rockies, Cubs, nothing for me in that one. Blue Jays and Rangers. Tyler Mahle on the mound for the Rangers, who's been fantastic so far this season. I'll take Texas. Yankees and Angels. I like Henry's look of Kikuchi. Under, outs, going up against their second left-hander for the second night in a row. I also would look at the Angels, though, at plus 135, maybe another under in that game as well. And then Nats and Marlins in Seattle tonight. Give me the Nats on the run line, plus 1.5 at minus 125. I think that's a good price. Yes, Kirby's on the mound, coming off the injury. Nats don't really strike out very much. Put the ball in play. I think that's a close game. So I'll take the Nats on the run line.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe. Presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network.
Bring it up, Jake. NBC Sports Now Power Hour. You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, the crew, and you. You Better You Bet's NBC Sports Now Power Hour, presented today and always by the Sportsbook born in Vegas, the great people at BetMGM. You should download the BetMGM app. You should visit BetMGM.com. And that's the type of guy I am. Such a nice guy, giving you advice one night after my Knicks stuffed into a locker by the Indiana Pacers. Man, what a fun night that was last night on a Tuesday. Oh, we absolutely love it. To the task at hand, 20 minutes from now, Femi Abebefe and yours truly, me, Nick Costos, we're going to be joined by the legendary, and I I don't use that word lightly. I use it because it's true. The legendary Ken Rosenthal from Major League Baseball on Fox, from The Athletic, from Foul Territory, a BetMGM production. Ken Rosenthal is going to join us in 20 minutes talking all things Major League Baseball, including is Aaron Judge just going to win AL MVP again? Is it over if he stays healthy? Shohei Ohtani going to cruise to another NL Most Valuable Player? And who's going to win the World Series? We're now past Memorial Day. Now the time to take the temperature of Major League Baseball. Ken Rosenthal, the great Ken Rosenthal, joins us in 20 minutes to do just that. And 40 minutes from now, you know who we are, and you know why we're here. To get you, dear listener, you, dear viewer, set to bet and win tonight in the world of sports, gambling night in America. All of the bets, all of the handicaps, all of the analysis for Game 5 in the NBA Western Conference Final with the Wolves and the Thunder. OKC looking to punch its ticket to the NBA Finals. We'll give you all the bets for that game. We will give you all the bets for Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Final in the National Hockey League in the Stanley Cup playoffs as Florida looks to win the East for the third straight year, a small road favorite at Carolina, up 3-1 in the series, and all the bets for Major League Baseball and more as well. We'll close the show. It is all on the way in the fastest hour in all of Wagertainment, and it just so happens to start at this very instant.
Lights. Camera. Action.
And another way to say at this very instant would be right now. Get the gold coins off the screen. I'm not in a good mood. Haven't been in a good mood all day. Haven't been in a good mood since we went off the air yesterday. It's really like the end of innocence. 6:54 p.m. Eastern, Tuesday, May 27th in the year of our Lord, 2025. Show goes off the air yesterday, and me, your boy, Nick Costos, filled with optimism, filled with anticipation, filled with excitement. I thought my Knicks were going to get the job done last night. Bet the Knicks to beat the Pacers, bet the Knicks plus the points. Karl Anthony Towns thankfully went over his points prop to stop some of the bleeding. Now, this wasn't a full stop of the bleeding. This was like, hey, we need a tourniquet because the limb's been severed. But still, it was nice to get that win last night with Karl Anthony Towns going over his points prop. But all in all, an absolutely brutal result for Knicks fans. And if you bet the Knicks, absolutely terrible. Indiana wins 130-121. And I take a 3-1 series lead, 1 win away now from the NBA Finals. And I know that there are Pacers fans out there that watch the show and listen to the show, and just people who don't like New York and don't like the Knicks, and I understand that. So it's not like everybody has to be upset about the result of last night's game, but I'm the guy with the microphone, and I'm pretty sad as a lifelong Knicks fan that this went the way it did last night. Now I'll give you my betting thought on Game 5 in a moment, and we will criticize the New York Knicks in a moment, but I think it's only right to praise the winning team first. So let's praise the Indiana Pacers. And as a Knicks fan, and I turn 42 next week, who grew up in the 90s watching the Knicks-Pacers rivalry, I grew up hating the Pacers, and they're one of the Knicks' biggest rivals. And I know I'm supposed to hate this team, supposed to hate Indiana, but man, I just really respect them. Like they're kicking our ass, and they're doing it in a really cool way. And I want to hate them, and I can't bring myself to do it. Last night, and I've been watching basketball now for 35 years in a pretty obsessive way, the way I like all sports, since 1990. Watched a million playoff games, a billion regular season games. I don't know that I have ever seen a point guard play a better game than Tyrese Halliburton did last night. Maybe you've seen a point guard play a game just as good as Halliburton played last night. I don't know if I've ever seen a point guard play a better game than Tyrese Halliburton did last night. I feel like that game, that win, and Indiana eventually winning the series, which I think will happen, vaults Halliburton into like rarefied air as far as current NBA stars go. I think he's maybe he's a top 10 player, period. The overrated stuff was nonsense. This dude has arrived. He is a legitimate super-duper megastar in the NBA. The first point guard in the history of the postseason, first player in the history of the postseason to have at least 30 points, at least 10 rebounds, at least 15 dimes, and no turnovers. What can you say? The dude was masterful, majestic, a maestro, pulling all the right strings, pushing all the right buttons. A magnificent performance from Tyrese Halliburton. And Pascal Siakam, heart of a champion, has a chip from the Raptors in 2019. Just an absolute big game stud, big game shot maker. 30 points last night. Tremendous. What can you say? You tip the cap and you credit them. Now, the officiating was terrible, and I thought it was a little bit biased towards the Pacers, but that's not the reason why the Knicks lost. The Knicks lost because they played like ass. And there are lots of nice asses. Like, there are people that are ass guys. Maybe I'm one of them. There are nice asses. And then there are asses that you don't. I was going to say bad asses, but a bad ass is a cool thing, right? Then there are asses that you're not into. Terrible asses. Last night, the Knicks played like one of those. They played like ass. They were brutal. Didn't show up in the big spot. After the game, and something that's getting extraordinarily tiresome, is hearing the Knicks say, we need to come out and match their level of intensity. Hey, guys, this isn't like the Charlotte Hornets on a Tuesday night in December. This is Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Final, to avoid going down 3-1. Pathetic performance last night by the Knicks. Josh Hart, who I love, and Knicks fans love. And I think even if you hate the Knicks, and I think lots of people hate the Knicks, even if you hate the Knicks, I think you have to respect Josh Hart and the way he plays and the way he goes about his business. I think it's the worst game I've seen Josh Hart play as a Knick. The fact that he played 36 minutes, Tom Thibodeau should be tried for war crimes for playing Josh Hart 36 minutes last night. He was terrible. Horrible on defense, getting beat on cuts the entire game, passing the ball like Nathan Peterman, 5 turnovers. I thought it was the worst game Josh Hart's played as a Knick. So, of course, Tibbs plays him 36 minutes. Mikal Bridges runs around like a chicken with his frickin' head cut off, looking like Ben Simmons, unwilling to take layups, settling for insane fadeaway jumpers. And at the end of the game, the Knicks somehow in an insane fashion decided to run their offense through Mikal Bridges. Forget about the fact that Jalen Brunson won Clutch Player of the Year and Karl Anthony Towns dominated the fourth quarter in Game 3. No. Let's let Mikal Bridges take all the shots at the end of the game as the Knicks are desperately trying to claw back into it. Insane. And then there's Jalen Brunson, who deserves all the credit in the world for resuscitating a moribund Knicks franchise. And he's been one of the most important players in franchise history. But let's call a spade a spade. Let's tell the truth. He has been terrible in this series. And yesterday on the show, we talked about the degree to which Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has outplayed Anthony Edwards in the star v star matchup in the OKC-Minnesota series. Tyrese Halliburton has outplayed Jalen Brunson to a bigger degree. SGA has outplayed Anthony Edwards. And I know Brunson scored 31 points last night, but did you watch the game? Brunson was not good. He's not even close to being in control. He's lost his handle. He plays no defense. And the Knicks, and this is not a hot take, the Knicks have been better without Brunson on the court in this series. Imagine that being something that's actually true. And Tom Thibodeau, after a masterful Game 3 that I credited him for on the show, I thought he did a great job coaching in Game 3, which the Knicks won. I compare Thibodeau, he's like someone who's really out of shape, fat, obese, overweight, who decides to eat a salad and hit the treadmill and drink some water and gets into good shape, and you say, wow, you look great, man. And then Game 4 rolls around, and he's, going to town on In-N-Out like it owes him money. Face first in a cake or a pie, eating cookies, like looking like Cookie Monster. Back to his old habits. Terrible coaching job by Thibs. And now the Knicks are on the brink. I was offered tickets to go to the game tomorrow night. Madison Square Garden's about, depending on traffic, 30 to 60 minutes from where I live in New York City. My thing with going to the game tomorrow night is, normally when you go to a funeral, you don't have to pay. And you don't have a choice in the matter. Relative dies. Unfortunate reality of life. Someone close to you loses a loved one. You show up. It's the right thing to do. But you don't have to pay to go. Why would I go to the Garden tomorrow night for the funeral for my favorite team? Knicks are a 4.5-point favorite. Might go up to 5 at BetMGM. Let me tell you all something. Indiana is, I hate to say this, it gives me no pleasure. And I hope I'm wrong. Indiana is better than the Knicks. Indiana went into Cleveland in Game 5, and everyone in the betting market loved the Cavs, and the Pacers won outright. They had broken the Cavs by that point. I think the Knicks are broken. And last night, they didn't look broken in Game 1. They didn't look broken in Game 2. They looked broken last night. I think the Pacers go into the Garden and win tomorrow night, and setting up an NBA Finals matchup against the winner of tonight's game.
Cannot win with him. Cannot coach with him. Can't do it.
Can't do it. Won't do it. Shout out to Mike Singletary. That will be the Oklahoma City Thunder. I love OKC to win tonight's game. And we'll save the bets for tonight's game, side total and props for the end of the show, just to get ahead of it. OKC's minus 425 to win the title at BetMGM. That number is short. If and when OKC goes to the finals, they are going to be a gigantic favorite against either the Pacers or Knicks, most likely Indiana. And neither the Pacers, it's all over but the crying. As long as the principals, SGA, Jalen Williams, Chet Holmgren, stay healthy, it's a wrap. The Oklahoma City Thunder will be your NBA champions. Want to close with a note on the National Football League where the Pittsburgh Steelers are in the news because OTAs are taking place right now, and Mason Rudolph is the team's starting quarterback because Aaron Rodgers is still unsigned, doing whatever the hell it is he's doing. And that really could be anything. Anything. Maybe he's on the boat with Stephon Diggs. I don't know. Terry Bradshaw, Hall of Fame Steelers quarterback, making waves on a radio interview in Arkansas, saying the Steelers are basically above this. Like they should not be stooping to this level, being held hostage by Aaron Rodgers. And I think reasonable minds, whether you're a Steelers fan or not, can agree with Terry Bradshaw. The Steelers are a legacy NFL franchise. Have won one for the thumb. Like they've won a ton of Super Bowls. They are a legend, like one of the premier franchises in the National Football League. 1 million winning seasons. They should be above this. But they're not. They made their bed months ago. Had a chance in free agency to bring back Russell Wilson or Justin Fields, or both didn't. Could have tried to trade for Kirk Cousins. Maybe they still will. Could have signed Jameis Winston. Could have done something else at quarterback. Could have drafted Shadur Sanders. Could have drafted Dylan Gabriel. Could have drafted Jalen Milroe. Could have drafted Tyler Shuck. It did none of the above. They are waiting on Aaron Rodgers. And at this point now, you have no choice unless you're trying to pry Kirk Cousins away from the Falcons. And I'd rather have Rodgers than Cousins with the way Cousins looked last year coming off the injury. Would you rather have, seriously, Aaron Rodgers or Mason Rudolph? You can acknowledge that Rodgers is a diva and that Rodgers loves the high school drama and that he's a pain in the ass. I won't argue with any of it. But I think you also can't argue that Rodgers gives the Steelers the best chance to win this year. If and when they sign him, I do think they're going under their win total of 8.5. On the other side, the legendary Ken Rosenthal joins me and Femi Abebefe. We're talking Major League Baseball next on the NBC Sports Now Power Hour on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I think with the Chiefs, for example, like there is, unlike the NFL, the PGA doesn't nearly have the individual promotion of its players. Like in football season, like not only do you see the Chiefs, like what do I think of? You're going to hear about Travis and Taylor, and you're going to see a State Farm commercial 85 times per day, you know, and it's like, okay, I get it. All right, I get it, the Chiefs. So they're saturated in the market, even in the commercial market, and because the NFL is so dominant anyway. I mean, people follow the NFL year-round, where I think that if you're successful in the NFL, it's the same thing when the Patriots were dominating, right? Not only were they dominating, but everywhere you turn, you saw Gronk or you saw Tom Brady. Hell, even now you see these guys, and they're not even playing anymore. So I think that sort of is part of it as well. Like, you're not going to see... During a tournament, you don't see 4 commercials with Scotty Scheffler. And during the offseason, it's not like Scotty Scheffler. It's all quiet until, it's golf season again. So I think that has something to do with it as well.
Yeah, and even from an X's and O's standpoint, like the Chiefs, as good as they are, they weren't really an explosive offense. And none of us want to see them dink and dunk down the field and rely on their defense. So I personally want to see a more explosive offense. I want to see Saquon Barkley rip off his, a 95-yard touchdown run. So factors that went into nobody wanting to see the Chiefs win.
And it's like you can't have like an NFL red zone for golf, right? There's one tournament going on. Just imagine if they had a Saturday with like one golf tournament and then another one on like the Champions Tour, and they were going back and forth. You'd be like, this is the most boring thing I've ever seen.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now with Nick Costos and Femia Bebefe, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
Great to be on the NBC Sports Now Power Hour on Peacock, radio stations nationwide, SiriusXM, YouTube, Twitch, etc. You Better You Bet on this Wednesday. Coming up 20 minutes from now, all our bets for tonight in the world of sports. Gambling night in America, including OKC, Minnesota, Game 5 Western Conference Final, Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Final in the Stanley Cup playoffs with the Panthers and the Hurricanes in Carolina, the entire slate in Major League Baseball, and our golf bets as well for the Memorial, where Tyler Morales will likely embarrass himself yet again with his outright card coming up for the Memorial. That's all on the way 20 minutes from now. But joining us right now on the show, as promised, the word I used to start the hour was legendary, because he is legendary. The legendary Ken Rosenthal joins us now on the show to talk Major League Baseball. We're past Memorial Day, and now I feel like this is when we kick into overdrive with the Major League Baseball season. Ken, star Major League Baseball writer for our friends at The Athletic. You, of course, watch him, the Major League Baseball on Fox, and Foul Territory as well, which is sponsored by our show sponsor, BetMGM, on Twitter at Ken_Rosenthal. My friend, what's going on? Welcome back to the show.
Well, Nick, thanks. In my own home, I don't believe my wife considers me legendary. I don't believe my children consider me legendary, but it's nice to hear someone does, so I appreciate it, man.
what's funny about that is it's so true, because you could think, like, as married, but I'm married with a small child. You could come up with the greatest show ever, and people can tell you how great you are. And if you don't take the garbage out or something, you are the lowest form of scum, Ken, on the entire planet, right? It's unbelievable how this works.
And Nick, that's a good thing because it keeps you humble, man.
Right? I actually really agree with you on that. I didn't used to agree with that, but as time has gone on, I think that's totally right. All right, let's talk some baseball here. And I want to start a big picture here, Ken, and we are a betting show, and this doesn't have to be like your best bets, but I think it's an interesting like prism to view things through, right? Aaron Judge is a massive favorite to win American League Most Valuable Player again. He's having like a legendary season right now, to use that word again. I think when he goes home, he's probably still looked at as a legend, is my guess. And Shohei Ohtani is not as big a favorite, but is still a minus price. Like, very likely, the betting market says, to win National League Most Valuable Player. Do you see it that way, where pending health, it's as easy as just Judge again in the AL, Ohtani again in the National League at this point in time right now?
Definitely Judge. It's his to lose, and it's hard to imagine him losing it. He's going to have to go really cold, and someone else is going to have to get really hot. He's having another historic season. It's amazing what he's doing. And Ohtani, you could really say he's doing the same. The only difference to me with Ohtani is that the National League is so strong, it's conceivable, repeat, conceivable, another player emerges from some other team that gets hot down the stretch. But even then, Ohtani already has 20 homers. He's got 11 steals. He's being Ohtani again. And, oh, yeah, he's also going to pitch at some point, assuming good health. So it's difficult to imagine him losing as well.
It's pretty amazing what Ohtani has done, and certainly what Aaron Judge has done, Ken, to this point in the regular season. I think if people have been locked into the NBA or the National Hockey League or like the NFL draft and OTAs, etc., and now it's like, okay, Memorial Day's passed, let me check out the old MLB standings. They may be really shocked to see, Ken, the Detroit Tigers and the gaudy one-loss record racked up by Detroit, 37-20, and as it stands right now, by literally 1 percentage point, the best record in baseball over the Philadelphia Phillies. And the betting market does think the Tigers are for real. The second best odds to win the American League behind the Yankees, and the fifth best odds to win the World Series. The betting market, Ken, thinks the Detroit Tigers are for real in terms of maybe getting to and winning a World Series. Does Ken Rosenthal think the Detroit Tigers are for real?
I do, and there's no reason to believe they aren't. The difference with them this year is their offense. It's a better offense than last year for sure. It's, I think, a top 10 offense right now. And is it great? Is it Dodgers level, Yankees level, Phillies level when those teams are at their best? No. But what they do so well is use interchangeable parts to get matchup advantages. And AJ Hinch, their manager, is brilliant at it. He's also brilliant at it on the pitching side. And their pitching was already strong. We saw that last year. Now, their rotation down the stretch was really Skubal and chaos, as you remember. But now it's Skubal, it's Flaherty, it's Jackson Jobe, it's Reese Olson, and they've got some other pitchers injured, but they're in a really strong position. So I do expect them to be a factor the entire season and into the playoffs.
Yeah, I think it's really it's become the surprise story of Major League Baseball, this Tigers team. It's really, really fun. And Tarek Skubal, every time he's on the mound, the emotion, absolutely love it. You have to be fired up about that if you're a baseball fan. How about in the National League, though, especially in the NL East, where it feels like we have two teams, maybe a third one, too, with Ronald Acuna Jr. back with the Atlanta Braves, but definitely the Philadelphia Phillies and the New York Mets. Feels like that's going to be the race that everyone's kind of keeping their eyes on as we head into the summer months. Soto hasn't quite gotten going yet for the Mets. I'm assuming he will at some point, traditionally being a second-half player. How do you see that race playing out, Phillies and the Mets, and maybe the Braves kind of being that third horse in the picture?
That one, Femi, still has to evolve. And you're right. With Acuna back and Strider back, the Braves are a different team. They haven't shown that yet, but that's because in Strider's case, he's still rounding into form, and Acuna is one player. And they have had different issues crop up over the course of the season. They've got a new shortstop, Nick Allen, who replaced Arcia. They've got Eli White, who's emerged. Remember, Profar is under suspension until late June. Different little things here and there, good and bad, have happened for the Atlanta Braves. Their catching has been terrific. The offensive production, they're getting there. So I do see them as a factor in the race. The Phillies are probably the strongest club because they have the strongest rotation. The Mets rotation has been really good. a surprise in its own right. The Mets offense is really good. And I just see that being a 3-team race ultimately. The Braves aren't quite there, and maybe they never get there, but the other 2 teams are legitimate. And while we're at it, we might as well talk about the National League West too, because that is going to be a crazy race. Maybe 4 teams involved, though the Diamondbacks are playing rather poorly right now.
Yeah, the Giants are also another surprise team this Major League Baseball season. This is You Better You Bet. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, hanging out with Ken Rosenthal, Foul Territory, MLB on Fox, senior writer for The Athletic, talking all things Major League Baseball. The American League West, you mentioned the NL West, the AL West. I'm a Mariners fan. I root for the Seattle Mariners. It hasn't been great over the last 25 plus years. My childhood was fantastic with Griffey, Edgar, and Randy Johnson, A-Rod, and all those guys. But since then, not so much. They're currently in first place. Astros breathing down their neck. The Rangers, who won the World Series a couple years ago, they're always lurking around the corner. If they can stay healthy, how do you see that race unfolding?
It's funny. I thought again, like I thought last year, this was the year the Astros just don't have it. And they've certainly taken a number of hits to their starting rotation. Blanco's going to require season-ending elbow surgery. Wisniewski's having season-ending elbow surgery. And they've also been without Spencer Arrighetti. So they're thin there. There's no question. Their lineup is all right-handed right now without Yordan Alvarez for the most part. So you look at them and you say, they're not that good this year. And here they are winning games as always, doing the Astros thing. So I never ruled them out. I do like the Mariners, though. I especially like that they've accomplished what they have so far, essentially without their top 3 starters. Kirby is back now, but Gilbert and Bryce Miller are still down. And pitching has been their strength. We all know that. Their rotation in particular. But their offense this year has gotten better with new hitting coach Kevin Seitzer, Edgar Martinez, of course, being there as well. I still don't love their offense. I don't know that I trust their offense entirely, but it's a more complete group. And you know what? They're going to do some things I would expect at the deadline to enhance themselves if they're in this same type of commanding position. And from that perspective, it's kind of interesting to be a Mariners fan right now.
You know, Ken, as a Yankee fan, and I love Femi, I've promised to him that I will never bring up 2001, the million regular season wins and then losing. I'll never. I will never bring that up. I'll never bring up what happened in 2001 with the Yankees beating the Mariners. Also, 1995 broke my heart with Ken Griffey. That stupid smile after the slide into home to beat the Yankees in the ALDS in 1995. Ken, I want to follow with something you said about the National League West. I thought that was so interesting because the betting market right now thinks that the Dodgers are just going to win this division. They are a huge favorite, the Dodgers are, to win the NL West. But then you look at the standings, and I think we can acknowledge the Dodgers are the best team, at least have the best roster, the reigning champs. Padres a game and a half out. Giants only 3 out. The Diamondbacks are way better. Oh, forget about the Rockies. We get to them in a second. The Diamondbacks, we feel like, are way better than their record would indicate. Still only 6.5 games out. It's still May. Ken, would you want to make the case for any team outside of the Dodgers to potentially win the NL West? Because if people wanted to bet that, man, you get a great price betting against the LA Dodgers in that division.
It's difficult, and it's difficult because the Dodgers should get better as the season goes on. Why do I say that? Well, Kershaw came back and pitched well today. This was, I believe, his second start. You've got Ohtani waiting in the wings. You've got Blake Snell and Tyler Glass now coming off injuries. They seemingly should stabilize. They've got an entire bullpen on the injured list as well, guys in various states of rehabilitation. So I still expect that they're going to be the best team, and by quite a bit. And with all of the other teams, I have questions. The Giants, their offense. The Padres, their depth. The Diamondbacks, just the way that they're playing in general. So if I had to bet, and I don't bet, obviously, in my job, but the Dodgers still seem to me to be the prohibitive favorite.
And the betting market agrees. The Dodgers almost a minus 600 favorite to win the NL West. Just on the Rockies, you know, we don't have to talk about just how bad they are. It's on pace to be the worst team in the last 120 years in Major League Baseball. I think as bettors, you know, sometimes in baseball, Ken, like we can like bad teams because in baseball, the worst teams still win 60-plus games a year. The best teams can lose 60-plus games a year. Except in this instance, maybe the worst team loses like 130 games or something. Is there a way that the Rockies, like they're not going to get even to average, right? Maybe not even to below average. But can they ascend to a level, Ken, where they're not like the worst team of all time? And maybe we can look at them and say, this might be a team that I might be interested in backing on sometimes, whereas now it's absolutely not with your money.
They can get to that level, but it's going to take some of their core guys playing better for starters. Ezekiel Tovar is back now. Doyle has done some things. He's seemingly in his head on the upswing. And their pitching staff, they've got to get Dolander back, and Marquez is pitching better. I'm reaching for straws here, but I'm reaching. So I can see them playing better, if only because they can't play worse. And that is not something inconsequential. At some point, there's regression to the mean, even for the Colorado Rockies. We just don't know what that mean is. So put it this way, they're not going to be a good team at any point soon. Can they be a more competitive team? That's a reasonable expectation.
Can the Chicago Cubs, first place in the NL Central, 34-21, playing amazing baseball thus far this season. I asked you this question about the Detroit Tigers. I'll phrase it exactly the same way about the Cubs. Does Ken Rosenthal think the Chicago Cubs are for real?
Yes, but with a caveat. I'm worried about their starting pitching and where it's going to go. Justin Steele, of course, is down. They haven't gotten Assad back. They've had various different issues throughout the course of the season. Imanaga is down right now as well. So like a lot of clubs, they have concerns about their pitching depth. And the intriguing part about them is where their offense is and how Kyle Tucker, not single-handedly, but has really transformed them, as has Pete Crow-Armstrong. So I expect them to still score runs regardless of what else happens. But ultimately, their pitching is a concern. Now, are they for real? They're absolutely for real, and they play in a weak division. St. Louis has been a huge surprise, but Milwaukee is not playing as well as people expected. Same for Cincinnati. Pittsburgh is Pittsburgh, though they had a good series in Arizona this week. So I do expect the Cubs to win the division, but at the same time, they're one more pitching injury away from being in a really problematic state.
Final question, Ken, in about 45 seconds. Give us a team right now that is currently outside of the playoff picture. And I have the standings up in front of me in case you're like, you just want a little edification. A team outside the playoff picture that you think will work its way into the playoff picture, make the postseason when it's all said and done, is who and why?
The team I'll give you, I believe they might have a wild card spot right now. I don't have the standings in front of me, but Minnesota, a team that started the season horribly, has played much better of late. They're waiting for Buxton to get back from the concussion list, and they're waiting for Wallner as well. He's a big part of their offense, Matt Wallner. If they get those two guys back with the pitching that they have, it's been excellent. I expect that they're going to make a run at the Tigers and maybe be a force in the postseason. Health is always the issue with Minnesota. Their three best players, Buxton, Correa, and Royce Lewis, have a difficult time staying on the field all at once. And on an individual basis, none of them can be trusted to stay healthy. But if they do get reasonable health out of those guys, they've got a lot of good things going on there. And that was a team at the start of the season. They started so poorly. I thought Rocco Baldelli might be the first manager fired. They've completely turned it around.
Ken, awesome. We love having you on the show. We sincerely appreciate it. Everybody, and I'm sure they do already, because Ken's great. The Athletic, Major League Baseball on Fox, Foul Territory. Follow him on Twitter at Ken_Rosenthal. My friend, we appreciate the time. Stay well. We hope to catch up with you again later this baseball season.
Thank you, Nick.
Ken Rosenthal joining us here on the show. I love, Femi, that answer on the Twins. Because I feel like the Twins are flying under the radar right now a little bit. And when Ken says stuff, that's worth noting. Also, I love Ken Rosenthal because, like me, he's a fellow #short king. Femi's tall. He can't
stand
can't
for the
relate.
crew.
He can't relate. On the other side, all our bets for tonight. Gambling night in America.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I think with the Chiefs, for example, like there is unlike
the Patriots are becoming one of the trendiest teams this offseason. They're already pumped about it here in Boston. Oh, Vrabel's going to fix the culture. Vrabel's going to take them to the playoffs. Okay. Do we know what Drake May is yet? He showed flashes with the Patriots. They took him, second overall. Obviously, there's potential there. Did they really give him enough weapons? Did they add enough protection? They got better on defense. A lot of additions via free agency on defense. The caveat there is when you pay for free agents, you usually overpay. They gave Milton Williams a lot of money in free agency, and that's not the only guy that maybe got more money than I think the market expected. Defensively, fine. They'll be better. I don't know that the offense is going to take that next step. And again, this is a team that won 4 games last year. 4. Now we're going to make the win total 8.5. So you got to win 9. That's a 5-win hike on last year. I think fundamentally, foundationally, they're better.
Yes.
But to ask that to happen in one offseason is a big ask.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
All right, so thank you, Zadola. Before we wrap up the wonderful Sports Wednesday edition of You Better You Bet, which I can be honest, it's not really that wonderful because my Knicks suck. All our bets for tonight, Gambling Night in America. Brad Thomas from NBC will join us in a moment, and we will get golf bets for the Memorial from Tyler Morales in a second. But first, the aforementioned thank yous. We had 3 tremendous guests on the show today. We appreciate all of them. How about our guy, Jason Sobel, giving us bets for the Memorial from CBS Sports, BetMGM, SiriusXM PGA Tour Radio. My good friend, John Jastrzemski from The Ringer, and SNY here in New York, JJ, talking Knicks Pacers, talking Yankees and Mets, talking his Miami Dolphins. We love our pal, John Jastrzemski. And in the last segment, how great is Ken Rosenthal from The Athletic, MLB on Fox and Foul Territory, breaking down all things Major League Baseball. Love having Ken Rosenthal on the show. And Femi and I touched on the Zach Hyman injury throughout the show for Edmonton and how that impacts the likely Stanley Cup final with the Oilers against the Panthers. We talked about the Thunder and Wolves. We'll do that in a second. We projected Thunder versus Pacers in the NBA Finals. All sorts of good stuff, all sorts of wagertainment. And if you, dear listener and dear viewer, if you missed any of it, I've got good news for you. All you've got to do is search You Bet wherever you find your podcast, and you can get all the wagertainment we bring you here on a daily basis. That's the Odyssey app, That is Spotify. That is Apple. It's like Tom Cruise said in the 1996 comedy/drama Jerry Maguire. He's on the phone with Cuba Gooding Jr., Rod Tidwell in the movie. And Rod Tidwell is asking Jerry Maguire. He wants Jerry Maguire to say something. He keeps repeating this phrase. And Tom Cruise's Jerry Maguire repeats the phrase. He repeats it once. And then he repeats it again. And he gets louder. And he gets louder. And it's one of the most famous lines in the history of cinema. And that line, of course, is all you've got to do to listen to You Better You Bet is search You Bet wherever you find your podcasts. Our executive producer is Bill Zimmerman, our technical director, Tyler Morales, our engineer, Jake Hassan, and our video producer, God's Perfect Creation, downtown Mike Brown. How about this? What a treat. Joining us right now, he came on the call in what we call Q, right? So we're off air, but we can still talk during the break. And I just go, what an F, and I dropped, there's a hard F-bomb. What an effing stud. Look at this guy. Look at Brad Thomas. Look at this hair. Look at this shirt. He's handsome. He's got swag. And he's with us here on the show at Mr. Brad Thomas on Twitter. What's up, my friend? How are you?
Yo, I'm doing really good. Keep throwing me the compliments and boosting me up because it makes me feel a lot better.
Well, let's see how your bets go.
Yes.
A little birdie told me the birdie was you. You've got some bets for the Memorial coming up, starting tomorrow, right? On the PGA Tour event this weekend, where Scottie Scheffler is a huge favorite. Brad, what are the bets coming up for Memorial and why?
Yeah, I'll give you a prop bet first, and I'm going to take Steven Jaeger over Matty Schmid as the top German. It's around minus 138 on BetMGM. This line's just a little bit low because Matty Schmid just went head-to-head with Ben Griffin at the Charles Schwab. But it's overinflated, and it's a really good sell spot on Matty Schmid. This line would probably be about minus 200. Schmid just went out there and blitzed everybody on approach, blitzed everybody on the putting surface, gained like 9 strokes putting. That's just not sustainable. I don't think he's the kind of guy to put together 3 straight top 10s. And Steven Jaeger plays really good at the big boy courses. I also like outrights, right? Like I think this is going to be probably a chalky one, but Victor Hovland in the winner without Scotty market. Hovland, you can play him even in the straight market. I think is a good price. When you think about this golf course, you want golfers who are really good with their long irons, right? Guys who can just absolutely blister it from 175 and out. And I actually didn't know this stat before I decided on Victor Hovland. It was just one of those things where I was like, I trust Victor Hovland with a long iron more than anybody. I go and look up a stat, 175 and out. Who is the best golfer over the last 50 rounds? Happens to be Victor Hovland. That's probably why he won this tournament 2 years ago and finished T15. I like him to beat Scotty, but if you're afraid that Scotty wins, you can get him in the without market for like $5 cheaper.
I love Brad. I love that bet. And when we had Jason Sobel on earlier in the show, we talked about that exact market. BetMGM offers it like winner without. So basically, if Scheffler wins, like bet who comes in second because Scheffler is such a huge favorite. Brad, you're going to be on the show tomorrow, right? So I think you've got to play for the Champions League final with PSG and Inter.
Yeah, I want to play for Champions League.
Okay, great. Sorry, are you not with us tomorrow? But what about
not tomorrow? No.
You on tomorrow? Well, great job, Bill. So I'm off Friday, so let's hold the Champions League bet for Friday. So I know you'll have that for PSG and Inter. My friend, we appreciate it. Stay well, and I'll talk to you at some point in the not-so-distant future.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. Take care.
The great Brad Thomas joining us on the show. Bill writes in the chat, read your text carefully, Nick. How about this, buddy? Do your job better.
We'll text you his plays. Right.
Let me see. Is he right? Did he actually text that or no?
He did text that. Yeah, he said Wednesday, Friday for Brad.
Okay, so how about this, though? Okay, so, Femi, we're on the phone earlier, right? Me, you, and Bill.
Mm-hmm.
True or false? I said on this phone call, hey, Bill, when we're off the phone, can you text Jake and me and you, because Jake's our baseball, Jake knows more about baseball than all of us combined, right? He's in them streets. Say, can you ask Jake his opinion on, for topics for Ken Rosenthal? Did I ask that question, yes or no?
That is correct. You asked that question.
Did Bill send the text, or did I have to text Jake separately 90 minutes later?
I believe you had to text Jake separately. He did not send the text. You texting Jake. I was not a part of that, but he did not send the text. No, he did not.
Here's my question is, I'll do another Office Space line. I did one earlier in the show. Here would be my question for Bill Zimmerman. What would you say it is you do here? Let's pay the bills, Jake the Snake. And Jake, by the way, gave great topics. They were outstanding. Jake, please drop the dope-ass beat.
Bill shots fired in the chat there.
He's right about that. He's right. He reminded me about 9 times to do something last week, and I didn't do it. How about this for Jake? Look, this is just NL Central notes. Ceiling for the Cubs, ? Pete Crow Armstrong breaking out this year. Story came out today that Cubs are open to an in-season contract extension for him. It's good stuff from Jake.
Yeah.
A lot of detail there. We love our friend Jake.
Toasted the town, PCA.
Anyway. Make a fast... Make a fast break for the action with an NBA Playoffs odds boost token. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning playoff bet. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. PFT Live is unreal. There's NFL OTAs are going on. There's tons of news if you're in them NFL streets. Mike Florio and Chris Sims break it all down. PFT Live weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on Peacock and the new NBC Sports Now channel. And listen wherever you get your podcast. Tyler Morales, pop on with us quickly here. Tyler, you've got 45 seconds. Bets for the Memorial. Please don't embarrass yourself or us or your family.
Top 5 Bud Cauley last week that you just conveniently keep forgetting. That happened, 12-1. All right, bets for this week. Justin Thomas, 18-20-1. Last three PGA Tour events. Second, first, second. Why is he the fourth favorite? We're going to go right back. Patrick Cantlay 22-1, and some long shots here. Siwoo Kim 45-1. Jason Sobel shot this one down. I love Siwoo Kim here. I think he can win. And Keegan Bradley 50-1. Real quick, U.S. Women's Open's bet. Yo-Jo Kim 27-1, and my girl Minji Lee 24-1. So let's hit an outright winner this week. I love the card.
I've known Tyler for 6 years. Great internet connection, by the way. Tyler's been talking about Minji Lee for 6 years, so that is accurate. Tyler, call your shot. Who wins the Memorial? 5 seconds.
Siwoo Kim. We're going to have a different winner this week.
All right. We're all feeling patriotic. All right. Game 5 Western Conference Finals tonight. Thunder and the Wolves. Femi, the Thunder 8.5-point home favorites. Total 220.5 as OKC looks to win the Western Conference, advance to the NBA Finals. Bets for tonight, my friends, in the NBA.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep it simple. I'm going to bet the Oklahoma City Thunder. I think they're just a better team. We've seen that all throughout this series. They're going to close this thing out at home. They don't want to have to go back to Minneapolis where that's a raucous environment. So laying the 8 with OKC, they will punch their ticket to the NBA Finals.
For people that are interested and like OKC to win tonight and the Panthers to win tonight, that 2-leg moneyline parlay at BetMGM, plus 128. I do think the Thunder win tonight. I'm parlaying their money line with a bunch of stuff. I do like OKC. One player prop for me in this game. Julius Randle said he needs to be more aggressive following his 5-point effort in the Game 4 loss. Julius Randle over 16.5 points tonight for the Minnesota Timberwolves. All right, and I think tomorrow on the show, we'll be talking about OKC as the Western Conference champion.
Yeah.
All right, bets for tonight. Game 5, Eastern Conference Final in the NHL. Panthers and the Hurricanes in Carolina. Florida, a slight favorite. Total 5.5 juiced under. Femi, I've been betting the Panthers in every game in the series. It only didn't go well in Game 4. I'm back on the Panthers here tonight. Have the Panthers to win the series. I'm betting Florida tonight to close it out on the road in Carolina, win their 3rd straight Eastern Conference, and advance to the Stanley Cup Final.
Yeah, I will not be betting tonight's game, but I will be betting the Florida Panthers to win the Stanley Cup. You can find plus 110 over at BetMGM. Due to the injuries to Edmonton, Zach Hyman out for the rest of the playoffs. I think this sets up really, really well in the rematch that we're likely going to get in a couple of weeks. Panthers over Oilers, so Panthers plus 110 to hoist Lord Stanley's Cup for a second consecutive year.
I have a joke that I'm not going to do it, but I just want to know that like it's in my head and I really want to tell it, but I'm not going to. I think Florida wins. I'm still going to back Edmonton to win the cup, but it makes me nervous now with Hyman out for the rest of the season for the Edmonton Oilers. But give me Florida tonight to beat Carolina. And look at that, man. Let me tell you, Mike Brown's getting good with these graphics. Look at this. Look at this. Wow, perfect symmetry. Like you bust out a ruler or a protractor or whatever the hell you use. It's perfect. It's like the space in between the games. This is this is his Sistine Chapel. This is his Mona Lisa. Some people paint with brushes and I don't know, paint. Mike Brown does it with graphics.
Fingers.
Femi, whatever. Save me. That's for tonight in baseball, please.
I'll go ahead.
This.
Cardinals first 5 on the money line. Let's back Miles Michaelis against these fraudulent Baltimore Orioles. Also, first 5 over Reds and the Royals. I get it. Hunter Green's been awesome. He's coming back, though, from the IL stint. I think we go over in that one, even though Noah Cameron's been pretty good. And then finally, Toronto first 5 money line against the Rangers because Tyler Mahle's been a little bit over his skis so far this season. Toronto plus 120 in the first 5.
Give me your best bet for Major League Baseball. The one best bet tonight for baseball, and I will parlay it with OKC money line and Panthers money line.
Cardinals first 5 on the money line. Miles Michaelis, he's found his groove again. They're going to win that in the first 5. I don't know what the hell the bullpen does, but let's go with the Cardinals first 5. Also, fallen hero spot, Fever laid the 4 in the WNBA. First game without Caitlin Clark. How about that?
Oh, that is the fallen hero spot of all fallen hero spots. Fever -4 tonight?
-4, baby. Taking down the Mystics.
Is Miles Michaelis like Stella?
Oh, baby, he is. He got his groove back. He's got his groove back.
I think we had our groove today on You Better You Bet, and we hope to do the same tomorrow on a Tremendous Sports Thursday. Until then, for Femi Abebefe, I am Nick Costos wishing you, dear listener and dear viewer, minimal sweats, winning bets. The absolute very best of luck.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Bear down, yeah. Chicago Bears. Da-da-da-da. Yeah, the Bears, Polish sausage, Dicka, mini Dicka, all the Dickas. So they're going to be partying with their pants off because the Bears are making the playoffs this year. I don't care what anybody says. You could say, oh, Evans, that's, your bias is baked in. I don't give a damn. This team is pretty darn good on paper. They have made a lot of upgrades, including the coaching staff, of course, and Ben Johnson coming over from the Detroit Lions, outrun the show. They are in the Windy City. They are plus 160, are the monsters of the Midway. They're no longer going to be the mice of the Midway to make the playoffs, and I'm willing to bet on that. I think that's a great value. Yes, they have the 4th hardest projected strength of schedule. Mike Clay, though, at ESPN's got a project for 8.4 wins. I think they're going to win at least 9 games. They win 9 games, they're going to sneak in the wild card round of the playoffs. Clay also gives them a win probability of 50% or greater in 10 games this season and projects them to be top 13 in overall offense and top 13 in overall defense. You got to love that balance. A team that was only number 26 in EPA offense last year, but they were 13 in EPA defense. Bear all the way the hell down. It's going to be a fun fall in Chicago, and I'm not going to have to drown myself in Malort to try to suffer through the season. I think the Bears are going to deliver on expectations. Caleb Williams, emerging from his SUV with remodels on his arm. He's going to quadruple that number based on the production that he's going to post this season. So Chicago making the playoffs, baby, at plus 160. Brando, hike.
It's time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, yeah, time to bet and sweat with the pros. We got the pros here. We got PJ Glasser. He's been here since like 1 p.m. today, so shout out to Peej. Host to Send It In. He's filling in tonight for Brad Evans. Brad will be back on Monday, enjoying a little vacation. And we got Ryan Hollins joining us in 40 minutes to preview tonight, Western Conference Final. What could be the last game here coming up. And right now, as I look, no line movement since we talked about this last night. Game 5, the Thunder, 8.5-point favorites, looking to close out the series tonight. Total sitting there right now at 221.5. So we'll talk about that with Ryan Hollins. 8 p.m., we'll talk some hockey with Rachel Dory from Betalytics. And then coming up around 8:40, our guy Jeff Feinberg makes his return to the show, Mayo Media. And we'll talk some golf. Peej got some golf picks. I'll probably tell you, Peej, I got off the schneid a couple weeks ago. Granted, it was at the Masters, and I bet Rory every year for the last 10 years with my buddy Pretty Big because we love Rory, Team Rory. But hey, a win's a win. And then I had Scotty Scheffler at plus like 300 too. So we're back, and we're better than ever. So I'll probably tell you there. We got Panthers Hurricanes tonight. The Hurricanes plus 105 at home. Panthers minus 125 favorites on the road. Total in that game 5.5. And then, of course, we got some Major League Baseball. Your O's in a rain delay right now, taking on the Cardinals tonight. Miles Michaelis on the mound for the Cards. They're even money. What do you think about that one, Peach? Any thoughts tonight? Because I actually kind of liked Michaelis under 5.5 hits given up. But I don't know if this game's going to even get in. The weather's been terrible. I feel like it hasn't stopped raining for like 72 hours here.
Yeah, probably won't get in. It's interesting. The under's taking some money. It's juiced now minus 120. So, you know, Michaelis has been good this season. The Orioles pitching has been much better as of late. Povich has not been good at home, though. His ERA is like over 6 at home. I would just pass on that game altogether, to be honest with you. The O's have not won many season series so far this year. So we have a split thus far. This is game 3. This is the rubber match. I would probably pass, honestly, if anything.
Yeah, I agree. All right, I'm going to give out one in Major League Baseball. I like the Royals tonight because it's Noah Cameron night. Now, it is Hunter Green going for the Reds, so they're slight favorites. I bet this plus 105 right now. BetMGM still has it even money. Hunter Green's been awesome for the Reds as well, so I kind of do lean under. He's got a 2.54 ERA, 0.85 WHIP, but Noah Cameron's been awesome. He's got a 0.93 ERA, and the Reds really struggle against lefties all season long. If you look at the splits, they have a 2.16 batting average and a 6.49 OPS against left-handed pitchers. Royals bullpen, I trust them as well. They got a 3.38 ERA, so I'll take the plus money here. It is down to even money, but I'm going to go with Kansas City. The only other thing that I was thinking about was the under at Wrigley tonight with the wind blowing in, but I'll stay away with Boyd and Gordon on the mound for the Rockies tonight. Cubs, huge favorites, minus 325. Total 7.5. Anything in Major League Baseball, Peach, or are you passing tonight on the card?
So that Royals game is interesting. I, too, like them on the money line at home. So you mentioned Cameron, how good he's been. In 19 and third innings pitched, 0.93 ERA. I expect a regression hit at some point, Ryan, but I don't think it's coming in this game. So I like KC as home dogs plus 100. I also like Kikuchi tonight for the Angels, under 17.5 outs recorded. Yankees, one of the best team in baseball, is hitting against left-handers. They faced the lefty last night in Tyler Anderson, so I think they're set up to do some damage tonight against Kikuchi and the Angels. Keep in mind, spent a couple years in Toronto in the AL East. They've gotten a good look at him, so I think under outs for Kikuchi is a good look tonight. And that's pretty much all I like. Nothing for me in the Nats, Mariners, or Blue Jays and Rangers. Those that Yankees play is the only game I like.
Yeah, we had a ton of day baseball today. I bet the Rays, that was not really a sweat. They win 5-0. But light night, I'll add a little NBA and maybe do something in hockey, although I'm still pissed off about Dallas last night, so might take the night off. All right, we got Brandon running the board out in Chicago. He's our Major League Baseball expert here on the show. Brando, first off, I have a trivia. Actually, first off, what do you like tonight? And then I got a little trivia question for you and PJ that crossed my computer desk today when I saw the Royals-Cubs game, and I almost bet the under. A little fun fact for you guys.
Yeah, I'm on a lot. I am on that Cubs over tonight. It is a little bit more humid. I know people are worried about the wind and the cool air, but it's going to be like 58 degrees, but it's going to feel like it's 68 degrees. So I do like the ball to fly out of Wrigley tonight. I also like Hunter Green's over strikeouts tonight as well against Kansas City, over 5.5 strikeouts. I'm on that. I'm with you on the Kikuchi. I love the Kikuchi bet. I also have some money laid down on that as well. So
nice. Brandon, is that a Cubs hat or is that the flag of Colorado? I can't really tell.
Yeah, no, it's the Cubs. It was their Memorial Day hat 2 years ago.
I see. I was like, for a Cubs guy to be wearing, Colorado hat, that would have been something.
How many hats do you think you got in the collection, Brando?
I actually counted them the other day. I have 47.
47 hats.
Do you have a favorite off the top of your head?
The one that I'm wearing right now is actually probably my favorite.
Is it really?
That is an awesome hat.
I have a lot of the salute to service stuff. So a lot of the salute to service, but this is my favorite one, just the Army green with the flag behind the C. Just never fails. I love it.
Do you know what the Cubs record is wearing that hat?
1-0. 1-0.
1-0.
Yeah, they wore it once on a Saturday.
There
undefeated.
Well, he's going up against the Rockies tonight, so he should make it 2-0.
So, all right, perfect segue right there. All right, so since the start of last season, we're now 162 games, so 218 games. How many games have the Colorado Rockies been favored in? Going back to opening day of last year, 218 games they have played. How many have they been the favorites in, would you guys say? Tonight they are not the favorites. They're plus 260 at Wrigley.
I will go 0.
I'm going to go 4.
Oh, Peach wins. He's closer. 5.
Oh. Okay.
I also have the record in those games. 3-2.
3-2.
So there you go.
Okay. Because, you had to think, Brandon, right? With the balanced schedule, they played the White Sox last year, so figured maybe they'd be a favorite in those. And then the Athletics the year before. Those were the only two teams where I'm like, they could possibly be favorites. So that's crazy.
Yeah, they were equally as bad as both of those teams, though. That's why I'm actually surprised that they were the favorite at all. Especially, going to the rate here in Chicago as well. The Sox do play well there, even though they don't win very much.
It's fair.
Hey, I'll say this. I like to rip on the Sox, and coming into the year, I mean, people were betting them not to have a 3-game win streak and stuff like that, betting them to have the worst record in Major League Baseball. I never thought that was happening this year. I always figured it was going to be the Rockies. I thought the Marlins were going to be a lot worse than they are. They're actually kind of fun, man. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, you can't say many nice things about the south side of Chicago right now, at least the White Sox, other than great concession stand, and the Kraft Cave rocks. But the baseball team, not as bad as the Rockies. All right, we'll talk, obviously, about the hockey playoffs. We'll have bets. We'll have bets in the Western Conference Finals as well. I'm considering Minnesota, 8.5-point dogs. The total is 221.5. But, Peach, I want to get your thoughts on this because today Mike Vrabel had to go to the podium. Day one of OTAs, voluntary organized team activity events over in New England, and talk about the Stephon Diggs situation. There's a video he's partying with Cardi B, not going to lie, a little jealous, and a bunch of, of her friends, I guess we'll call it, on a boat. And there's a pink substance involved. But he didn't show up today to OTAs. Vrabel says he'll deal with the situation. I don't really care about that because it's not TMZ. We talked about this on the way back yesterday. Mm-hmm. The first bet that I placed, we talked about this on the show many, many times, win totals, the Patriots. I think that's way too inflated, man.
Agreed.
Right? Like, yeah, I like the Vrabel hire for the future, and I am a Drake May guy, but last year that was one of the worst offensive lines in pro football. I know they spent a bunch of money in free agency on the defensive side of the ball, and I know it's still a weak division considering you have the Jets twice. We don't know what the Dolphins are going to be. Every time I see a video of Tua, he's partying on a boat with, like, Hootie or whatever he calls himself now, the artist formerly known as Darius Rucker. Every time I see Tyreek Hill, it looks like he's losing another brain cell. That guy is kind of like went off the deep end, man. He's 31 years old. He's on podcasts ripping on Bills fans for whatever reason. Bills are most likely going to win that division, although they get some bad news as Joey Bosa, water wet, hurt already, probably not going to practice all summer long. But I'm out on the Patriots this year. Can they win 7-8 games? Yeah, I just don't know that they win 9 games, double-digit games. I definitely don't think that they win that division. I know it's an easier schedule, and again, I love the Vrabel hire. I do like Drake May, but I think that I don't understand the hype around New England, to be honest with you, man.
Totally agree. The reason why I am looking forward to fading the Patriots this season is because they weren't favored in a single game last year. They're favored in 11 this year. And like you said, it's all off of speculation and hype and what we're all projecting this team to do. It's very Chicago Bears-ish to me. The way we kind of viewed the Bears, right, with this young quarterback and Caleb Williams and the moves that they made in the offseason, and they're going to be a big step up. Well, that ended up not being the case, and I kind of think the same things happen with New England. I like Vrabel a lot. I think he's a really good head coach. I love that move. They got Josh McDaniels now to be the OC. We know all the success he's had there in New England, but at the end of the day, man, I mean, the Patriots, they still need a lot of work on their offense and with the skill position guys. I mean, Drake May's a talented player. Yes, they got Stephon Diggs in the offseason. DeMario Douglas is their number 2 wide receiver. Kyle Williams, the rookie out of Washington State as well. Then you got Hunter Henry as the tight end. They don't have great weapons, and we know Diggs has declined the last couple years ever since he was a monster with the Bills. So I'm just not in on the Patriots. Their schedule's a little tricky too, Ryan. They have a stretch where they have a 3-game road trip at Buffalo, at New Orleans, at Tennessee. And on paper, schedule, again, is pretty doable. The problem is a lot of these NFL teams, right, like the Raiders, the Panthers, the Dolphins, the Saints, the Titans, they know they're only going to get so many opportunities to win games. And when they go up against the Patriots, they're really going to give max effort in those games to try and win them, right?
Yeah.
So, I like their under win total. The back half of their schedule, too, is really tough. At the Bengals, home against the Giants, bye week, but then home against Buffalo, at Baltimore, at the Jets, home against Miami. So it's going to be tricky closing the season, 3 of 4 divisional games. You got the Ravens in there, the Bengals in there, back half of the season. I just think that there's too much hype around New England because we don't know how good Drake May is. Drake May could turn out to be really good, or he could end up not being, all the hype. So,
well, that's what's funny. Remember, last year, everybody talked themselves out of Drake May right when we got to the draft, and he had terrible mechanics. We weren't going to see him all year, which we all knew we were going to see him. We knew Jacoby Brissett wasn't starting 16 games for New England, man.
Right.
But I was always a Drake May guy, and I get that there was some sloppy stuff, some sloppy mechanics, but I mean, he played pretty good behind a bad offensive line. But you said it, I don't really love the skill position players, so we'll see with New England. And also, the back half of their schedule kind of tough, and I get strength of schedule. They play one of the top 10 easiest, but you still get the Raiders week 1. I'm actually kind of high on the Raiders.
Me too.
I can't wait to see what they look like on the offensive side of the ball with Geno, with Ashton Genty. And I don't think Pete Carroll came back at his age to win 6-7 games. I know it's a tough division because the Broncos only got better this offseason and the Chiefs aren't going anywhere. And Mario's Chargers probably are only going to continue to get better for Harbaugh. But I don't know, man. I think the Raiders are going to be super competitive this year.
Agree.
And right away, week 1, I'll probably end up betting the Raiders in that game. Week 2, the Dolphins are either boom or bust. They could be a 3-win team, or they could win double-digit games and everybody keeps their jobs. Because this is kind of make or break for Miami this year and that entire coaching staff. And then the Steelers week 3, even though that game's at home, is the ultimate wild card. Because I'm still guessing that it's going to be Aaron Rodgers as the starting quarterback. Although I listened to 3 hours and 45 minutes of Joe Rogan. Didn't mention anything about the Steelers or football. Did talk a whole lot of weird stuff, but nothing else. After that, the Panthers. Everybody's buying into the Panthers this year, at least being more competitive with Bryce. And then the Bills. So I don't think it's that slam dunk of a schedule, to be honest with you, that this team wins 9-10 games. And like you said, they weren't favored in 1 game last year. and now all of a sudden they're favored in 11 games. So I think that's kind of crazy.
I mean, for one of the worst teams in the league last year,
Right.
right? They got like a top 4 pick. So I think it's crazy. I like that under quite a bit. I think if you want to bet New England this year, you just take some shots with like some crazy odds. Like bet Drake May to win MVP. You know, bet Vrabel to win Coach of the Year. Bet them to win the AFC East. Like bet them to win the AFC. Because I think the AFC is so interesting, Ryan, this year. Outside of the Chiefs, the Bills, and the Ravens, I mean, it's tough to find like that other team that you think could hang with them, right?
Yeah.
So take maybe the upside with Drake May. Like maybe he's Joe Burrow and he has that year too, or he just comes out of nowhere and has an MVP type season. I think you're just betting on the upside of Drake May. So instead of betting over 8.5, I'd rather bet some bigger odds and try to get better prices.
Mario's the Carolina guy. Where are you at with the Pats this year?
I love Drake May. Drake May's back, man. They're going to be good. The question I had for you guys actually was, you mentioned like you bet other prices, PJ, for the Patriots if you really like them this year. What about Trayvon Henderson for Offensive Rookie of the Year at 20-1? I feel like a lot of things would have to go right for that to happen.
For sure.
I'd want a better price.
I kind of am in love with Amarion Hampton to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. Like a lot.
Absolutely,
like
same
a
here.
lot, dude.
Yes.
I mean, Jim Harbaugh is your coach. Greg Roman is your OC. Running behind Slater and Alt. They still don't have any receivers. And at pick 21, they could have gone a number of different ways. They could have gone receiver. They could have gone defense. They went running back. And did you see how excited they were in that room? In the
hell
war
yeah.
room?
Yeah.
After they know what kind of player they're getting. So that's just the perfect Harbaugh Roman type running back. I think they are going to feed him. Because no more Gus Edwards, no more Dobbins. You went out and got Najee and Hampton. Hampton's the guy this year. You're getting like 14-1 on him. I think that's an insane price. We know Tyler Shuck and the Saints. Forget it. Tech McMillan, I think, is going to be a nice player. I don't think he's going to win it. Travis Hunter, I worry about the injuries because of how many snaps he's going to get. Cam Ward, are we going to have 3 years in a row where we just have a quarterback take off with Stroud, Daniels, and then Ward? And then Genty, again, Ryan and I are high on the Raiders. I wouldn't bet him, though, at plus 250. Like, to me, dude, Hampton's the play at 14-1.
I agree, because of the price, man. And you know he's going to tote the rock 15 to 20 times a game, especially when we get to like week 4 and he becomes more involved in the offense. I think that's a slam dunk pick right there.
Yeah.
I think Genty wins the award, but I just don't want to bet that price. We'll take a quick break. We'll take a look at the Western Conference Finals. We got what could be the last game of that series. Timberwolves 8.5-point dogs tonight, looking to keep their season alive, down 3-1 to OKC. Total 221.5. We'll talk about that and the Stanley Cup playoffs next year on BetMGM Tonight.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
When the clock is short, here we go. Goes on top. It's Toppin for three. Good! That'll do it.
TNT on the call right there. Obi Toppin with the dagger, like we all predicted a couple months ago when Indiana, we said that's a lock. NBA Finals. One more game to close it out. It's a 3-1 series. Indiana with the lead over the Knicks, who were favored, obviously, coming into the Eastern Conference Finals. We are 1 hour, 21 minutes, and 45 seconds away from Game 5 in the Western Conference Finals. OKC leads that series 3-1. Watching right now, Ant warm up. We're going to do a little Would You Rather with our bets for tonight. Not a whole lot of score updates. We got the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs. Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals about to get underway in about 48 minutes still. I lean Carolina at plus 105. Panthers minus 125 favorites looking to close out the series. I haven't heard anybody make the case for the Hurricanes. I do get why, but I kind of like them tonight to keep their season alive. Total in that game is 5.5, minus 135 to the under. I'm going to stay away from that. Major League Baseball right now, not a whole lot going on. The Cardinals and the O's are underway. We're scoreless in the top of the second right now. And the Reds and the Royals about to get underway in 17 minutes. I like Kansas City. 42 minutes from now, we go out to Wrigley, where the Cubs are now minus 325 favorites. The Rockies plus 260 dogs. Total in that game, 7.5. All right, Mario, let's do a little Would You Rather with our bets tonight, starting with the Western Conference Finals.
Yes, sir. Big night in the Western Conference Finals.
Huge.
SGA, yeah, some would say massive. SGA over 33.5 points at minus 110. Or Anthony Edwards over 27 points at minus 115. Or about which superstar goes over their point prop.
I'm going to go with Ant, season on the line, man, and just because I think that's the issue right now for Minnesota. Ant's awesome. He's done a pretty good job as well creating for his teammates. They just don't have a lot of scoring options right now. Naz Reid has not been very good in the playoffs. Rudy Gobert isn't a scorer, but he's just been non-existent. I like Alexander Walker. Like, they got a bunch of good role players, man. And Julius Randle, especially, the first 2 rounds of the playoffs was excellent. I think that there's still one more piece away. They needed another guy that could create his own shot. Mike Conley's 37 years old, for Christ's sake. So I would lean Ant if this game is going to be close, if they're going to cover the 8.5 or win outright. He's going to have to score at least 30, in my opinion. SGA could easily do this. He's the MVP of the league. He averages 30 a game, but I kind of like the assists more. He's had a ton of potential assist opportunities, and he's averaging 8 in the playoffs. So I think he's more of a facilitator tonight. I think Ant's going to have to score the basketball, so I would lean him at 27.5.
I'm actually going to go with SGA over his points. For a majority of the series, it's been about 30.5, 31.5, and tonight it's 33.5, and I think for good reason. Closeout game at home. I would expect SGA to attack and be aggressive and look to score. Ant's points are about right, too. But I like the SGA number. It's kind of crazy that here we are in Game 5, and Minnesota hasn't really changed up their defensive game plan in terms of how they want to attack SGA. I feel like they need to do a much better job of getting the ball out of his hands. But, again, this is the highest that his point total has been all series, and I think it's for good reason, so I'll go over 33.5. I'd rather do that for SGA.
Closeout game. Also, OKC does just beat the living hell out of teams at home, and this, I don't know that they're going to be sleepwalking here, right? Get the extra rest, yeah. What do you got?
Exactly. Get the extra rest. Let you guys kind of get set for a very tough matchup between the Indiana Pacers or the New York Knicks. Never look ahead. Stay on target.
What would you do there? SGA or Ant or both?
I'd probably look at Ant. If I could talk, I'd probably look at Ant because I think, more importantly, if you can find a over shot attempts, I would take that because he's going to shoot himself into a night, right? I know last game, it kind of was hard for him to get open. He was struggling to kind of find his spots. But in this game, he's going to have to, and if he doesn't, he's going to force it. So he's either going to get there, in a pretty way, or he's going to get there in a very ugly way. Either way, I think Ant's going to do everything he can to make sure he has at least 30 points tonight.
Also, a little trivia question. I'm going to steal it from the ESPN broadcast. When you guys are at the bar this weekend with your buddies, say, hey, SGA had 40 and 10 in a playoff game. Who is the only other member of the OKC Thunder to ever do that in his career? And if they say Durant or Harden, they're wrong.
It's Westbrook.
It was Westbrook. There you go. Little fun fact. See, we got trivia questions. The Rockies have been favored in 5 baseball games in the last 2 years. and Russ and SGA are the only guys that go off for 40 and 10 dimes.
I love it. I actually got a trivia question today. I was doing a hit with our friends out in Rochester, Mike Danger, Gene Battaglia.
Yeah.
Because we were talking about Aaron Rodgers on the Steelers and all that, and they were asking me who are the 2 quarterbacks since Terry Bradshaw to start a Super Bowl for the Steelers. Do you know who?
Ben Roethlisberger.
That's one.
I don't know it'd be 90s, right?
Yep.
I do. It would be. It actually would not be Cordell Stewart.
No.
It would be Mike.
No.
Really?
Not Mike.
Hold on. Oh man. No. Hold on. All right. Steelers, Super Bowl, Roethlisberger. Oh my God. Since Terry Bradshaw. Jesus. Well, this isn't good for the broadcast, but I got. Just tell me then.
Neil O'Donnell.
Oh, I would have never got that. Neil O'Donnell.
Neil O'Donnell? You kidding me?
Neil O'Donnell.
What a guy.
Neil Diamond.
Neil Diamond.
Now that is a great trivia question.
That is really good.
I was gonna say Mike Tomczak. I don't even know where the hell that came from on the top of my head.
Well, because, when I go on with them, they love when I do my Baltimore accent. So they were like, PJ, the answer is Ben Roethlisberger and Neil. And I'm like, fellas, I don't know. They were like, O'Donnell. There you go.
Man, I'm gonna write that. I'm gonna use that one at the bar.
There you
Try
go.
to win myself some money, maybe at Caddies.
I'll tell you guys my all-time favorite trivia question off air. It's a good one, but go ahead.
Ooh, okay.
Sports
I like
trivia.
this. Is it spicy?
Yeah, it's baseball. Maybe
of
maybe
course
Brandon
it's
would
baseball.
know. Yeah, if we have time later in the show.
Don't worry, we will.
Trust me, we got 4 hours.
Yeah, we got 3:30 to go.
I'll give it out later in the show. We'll see if you guys can get it.
All right. Taking the Eastern Conference and Western Conference, putting them together in this one, guys. Pacers Knicks under 222.5 or Timberwolves Thunder under 221.5. This total went up as this was 220.5 late last night. So what do you think here, Horv?
I kind of like the under in the Pacers Knicks game. I mean, like a complete lunatic, right? I liked it last night, and it went from 222.5 all the way down to 219, and then after the first quarter, I think it was 247.5. I just think that the Knicks are going to have to slow down the pace. Easier said than done against the Pacers. They're not going to slow down the pace. They're going to look to push the tempo. That's what they do, especially in the second half of these games. But if the Knicks want to keep their season alive, man, they're going to have to. They're burned out right now. Jalen Brunson, I saw a bunch of slander on social media again today. He can never be player 1A, the best player on a championship team and stuff like that. I mean, I've always had that take about guards, too. You need another guy. But, I mean, the Knicks do have other guys. Like, Cat and Brunson have to combine for more than 4 in the fourth quarter. But as far as the total, I lean under in Pacers Knicks. I actually kind of like both unders, though. But the one that I would bet would be Pacers Knicks under 222.5.
Yeah, I agree with Ryan. I kind of like both unders as well. I mean, this T-Wolves and OKC total keeps going up and up. I more so like betting unders at home with Oklahoma City because of how good their defense is. The crowd gets behind them. The other team really goes on scoring droughts. So I think the other could be a good look tonight. I think it could be a good look tomorrow night as well, Ryan, just because, again, we saw such a high-scoring game last night. That pace was insane. It really all started, though, with the first quarter. You know, it was 43-35. That kind of set the tone. So Game 5 like that, Knicks at home facing elimination. I wouldn't expect the points and the pace to be like it was in Game 4. So I like both unders, but I think more so Pacers-Knicks.
Yeah.
With you guys, too, on the Pacers Knicks, I think it's kind of going to be a defensive matchup. I also said that last game, and I was way off.
Yeah, same.
All right, next up for Would You Rather. Timberwolves plus 8.5 or Thunder to win by 1-5 plus 450. So value or a little even money action for you, Horv?
I'm going to go Timberwolves 8.5 because I also bet the money line just because I think like plus 280 with the season on the line is kind of crazy. I mean, OKC just beats up on teams at home. They're so good defensively. We said enough good things about them all year long. Minnesota, though, I mean, like I said, man, they got to win this game or it's all over. Jesus, Ant's points, by the way, at 26.5 just moved from minus 140 to minus 150 back to minus 140, so I don't know what's going on there. But I would probably go Minnesota to cover and to win this game. So I'll take the 8.5 one last time with the T-Wolves. But I don't love it, man. I don't love it. If I wasn't here tonight, to be honest with you, and I was just sitting on the couch, might pass on this one.
It's fair.
But I'm not going to sit here and not bet the game.
Yeah, of course not. I'm going Minnesota plus the points. Don't play that game. For people out there listening, don't try and get cute and play these win to 1-5 numbers. All right, just take the points with Minnesota. Take any point you can get, especially in the playoffs and especially in a closeout game. Take all the points, even though it's obviously way less juice. You get a plus 450 if you pick OKC 1-5, minus 110 for Minnesota. But I like the Wolves plus 8.5. I think that's the way to go. Man, I have a horror story with betting a team to win by 1-5, 1-6. I bet Georgia when they played Bama in the national title to win by 1-6 because I'm like, I think Georgia's going to win, but it's going to be by one possession because obviously Bama owns them, so it's going to be like a close game that comes down to the wire. And they were up 6, and then Bryce throws that pick 6 to end the game, and Georgia wins by 2 scores. So it's just like with this kind of stuff, man, and with free throws and 3-pointers at the end, just take the 8.5.
Yeah, I agree.
I won 3 of those bets in a row, 4 of those bets in a row, March Madness in 2021, and I've never hit one again since.
You used them all up.
I used them all up in that 2-day span. I thought I was the king of Vegas.
That's hilarious.
But I just found out that MGM was. All right, next one, Flo, would you rather? Cubs -2.5 or Yankees on the run line at -1.5? Which one do you think? Horv, go, Cubs go, or the disgusting Yankees?
I mean, as disgusting as the Yankees 1.5 even money would be over my boys, the Cubs, to win by 3 runs against the lowly Rockies, who again have been favored in 5 baseball games the last 2 years. I'll just take the Yankees on the run line. I hate these run lines where you have to lay 2.5 runs, dude. I don't even like betting the run line at the standard 1.5, to be honest with you guys. It doesn't matter what the matchup is. You want to talk about getting burned. That's usually how I get burned. 4-1 game, all of a sudden 2-run shot in the top of the 9th that doesn't matter, or does matter, but just comes back to haunt me, and I'm like, I should have just laid it with the money line, even though it was -260. That and unders, ever since COVID with the extra innings with the runner in scoring position. I lose so many unders that it's 2-1 all game long, and then we go into extras, and all of a sudden it's, 7-6.
Yeah.
But I never do well with run line. So if I had to choose, not a great breakdown, I'd go with the Yankees just to win by 2 rather than the Cubs to win that game by 3. I don't know. Weird feeling the Rockies might be competitive, although they were last night. The game went into extras, and they still lost.
I too, I think would rather go with the Yankees as well, -1.5. I told you guys I like Kikuchi under his outs recorded. Second night in a row, Yankees are facing a left-handed pitcher, and they're one of the best teams in baseball hitting against lefties. So the only thing I worry about is that usually against these lesser teams, the Yankees tend to play with their food, and they don't usually sweep them. They took 2 or 3 from the Rockies. They took 2 or 3 from the White Sox last year. So the fact they won the first 2 games of this series, I'm a little worried that they might lose tonight against Kikuchi, but I think they would be the play. And the fact that you get them at even money as well, I think that's the one I would rather go with.
Yeah.
Brando, what do you think? Are you taking your Cubs or are you going to go New York Yankees?
Oh, you already know what he's doing.
I'm going with the Cubs. I mean, come on. One of the best offenses in all of baseball. They've been down for a couple of games, and it's the Rockies. They're due to bounce back. They're at Wrigley. They play well at home. And they have a +99 or +101 run differential right now. It's crazy. The second best run differential behind the New York Yankees. So I would take the Yankees in this one. Every time I bet against the Angels or even bet on the Angels, they let me down one way or the other. If I bet on them, then they lose. If I bet against them, they win. So I'm not betting against the Angels ever again the rest of the year.
I'm with you. That's like BYU for me in college football. Damn them forever. Screw you, Zach Wilson. Bust. Sorry.
All right, last one for Would You Rather for tonight. Would you rather Xander Schauffele to win Memorial Tournament 16-1? I almost butchered that. Justin Thomas to win same tournament 16-1 as well. PJ, I'll start with you because we're on your course right now. This is the PJ Masters.
Yeah, I've already bet Xander anyway with Page. So
love Xander. Let's be honest with ourselves. Scotty probably wins the golf tournament this week, but if he doesn't, I think Xander's the next best guy. Fellas, this is maybe the hardest course that they play all year, outside of like the U.S. Open and the majors. I mean, this course, Jack's Place, is ridiculously hard. This course was the toughest to hit greens in regulation last year when you're in the rough, right? So you got to hit fairways this week. You got to have a great short game. You just got to have the good all-around game, and that's what Xander does, man. He's so consistent. He's so steady. Justin Thomas, I mean, good luck trying to figure out what you're going to get from him every week. He could be 4 over when I wake up tomorrow, or he could be 3 under. There's going to be no in between. So I want to go with the steady Eddie guy. I want to go with the guy who's going to grind, who's going to make tough pars, who's going to hit consistent shots, and that's Xander. So I'll take him at 16-1.
I'll tell Peach, great breakdown. And also, last time I bet JT, he didn't even make the cut. Last time I bet him for more than $50 in anything other than a matchup on an outright. And I would also play it like Xander, anybody to win, or minus outside, Scotty Scheffler, 12-1. I don't think it's a bad price either, but I would join you at 16-1. Because like you said, most likely Scheffler wins this. That's why he's 3-1, but I'm not betting that.
Same here.
There you
Josh
go.
Shoffley. Let's go. Memorial Tournament.
Xander,
baby.
The X gonna give it to you this weekend.
Let's hope so.
Dude,
I can't wait for some golf tomorrow. I also kind of think I'm going to bet the Hurricanes tonight, Horvat.
I'm betting the Hurricanes.
I'm watching it. Let's go back to the well. We lost with Dallas last night.
Yeah, hey, dogs are going to bark, man.
Dogs are going to bark.
I have not heard one person make the case tonight for Carolina.
I agree.
Season on the line, back home. Crowd's going to be lit. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know if Spike Lee's going to be there. I don't know that we're going to get Tracy Morgan there, but somebody's going to, maybe Eric Church or like a country music singer, I feel like we'll probably see there or something like that. Yeah.
I'm on the Canes. I'm with you.
I'm on the Canes. I like that more than I like that more than I like the Wolves tonight, man, because I could just see OKC beating the hell out of them. Not the best betting night, but hey, we'll make do. When we come back, we'll talk with Ryan Hollins. Maybe we'll ask him about the Canes. We'll definitely ask him about the Western Conference Finals, get his thoughts on the Pacers and the Knicks as well in the East. BetMGM tonight.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight, Ryan Horvath, PJ Glasser filling in tonight for Brad Evans. Brad will be back with us on Monday after a vacation. I just bet Carolina. I got plus 102, Peach, with the Hurricanes.
Same.
Season on the line. Public fading us. I like our chances tonight. O's looking good tonight, 3-0 right now over the Cards. Back to that Panthers game really quick. That starts in 30 minutes and 32 seconds. Western Conference Finals. This could be it tonight for the Timberwolves. They're pretty big dogs, 8.5-point underdogs. Total's 222.5 right now at BetMGM. We talk a little basketball right now with Ryan Hollins, former NBA player, Rockets color analyst as well. Ryan, thanks so much for joining us again, man. How you been?
Doing good, man. No problem. Thanks for having me.
Let's start there with tonight's game. Minnesota, 8.5-point underdogs. Season on the line. OKC back home where they've been excellent all season long. I mean, this is a team that could have won 70 games in the regular season if they really wanted to. I kept trying to, Ryan, make the case against them in the regular season because they were such heavy favorites. And I worried, like, who's that other guy besides SGA that could create his own shot? And they haven't really had a whole lot of playoff experience, but this team's damn good. Do you think the Thunder do close it out tonight, or do you think maybe Minnesota could at least keep this game competitive?
No, I'm very sure they close it out. Minnesota doesn't have the experience on the road, and this was always going to be a tough matchup for Minnesota because the one thing, Oklahoma City matches up extremely well. They have the best on-ball defenders as a collective group that you have in the NBA, and that takes away Anthony Edwards getting downhill. They don't really know how to search out mismatches, and it's a group that wins off of creating turnovers. Now, in Game 3, Minnesota did an excellent job of creating turnovers, which sparked their offense. But when you took that away in Game 4, you took the shot, their shot. So I just don't see them going into Oklahoma City as crazy it's going to be, as united as they are as a fan base right now, to go in and have a shot to win.
Ryan, as a former player, like, how would you go about trying to slow down SGA, right? League MVP, guy averaging 30 points a game in the postseason. The Thunder only have three guys that average double-digit scoring. It's him, Jalen Williams, and Chet Holmgren. But obviously, he does a great job of getting to the free throw line. He does a great job setting up his teammates. So if you're creating a game plan defensively, how would you best go about trying to slow down SGA?
I go boxes and elbows, and I would give up a contested three to the rest of his teammates because at the end of the day, he's good enough to beat you or get his shot off. I keep size on him. We stay disciplined. I'll err on the side of having a late contest rather than putting him on the foul line. And, at the end of the day, make him work. But I'm loading up, and I'm going to make him a passer until they prove to me that those guys can hit shots. And, that's what we talked about. When they got out in transition, similarly, Oklahoma City does the same thing, man. Their offense isn't great, and then you just got to keep Jalen Williams from getting downhill and going one-on-one. So he's really their second-hand punch, and he's still establishing himself. And once he got rolling, he was really, in my opinion, he was the big difference in Game 4 for Oklahoma City. So that's how I'd guard Shea. I'd make him get off the basketball.
What do you think is missing from Minnesota? This is now the second year in a row we've seen them make it to the Western Conference Finals. They lost to Dallas. It looks like they're going home against OKC. We know Anna Edwards is a beast, right? Randall's having a great year. What do you think's the next piece, though, for Minnesota to get them over the hump and try to win a championship?
I thought that losing Karl Anthony Towns was significant. And I think Julius Randle's been good, but Towns brings them a physical presence inside. And when you played against Minnesota, you're going, man, how are you matching up with him and Rudy? Rudy gives you the interior defense, but he doesn't give you the scoring. He doesn't make you have to adjust the game plan for him offensively. And I think that's ultimately, at the end of the day, what kind of hurts Minnesota. Now, you could say money-wise, it was tough to keep up, but Randle and Naz Reid, you could argue they were a little too repetitive at that position. And ultimately, at the end of the day, when it comes down to Anthony Edwards, he really learns how to play the game of basketball. He's excellent one-on-one, but learns how to attack mismatches, slows the game up, really simplifies it for himself. I think he's absolutely going to strive, man, because you can't guard him. But once he starts to read defenses, I think it's going to be a whole new level for Ant.
I completely agree. You brought up Catman. Him and Jalen Brunson, only 4 points in the fourth quarter of that loss. Season on the line coming up tomorrow night. They go back to MSG. The Knicks are actually favored in the game, 4.5-point favorites. This Pacers team is fun, man. The way that they push the tempo, the way they shoot the basketball. Do the Knicks close it out? Or, I'm sorry, do the Pacers close it out? Or do you think New York can maybe take a couple, at least force a Game 7 in the series?
Yeah, I think we're cheering for a Game 7.
Yeah.
I think they're going to play spirited basketball. I think they take care of business, and I do think it's going to have to go back to Indiana. But, man, at the end of the day, right now, Indiana's tough. And I think the biggest scare for me for New York is you have Tibbs digging into his bench. That's something that he hasn't done. And then you have a group that is kind of like finding their way. And I think with Indiana, with the speed of their offense, the tempo, how aggressive they are with their ball movement, they've been able to really attack Brunson and Cat defensively. And you knew that's what it was, but at the end of the day, their offense really overshadowed what you saw. So it's been hard for Tibbs to keep both of those guys on the floor at the same time. And at the end of the day, the guy who ends up suffering is Karl Anthony Towns because the ball isn't in his hands, and those two don't work extremely well as a pair. And it's odd to say that with this level of success that they're having, but Indiana plays as a true team, and you see them wear down. You mentioned fourth quarters. That's where the Knicks hurt. They hurt in those fourth quarters because the execution just ultimately isn't there. Brunson's not having a field day, being able to create his own shot.
Yeah, it's weird seeing Tibbs go that far down his bench, man, playing 8-9 guys in a playoff game and Precious getting moments. And it's like that's what I go back to the press conference after game 2, and that they asked him about the bench and not playing enough guys, and he just stormed off. Do you think he's there next year if they do fall in the Eastern Conference Finals? Because this is a team that made it all the way to the Eastern Conference Finals. But, man, do they have to get at least to the finals for Tibbs to keep his job next year, in your opinion?
Man, I would hope so. He's been arguably the most successful coach since, Van Gundy, and they made the run like years ago when I was a kid. So I don't think you can discredit Tibbs, what they have. Maybe they go in from a roster perspective and say, hey, Tibbs, who can we get you that'll make you feel comfortable to play? Who can we get you? Who can we bring in? I think as a group, you need to collectively sit down at the table and see what works. But look at what Tibbs has been able to do, man. I don't think any of us can challenge that.
Yeah.
Ryan, we've seen the last couple games in Knicks and Pacers. In Game 4, it was incredibly high scoring. Game 3 was a super low scoring game. Like, now that we get into Game 5, possible Game 6, maybe Game 7 in this series, do you think they start to become a little more lower scoring? Like, do you think the defense start to takes over a little bit? The Knicks start to maybe dictate the pace just a little bit more? Or do you think the Pacers found something last night and we continue to maybe see some more higher scoring games in the series?
If the Knicks want to have any of a shot at home, they better slow this game down. They better not try to run with the Pacers. And if you're looking for a big key in the game, the big key will be scoring. If I'm Indiana, I want to go above 110, 115 range. And if I'm New York, a real New York type of game, they're keeping that thing under 100. And I think that's a key for success, and it is that drastic of a difference. But they look to run in Indiana. And as soon as I saw that, I said, oh, man, that's Indiana's style and tempo. For New York, I get it. They want some easy buckets. But what's tough is it's a group that hadn't played like that all year long. And you're going, our speed and our ball movement against yours in New York just isn't cut out. It was Indiana's style of game. So I'd slow that thing to a snail's pace.
Yeah, I agree. Ryan, thanks so much, man, for giving us some time. Enjoy the game tonight.
Oh, man, anytime, guys.
Ryan Hollins right there, 10-year NBA vet, now does color commentary, color analyst for the Houston Rockets, who, if I'm buying stock in a team in the West the next couple years, it might be the Rockets, and I also think that they could probably put together the best package for Giannis.
They could.
If the Bucks do move Giannis. I got to be honest, if I'm the Bucks, I'm not moving Giannis, and I'll tell you why really quick, Peach. Number one, the Bucks were not relevant since the 1970s. I know they had Jabari and they had some playoff runs with like Michael Redd. They had the Eastern Conference Finals run a couple years ago, the post-Jordan era. But nobody really cared, especially because I did morning radio there. They don't care about Marquette. They don't really care about Badgers football the way that I did in Milwaukee either. But man, they fell in love with the Bucks because of Giannis. And look at all the money they've spent on the Deer District. They built a new arena.
Yeah.
Do you think people are going to go to the Deer District and spend $15 on beers to go watch Kyle Kuzma play basketball? Or Jalen Green? Or Jabari? I don't think so, man.
How many more years does he have on his deal?
I think he's got 3, right?
He's got 3.
2 or 3. Yeah, he signed the Supermax. So We'll see. I mean, it comes down to, does he want to be there, though? If he doesn't want to be there, you kind of got to do right by Giannis.
Exactly.
He's been so loyal, but that's what's going to be the biggest domino this offseason. I mean, Shams could say whatever he wants. This is going to be the craziest offseason ever, but I just want to know, does he actually really leave Milwaukee?
That is the domino. Absolutely. And, yeah, I mean, if he does, I mean, what kind of package can you get for him, right? See, because especially if you're trading with a team like Houston, you can get NBA-ready players in that deal and multiple draft picks for the next couple years. So you would, yes, be in rebuilding mode. You're not going to get a player as good as Giannis. You're not going to compete for an NBA championship in the next couple years, but where they really messed up, and we talked about this last night, was getting rid of Drew Holiday.
Yeah.
That was really where they messed up, getting rid of him, and then obviously Middleton injuries just settled in, and now they're kind of stuck. They panicked, and they tried to go all in with Dame, and it hasn't worked out.
And that's the biggest issue, dude, is Dame won't play next year either. So that's why they're like, all right, we're not going to be able to make a run without him. We might as well just move Giannis now. He's going to be 31 years old. He's still got 3-4 good years probably left in him, but we might as well get a package for him, but I don't know. We'll see. 37 minutes away from tip of this game. We got the Thunder right now, 8.5-point favorites still. Total still sitting there at 221.5. Ryan Holland says he thinks that OKC is going to close the game out tonight. I'm hoping for different. I kind of want to see more basketball, and I want my Timberwolves money line ticket to cash as well. Went from plus 280 to plus 290, so almost 3-1 odds. And then, did you do it? You bet the Hurricanes with me? Plus 105 right now at BetMGM.
I did. I'm on the Canes, Ryan. I think they win tonight, then Florida gets it back in Game 6 and closes out this series. But I like the Canes tonight.
Yeah.
They've been a great team at home this postseason.
Yeah.
I think they're due one in the series.
Yeah, I think the Panthers go back home to Florida, close it out in front of the home fans for us, because we had the loser last night with the Stars, so we got to bounce back. Major League Baseball, O's looking good here early, 3-0 over the Cards. Right now on the live line, minus 800 favorites. Not sure you want to bet that. And then you got the run line, by the way, for the Cards. 3.5 is minus 135, though. That's interesting in a game where the total is only 7.5 live. Reds and Royals underway. I'm on the Royals. They are minus 135 favorites right now. They were even money at close. BetMGM tonight. Hour number 2 coming up next. We'll talk with Rachel Dory from Betalytics. Get her plays for the hockey game coming up next.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Time to bet and sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM tonight, hour number 2. Ryan Horvath with you per usual. Brad Evans with the week off. He'll be back on Monday. PJ Glasser, nice enough to fill in, except for on Friday. PJ, you on You Better You Bet Friday?
No, I'm off Friday.
Oh!
Yeah, Thursday's my 4th day this week filling in, so.
Yeah, you need a little break, man, especially this time of the year, right?
Need a break.
Recharge the batteries until college football season when we're watching Alabama go 11-1 this year.
Win the Natty, baby.
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
Kalen DeBoer season.
That's right.
Baltimore, your boys up 3-0 right now on the Cardinals, and unfortunately for me, the Royals just stranded 2 runners on with no outs, and we go to the top of the second against the Reds. They are back to being, minus 105 total in that game. 6.5. NBA action, we got Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals about to tip off in about 30 minutes still. OKC at 8.5-point favorite. Total still sitting there at 221.5. And then beginning about right now on TNT, we get the Hurricanes looking to keep their season alive, down 3-1, plus 105 dogs right now. Florida takes a little bit more money. They opened at minus 120, right now minus 125. That total, 5.5. Heavily juiced to the under, though, minus 130. Puck drops in about 5 minutes on TNT. To talk about that and a little bit more, we welcome on friend of show, Rachel Dory, in a regular spot, COO of Betalytics. Give her a follow on X, Rachel Dory. Rachel, let's start with what we got tonight. 3-1 series. Carolina now plus 105, like I said. The total 5.5. As far as side total, any looks tonight for tonight's game?
Yeah, honestly, I have Florida winning tonight. I don't think this number is good. At Betalytics, we think the number should be closer to 145, maybe 150 in favor of the Panthers, even though they're playing on the road. And it's just kind of one of those things where I do think this is a gentleman's sweep. So does the model. I do like the under, though. When you look at it, Florida's playing really tight defensively. Sam Reinhart's in, but he's 50, 60%. That's not great. Carolina's having trouble scoring like clockwork as we get later into the playoffs. And so to me, I look at this and I go, I think there is the under. I also think I would play this game the same way I played game 4, which is either you take Carolina on the money line, which I don't like because I think the juice is not worth the squeeze there, or you take Florida minus 1.5. And the reason you take Florida minus 1.5 is if they're up 1, Carolina's pulling because they have to win. So I think, to me, instead of while there's still value on minus 125, I think the higher value play is to take the minus 1.5 here.
Yeah, I like it. Makes a lot of sense. Rachel, before I ask you a question, how close were you to hurting the jerseys behind you after Game 7, the Maple Leafs jerseys? I have to know.
Well, let's say this. I own 6 Leafs jerseys, and 2 of them are on the wall currently.
Okay.
And the Nylander one is in a different place, so I can't put that one up there. But suffice it to say, outside of the 2 behind me and Nylander, yeah, not real happy. I don't own a Matthew Nyes jersey, so I can't put him up there. But outside of that, I don't want to see anybody else on the team. And I was really angry. And I really need to put some other jerseys up there. This is just not the pain. I mean, honestly, PJ, it's I went into last Sunday going, I know that the Leafs are going to lose because it's Game 7 and it's the Leafs. But make it good. You know what I mean? You're losing the series even though you went up 2-0. They just didn't show up. You wouldn't even get a participation ribbon. It's did not finish. It's a DNF. And quite honestly, F- for their performances in Game 5 and 7. It's just wholly unacceptable. So yeah, very frustrating. But like I said, I'm hoping that Nylander, Matthews, Riley, Matthew Nyes, and I would say most of the decor is back next year, but there's a lot of forward change, a specific number 16 that I do not wish to ever see in a Leaf uniform again.
What, Rachel, I mean, look, we talk about this all the time in sports, right? Matchups are everything, and you see the Leafs take Florida to 7 games. They were up 2-0 in that series, and then you watch Carolina against Florida, And it's just like, it's unbelievable how they dominated them, especially in the first 3 games of the series, especially when you watch what Carolina did to Washington. So now that you've seen these teams play 4 games and we're getting ready for game 5, what is it about this matchup that has just given Carolina fits? Why has Florida been able to dominate this series against Carolina thus far?
Honestly, we talked about it. I think Horvat and Brad and I talked about it last week. I said whoever wins the Florida-Toronto series is going to play in the Cup final, which is why watching this series is just so deeply painful for me. Carolina does not play a style that's conducive to winning in the playoffs. They don't. Their volume shooting style from the outside doesn't cut it in the playoffs when teams are as dedicated to blocking shots as they are. And so you're not generating as many scoring opportunities. You're not generating as many rebounds. And while that works in the regular season, the commitment to shot blocking and getting into lanes and disrupting offense in the playoffs is significantly more. And so I think Florida's done a really good job of that. And then I'm not going to swear, but Florida gets away with a lot more poop-housery is what I'm going to call it. More than any other team in the National Hockey League. I feel like it's related to the fact that the father of the assistant GM is the senior vice president of hockey operations for the National Hockey League, and the fact that the director of player safety used to play for the Panthers. But at the end of the day, Florida has guys that are just willing to do things that other teams aren't. Matthew Tkachuk chased Sebastian Aho around the ice in Game 3 for like 35 seconds and just suckered him twice. Like, that's other teams aren't willing to do that. And so not only do I think this is a bad matchup for Carolina stylistically, Florida's just willing to do things that Carolina and many other teams are not willing to do. And I think part of that is because the other teams know they'd get suspended if they did. So Florida understands what kind of, we'll call it a predicament that they lucked into, and they're taking full advantage of it, and full credit to them. I mean, they're a really well-built team that understands how to take advantage of the cards they've been dealt.
Yeah. That's a good breakdown right there. I would probably have to burn the jersey. I don't know. I'd keep the 2, though. I mean, you got the right guys at least up there.
So here's my thought on this, Horvat. You can't burn the jersey. Number 1, disrespectful to the crest.
Yeah.
And number 2, there are kids out there that can't afford jerseys that would die for a Leafs jersey.
That's true.
Now,
that is very true. And I called them jerseys. That's my bad. Sweaters.
Yeah, they're sweaters.
That's
they're
my
sweaters.
bad. I'm a hockey dad. I got to get this right.
I have never owned a Marner jersey via my own money. I never will, thank God. But there is somebody in my household who does. And let's just say that he's decided that jersey may be getting donated. So that'll be the end of that. But yeah, you don't burn the jersey no matter what sport it is. Just donate it, because I guarantee you there's some kid who wants to wear it.
That's a great point. I hate people that do that on social media. And I called it. I told you, Hootie, a.k.a. Darius Rucker, would be at this game, by the way. Rachel, what do you think about tomorrow night? The Stars are minus 130. Does Edmonton close it out, though? They're plus 110. Total is 6, minus 118 to the under.
I'm going to take Dallas tomorrow. Dallas is not also, like, they're playing at home. And losing Zach Hyman is that loss cannot be understated for the Edmonton Oilers. That is a first-line player. That is their power play net front guy. That is a guy who, we just talked about Florida being willing to do things that other teams are not. Zach Hyman he falls into that category. He is willing to do the nasty stuff that it takes to win. And that includes getting wrist surgery and trying to attempt to play, which is psychotic. Like, don't do that. And so I look at this. I think Edmonton still wins the series. I don't see them losing 3 in a row, short of Jake Ottinger pitching a couple of shutouts. That's always a possibility. But no, I would take Dallas to win in Game 5, and then I would take Dallas's first period under on the total, because they haven't scored a first period goal on the road in the playoffs yet. And I would take Edmonton to win in Game 6. Instead. So if you could take that trifecta, I would do that. Having said that, after everything I just said about Zach Hyman, though, Yeah, congratulations to the Florida Panthers on winning the Stanley Cup.
Wow.
Wow.
Is there anybody that you would attack then in the Conn Smythe market, Rachel, while we have both conference finals series going on, and we'll get better prices now than when it looks like it's going to be Oilers and Panthers yet again in the rematch? Is there anybody you would look at Conn Smythe? Is it just as easy as McDavid, Draisaitl, Barkov, and Tkachuk? Anybody else down the board?
I wouldn't take a single Florida Panther unless it was Bobrovsky. I don't think any of them have been nearly good enough to merit that kind of consideration. You look in the first series, everyone on Florida was okay. In the second series, Barkov, Reinhart, and Tkachuk. Tkachuk didn't score once, and Barkov and Reinhart were held to less than a point a game. The best players in that series were Brad Marchand and Eetu Luostarinen, and neither one of them is winning the Conn Smythe. Maybe Brad Marchand if you want a really long shot, if he has a good cup final. But I would, if I'm taking Florida, like I would just take Bobrovsky at that point. On the Edmonton side of things, it's a little interesting. Draisaitl certainly, McDavid certainly, but I think you need to put some value, and I would personally not put my money on this, but I think from a voter's perspective, and I do know a lot of the people that are voting, if Stuart Skinner has a great performance in the Cup final, I could see him winning as the losing goaltender. The reason I caution on McDavid is because it's unlikely that if the Oilers were to lose, that Edmonton would have a second straight season where Connor McDavid would win the Conn Smythe as the losing player. It's very rare that it happens to begin with, that a player on the losing team wins, and no one in the history of the National Hockey League has ever won back-to-back when losing the Stanley Cup. So I would caution you against that. That kind of leaves you with Skinner and Draisaitl. I would say Draisaitl is probably the better pick there. So yeah, if I'm betting three guys, it's Bobrovsky, Draisaitl, and Skinner. But right now, Florida's plus 175 as of this morning to win the Cup. That's the team I would be taking, and I'm really liking the fact that I took them when they were down 0-2 against the Leafs.
Yeah, minus 130. That game starts in 2 minutes. Rachel, we'll let you go enjoy that, and we'll let you enjoy Darius Rucker as well on the broadcast on TNT. Thanks so much. We'll talk again next week.
Sounds good, gentlemen. Talk to you next week.
Here we go, Peach. About to get underway. Panthers, minus 130. They took a little bit more money. Plus 110 now for the Canes. All I had to do was wait a little bit longer. Plus 110 right now. Rachel Dory hates our bet, meaning we might be 0-2 in hockey. But hey, I do like the Stars a lot tomorrow, minus 130. That's going to be a big bet. And I think you said this too during a commercial break. I'm going to parlay them with the Knicks. That's how I'll play the Knicks. Because I can see the Knicks only win that game by 2. I do think that they win tomorrow night at MSG, but I don't really want to lay 4.5. So a rear parlay for your boy. I'll money line those bad boys together. Totally. Dallas and New York. What could go wrong?
Love them. Yeah. Love them. Good old Dallas, New York parlay.
Hell yeah.
I do want to say to Rachel and all the Leafs fans out there, Horvath.
You feel their pain a little bit?
Absolutely feel their pain as a Caps fan for all the Game 7 misery and all the playoff failures. But it does get better. The Leafs are going to break through one of these years. And when they do, it's going to be the biggest party that Canada has ever seen. Maybe the world has ever seen.
Yeah.
It's going to be insane. I'll never forget, I was in college, all right? I go into the bathroom, I'm wearing like a Capital shirt, and there's a guy in the stall next to me. And he's like, oh, man, you like the Caps? I'm like, yeah. He's like, dude, that was a tough playoff series. I think they just lost to the Penguins. I'm like, dude, I know. And there's a guy who's from San Francisco, and he's like, fellas, it gets better. That used to be me. San Francisco Giants, Golden State Warriors, like all my teams used to. Yep. He's like, and then I got the Giants run, and then I got the Warriors run, and it gets better. And that stuck with me, Horvath. And then the Caps finally won the Cup, and it was glorious. And the Leafs are going to win it one of these years. They're close. They're getting there. They took Florida to 7.
That's what I'm talking about.
They're there. They're right there. They're close. They got to get over the hump. And when they do, oh my God, it's going to be the best. People like Rachel, I'm going to be happy for them because they deserve it, man. The Leafs really do. I mean, that city, that team, they've gone through so much heartbreak. It's ridiculous. I think they got to beat Boston, though. Like, it's only right that if they're going to do it, they got to go through the Bruins. And the fact that they weren't in the playoffs this year, it just wouldn't have been right. That's the team that they got to go through. They got to get through the Bruins. And then once they do that, it's just like the Caps. They got through the Penguins. They couldn't do it unless they got through Crosby, and then they did, and then they won the cup. It's going to be the same for the Leafs.
What did they call it when they won the NBA Finals and they had? Because you know how like when they're on the road, they got their like little little party going on with all the Toronto fans, and they're all like at a viewing party going crazy anytime they score a goal.
Jurassic
They show them.
Park thing?
Yeah, it was like Jurassic Park or whatever. But isn't that kind of funny that they get the Toronto Raptors NBA Finals run championship, and everybody's like, yeah, that's kind of cool, but we just want the damn Leafs,
Dude, it's
man.
like the Cowboys in Dallas, right?
Yeah.
Mavs made the finals, Stars Western Conference, Rangers World Series. All they care about is the Cowboys,
Yeah.
though. They can't even make a conference championship game.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's all right, but
It's funny how that works.
Yeah. That is kind of crazy.
The Leafs are going to break through, though. One of these
Eventually.
years. They're going to get through.
Eventually. I just hope that other fans are around to see it. ESPN tonight giving the Thunder a 71% chance to win Game 5 and advance to the NBA Finals. So they're saying there's a 29% chance that the T-Wolves win outright tonight, plus 290. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we got the puck dropping in Carolina, scoreless right now against Florida.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, yeah, it's the betting sensation that's sweeping the nation right now. BetMGM Tonight, PJ Glasser filling in for the next couple nights. Brad will be back with us on Monday. I'm checking my phone because I just had a notification and I got all excited. You guys ever get wrong notifications, though? Like a score will pop up and then you look and it's off. Usually I'm not going to call anybody out, but ESPN, I just saw 1-0 Carolina. So unless they're in front of me, but now it says scoreless again. Anyway, Hurricanes. Florida Panthers, scoreless right now.
Is that it?
15-20. This might be
us.
it. There it is, baby. Let's effing go. Whoa. We need it.
Heck yeah.
Sorry, Rachel. 1-0 right now. Hurricanes, we needed that. I saw it a little bit early.
Okay.
You know what's crazy, though? Usually the TVs in here, the only thing I like about being in this basement, because I like being at home, not going to lie, is that the TVs here are pretty on point. That's the toughest part. Like Brad in Champaign, he's always like 35 minutes behind the broadcast. Right. Brando running the board out in Chicago, he's seeing like the games from like 85 somehow. He's like 3 hours behind. So we're always like all off. But I did see that update, so I'm pretty happy about that. 1-0. It is early.
Oh, just got it underneath the glove. Huge. 1-0. Good. Kane's playing with the lead. That's what we want at home. Boys are buzzing.
Yeah, that's what we needed. By the way, right now we go to the score. I was trying to see the live number, but it's off the board right now. Anyway, who cares? Carolina's up 1-0. We're about to get underway. It's that time of the night where John Ewing, our good buddy, tweets out the most public bets. And if you're looking to add a couple bets, we still got about 8 minutes before tip-off. Make sure to head over to BetMGM. Right now they have the NBA Playoffs Odds Boost token. Make a fast break for the action with an NBA Playoffs Odds Boost token. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning playoff bet. Maybe you want to parlay the fade, right? You want to go against everything that the public's betting, and you want to just go the opposite, and you want to parlay them all together. Let's talk about some of these public bets. Mario, if you want to join us. Peach, we got Isaiah Hartenstein under 6.5 points is the most bet prop tonight, -125. It's 6.5. What would you do here? Fade or follow?
Oof.
It's weird that the public's number one public bet is under.
For a point total that's that low, right? With
For
Hartenstein.
yeah.
I mean, kind of makes me want to go over, right? I know he hasn't been doing much scoring this postseason and in this series, and he hasn't played that much as well, but yeah, you see something like that, juice to the under too at -125. I would only go over. Now it's a play I'm not going to bet. I have no interest, but if I had to do something more about it, I think I'd go over.
Me too. I'd go over, man. I like the little two-man game with him and Chet, right? Chet in English. He might catch a couple alley-oops. 6.5. Yeah, I'm not going to bet it, but I would probably lean over, mainly because I've had pretty good success fading the public here. Mario, hoop expert, what are you doing here with Hartenstein? Under 6.5 points or over? The under is -125.
Also, it's so random that of all the bets, this is the one that's most popular.
Right.
Like, you would really think it'd be something else, but sadly it's him. 2 points in the last matchup. He does have these little floater that he gets and pick and roll options where it just skies right over the rim and goes in. It's just when they kind of collapse on the guard if it's J-Dubs or SGA. I actually will take the over in this. I would go over 6.5 points. He also attacks the boards a good amount. I think he'll need to do that in this game. And also, I think Chet gets kind of targeted a little bit too much by Timberwolves. Isaiah Hartenstein, you can't target him. If you target him, you're going to get your shot blocked or you're not going to get a board. So I'll go ahead and take the over 6.5. I'll get wild.
What about former Chicago Bull and Los Angeles Laker legend, now a member of the OKC Thunder, Alex Caruso, as I like to call him.
Do you remember where he went to college?
Caruso went to, damn it.
Mario, my man.
Good.
Well done.
I actually was going to get that. I was going to get that wrong.
People forget what
were
you
going to say.
I was going to go somewhere on the West Coast. I was thinking like Cal for some reason. I was thinking Pac-12. I don't know why.
Got caught with weed.
I remember that. He was in the NBA, I think. He was a member of the Lakers.
He
was at like a college party. Caruso. Averaged 7 in the regular season, almost 3 boards and almost 2 assists. He's coming off a game where he played 33 minutes, 10 points, 1 dime, 2 boards. The public bet, though, it's number 2, is actually the under on his PRA at 14.5. Again, this one would scare me a little bit, man, because OKC is a 9.5 point favorite in this game. If this is a blowout, we go to the second half.
Yep.
Especially, because we still got the Eastern Conference Finals going on. He might get some extended run. Plus, he's already playing like 30 minutes a game. it's too short of a number for me to fade. I would lean over, but I don't want to bet it.
I agree. Yeah, not a bet for me. It is interesting that a lot of people are betting these like role players for OKC to go under some of these popular props, with certainly blowout potential with how great they have been at home. Like you, I would only go over this for Caruso. I would stay away. It's tough with these guys, right? Because there are only 3 players on OKC that are averaging double-digit points in the postseason. It's SGA, it's Chet, and it's Jalen Williams.
Yes.
So it's like potluck trying to figure out the other guy that's going to step up. Is it going to be Hartenstein? Is it going to be Caruso? Is it going to be Lou Dort? Is it going to be Case and Wallace? You have no idea who's going to step up. So 14.5, that's not a lot, especially when you're combining points, rebounds, assists. So, yeah, I would only go over.
Mario, your thoughts on your guy, Alex Caruso, Texas A&M legend. See, that's the third thing you've learned on this show tonight. Every single night we're teaching you things. The Rockies have been favorites only 5 times the last 2 years. I forgot what the second thing was, and then that. Oh,
Neil O'Donnell.
Neil O'Donnell.
Him and Ben
Roethlisberger.
The only 2 quarterbacks since Bradshaw to start for the Steelers in the Super Bowl.
And we still got MLB trivia
and
to
I
come
got
later.
a great trivia question later.
Tease,
Yeah.
gentlemen.
I think you
All
guys
right.
will like it.
For Caruso, the only thing I would bet for him props-wise would be like defensive props, so you can find like steals or maybe even block action with him. That's where I would lean on. For the points and rebounds and assists, I just wouldn't touch it at all. There's moments in the Nuggets series we got wide open looks like knocked him down. You haven't seen that as much in this series because J-Dubs actually has improved a lot past couple games. So Thunder hasn't needed that like offensive help, right? So he can kind of just stay in his defensive role. So I'd stay away from this, but look for defensive props. You can find it over steals options. It's probably going to be really, really juiced, extremely heavy. So you might have to parlay into like maybe Thunder money line or something. But yeah, that's the option I kind of go for Alex Caruso. But Bulls legend.
He is a Bulls legend, dude. I loved Caruso.
He's my favorite Bull. Favorite Bull.
Like ever? Over Jordan?
Over the guys I've seen in the past 4 years. How about that?
All right, so Ewing actually just posted an updated most bet tickets, so we're going to go to that. Alexander Walker is now number 1 overall, over 9.5 points. What would you do there?
Now, this one I would actually go under because, again, Minnesota's bench, right? I mean, usually it's DiVincenzo or Naz Reid. It's been Alexander Walker the last couple games. Naz Reid, I think, is going to break out one
I
of
do
these
too.
games, dude, and it's down to 9.5 now. Like, the fact that Naz and Alexander Walker have the same point total, now's the time to get in on Naz. There's no way if both of those guys are having the same point total, you can go Alexander Walker. You just can't do it.
I didn't really want to have a whole lot in this
I
game, but you know what? You just
know.
talked me into it. I'm going to go under on Alexander Walker, under 9.5, and I'm going to go over on Naz. Some forget that he only needs one mic, right? Wally. Wrong Naz, but Naz Reid over 9.5. Yeah, let me find it. Mario, what would you do? Do you think that's a good decision? Bold or smart?
Oh, dude, I actually really, really like Alexander Walker because if you like the Wolves to win this game, the bench players Walker or Naz Reid has to have a big game.
Yes.
Like I know everyone thinks like, oh, in order for the Wolves to win, Ant has to have 55 points, 20. You know what I mean? Like just an insane stat line. Well, yes, like that is like kind of the case. The other thing too, though, is and I've said this ad nauseum, so like throw up if you heard it for the 10,000th time. The role players have to be exceptional, and if they gotta win tonight, then like they have to have a really big night.
Mm-hmm.
So especially in those moments when Lou Dort is just in Edwards' grill and he's gonna have to set other guys up, you gotta knock your shots down. So if you like the Wolves, you should probably take Alexander Walker over points.
I did just take over 9.5 on Naz Reid. I'll stay away from the Alexander Walker look, but I do like this because the 9.5, it's all the way down to 9.5. Didn't that open at like 12.5 game 1 or 11.5 too?
Yeah.
It's plus 104 to the over. When some zig, we zag. There you go. You can't say I didn't do anything tonight. There's your prop bet. Ant over 26.5 points is the number 2 public prop bet. I still like this. If if the Wolves are going to compete against the Thunder, win this game outright, plus 290 on the money line, by the way, or even just cover, he's going to have to go off. In elimination games, 3-2, I believe, in his career. Not that that's a solo stat. Averaging 25 points. So the number's about right. I lean over, not a huge bet. I could see him scoring 26. I could see maybe this being somebody else tonight, Naz Reid, anybody else. What would you do here, Peach, though? Over or under on Ant? Season on the line.
Ooh, 27.5?
26.5.
26.5.
Yeah.
Now I like the under. Well, I don't like it at 26.5 because it was, but that going down. See, points with superstars are so popular with people going over that when it goes under, that tells me something's up. So I think under's the play.
Yeah.
Lou Dortz, what's up?
Lou Dort's what's
Lou
up?
Dort,
That
Lou Dort.
defense, dude. Lou Dort's amazing. Where did he go to school?
Where did Lou Dort go to school?
Oregon.
I don't think it was. I'm going to check to make sure. It was a former Pac-12 school, I believe.
I just looked up not too long ago.
Yeah, all right, it is what I thought it was.
Arizona State.
Yep.
Yeah,
The Fighting Kenny Dillinghams.
Yep.
Son of a
Bobby
gun.
Hurley's.
Yep.
Fighting Aaron Hawksworth.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was, but I wasn't 100% sure. ASU, dude.
Florida on the power play, 123 remaining on the power play, 10:51 to go first period, but Carolina's up 1-0, and that's all we care about. That's all we care about around
Got to kill
here.
off this power play, though.
SGA, over 7.5 assists, the number 3 most public bet. I kind of actually like the over on his assists, but I liked it at 6.5 juiced. 7.5 sounds about right. If I were to bet that, he would have 7 in the first half and then finish with 0 in the second half. I'm staying away. But he's had a ton of potential assists. They're at home. Comes down to our guy's going to knock down shots. I don't want to bet it. I don't really understand why that would be a public bet. Your thoughts on that one, Mario? SGA's dimes tonight.
It's because in this series he's been dishing out really well. I think in the game 1 he had 9, game 2 he had 8, and then the last game he had 10. So it's like that trend of just, all right, he's hitting this number pretty well. They're forcing the ball out of his hands. He's getting other guys involved. Plus Thunder's bench guys and like their role guys are starters, maybe even like close to number 2 options on every other team in the NBA. So I think that's the reason why I'd set that high. I don't hate that bet. I'd probably just look at, honestly, SGA, crazy enough, steals because he's really active defensively.
Yeah.
He's really good at getting in the passing lanes. And then I'd look just points as well. Because maybe, just maybe as he just, oh my God, did he just dance all over Rudy Gobert right there before he looked like an idiot.
I keep thinking this is live.
I keep doing that too, and it's sending me because as I was talking, I was like, "Oh my God, that's a crazy."
10 minutes still. I made sure.
Yeah.
10 minutes of tips. We're good. Yeah, I like that look. One last look at props. SGA points 33.5 minus 118 to the over. That is the highest it's gotten. Yeah, I know he's coming off the 40-point game. Ant points went from 26.5 where it's still at, but minus 150 juice to the over. I'm good on that. Jalen Williams, 21.5 points, is minus 150 to the over. What do you think about role players tonight? Julius Randle, 17.5. Chet, 15.5. Naz Reid at 9.5 actually just went from plus money to minus 145 to the over, so I feel pretty good about that. Anything else that you would add, Mario, tonight? Or just light night on this one? I'm kind of done with this series, to be honest with you.
I think the hardest player to figure out in this whole thing is Julius Randle.
Yeah.
Because he is so up and down. One game he has 28. Next game he has 6. One game he has 24. Next game he has 5. It's boom or bust with him. So I've been flirting if I want to take the over or under on him all day long because if it's under, it hits immediately. If it's over, it hits immediately. You feel comfortable the whole game with it. But maybe something in that. But you guys talked about it earlier. I think the Wolves to cover at 8.5 is a very, very solid bet. I think it's going to be a tighter game than you think. I would even look at Wolves first half plus 4.5. You can get plus 105. I think that's a really smart bet as well. So that's the two things I would watch. And just enjoy this basketball. Enjoy this next great generation.
I really do like Minnesota tonight, you guys.
Yeah, I just saw the updated Thunder Timberwolves Game 5 betting at BetMGM. Ewing just had OKC opens 9.5 down to 8.5. 46% of the bets, 49% of the money on the Thunder, though, and it still went down a point. And then the total opened at 219.5. We're up to 221.5. 83% of the bets, 86% of the money on the over. I lean under in this game. I already bet the under in the Knicks game at 222. The last one closed at 219. Timberwolves open plus 310 on the money line, down now to plus 280. 76% of the bets, 54% of the money on the Wolves to keep their season alive tonight. Yeah, that'll be a small one for me, man. I could see OKC closing this out and winning in blowout fashion, or I could see Minnesota keeping it close. That's why now back at plus 310, I think you got to take a little sprinkle on the money line with Minnesota, man.
I agree. The number is just too good not to. And Minnesota has been so great on the road in the postseason the last couple years. And it's normally in these kind of spots, when it feels like everybody wants to bet against them and nobody really thinks they got a chance in that game. That's when they show up. So it's these spots where I love betting Minnesota on the road. And even though OKC's been a wagon at home this entire season, this postseason, I like Minnesota, Ryan. They're not going down without a fight. They're going to battle.
Minnesota, don't you know? Yeah, I'm in. All right, plus 310 on the money line I'll add, and they did just go to 9-point dogs if you want the best price. Total 221.5. Florida's still on the power play. Carolina looking to kill that off. We got 8:39 to go in the first period. Carolina with a 1-0 lead for me and PJ. Bet them at plus money. They're now minus 160 favorites. Totals went down, though. Actually, it's still the same, 5.5 right now. Major League Baseball, St. Louis, you should have probably grabbed that 3.5 on the run line. They come back. They're up 5-4 right now on the O's in the top of the fifth. I'm on the Royals. They keep wasting opportunities and wasting runners in scoring position. It's still scoreless against the Reds. They are minus 145. Green's still on the mound, dealing for Cincinnati. Total all the way down to 4.5. Cubs up 1-0 on the Rockies in the bottom of the second, and then the Rangers and the Blue Jays just getting underway out in Texas. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk some golf with Jeff Feinberg. Maybe sneak in a Chargers question, and we'll have the tip of Western Conference Finals game number 5, where the Timberwolves are 9-point dogs here on BetMGM tonight.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight. We got PJ Glasser filling in tonight for Brad Evans. Brad will be back on Monday when he comes back from vacation. Ryan Horvath with you here per usual. Mario producing the show. Brandon's running the board out in Chicago. Right now, we kill off the power play, where we guys tonight with the Hurricanes, because we bet them plus 105. They're up 1-0 on Florida. Still 5:25 to go here in the first period. We'll keep you updated there, and then we're about to get underway with what could be the last game tonight in the Western Conference Finals, Game 5. OKC, now huge favorites. Minnesota plus 310 on the money line. 9-point dogs, minus 110 at BetMGM. We got to talk some golf, and to do that, we welcome on friend of show, Jeff Feinberg, betting analyst for Mayo Media Network. Jeff, long time no talk. Got to obviously talk some golf here. But before we get to that, PJ was talking to Marion Hampton earlier, 14-1 to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. Your thoughts on that draft pick for your Chargers and that price, man, Rookie of the Year? I think he's going to get the touches.
Seems like a pretty fair price. I mean, Genty is obviously super special, but you look at the situation. A Jim Harbaugh-led team. They signed Mikael Becton. They've invested in the offensive line. Greg Roman, Jim Harbaugh, like, you know the plan. And once this guy gets on the field, I'm not like a draft nerd. I love the draft, but I don't pretend to know anything. The film that I watched over and over and over again with this guy after the Chargers picked him was the pass protection. His ability to stand in the pocket. Justin Herbert will get his head taken off. He's a tough kid for all the haters. He stands in there. He will wait as long as he can to deliver the football. This kid will give him those extra moments. An exceptional 3-down back. So Rookie of the Year is in play. If the Chargers are playing with leads, how quickly he takes that job from Najee will be part of it. But at some point, it's all him.
Jeff, I just absolutely love it. I love the price, too, 14-1 that we're getting with Hampton. Thought that was a great pick and agree with everything that you said there. I also, Jeff, really like Xander Schauffele this week at the Memorial. X is 16-1. I'm betting him to win the tournament. Obviously scared about Scotty. I think maybe top 10's the way to go. Do you like Xander this week?
Yeah, so I've bet Xander Schauffele this week. I am definitely afraid of Scotty Scheffler, and maybe we can get to that with some of my other bets. But Xander Schauffele continues to, slowly show that he's returning to the stat profile that we know. And I don't think there's going to be a warning sign with Xander. He's just going to win. It's not going to be like, oh, Xander's back. He finished second. No, Xander is just going to win. He didn't return until the beginning of March. And now we've gotten about 7 events. Like, there's no more rust here. I think it's a perfect course for Xander Schauffele, a true difficult task, maybe the second hardest course we get all year. Outside of the U.S. Open, you could argue this is the hardest test of golf these guys play in the entire calendar. Xander Schauffele, total bag. He will play. He fits well here. Has a second place here. He is my pick to win this week as well.
I like that. Who else did you play as far as the outright market? I'm looking right now at Vic. I've been tempted. He was like 35-1, 33, I think, down to 28-1 right now. Hovland is at BetMGM. Thoughts on him or anybody else you're looking to maybe target on the outright market?
Yeah, so I am definitely afraid of Scotty Scheffler, and this is the first time I've ever done this. But this course is perfect for Scott. He's the best player in the world, and this course is perfect for him. He won last year with negative strokes gained putting. Unheard of, just to put into perspective what sort of ball striking performance he can put on around here. It's never going to be a birdie fest, so he's never going to be out of it. I am scared with him. The without Scotty markets is where my mind goes right now, guys. Yeah. And just as an aware betting consumer, you can really pick off some fair numbers here. Like, there are moments on a Monday or Tuesday where certain sports books have the exact same odds on the boards for the regular market and the without market. Victor Hovland, you mentioned, Ryan. He started at 35. He dropped to 30. Well, you know where they didn't drop him? They didn't drop him in the without markets.
Yeah.
So just as an aware golf bettor, this is how my Mondays are now. So I have bet Victor Hovland a trio here, friends. I've bet him to win the tournament. I've split it up because I've got to, because, I like to have the piece. But I've also bet him to win without Scotty at 30-1, and I felt there was some value to win as a book put odds on to win without Scotty, to win without Justin, to win without Xander, to win without Colin, I took Victor at 25-1. I hate these sorts of bets. Like a month ago, I mocked these people. But the math is mathing. I'm no math expert, but sometimes the math can math on these. I don't know how to explain it any better, but just as a golf bettor, like that is where I now try to look. I'm definitely afraid of Scotty, and that's how I'm betting this golf tournament.
I love it. I love it, Jeff. All right, Jeff, I'm going between two guys right now at 28-1 on BetMGM, Corey Connors and Sepp Straka. I like both. Both are terrific ball strikers. Sepp has won a couple times this year, so I'm more inclined maybe to take him. I think Connors is going to break through at some point. Maybe this course is a little too tough for him to get that first big signature win. But between those two, your guy Corey Connors, the Canadian, or Sepp Straka, who'd you rather go with this week?
Corey Connors top 10 at about plus 260 is one of my favorite bets this week. Is, you know, he's a banana stand. There's always money in Corey Connors to all those Arrested Development fans out there. Like, this guy is just, there's always money to be made in him, despite the fact that he hasn't crossed the line in a big event. Memorial should work great for him. Sepp Straka has just elevated himself to a whole new tier. I prefer Connors. Not a bad word about Straka. And if you like to follow the money, it seems like some very smart money is on Sepp Straka this week. That has hurt that number. It is not casual bettors that have crushed Sepp Straka's number. I assure you that. So people are very aware of the ball striking of Sepp Straka. And if you open up his profile, if you took the name off and you just showed someone the ball striking, the approach play, there are moments where it is Scheffler-like iron play. And we are going to a course that rewards flushers, that ball strikers always prevail here. So I got nothing bad to say about anything Sepp Straka.
Anything else you played, outrights or anything else this weekend with or without Scotty in the market?
Yeah, so I played Tommy Fleetwood without Scotty, 25-1. Right? Like, if there's ever a golfer you need something like that without Scotty on Fleetwood. And Tony Finau is a guy that he has really turned a corner, guys. So at the PGA Championship, that vintage Finau approach play was on display. He gained over 5 strokes with the approach. He is a form player. When he gets hot, he gets hot. I bet Finau 40-1 in that, like, crazy without market with 4 guys. Without, I mentioned Scotty, Xander, Colin, and JT. And, if anyone you're going to not trust to get over the line, it's Tony Finau. So maybe there'll be an out for me there. But I also really like Finau as a top 10. And as for matchups, I am picking on Ben Griffin. What a great story. Winning last week. Harris English, minus 120 over Ben Griffin. Ben Griffin, guys, the PGA Championship was in his home state of North Carolina. It was a home game for him. Yeah. I swerved off him last week, regrettably, because I thought it would just be like a 6th-place finish in a home game at a home major. You're Ben Griffin. Like, that's a huge thing. I thought it would have been a bit exhausting. At some point, this guy's got to hit a wall, just like, from an emotional wall. The scary thing is with our matchups this week, there are 4 rounds, so you're never safe. 72-man field, 50 will make the cut. Most high-end players will get 4 rounds. You'll never be safe until you're signing your scorecards at Memorial.
I love it. Jeff, I want to talk to you about a couple of long shots that interest me. Denny McCarthy's had some good course history here, a couple of top 5 finishes the last couple of years, 2 of the last 3 years. And then Aaron Rye, my favorite stat this week, Jeff, for Memorial, is that last year golfers were 22% greens in regulation when they hit the ball in the rough, right? Got to put it in the fairway this week. Rye as good as anybody, driving accuracy off the tee. What do you make of those two? You like either Rye or McCarthy?
I mean, firstly, to both players, when you look at who's won this tournament the last few years, it is Scotty Scheffler, John Rahm, Patrick Cantley, sure Billy Horschel snuck in there, Hideki Matsuyama. Like, it is elite Victor Hovland, like high-end, super elite players that usually when you win this tournament, you go on to have one of the best seasons on the entire tour. Like, that's the sort of player you have to be to win here. And look at the seasons the guys have when they've won here. That being said, behind the winners every year is a consortium of players with the identical profile to those you've just mentioned. Denny's been here second in a playoff. But look at even last year, like behind Scheffler, was obviously Morikawa, but then it was your Adam Hadwins, your Christian Bezuidenhout, guys that can play clean and get around a golf course. Aaron Rye's on the Ryder Cup radar. Everything he does well should give him a chance here. And as we've seen, that player profile, well, because this has sort of been a top-heavy event, has had a hard time crossing the line. You do not ignore someone with those Aaron Rye stats. I love him this week. I didn't get there with a bet, but I'm a huge fan. He's a very boring, nondescript player, not much attention, but he's a lethal accuracy player.
I love it. Jeff, we got about 60 seconds left. My last question for you. You mentioned this might be the second hardest test of golf these guys get outside of the U.S. Open. Are you keeping track this week, like how guys look this week? That might dictate maybe if you use them at Oakmont or not, or is it just completely separate for you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, if I'm hawking this thing on the weekend, like, I'll probably have an Oakmont board on a side screen. Just to, like, sort of have reference to where the guys' odds were. There's just too many high-end players playing this week on a course that does as many times, you know, the rough is so penal that there are U.S. Open vibes. A lot of the same skill sets, despite shorter hitters do have some success here. So, yeah, the U.S. Open is top of mind. It's really maybe the best month of golf starting right now. Memorial, the Canadian Open, which has a great field with Rory, the U.S. Open, and the Travelers, which is an elevated event. Some might say this is like one of the best pockets of the calendar. But yeah, for sure. U.S. Open is always on my mind right now.
Awesome time of the year. Jeff, thanks so much, man. You're the man. Good luck this weekend.
All the best, boys. Always happy to join.
Thanks,
Jeff Feinberg right there. The best, in my opinion.
I could talk golf with Jeff all day.
Talk Chargers with Jeff all day.
I love that he liked all the golfers that I was looking at,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Denny, Aaron Wright. Well, the fact that he likes Xander, right? He comes on, that's my pick this week. I'm done. That's all I need to hear. Thank you, Jeff. We're lockstep.
Sometimes, you know what I'll do? Because, I mean, I had a good run there like 3 years ago, Peach, where we both did. And I had the Cam Smith outright.
Yeah,
and then after that, I went on like a 2-year route where I couldn't win a bet. So I almost don't want to take Xander and mush it for you guys, but I did while you guys are talking, so I'm sorry.
Let's
I'm all in, baby. All right, we'll take a quick break. I'm going to run to the bathroom. I've been holding it for some reason for 40 minutes. TMI, BetMGM tonight.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Bet and Sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Our number
Each team's
Chris.
thrown a pick. Riley Leonard and the Irish from their own 2. Jeremiah Love breaks free. Jeremiah Love trying to go 98. Touchdown! What a run in the first touchdown of the 12-team playoff.
ESPN, Sean McDonough, the great Sean McDonough on the call right there. 98-yard touchdown run for my main man, Jeremiah Love. The Notre Dame Fighting Irish, an appearance last year in the Natty against Ohio State. And I just hope that they make it back to the college football playoff. Should be pretty easy for Notre Dame. Not having to be in a conference kind of helps. But that schedule, dude, pretty tough. I am a believer in Marcus Freeman. It's funny, during the commercial break, I was upstairs on social media scrolling really quick as I make my 3-mile walk back downstairs, and I saw this video of Dan Lanning, and he got a 5-star to commit. So he rips his shirt off, and they jump in the pool together. Weird. And then the kid decommitted like 3 days later. You saw that too? Yeah. Right now, OKC, poof. I'm ready for this series to be over. Sign me up for the NBA Finals. OKC's up 22-7. And I know it's the NBA and it's only the first quarter, but this is just a bad matchup for Minnesota. They may get smoked.
Yeah. OKC and Indiana should be good ball.
Yeah.
That should be good hoops,
Yeah.
right? Watching that Pacers offense should be fun. Now OKC's going to win.
Yeah.
I mean, but
Okay, hold up. Come on. Focus on what's ahead. Focus on the now, not what's ahead.
You're right.
That's what New York did against Boston. They got cute.
You're talking to someone who's got the Pacers in 7, so.
Fair.
You know.
Okay.
So he's trying to talk it into existence. He needs the Knicks to wake up and show up the next
I don't
two.
like what you're doing here, Peach.
Playing mind games.
Hey, I know what
kid.
you're doing, and I don't like it.
Playing mind games.
Yeah. When some zig, Peach is over here zagging. He's trying to jinx it. You know, that'd be like him coming on and saying,
Bingo.
Pacers, I hate all your fans. We're going to win this series in 5, and then having to apologize. Luckily, he didn't do that, though.
Bingo.
I think that the series does. I think that the Knicks definitely win tomorrow night. They better. I'm betting them. And then we'll see Game 6. But I still think we could get a 7-game series. And I do agree, though. I think Indiana is a better matchup against OKC as far as for us to actually enjoy the NBA Finals. Because OKC, as tough as they are defensively, man, they'll give you some open looks, and you really can't do that against Indiana.
Right.
They're shooting 40% from 3, 50% from the floor here. I think they could steal 2. I would think OKC probably in 5. I think ceiling is 6. I don't know that we get a 7-game series. Sorry, Mario.
No, I agree.
But I hope that I'm wrong. I hope
agree.
I hope we get 8 games.
It feels OKC
9.
5 or 6.
Yeah, that sounds about right, though, right? Yeah, I mean, they're just so much better than everybody. I try to make the case against them all year because they're young. But turns out, if you got SGA, you got Chet, and you got Williams, sometimes you don't need another guy that could create their own shot. You need a bunch of role players, and that's what they have. Unfortunately for the role players from Minnesota, I just saw Naz Reid in the low post get the ball stripped from him, and I feel awful about betting him to score 10 points tonight. We'll keep you updated there. Luckily, in the NHL, we got some better news. We got Carolina up 2-0 going into the second period or into the first intermission. Carolina's a minus 445 favorite, so looking pretty good there. Total still sitting there at 5.5, right where it closed. Major League Baseball, St. Louis up right now 5-4 on the O's. That game's in the bottom of the 6. Kansas City goes up 2-0 on the Reds. That's what I need. That game's in the top of the 6, so hopefully they don't blow it. I feel pretty good, though, because Royals' bullpen's been pretty good. 3.54, I believe, ERA. Bobby Witt just had an RBI double.
Dude, that Noah Cameron kid is
Dude, he's amazing. He's only 25 years old, too.
Sarah's brother.
Yeah.
I mean, he's fantastic. Shout out to all my Outer Banks people who get that reference.
I got it. Took me a second there, though.
Thank you, Ryan.
Dude is a stud, though. I bet him every single time he takes the mound. He's got an 0.67 ERA right now, dude.
Yeah.
His whip is ridiculous, and his nene is as well. 1-0 Cubs over the Rockies. That game's in the top of the 4th. I should have bet the under. Damn you, Brandon, for talking me out of it. Just kidding. Toronto and Texas, top of the 4th. That game, should have bet the under there, too. Scoreless, and the total's 5.5. Still to come tonight, we got the Yankees, minus 166 favorites over the Angels tonight. Total in that one, 8.5. And the Nats on the road. So that's why I saw my good buddy Vic running the board upstairs. He's like, I'm going to be here till 1 a.m. That sucks. They're playing the Mariners tonight. My Mariners, 30-23 this season. You know what's funny about the Nats, man? We were talking about how, like, I never see anybody really at the ballpark unless there's an East Coast team or a good team in town.
Mm-hmm.
They're 24-30. They're not that bad.
No.
They got some young talent. I like Abrams enough.
They're certainly not the worst team within an hour of us. You know, the Orioles would be. But, yeah. No, they're up and coming, for sure. It's crazy, Ryan. I mean, I've lived here my whole life, and I can't remember a time when everybody's so excited for football season. They're just excited to watch Jaden Daniels again. So
Hell yeah. I would be too.
That's what it's all about. Absolutely. I mean, I meant to ask you, when we had the Sean McDonough sound coming back with the Jeremiah Love run, what got you more fired up during the college football playoff? Was it Jeremiah Love's run against Indiana, or I can't remember the receiver who caught the pass against Penn State to tie the game up for a touchdown? Was that Greathouse?
It was Greathouse, yeah.
Greathouse.
Yeah.
Which one got you more fired up?
I'd probably go with the Love run.
Love run?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was actually, you know what got me the most fired up in the college football playoff? It wasn't anything positive. It was when Steve Sarkisian, first and goal on the 1, we're sitting in here and we both have Texas, and he calls a pitch play. That got me more fired up than watching my team make a run to the championship game, a game that they were actually live in the second half against Ohio State, just because it cost me so much money. And I spent a whole week hyping up Sark, and he let me down, dude. I don't think he's going to do it to me this year, though.
How about when Texas gave up that 75-yard screen to Travion Henderson with like 10 seconds left in the half? That pissed me off, too. I still can't get over that
game. Crushed me.
Texas should have won that game.
That game crushed me, dude.
Crushed me, dude. We had it. Texas, Notre Dame. That's what it was going to be.
Just brutal.
Tough.
I've talked about this a couple times with Brad and on the show, dude, but I know the schedule is tough. I like LSU over 8.5 wins with Nussmeier coming back. Brian Kelly, again, all you got to do is go 9-3, dude. I mean, he leaves Notre Dame. The way that he leaves Notre Dame, I'm forever cheering against Brian Kelly. That's what got me most fired up, was after every single Notre Dame playoff win, going on social media and just seeing everybody ragging on Brian Kelly. Because when he got the job at LSU, when he left for LSU, we all remember the cringe, me and my family, even though he was only in Baton Rouge for 48 hours and all of a sudden he develops a accent. But like, we also remember the music video thing that he had when he was going out there recruiting and hitting the transfer portal. It was really cringe. But if he doesn't go 9-3, it would be a lot of money to buy him out. But man, it was a lot of money to buy out Jimbo Fisher at Texas A&M, and the Aggies were like, "That's fine. We want Mike Elko. Go away, dude. Here's $1 billion." If they don't win at least 9 games, I talked about this with Detillier last week again. Like, they're going to run him out of town, man. He's on the hot seat, Brian Kelly. And there is a bunch of talent on this team. The problem has been the last couple of years, the defense, even when Jaden was there. But even that team, they won double-digit games. They kick off the season against Clemson. Everybody's going to be betting against Brian Kelly week 1.
Everyone's going to like Clemson. I think the spread's only 2.5, too.
I like LSU.
I do, too.
I like Clemson this year. I think they also win double-digit games. But I think LSU finally wins a week 1 game for Brian Kelly. And finally he goes to the post-game podium and he doesn't give us one of these.
Right.
Nussmeier might end up being the best quarterback in the country. I don't think it's going to happen. He's like 25 years old. But I do like him. You still have Harold Perkins on the defensive side of the ball. They never let him, for whatever reason, actually rush the passer. But I think he could be a double-digit sack guy if they use him the right way. They've been through how many different coordinators? This finally has to be the year for him, man. When he left the Notre Dame gig, he said, I finally have the resources to compete for a national title, and they haven't been to the playoffs. So I think they at least go 9-3. I think 8.5, even though it's juiced, is a good bet. After that, it's Louisiana Tech after Clemson. Florida, but you get that game at home in Baton Rouge. Cupcake. Ole Miss on the road. I don't know what Ole Miss is going to be this year, though. They lose like all those dudes. And I'm kind of done with Lane. I love him like to win 9-10 games. But if that Ole Miss team last year, all the money that they spent with Jackson Dart and Trey Harris and all those dudes, if they can't make a run to the playoff, I don't know that it's ever going to happen. I don't think the schedule is all that bad. So I think LSU wins at least 9 games. Are you in or out on Brian Kelly here? And I hate the guy.
Man, it's tough, dude. That schedule. So you mentioned it. That Clemson game, I think, is going to decide it. LSU has lost 5 straight season openers. They can't. That's the problem. They start every year 0-1, right? I mean, put yourself in the shoes of like an LSU player or a coach. Get that whole off season. You're ready for the season to start. You get a big season opener every single year. They've lost all those games. So starting 1-0 would be massive.
Yeah.
And then you follow that up by playing La Tech at home, which is great. Then you can have your letdown game there before getting ready for Florida. I don't know, Ryan. It's just the road schedule, man. At Oklahoma to end the year, at Bama, at Vandy. Pavia's going to be back. That was not an easy place to play last year.
No.
At Ole Miss. And then you mentioned it. Florida at home, South Carolina at home, A&M at home. I don't know, dude. I think they're going 8-4.
8-4?
I do.
Brian Kelly will be looking for work,
He will.
I think, at 8-4, dude.
He will. I just worry about them. I really do. The Ole Miss quarterback situation. Who is it going to be? Because I want to see what the name of that kid was who came in last year and played a little bit against Georgia. Because if he's a starter this year for Ole Miss, then he's a dark horse look for...
I think Austin Simmons is the quarterback right now.
Was that it?
So he's a redshirt sophomore?
Yeah, it was Simmons. Okay, Simmons last year was the kid that came in for Georgia, threw 6 passes. He could be a look for
especially
Heisman.
In that offense.
Dude.
Yes. Yeah, he's from Florida. Yeah, and especially in that offense, dude.
Because Ole Miss
could be a look. It's a good point.
Ole Miss schedule isn't all that tough, right? It's just the flip of what it was last year. So they're going to get Georgia on the road, which is going to be tough. But they get Florida at home, South Carolina at home, and they get LSU at home. Their schedule, I think, is actually easier this year than it was last year. And dude, this Simmons kid, Horvath, I'm telling you, can we get a Heisman price on Simmons?
Yeah, I'll look it up here definitely during the break unless you could get it. Yeah, I'll take a little stab on that. Why not? I mean, see, I wasn't the biggest Jackson Dart guy last year. Everybody was betting the Jackson Dart Heisman stuff. And
I'm with you.
You know, I really wanted it. I'm a big Lane fan. I'm a fan of his. And I love him as a play caller. But, man, I mean, I thought last year, at least just the berth in the college football playoff, at least 10 wins. You can't lose to Kentucky.
No.
Can't lose to Kentucky, dude. You know, you keep hyping up my boys, Notre Dame, and while you look for that price.
33-1.
33?
I've made worse bets, Horvath.
Yeah, I don't hate that at all, dude.
Made worse bets. Dude, I'm telling you. I mean, think about that kid. Anybody that remembers the Georgia-Ole Miss game last year, it was nasty weather. It was raining. Dart gets hurt. This kid gets thrown into the fire. They're trailing 7-0. He goes right down the field, 5 for 6, 64 yards, and leads them on a touchdown drive against Georgia.
Yeah.
Now he's got the
defense.
Now he's got the full off season as the starter, and I mean, in Kiffin's offense and the schedule's not all that difficult, dude. I think Ole Miss is gonna. I think that Simmons kid. I'm telling you, Ryan. Not many people are gonna bet him Heisman. That's my dark horse right there.
Especially 33-1, 35-1. I like that a lot, dude. And that offense, the wide open offense, yeah, I could see it. I like that a lot. Dude.
I know you like that LSU win total. I'm going to stay away, though. Not for me. I worry about that schedule, man. LSU, the problem, that defense, it got better, obviously, last year. It couldn't get any worse than it was 2 years ago. Got better, but how much better is it going to get this year? We know they're going to be able to score. I mean, Kelly's teams always have a good offense. He's been in LSU, but can they get stops?
Yeah, it's a big year for him. We'll see, but it's now minus 155 in some spots to go over 8.5. So I don't know if I want to do that. Shop around you if you could get a minus 110 still on the 8.5. Notre Dame, we played the highlight coming in, the touchdown run, and I don't know, man. I hate the schedule, to be honest. So it's a pick against Miami. Big year for Miami as well. I mean, last year they had a ton of talent. They had Cam Ward, but the defense was awful. And I'm not really there with Mario Cristobal, man. 2 years ago when he got the job, I was like, he's going back to Miami. The one thing about the guy, he always builds up the trenches and the defensive side of the ball, brings a toughness. I don't know. Ever since the Georgia Tech game where he didn't take a knee and Haynes King beats him on the Hail Mary, I think he's just like one of the bigger idiots. I like some of the talent, a lot of the talent. I love Marcus Freeman, so you would expect this team to win double-digit games really every year. They won 11-1 last year. They bring back Jaden Greathouse. You know, you lose, obviously, a lot on the defensive side of the ball, but they do bring back a ton. I'm a little worried about the quarterback situation because I thought it was going to be Angeli, and then he transferred out a couple of weeks ago. Right now, it would be CJ Carr, the redshirt freshman.
Yep.
Blake Herbert is a true freshman. So that's the only concern that I have, man. Not knowing who your quarterback is here on May 28th. Still plenty of time to go, obviously, before the opener on August 31st, but on the road against Miami, I actually like Miami in that game as a pick. And then right after that, you get A&M again. And they beat them last year, but it's Mike Elko. He's always going to want revenge against Notre Dame, even though he shouldn't. I mean, he just spent a year there. After that, Purdue, Arkansas. That's not a cupcake, an SEC opponent. Boise State at home is... Like, these are the games that give me nightmares, man, as a Notre Dame fan, because I still remember losing to Marshall in, like, competitive games against Navy. But, yeah, I mean, they should win double-digit games, man, but I just don't want to run out to bet it.
They should win double-digit games. I think, at worst, they split the A&M and Miami.
Same.
I think there's a better chance they go 2-0 than they go 0-2. I don't think they'll lose both. But I think there's a chance they can win both. Everybody, I think, a lot of the wise guys, I think, are going to be on Miami in that game. I don't know, Ryan. I think that game could be similar to when Notre Dame opened up the year at Texas A&M, and all the wise guys were on A&M in that game, and then Notre Dame just beats them.
I thought A&M was going to win that game, too. I ended up betting Notre Dame just because I was like, I can't cheer against my team week 1, man. I want to believe. But I just figured, Mike Elko gets the job at A&M. Plus, I was like, I'm not ready to write off Connor Wegman. Now I am. He was horrendous and didn't even make it to week 3, starting quarterback there. Remember how bad he was, man?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was rough. That was almost as bad as Drew Aller.
I like your Irish, man. I think they win that game. I'm going to be honest with you.
Week 1?
Yeah, I do. I think they beat A&M too.
They have the coaching advantage. I'll say that. Marcus over Mario, and I don't even think that's close. Speaking of coaching advantage, Jesus, I just looked up 28-11 OKC. This game, not fun. 10:50 to go in the second quarter. They scored 9 points in the first quarter. Let's take a quick break. BetMGM tonight.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight here on the BetMGM Network. You can stream the show on Twitch or on YouTube /BetMGM Network, where you can follow all of our great content. You could also check out the podcast wherever you find your podcasts. All you got to do, type in BetMGM Tonight. Like, subscribe, review, rate, all that fun stuff. Brad Evans with the week off. PJ Glasser filling in tonight. You can also catch him on Send It In every single day, Monday through Friday. And then I'm here every night, Monday through Friday. Ryan Horvath, 7 to 11, except for after next Monday, because then I'll be on vacation. Looking forward to that. Guys, I just saw something crazy pop up. The last two players with 14 homers and 14 stolen bases in their first 51 games of a season, you would have to go to 1992. Barry Bonds did that. In my opinion, the greatest baseball player of all time. And then you go to 2025, PCA, Pete Crow Armstrong, through the first 51 games of the season. 14 dingers and 14 stolen bags. Last player to do that, 1992, Barry Bonds. PC, big game A. All right, Peach, we've talked some college football. I like LSU to win 9 games. You're not sold. You like my boys, Notre Dame. I'm just a little bit worried about the schedule, and I like some of the returning production, obviously, but they do lose some pieces from a national title team, a team that could have won it all, lost to Ohio State. But I think they'll be good, and it also helps not having to play in a conference, of course. Let's take a look at some of these Heisman prices, man, because you threw out a couple. Arch Manning's the favorite right now, 6 to 1. Yep. He opened at 9 to 1. Where are you at with Arch Manning? Because the other night you said, if his last name wasn't Manning, I don't think he'd be this hyped up. I think he's good. But I'm with you on that. Every mock draft I see, he's already the number 1 overall pick. The family's already come out and said Arch isn't coming out until 2027. Now, if he balls out, Texas wins a natty, he throws 50 touchdown passes, 4 picks only, 4,000 yards, he's probably coming out. But I actually, usually I call BS with these guys. Yeah, he might go back to school. I could see Arch going back to school just like Eli did, just like Peyton did, because he's making so much money. And also in that family, do you really need the money? I mean, you're making $5 million, $6 million through NIL, and your uncle's Peyton Manning, your other uncle's Eli Manning, even your dad Cooper. Like Fox gave him a job to tell bad jokes on NFL Sundays a couple of years ago. So I don't know, man. I think Arch goes back to Texas even after this year.
You certainly could. Yeah, I just, like you said, I think Arch is a good football player. I don't think he's a great football player. I don't think he is as good as some of the quarterbacks that we've had in college football the last couple of years. Now, it certainly helps him that he's playing under Sark, who's obviously a great offensive mind. They got great weapons there at Texas, including Ryan Wingo, who I think is going to be a terrific player. So he got a lot of great supporting talent, good offensive line, even though they lost some guys to the draft. But I'm just not, especially at the price, man, with Arch at plus 600. I'm good on that. So keep in mind, this guy's playing his first year of college football, right, as the starter. So teams are going to get a lot of film on him. Got a lot of great coaches, a lot of great players in the SEC, and they're going to have good game plans around him. So no part of me wants Arch at plus 600.
The thinking, especially with that price, everybody's probably thought process when it was 9 to 1 is we're not going to get 9 to 1 when we get closer to July or August, so we'll grab it right now, which knocks it down to 6 to 1. And if Texas wins double-digit games again this season, like they should, right, and makes it back to the college football playoff, he's going to get some votes. He should at least be in New York because of his last name, and he should put up decent enough numbers in the Sark offense with those weapons, like you said. So it makes sense, but I'm definitely not betting him today here in May at 6 to 1, man. I would need a better price, even on Arch Manning. And that's kind of where I'm at with Garrett Nussmeier. He opened plus 850. He's still sitting there at plus 850 if you want him, but we just got done talking about LSU. Their win total is 8.5, and that's the other thing. You have to look at the criteria. You probably have to win 10 games. Like even Travis Hunter, Colorado last year was in contention for the Big 12. Nobody saw that coming. If I would have known that they were going to be that improved, I would have bet some Travis Hunter too, but I thought they were going to win 5-6 games. So I would rather play LSU over 8.5 wins than play Garrett Nussmeier to win the Heisman. Or I'd rather play Nussmeier to be the number 1 overall pick. Especially because he is 25 years old. These older quarterbacks, these guys that have been around for a while, have been the better draft pick lately, but I'm not playing him at plus 850. What do you think about Jeremiah Smith, though? He opened 13 to 1. He's 10 to 1. Travis Hunter won this award last year as a wide receiver / DB, but I don't know, man. Devontae Smith won the award at Alabama. I think Jeremiah Smith could put up comparable numbers. at Ohio State. And I also think he could be the number 1 overall pick. And I don't think I'll ever say that again with a wide receiver. I thought the Giants even took Neighbors, and, Marvin Harrison even went a little bit too soon. But I could see Jeremiah Smith with that skill set being the number 1 overall pick. I don't really want to bet him at 10-1 to win the Heisman, though.
No, that's the thing. It's the price. If you were getting 20, 25-1, like we were with Marvin Harrison Jr. a couple years ago, it's a different conversation.
Right.
But, I'm seeing 10-1s for Jeremiah Smith. He is the best player in college football. And like you said, Ryan, he could go number 1 overall, and it wouldn't really be all that crazy. But I can't bet him at that price, right? As a receiver, you obviously rely so much on your teammates and everybody around you. Julian Sayin is probably going to start for Ohio State.
Yep.
And we don't know how good he is.
Yeah.
So I don't want any part of Jeremiah Smith. I'm staying away from him. I don't want any part of Cade Klubnik or Drew Aller either, right? See, a lot of this Heisman betting for me is you kind of just knock out certain guys based on price. Cade Klubnik at 10-1. In what world? We saw him play one good game against Texas. A majority of Klubnik's career, he has really struggled in big games against great teams. Now, again, the ACC is a weaker league. He's not going to play as many great teams. His Heisman moments are going to come against LSU, are going to come against South Carolina, right? Some of the bigger games on their schedule. So he's really got to show up in those games. If you think Clemson's going to win those games, you think Klubnik's going to play well, then I would understand a bet on him. I do not think he's going to play all that great in those games, and I think certain guys around the league are going to get way more opportunities than he will, so I'm passing on him. And then Drew Aller might be the most overrated of them all. The talk this guy might go number 1 overall. I think his decision-making is terrible. He's a Karen with his complaining and how he handles certain situations, which I absolutely can't stand. And it's Penn State in big games, right? For Aller to win the Heisman, he's got to beat Ohio State. He's got to win big games. He's got to beat Oregon. Do you trust Penn State to beat either of those teams? Probably not. So I'm done with Aller too. And then Dante Moore at 18-1.
Do we know he's good?
We don't. I think of all these guys that I like, Ryan, if I were to bet any of them 20-1 or lower, it would be Lenora Sellers. Just because he's got the talent and the upside I'm looking for.
Yep.
South Carolina, if they made it to the playoff, then it would elevate Sellers' status and everybody. And if they make the playoff, it's because he has an incredible year, and everybody's like, "Holy smokes, this kid's awesome." So I think Sellers would be the first guy that I would look at 18-1. But dude, I keep going back to Austin Simmons, 40-1. I'm seeing some 40-1s for Austin Simmons at Ole Miss. We only watched him play like 6 meaningful snaps, but out of what I saw, I thought he looked better than Jackson Dart. I thought Kiffin should have kept him in the game rather than bringing Dart back in. Now, Dart came back in.
Thought he was going to keep him in the game, man. Because that's I almost forgot about that. Yeah, they went right down the field.
Simmons looked awesome. And Ryan, their win total is at 8.5. It's juiced like crazy, -190 to the over. If Ole Miss makes the playoff, man, if they win 10 games, which I think is doable with that schedule, Simmons is going to be in the mix. They're going to put up numbers. They're going to pad stats when they go up against some of the lesser teams. Kiffin's always going to have good receivers. Simmons is going to have some games where he throws for 400 yards this year. I really like him at 40-1.
I do too. I'm looking at some of these names, man. You're almost like, oh my God, I forgot that he's there now. Like Miller Moss, former USC great for 3 weeks, is now at Louisville. He's 50-1. Kevin Jennings is still at SMU. If you think SMU, see, that's the thing, though, man. Can they win double-digit games again? Are they going to win those big ACC games? But 50-1 on Jennings is kind of a crazy price. Jalen Daniels is back at Kansas. He's 50-1. He's got to stay healthy. If I'm looking in that range, I know he's a running back, and this isn't the 90s anymore, but he is a Notre Dame running back. And if you think Notre Dame can win 10 games, Jeremiah Love is 50-1. Opened at 50-1. I feel like nobody's even talking about him right now. We just played that clip coming back, a 98-yard touchdown run. I don't hate that. DJ Lagway took some serious money. He opened 25-1. He's down to 18-1. This is a big year for Florida now, man. They have to at least win 8 to 9 games and go to a major bowl game. Yep. But I don't know that that's going to be possible, especially with their schedule. So I don't want to play him at 18-1. What do you think about Ty Simpson? He opened at 55-1. Now 66-1. He's not even officially the starting quarterback right now. But if Alabama does win 10 games, do you think he could play good enough to at least be in the running, in the conversation in New York? Because that's a crazy price, 66-1 on an Alabama quarterback. Ryan Williams, for context, is 35-1. And I love Ryan Williams. He hit that one spin move, and we're going to hype it up for like ever. But I would rather play the quarterback that's throwing him the football.
Dude, I agree. I love that price on Ty. 66 to 1.
66 to 1. It opened at 55 to 1. Now down to 66 to 1 at BetMGM.
He's going to be the starter.
Yeah,
he's going to be the starter.
Yeah.
Grubb's back for DeBoer. He's got his guy back at OC. And as the Panthers just scored a goal.
Brutal.
I like that price a lot.
Me too.
I think Ty Simpson's going to be like a Mac Jones type. You know, he's going to have that kind of year where they have so much talent around him, and he's going to do such a good job as like the facilitator, the point guard, spreading the wealth. They don't really have a great running game to lean on either. And look, DeBoer's best years right in Washington were with Penix and those receivers.
Yep.
And that's what they built at Alabama. They hopefully have their quarterback, but they just have these studs receivers. My buddy calls me every week, Ryan, to tell me how much he loves our receiving core. He thinks they are going to be terrific. So,
66 to 1.
dude,
is a
and
good
you
price.
said the most important part: 66 to 1 for Alabama's quarterback.
Right.
I mean, look at all these other teams. You're getting plus 800 for LSU's quarterback, 10 to 1 for Clemson's. You're getting 20 to 1 for Ohio State, 12 to 1 for Ohio State's quarterback, 16 to 1 for Oregon's. You're getting plus 600 for Texas's quarterback, 18 to 1 for Florida. All these big brand name schools, 25 to 1, 20 to 1, 15, 10 to 1. Bama's all the way down at 66
to 1. Yeah.
Oh my God, dude. With
And
that
the pressure's
offense,
on to win this year. I know it's year 2 only for DeBoer, but if they win double-digit games, in the offense,
That's the thing, dude, right? I mean, it'd be one thing if it was like a defensive-minded head coach, but even under Saban towards the later years, I mean, we saw Bryce Young win a Heisman Trophy, right? Like, we saw quarterbacks have success in that system, and now you got DeBoer, who's a great offensive mind, as Florida just scored again, dude.
Oh, unreal. You got to be kidding me. Unreal. Thomas Castellanos is now at Florida State. I almost forgot about that. He's 66 to 1. They got to win this year, too. It's so funny for Norvell, man, because 2 years ago they went undefeated in the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of get screwed because of the Jordan Travis injury, but I don't like when people make that argument because nobody wanted to see that Florida State team with their backup quarterback or third-string quarterback, playing in a meaningful game. But he's 60 to 1. Yep, Ty Simpson is still sitting there 66 to 1 right now. Sawyer Robertson from Baylor, 66 to 1. The funniest thing that I've seen, Nico Imaliava, when the odds opened, was still the quarterback at Tennessee. Little did everybody know that he just wasn't going to show up to practice, and there was the whole NIL, dad situation with the money. But he opened 13 to 1. Last year, I bet him 16 to 1, and I still hate myself for it, thinking that he was going to be the real deal. He actually went from 13 to 1 at Tennessee, transfers to UCLA with his brother, by the way, and he's now 80 to 1.
Right.
So that's insane, and I would not bet that. I want nothing to do with Nico Imaliava.
Ryan, I love this market too, right? I'm looking at the last 10 years. Here are all your Heisman Trophy winners and what their preseason odds were. Okay, you ready for this?
Yeah.
Travis Hunter last year was 35 to 1. Jaden Daniels the year before, 10 to 1. Caleb Williams, 8 to 1. Bryce Young, 9 to 1. All those guys, number 1 picks or number 2 picks, right? So again, the thought is Arch, Nussmeier, number 1, number 2 picks, they probably end up winning the Heisman. Devontae Smith, 66 to 1. Joe Burrow, 40 to 1. Kyler Murray, 30 to 1. Baker Mayfield, plus 700. Lamar was 100 to 1. And then Derrick Henry was 25 to 1. So again, right, like skill position guys, running back and wide receiver, Derrick Henry, Devontae Smith, 25 to 1, 66 to 1. If you're going to take a shot with a running back or wide receiver, Travis Hunter, 35 to 1, take some longer shots. I wouldn't take Jeremiah Smith at 12 to 1.
No.
And then quarterback, it's totally a mixed bag. I think you either go favorites, you either go top of the board, or you either look for those 40 to 1 long shots, right? That's why I like the call with Ty Simpson. That's why I like Austin Simmons. Or that's why I like Sellers, even though he's not like one of the favorites.
Yeah.
That would be the guy towards the top that I would target. But that's kind of what the Heisman is. It's so funny, dude, to go back through, too, and look at the preseason favorites for some of the Heisman Awards. Trayvon Boykin at a TCU was the favorite to win the Heisman in 2015.
Oh, I know. I mean, I don't remember that, but it's funny going back and looking at some of these
Spencer
numbers,
Rattler was favored in 2021
in
at plus
Oklahoma.
550. Oh,
yeah, he was the favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that, dude. There's been some nasty ones in there. JT Daniels one year, I feel like 5 years in a row was one of the favorites. JT Daniels played college football for like 80 years.
And
Last I checked, he was at Rice.
And for what it's worth, Ryan,
he got a house out of it.
The last decade, the preseason favorite has not won the Heisman Trophy. I think you have to go back to Mariota, the last time a preseason favorite has won the Heisman. So, again, that's why I'm throwing out Arch, dude. And I really don't want Nussmeier either.
No, I don't want the 2 favorites. I want to go down the board. The only other one that I would consider, and we've only seen a short sample size, He's not the biggest dude, but he actually played all right against Notre Dame. The team was beat up. Gunnar Stockton, if he's going to be the starter at Georgia, is 35-1. And Georgia, under Kirby is always going to win 10 games.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. Like, you have to look at teams that are going to be competitive, that are going to win 10 to 11 games, double-digit games, and probably be at least in the conversation with the college football playoff. And that's why you're looking at a lot of those top names at the top, like Nussmeier, Manning, Smith, and Klubnik, because they're going to be on double-digit win teams. I'm with you on Drew Aller, too. I couldn't imagine betting him 14-1 when the last visual evidence, or the last visual you have of him is that game against Notre Dame. We'll take a quick break. BetMGM tonight. PJ Glasser filling in for Brad. Ryan Horvath with you here on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight here on the BetMGM Network. Ryan Horvath here. PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. Brad will be back on Monday. Mario producing the show here in dreary Washington, D.C. It's been raining for like 72 hours. Brandon running the board out in Chicago, a.k.a. God's territory, where the Cubs, last I checked, had a 2-0 lead over the Rockies, but then my Wi-Fi froze, so I just gave up watching it because bad things are happening in the studio right now. If you're on the Carolina money line like PJ and I, 2 goals scored in 30 seconds from the Florida Panthers. Back-to-back goals in 30 seconds, and just like that, God darn it, 3-2. Now 3 goals in about 2 minutes. Unreal. 8 minutes to go.
Indeed.
Second period, Carolina blows a 2-0 lead, and now it's 3-2 Panthers. They were minus 450 favorites.
Why can't my teams ever do that when they're down 2-0?
Right?
You know, just go bang, bang, bang. It's when I bet on them when they're up 2-0.
Shoot, I want to swear so bad because, man. Panthers now minus 300 favorites. The Hurricanes were just minus 450. Now they're plus 230. So if anybody wants to torture themselves, they could join us. I don't feel any better about the NBA game right now. I'm guessing before they broke the huddle, Minnesota did a little 1-2-3 Cancun.
Yes.
It's 61-32. Check that. 62-32. Minnesota about to hit a big jumper, though, to cut it to 30. 27.5-point dogs on the live line. Live total 207.5 for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Naz Reid, over 9.5 points. Not looking great. He does have 4 turnovers in the game. Every time he puts the ball on the floor, he gets stripped. Hasn't looked very good. Clearly, Minnesota just is ready to go on vacation, right? Like, why go back home and delay the inevitable is probably what they're thinking. OKC's the better team. Might as well just no show tonight. And they are down 31 points in an NBA playoff basketball game in the Western Conference Finals. That sucks.
Yeah, it does.
What do you think? Do you think we get a better one tomorrow night? Knicks, 4.5-point favorites. I kind of think the Knicks might beat up on the Pacers tomorrow, though, too, man. Season on the line back at MSG.
I'm with you.
You know?
I'm with you.
Not great.
I like the Knicks tomorrow as well. I like Dallas as well. We're going back to the well with the Stars at home. I think they take care of business. We talked about that earlier. We like that parlay between those two teams. So that's what I'll be on. I'll be parlaying those two together, and then I'll be sweating out my golf bets with the Memorial.
Go Xander. We're going to need it. Go Xander with Scotty and without Scotty for me, by the way. I just keep betting it. 18-1, though. Too hard for me to pass up. I'm going to bet Decky just to torture myself at 30-1. So when his back flares up on Friday, you guys could laugh at me. But I did play a little bit of that, too. I'm just going to bet a whole bunch now because I'm mad. Carolina does have a power play opportunity here. 1:12 remaining on the power play. 7 minutes to go in the second period. But Florida, who is down 2-0 coming into the second period, has now taken a 3-2 lead. Much to our dismay. We're about to be at the half. I don't really think that we have to do a halftime update tonight because SGA just got another bucket. It is now 65-32. If you want to bet Minnesota right now live or on the money line, you're an idiot. Mario, let's do a little would you rather with sporting events, a little bucket list kind of thing, because right now, live sports suck. 33-point lead for the Thunder at the half. Jesus Christ.
This kind of stinks, too, if you're the team up that big, because you can't even, really celebrate that much if you go into the NBA Finals because you know what's coming, you know? You're just, sitting there like, all right, this is kind of boring. All right, would you have a little sporting events? Oh, this on the can today. Super Bowl with your favorite team, so Ravens or Packers.
Okay. Or Bears this year.
Or the Bears. Or Super Bowl with the team you bet on, the Chicago Bears. It's like, and the ticket for this exercise is a 20-1 ticket that you really unloaded on.
Yeah, I'm going with my team.
So would I rather see my team win the Super Bowl or win a 20-1 ticket?
20-1 ticket that you like. However much money you normally bet, which also bet safely, it's a little bit more than that, and you're about to be. We got social media videos ready for you, Peach, you and Gray back in November.
It's the Ravens easily.
Yeah,
it's still the Ravens
easily.
Same. Yeah, I've already spent all my Eagles money on concert tickets. And, nobody cared that I predicted the Eagles. You know, everybody's like, oh, wait, really cool, man. Did you guys know that the Knicks are down 3-1 in the series? No, I'm just kidding. But, yeah, I mean, money's awesome, but there's no better feeling than watching your team win a Super Bowl or win a World Series. Now, Super Bowl, I've seen 2. for my team. One with Favre. Not a great memory anymore because he's kind of he's Favre. And then one with Rodgers. And both were awesome memories with my family and my friends. But also most of my friends are Bears fans, being from Chicago. So you'd think I would take the money. But no, I'd go my favorite team. I would go Cubs World Series, even though I've seen one that I never thought I would see, over anything, though. I don't know. Notre Dame national title's kind of close, though. I'd go that.
You almost okay.
I'd go
I don't
that.
know why you talk. Of all your
I'd go
major
that.
teams, you've seen all win a title.
Cubs, yeah. Bulls, 6 of them. But it seems like that was forever ago.
Okay,
dude. I was
Bulls,
Nate's age.
Bulls, Packers, you've seen 2. Cubs, you saw 1. You never thought you'd ever see the Cubs.
No, I never thought I would see the Cubs.
And you saw Notre Dame at least. You see Notre Dame
I've never
get
seen
to the
an
title.
actual. I've seen them get there, yeah.
What,
there, yeah.
twice?
Yeah. Yeah, and get just, well, last time was much
There was
better.
a fight. There was fight.
There was some
last
fight
time.
in the last one.
That opening drive against Ohio State, there was some promise, but then
Hell
you
yeah.
realize you had to run Leonard about 60 times. And
He would have died on the field.
Quite
There was a
literally
chunk of
would've
his
died.
helmet missing.
Yeah, he would have died. Yeah, it's your favorite team. I think as sports fans, there are a few times in your life when you root for players to win a title where you just want it so badly for them. And outside of Lamar, the only guy I've wanted it more for was Alex Ovechkin, just one of the all-time great hockey players, and they couldn't break through. And when he won the cup, it was just like I was so happy for him. I just want Lamar to win a ring.
Me
'Cause
too.
The guy has done everything. He's won MVPs. He's so freaking good. He's gotten the 1 seed. I mean, he's amazing. The only thing he can't do is he hasn't gotten to the Super Bowl yet, and he hasn't won it. So I would sacrifice my own winnings and me hitting a 20-1 so that Lamar could win a Super Bowl, because not only do you share it with like your city, but you share it with your family, and it's just something that you just never forget. It's the best. So I go with the Ravens easy.
Weirdly, I almost want to see Lamar win a Super Bowl before my team. Just because he won me a bunch of money winning the MVP 2 years ago.
I don't feel that at all. Like I don't have like I'd
No,
rather
won't.
see other player than like my own favorite
if
team.
Caleb Williams turns out to be like one of the top players in the NFL, and you get to the playoffs like every year, and it's just heartbreak,
Yeah.
you'll experience that. It's rare. That's what I'm saying.
That
like,
being
they're
said,
only...
I'd kill for that.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course, dude.
Yeah.
For
Of course.
Caleb?
Like
Yeah.
there truly are. There are only so many athletes. I'm telling you, Lamar's only the second one. It's him and Ovechkin. That's it so far. Those two, where I've just wanted them to win it so bad, and I hope Lamar gets it.
I'm surprised Mario doesn't want that for Ben Shepard
Ben Shepard.
and Obi Toppin.
Yeah.
Just want to see them
so
win
bad.
one, man.
Mario
Just one.
wanted that from Marcus Page so bad
Oh.
against Villanova, dude.
He got his Sean May ring.
Yeah, he did.
He did.
Yeah, he
That
did.
son of a bitch.
And
Terrible
then,
whistle against the
Hansborough
Illini.
got a ring, didn't he? Danny Green and Ty Lawson, those boys.
Yeah, for a while I thought he got 2 because I thought he was a freshman on the 05 team.
Was he
I think
not?
I think he just missed it.
Just missed.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought he was.
I want to say he just missed it.
Sounds about right.
But yeah, Hansborough got 2 Final Fours too. People forget.
Yeah.
Psycho T.
But like, dude, Bills fans, I'm telling you, if
I
you ask
know.
them this question, they want Josh to win it. Well, I mean, they just want to win one. Like,
Yeah.
the Bills just want to win.
They deserve
one.
it more than anybody, dude.
They do.
They're the new lovable loser.
They do.
Like-
they're the new Cubbies. They really are.
I was like, I said that we always do like a joke, like Packers win-loss schedule, because that's the thing I hate the most. You can't do that in the NFL, dude. Your quarterback could die week 3. You don't know what games you're going to win past week 4.
Yeah.
But I was like, man, kind of want to predict the Bills-Packers Super Bowl, but I feel like I would almost have to cheer against my team. Those fans, those guys just deserve it so much, man. I mean, imagine losing just 2 back-to-back, let alone what they've dealt with. And every playoff loss is in the most disappointing fashion. Should have beat the Chiefs a couple of years ago if they would have had final possession, but Mahomes had the ball. Yeah. I would like to see it for the Bills or Lamar or my guys. That would be cool, too. Hit us with one more, Mario, while we watch this ass-kicking 33-point lead for the Thunder. Ant, by the way, has 9.
All right, I'm gonna skip to this last one because I think it's a better debate. Formula One, like Monaco Grand Prix, or Wimbledon.
Oh, Wimbledon for me, dude.
Really? Right away.
I love tennis.
Explain Wimbledon. Are we talking men's final? Or are we talking just like go for the day and grounds pass and like explain Wimbledon?
I want to be there the entire time.
You get grounds pass and it's the final match and you're in it, baby. Like you're front row. Same thing with Monaco. You get the full experience like you're a king.
Like, am I sitting like in the royal box? Am I sitting next to like Zendaya and Tom Holland?
That's what I'm saying. Who the F is at F1, bro? Where you know you're like,
everyone's at F1. What do you
Are
mean?
they?
Yes, dude.
Are they?
Dude. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, they're usually on their yachts, but if they come over to the land,
if you're on the yacht, you got everyone. Same thing with Wimbledon. Prince, whoever is next to you.
So if it's the men's final and I get a great seat, then I want to go to that. So I went to Wimbledon 3 years ago. It was on my bucket list, my mom's bucket list. We went to London. It was the first time both of us. Well, my mom hadn't been to London in like 30 years, and we went. We went on the first day, and the way that it works at Wimbledon is each day you can wait in the queue. Okay, so let's say the gates open at 10 a.m. one day, you can start getting in line for tickets for that day at 7 p.m. at night for the following night, right? So let's say 7 p.m. tonight, you want to get tickets for tomorrow where the gates open at 10 a.m. There are people in line right now waiting to get in the gates. People bring their tents, they camp out, the whole shebang.
That's how that works?
Dude, it is how it works. My mom and I, we obviously didn't want to do that, so we woke up, just crack acids on. We got there like 3:30, 4 a.m. in the morning, and we just waited in line, and we got tickets to court 2. So it's like center court is where the big boys play.
Yeah.
And then court 1's the next biggest, and then court 2. So we were hoping for center court. We don't know like how early we have to get there, but there were already so many people in line that we could only get tickets to court 2. But that's
That
how it works.
sucks.
For anybody that wants to go. You just wait in that queue. If you want to try center court tickets, be prepared to bring like some tents and stuff and be ready to like sleep in the field overnight.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's
I'll be
great.
honest with you.
But it's decent prices, right? Like if you go online and buy it on like StubHub, whatever it is, it's like $1,000 to like center court.
Right.
If you buy it at in the queue, it's like £80. It's insane. So that's why people
What's
do it.
80 pounds?
80 pounds
We
is
won the
maybe
war.
like $120 for
Okay.
center court.
That's
tickets.
not bad at all.
That's nothing, dude.
And you're there.
That's nothing.
You're there the whole day for all 4
I
matches.
can't wait in line though. I'd start tweaking.
You can't.
Yeah,
do
I'm not
it?
a line guy
No.
either, dude. I
can't.
got Disney coming up. I got to do the fast
if
pass.
you go
You
with-
have to do fast pass at Disney, or
If
you
you,
gotta get ready for
go,
battle.
if you go with a group of people, you can have somebody stand in line. You just can't have like your whole group leave.
Yeah. Man, that actually kind of makes me want to go more weirdly. I don't know. Seems like an event.
They love their queue over there in London. Love a good queue.
Plus, I feel like, I could be like sitting next to like Prince Harry or something like that. Ask him to borrow a couple pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in on that. Florida, I'm not in on them. 3-2 right now over Carolina. The basketball game, it's half, but it's over. 33-point lead. BetMGM tonight.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
and Sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Ryan Horvat with you here. PJ Glasser filling in for Brad Evans. Mario producing the show here in beautiful Washington, D.C. Brandon running the board out in Chicago. We got a good one tonight out in OKC where at the half, the Thunder clinging to a 33-point lead over the Timberwolves. Good news for the Timberwolves is maybe, just maybe, we go retro. They lower the $100-point basket like in Rockin' Jock 98 when Flea hit the 100-pointer, and they could get right back in this one. Probably their best hope. They're 30.5-point underdogs, Peach. What would you do right now? No, I'm kidding. 30.5-point underdogs right now, Peach. The total in the game, 206.5. If you think Minnesota's got a comeback in them, they're 35-1 right now. You're getting golf prices on them to come back in this basketball game.
Would you rather bet Tony Finau in the Memorial?
Finau, 40-1 all day.
I would too.
It'll be at least you'll be in contention for 2 days, and then it'll go into the drink multiple times.
I agree.
Panthers up 3-2, much to our dismay. It was a 2-0 lead for the Hurricanes. Maybe you went into a movie. Maybe you went to dinner with your husband or wife. You get back in the car and you're like, what the hell? Yeah, that's what we're saying. 2 goals in 30 seconds for the Panthers, and then they add another one, and now it's 3-2. We're in the second intermission. We're praying for a Hurricanes comeback. It's plus 400 if you want to join us. Live total, 7.5. We're underway out in Seattle. Nats up 2-0 on the Mariners. Cardinals up 6-4 on your O's. And you got to be kidding me. Okay, never mind. Royals up 3-2 right now on the Reds. I need one winner, Jesus Christ. 3-2 right now on the Reds. We're in the top of the 9th. No outs. I just need the Royals to complete this game. They did just give up a run, though. So 3-2. I need Kansas City to close this out. Cubs up 2-1 on the Rockies. Rangers, Blue Jays are scoreless, and the Yankees are up early. 1-0 on the Angels. That game's in the second. How about some MLS? Maybe you need some late-night action. Columbus Crew and Nashville tied up at 2. The Seattle Sounders with an early 1-0 lead over San Diego FC. How about Austin and Real Salt Lake? Good one out there, scoreless. And then tonight, man, I might not get sleep tonight. The Galaxy, 0-4-11 on the season, but I think they're due. Tonight they take on the San Jose Earthquakes. Big one coming up on Fox Sports 1. And then the nightcap tonight, the Colorado Rapids take on the Portland Timbers in Major League Soccer.
Let's go.
I can't wait for football. I cannot wait.
Me too.
I can't wait. I just can't wait for Aaron Rodgers to make a decision. 41 years old. Is he going to retire? Maybe do Joe Rogan full time? Maybe Jeopardy? Maybe run for president? Or is he going to show up to camp for the Pittsburgh Steelers? I thought it was hilarious on Fox Sports 1. Joy Taylor and everybody overreacted. Oh my God, I can't believe he's not at OTAs. He's not a member of the roster. He's not on the team, so he doesn't need to show up. And I also think this is why Rodgers didn't commit. So the whole thing with Joe Rogan, I don't recommend anybody have to sit through 3 hours of that thing. But somebody in his family, or he's got a new girlfriend or fiance or something. Some people think he's married because he's been wearing a wedding ring. Who cares? All I know is that somebody, unfortunately, is dealing with cancer, is what he said on the podcast. So he's going through some personal stuff right now. So I eventually think he shows up. But if he can't fully commit and he's not there at OTAs, this is what everybody would be talking about, overreacting to Aaron Rodgers not being at OTAs. So I eventually do think he's the starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers. No way they go into the season with Mason Rudolph as their starting quarterback. We got some audio, and I missed this. Terry Bradshaw's always hated Aaron Rodgers. A couple of years ago, he had the take that he would have chose Mike McCarthy over Aaron Rodgers. I almost died laughing from this because I think Terry Bradshaw is an old geezer. But here's what he had to say about the whole Aaron Rodgers situation. We actually have that audio here on BetMGM tonight.
What do you think about possibly Aaron Rodgers being the quarterback? That's a joke. He shouldn't. That is just, to me, is a joke. What are you going to do? Bring him in for 1 year? Are you kidding me? I mean,
that's not the Steelers' way, right?
No, man, that guy needs to stay in California and go,
Thank you.
somewhere and
Thank you.
chew on bark. And and whisper to the gods out there.
100%. These guys on the show, Mr. Bradshaw, know I'm not a fan of his. We've been around each other personally, and he was not a kind person.
Now, he does not. I had to go over and introduce myself to him. He's not. I had to go, hey, Aaron, I'm Terry Bradshaw. I know he knows me, but I just felt like I better tell him who I am.
Yeah.
And not, you walk in there and you get in his presence and you feel like it's going to start snowing. So.
I tell you, Hank, I don't even want him. I would rather win 6 games here with Mason Rudolph than even consider Aaron Rodgers. He needs to go back to California and chew on some bark. What the hell did I just listen? What is that, KSIB 1340 in Creston, Iowa? Shout out to them, though. That's actually where I cut my teeth. But no, I mean, I will agree, though, like, the whole thing. Everybody, I keep, like, seeing all these, like, little bottom line things, and even on the network, like, what's next for Aaron Rodgers? And even me, the president of the Aaron Rodgers fan club, with Steelers tickets now, I don't really care all that much, dude. I eventually think he shows up, and if he doesn't, then he doesn't. Then he's calling it quits. Then he's retired. Yep. But, I mean, like, after the last 2 years in New York, I really don't care, dude. I wasted enough money on Jets futures the last couple of years. I don't want him to retire and go out with a 5-win season in New York. I'd like to see him and Mike Tomlin, pair up. Do you want to see that, though, Peach, as a Ravens fan? Does it even scare you? Would that even scare you? I mean, obviously a little bit more than Mason Rudolph, I feel, right?
It does. I mean, look,
Rodgers
obviously isn't the player that he once was, but he's certainly better than, he's better than Mason Rudolph, right?
Yes.
So,
yeah, anybody is.
Yeah, I mean, the Steelers always scare me, and Tomlin always scares me, especially playing in Pittsburgh. So the AFC North's a funny division, man. As soon as you think you have something figured out, another thing happens. I as a Ravens fan, certainly do not want Aaron Rodgers to be a Steeler, but I'm kind of expecting it to happen at this point. I think he's going to be.
I think he's going to be too, dude. I just can't see him going out like that. We ain't going out like that. We ain't going out. He was actually pretty damn good the last 5-6 games of the season. I mean, the issue was, dude, he played 3 snaps year one and tore his Achilles at 40 years old.
And you could tell that was so in his head the first couple weeks. He was in his own way.
Yeah.
Especially against San Francisco with that pass rush week 1. He just wanted to get the ball out of his hands super quick. So
yeah. Do the Bengals? What do you think about the Bengals? Do you think everybody's overhyping them a little bit too much? Because I love Burrow, Higgins, Chase Brown, hell, even Mike Gesicki, and they fixed up the offensive line. But are they going to be able to get consistent stops, man? Because last year Joe Burrow put up MVP type numbers, and they still didn't make the playoffs. And yeah, I mean, like having T. Higgins and Jamar Chase is awesome, but they paid both of those dudes this offseason. That's a lot of money, and now you have Trey Hendrickson pissed off. The only guy consistently that gets pressure on the quarterback. I like the Al Golden hire, but I also like Lou Anarumo, and that team made a Super Bowl run a couple of years ago. So I'm not running out to bet Bengals futures. Won't shock me, though, if they do win 11, 12 games.
No, I agree with you. It's they're a tough team, right? Because everybody's like, well, this team only won 9 games last year, and it's like the same offense, and their defense is even worse. But if the Bengals don't screw around in the first 7 games of the season and they win the games right, then they win 11 and 12. So the Bengals in the second half of last year did a great job at winning the games that they were supposed to win. And then they lost so many tight games, Ryan. I mean, both games against the Ravens, they easily could have won. The Sunday night game against the Chargers, they easily could have won. There were a lot of coin flip games that didn't go their way. So while a lot of people are looking at the record and they're looking at the defense and how it might not be great, I'm looking at the fact that they could have won 12, 13 games last year. So, if they are able to stay healthy, I think Higgins really is a big key. Because when him and Chase are both out there, those are 2 number ones. I mean, they are really difficult to deal with. If Higgins can stay healthy and Burrow, obviously, and Chase can stay healthy, and some of those games that didn't go their way last year go their way this year, I mean, that could easily be an 11-win team, 12-win team.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, dude. Jamar Chase, as awesome as he is, and he's awesome without T. Higgins, his splits with Higgins on the field, because you have to pay so much attention to him, especially in the red zone, are so much better. That's when you could get a 14, 15,000 yard season from Jamar Chase, or 100, not 1,000, 100-yard season. So yeah, I think that's a good point. The good thing that they got going for him is they have notoriously got off to these slow starts. Also, Burrow wasn't fully healthy going into the year last year. Remember, he had that weird hand injury. I like T. Higgins over 6.5 touchdowns, man. He's the red zone threat. I think he scores 10 like he did last year. The only thing that scares me is he did get paid, so now it's not a contract year. What they have going for him this year, though, is they kick off the season against the Browns. I'm not going to lie. Nobody's going to bet the Browns in that game except me. I think it's a 4.5-point spread. Cleveland's at home. They always beat up on Joe Burrow, dude. And it's still Myles Garrett. I don't care who the quarterback is. I think the Bengals will win that game, but I think they'll do it by a field goal. And they need to prove it to me that they could actually show up in the beginning of the season.
Yep.
But at least this year, it's an easier schedule to kick off the year. On the road against the Browns, who are projected to win 4.5 games this year. Week 2, you get the Jags. Their win total is 7.5. Week 3, you get the Vikings with J.J. McCarthy as the starting quarterback. Granted, that's a road game. So they could get off to a 3-0 start, man. That's been their issue, though, as you guys strand a couple runners there. 6-4 final, and the Orioles lose to the Cardinals.
Up 3-0.
I hate to see that.
I was staring the Cardinals right in the face. Plus 3.5. Money line was like plus 340, and I didn't take it.
You always know, though.
2 straight
with
nights,
your team.
I could have made some money. It's unfortunate. I mean, talk about an even game. Both teams had 12 hits. Both teams had 10 left on base. Orioles offense is starting to hit the ball a little bit better, but their pitching, dude, is just so bad.
Yeah, they're a huge letdown this year, man.
Big time.
And it sucks because I thought you guys were building something. The weird thing about baseball is, though, they could be back next year.
Mm-hmm.
You just never know. Hey,
100%.
that could happen. Angels in the outfield. I had to sweat, but finally it comes home. Royals, a winner, so I'm going to actually cash that out. And I'm going to get out of Dodge tonight. I want no more bets because I bet the Timberwolves like an idiot, not even with the 9 points. Took the money line, plus 310. That's a bad decision. They're down 30. And then I don't feel all that great about Carolina. We got one more period to go. End of the second. Florida's like a minus 450 favorite as they come back from down 2-0 and make it 3-2. So not a great start for the betting night, so I'll take any win that we could get with the Royals and cash out. If you want to bet the basketball game right now on the live line, OKC's a 28.5-point favorite, and the total is sitting there at 205.
Yeah.
I'm looking at week 1 games. The Bengals are 5.5-point favorites on the road against Cleveland.
It's a dangerous game. What's going to be funny is how many people decide to bet the Bengals as their survivor play.
After what they did to them last year against the Patriots? Remember the Patriots beat them week 1 last year, dude.
So I wonder, I almost might even be on the Bengals in that game because I think the narrative going into that game is going to be the Bengals week 1 struggles. Burrow always struggles in Cleveland, right? And just a divisional game, AFC North, you normally bet the dog, especially when it's a home dog. I could see the Bengals winning that game, though, by a touchdown. Like, at what point?
They should.
At what point do the Bengals just finally start a season well? I mean, Burrow, I think, is 1-7 in his career in the first 2 weeks in the NFL.
Yeah.
He gets off to 0-2 starts every single year. They just dig themselves into a hole. Burrow has some LSU in him because that's what his college team does too, right? They can never get off to a good start. But yeah, you almost wonder if there's some value there on the bet because who's going to start for Cleveland? I mean, they're going to have to roll Joe Flacco out there.
It's got to be Joe Flacco at least to start the season, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, they traded for Kenny Pickett, but I think there's a chance he doesn't make the roster. That's what makes the whole Shedeur Sanders situation weird is you would figure a lot of people are like, oh, man, I could see him actually starting 10 games this season. I don't know. He should be, where he was drafted, he should be a practice squad player, unless Dylan Gabriel's going to be a practice squad guy, or if they're going to cut one of them. But where they were drafted, it would make more sense for Dylan Gabriel to be on the active roster and Shedeur Sanders maybe to be the practice squad quarterback, but I could see it being opposite. I don't know. Maybe they wanted to teach Shedeur a lesson. Who the hell knows? They should be a mess. Joe Burrow in his career against the Browns, weirdly, 3-5 outright, not against the spread. One other thing really quick that just went final, the Mystics beat the Fever tonight, 83-77. So now the Fever are 2-3 on the season. First game without Caitlin Clark.
Yep.
That'll be good for my narrative if they just go winless the next 2 weeks and then she comes back and they go on a little bit of a run. But, 83-77 the final there. Much better game, though, than we got here in the NBA. Julius Randle has 15 points, so if you bet his props, you're probably feeling all right. But if you bet the Timberwolves, you're probably screwed, like me. 27-point game with 5:50 to play. Naz Reid does have 4 points on 2 of 2 shooting. Unfortunately, 4 turnovers. Would love for him just to score 10 points so I could get a winner out of this. Ant has 16. His point prop closed at 26.5. And then, like I said, Julius Randle's got 15. But OKC most likely on their way to the NBA Finals unless they blow a 28-point lead. But I think that'd be pretty tough to do, don't you, Peach?
Yeah, I do. I would agree.
So you think, OKC and Pacers, you would go Thunder in 6 at most, or Thunder in 5? I think I'll go Thunder in 6. I'll say Indiana could steal 2.
I agree. Thunder in 6.
Now, if it's Thunder Knicks,
Thunder
even though I think
4.
the Knicks have the more talented team, I think that they would get swept. I really do,
yes.
man. I think Tibbs would get circles coached around him, and I think that'd be the way that it would go down. But
that would be a sweeper rule.
it's hard. It's just like tough to bet against the Pacers, man, because when they're hot, they're hot. They're never out of games. I mean, if they're down 28 in the third quarter, they're probably screwed. But when they're down only 11, 13 in some of these fourth quarters, they're never out of games because they got multiple guys that could shoot the rock.
100%.
And Halliburton's just an absolute
That'll
stud
be
right
fun
now,
ball, though. Again, like, the narrative will be like Indiana versus OKC. The league must absolutely hate this. But, like, it's going to be good basketball. I mean, that's what you want is you want a great offensive team like Indiana against a great defensive team like OKC. I think all of us are going to like OKC to win the series, but it'll be fun. It should be a fun series to watch.
Yeah, we'll see. Unless Minnesota comes back, but right now not looking good. Down 28 with 5:35 to go in the third quarter. Take a quick break. BetMGM Tonight returns next on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Here on the BetMGM Network, you can stream the show on Twitch or on YouTube /BetMGM Network, where you can follow all of our great content. You could also check out the podcast wherever you find your podcasts. All you got to do, type in BetMGM Tonight. Like, subscribe, review, rate, all that fun stuff. Brad Evans with the week off. PJ Glasser filling in tonight. You could also catch him on Send It In every single day, Monday through Friday. And then I'm here every night, Monday through Friday. Ryan Horvath, 7 to 11, except for after next Monday, because then I'll be on vacation. Looking forward to that. Guys, I just saw something crazy pop up. The last two players with 14 homers and 14 stolen bases in their first 51 games of a season, you would have to go to 1992. Barry Bonds did that. In my opinion, the greatest baseball player of all time. And then you go to 2025, PCA, Pete Crow Armstrong, through the first 51 games of the season. 14 dingers and 14 stolen bags. Last player to do that, 1992, Barry Bonds. PC, big game, A. All right, Peach, we've talked some college football. I like LSU to win 9 games. You're not sold. You like my boys, Notre Dame. I'm just a little bit worried about the schedule, and I like some of the returning production, obviously, but they do lose some pieces from a national title team, a team that could have won it all, lost to Ohio State. But I think they'll be good, and it also helps not having to play in a conference, of course. Let's take a look at some of these Heisman prices, man, because you threw out a couple. Arch Manning's the favorite right now, 6 to 1. Yep. He opened at 9 to 1. Where are you at with Arch Manning? Because the other night you said, if his last name wasn't Manning, I don't think he'd be this hyped up. I think he's good, but I'm with you on that. Every mock draft I see, he's already the number 1 overall pick. The family's already come out and said Arch isn't coming out until 2027. Now, if he balls out, Texas wins a natty, he throws 50 touchdown passes, 4 picks only, 4,000 yards. He's probably coming out. But I actually, usually I call BS with these guys. Yeah, he might go back to school. I could see Arch going back to school just like Eli did, just like Peyton did, because he's making so much money. And also in that family, do you really need the money? I mean, you're making $5 million, $6 million through NIL, and your uncle's Peyton Manning, your other uncle's Eli Manning, even your dad Cooper. Like Fox gave him a job to tell bad jokes on NFL Sundays a couple of years ago. So I don't know, man. I think Arch goes back to Texas even after this year.
You certainly could. Yeah, I just, like you said, I think Arch is a good football player. I don't think he's a great football player. I don't think he is as good as some of the quarterbacks that we've had in college football the last couple of years. Now, it certainly helps him that he's playing under Sark, who's obviously a great offensive mind. They got great weapons there at Texas, including Ryan Wingo, who I think is going to be a terrific player. So he got a lot of great supporting talent, good offensive line, even though they lost some guys to the draft. But I'm just not, especially at the price, man, with Arch at plus 600. I'm good on that. So keep in mind, this guy's playing his first year of college football, right, as the starter. So teams are going to get a lot of film on him. Got a lot of great coaches, a lot of great players in the SEC, and they're going to have good game plans around him. So no part of me wants Arch at plus 600.
The thinking, especially with that price, everybody's probably thought process when it was 9 to 1 is we're not going to get 9 to 1 when we get closer to July or August, so we'll grab it right now, which knocks it down to 6 to 1. And if Texas wins double-digit games again this season, like they should, right, and makes it back to the college football playoff, he's going to get some votes. He should at least be in New York, because of his last name, and he should put up decent enough numbers in the Sark offense with those weapons, like you said. So it makes sense, but I'm definitely not betting him today here in May at 6 to 1, man. I would need a better price, even on Arch Manning. And that's kind of where I'm at with Garrett Nussmeier. He opened plus 850. He's still sitting there at plus 850 if you want him, but we just got done talking about LSU. Their win total is 8.5, and that's the other thing. You have to look at the criteria. You probably have to win 10 games. Like even Travis Hunter, Colorado last year was in contention for the Big 12. Nobody saw that coming. If I would have known that they were going to be that improved, I would have bet some Travis Hunter too, but I thought they were going to win 5-6 games. So I would rather play LSU over 8.5 wins than play Garrett Nussmeier to win the Heisman. Or I'd rather play Nussmeier to be the number 1 overall pick. Especially because he is 25 years old. These older quarterbacks, these guys that have been around for a while, have been the better draft pick lately, but I'm not playing him at plus 850. What do you think about Jeremiah Smith, though? He opened 13 to 1, he's 10 to 1. Travis Hunter won this award last year as a wide receiver / DB, but I don't know, man. I mean, Devontae Smith won the award at Alabama. I think Jeremiah Smith could put up comparable numbers at Ohio State. And I also think he could be the number 1 overall pick. And I don't think I'll ever say that again with a wide receiver. I thought the Giants even took Neighbors. And, Marvin Harrison even went a little bit too soon. But I could see Jeremiah Smith with that skill set being the number 1 overall pick. I don't really want to bet him at 10-1 to win the Heisman, though.
No, that's the thing. It's the price. If you were getting 20, 25-1, like we were with Marvin Harrison Jr. a couple years ago, it's a different conversation.
Right.
But, I'm seeing 10-1s for Jeremiah Smith. He is the best player in college football. And like you said, Ryan, he could go number 1 overall, and it wouldn't really be all that crazy. But I can't bet him at that price, right? As a receiver, you obviously rely so much on your teammates and everybody around you. Julian Sayin is probably going to start for Ohio State.
Yep.
And we don't know how good he is.
Yeah.
So I don't want any part of Jeremiah Smith. I'm staying away from him. I don't want any part of Cade Klubnik or Drew Aller either, right? See, a lot of this Heisman betting for me is you kind of just knock out certain guys based on price. Cade Klubnik at 10-1. In what world? We saw him play one good game against Texas. A majority of Klubnik's career, he has really struggled in big games against great teams. Now, again, the ACC is a weaker league. He's not going to play as many great teams. His Heisman moments are going to come against LSU, are going to come against South Carolina, right? Some of the bigger games on their schedule. So he's really got to show up in those games. If you think Clemson's going to win those games, you think Klubnik's going to play well, then I would understand a bet on him. I do not think he's going to play all that great in those games, and I think certain guys around the league are going to get way more opportunities than he will. So I'm passing on him. And then Drew Aller might be the most overrated of them all. The talk this guy might go number 1 overall. I think his decision-making is terrible. He's a Karen with his complaining and how he handles certain situations, which I absolutely can't stand. And it's Penn State in big games, right? For Aller to win the Heisman, he's got to beat Ohio State. He's got to win big games. He's got to beat Oregon. Do you trust Penn State to beat either of those teams? Probably not. So I'm done with Aller, too. And then Dante Moore at 18-1.
Do we know he's good?
We don't. We don't. I think of all these guys that I like, Ryan, if I were to bet any of them 20-1 or lower, it would be Lenora Sellers. Just because he's got the talent and the upside I'm looking for.
Yep.
South Carolina, if they made it to the playoff, then it would elevate Sellers' status and everybody. And if they make the playoff, it's because he has an incredible year, and everybody's like, "Holy smokes, this kid's awesome." So I think Sellers would be the first guy that I would look at 18-1. But dude, I keep going back to Austin Simmons, 40-1. I'm seeing some 40-1s for Austin Simmons at Ole Miss. We only watched him play like 6 meaningful snaps, but out of what I saw, I thought he looked better than Jackson Dart. I thought Kiffin should have kept him in the game rather than bringing Dart back in. Now, Dart came back in.
I thought he was going to keep him in the game, man. Because that's
Dude,
I almost forgot about that. Yeah, they went right down the field.
Simmons looked awesome. And Ryan, their win total is at 8.5. It's juiced like crazy, -190 to the over. If Ole Miss makes the playoff, man, if they win 10 games, which I think is doable with that schedule, Simmons is going to be in the mix. You know they're going to put up numbers. You know they're going to pad stats when they go up against some of the lesser teams. You know Kiffin's always going to have good receivers. Simmons is going to have some games where he throws for 400 yards this year. I really like him at 40-1.
I do too. I'm looking at some of these names, man. You're almost like, oh my God, I forgot that he's there now. Like Miller Moss, former USC great for 3 weeks, is now at Louisville. He's 50-1. Kevin Jennings is still at SMU. If you think SMU, see, that's the thing, though, man. Can they win double-digit games again? Are they going to win those big ACC games? But 50-1 on Jennings is kind of a crazy price. Jalen Daniels is back at Kansas. He's 50-1. He's got to stay healthy. If I'm looking in that range, I know he's a running back, and this isn't the 90s anymore, but he is a Notre Dame running back. And if you think Notre Dame can win 10 games, Jeremiah Love is 50-1. Opened at 50-1. I feel like nobody's even talking about him right now.
Yeah.
I mean, we just played that clip coming back, a 98-yard touchdown run. I don't hate that. DJ Lagway took some serious money. He opened 25-1. He's down to 18-1. This is a big year for Florida now, man. They have to at least win 8 to 9 games and go to a major bowl game.
Yep.
But I don't know that that's going to be possible, especially with their schedule, so I don't want to play him at 18-1. What do you think about Ty Simpson? He opened at 55-1. Now 66-1. He's not even officially the starting quarterback right now. But if Alabama does win 10 games, do you think he could play good enough to at least be in the running, in the conversation in New York? Because that's a crazy price, 66-1 on an Alabama quarterback. Ryan Williams, for context, is 35-1. And I love Ryan Williams. I mean, he hit that one spin move, and we're going to hype it up for like ever. But I would rather play the quarterback that's throwing him the football.
Dude, I agree. I love that price on Ty. 66 to 1.
66 to 1. It opened at 55 to 1. Now down to 66 to 1 at BetMGM.
He's going to be the starter.
Yeah,
he's going to be the starter.
Yeah.
Grubb's back for DeBoer. He's got his guy back at OC. And as the Panthers just scored a goal.
Brutal.
I like that price a lot.
Me too.
I think Ty Simpson's going to be like a Mac Jones type. You know, he's going to have that kind of year where they have so much talent around him, and he's going to do such a good job as like the facilitator, the point guard, spreading the wealth. They don't really have a great running game to lean on either. And look, DeBoer's best years right in Washington were with Penix and those receivers.
Yep.
And that's what they built at Alabama. They hopefully have their quarterback, but they just have these studs receivers. My buddy calls me every week, Ryan, to tell me how much he loves our receiving core. He thinks they are going to be terrific. So,
66 to 1.
dude,
is a
and
good
you
price.
said the most important part: 66 to 1 for Alabama's quarterback.
Right.
Right. I mean, look at all these other teams. You're getting plus 800 for LSU's quarterback, 10 to 1 for Clemson's. You're getting 20 to 1 for Ohio State, 12 to 1 for Ohio State's quarterback, 16 to 1 for Oregon's. You're getting plus 600 for Texas's quarterback, 18 to 1 for Florida. All these big brand name schools, 25 to 1, 20 to 1, 15, 10 to 1. Bama's all the way down at 66
to 1. Yeah.
Oh my God, dude. With
And
that
the pressure's
offense,
on to win this year. I know it's year 2 only for DeBoer, but if they win double-digit games, yeah, in the offense, yeah.
That's the thing, dude, right? I mean, it'd be one thing if it was like a defensive-minded head coach, but even under Saban towards the later years, I mean, we saw Bryce Young win a Heisman Trophy, right? Like, we saw quarterbacks have success in that system, and now you got DeBoer, who's a great offensive mind as Florida just scored again, dude.
Unreal. You got to be kidding me. Unreal. Thomas Castellanos is now at Florida State. I almost forgot about that. He's 66 to 1. They got to win this year, too. It's so funny for Norvell, man, because 2 years ago they went undefeated in the regular season.
Mhm.
They kind of get screwed because of the Jordan Travis injury, but I don't like when people make that argument because nobody wanted to see that Florida State team with their backup quarterback or third-string quarterback, playing in a meaningful game. But he's 60 to 1. Yep, Ty Simpson is still sitting there 66 to 1 right now. Sawyer Robertson from Baylor, 66 to 1. The funniest thing that I've seen, Nico Imaliava, when the odds opened, was still the quarterback at Tennessee. Little did everybody know that he just wasn't going to show up to practice, and there was the whole NIL,
Right.
dad situation with the money. But he opened 13 to 1. Last year, I bet him 16 to 1, and I still hate myself for it, thinking that he was going to be the real deal. He actually went from 13 to 1 at Tennessee, transfers to UCLA with his brother, by the way, and he's now 80 to 1.
Right.
So that's insane, and I would not bet that. I want
So-
nothing to do with Nico Imaliava.
Ryan, I love this market too, right? I'm looking at the last 10 years. Here are all your Heisman Trophy winners and what their preseason odds were. Okay, you ready for this?
Yeah.
Travis Hunter last year was 35 to 1. Jaden Daniels the year before, 10 to 1. Caleb Williams, 8 to 1. Bryce Young, 9 to 1. All those guys, number 1 picks or number 2 picks, right? So again, the thought is Arch, Nussmeier, number 1, number 2 picks, they probably end up winning the Heisman. Devontae Smith, 66 to 1. Joe Burrow, 40 to 1. Kyler Murray, 30 to 1. Baker Mayfield, plus 700. Lamar was 100 to 1. And then Derrick Henry was 25 to 1. So again, right, like skill position guys, running back and wide receiver, Derrick Henry, Devontae Smith, 25 to 1, 66 to 1. If you're going to take a shot with a running back or wide receiver, Travis Hunter, 35 to 1, take some longer shots. I wouldn't take Jeremiah Smith at 12 to 1.
No.
And then quarterback, it's totally a mixed bag. I think you either go favorites, you either go top of the board, or you either look for those 40 to 1 long shots, right? That's why I like the call with Ty Simpson. That's why I like Austin Simmons. Or that's why I like Sellers, even though he's not like one of the favorites.
Yeah.
That would be the guy towards the top that I would target. But that's kind of what the Heisman is. It's so funny, dude, to go back through too and look at the preseason favorites for some of the Heisman awards. Trayvon Boykin at a TCU was the favorite to win the Heisman in 2015.
Oh, I know. I mean, I don't know. I don't remember that, but it's funny going back and looking at
How
some
about
of these
Spencer
numbers,
Rattler was favored in 2021
In
plus
Oklahoma.
550. Oh,
yeah, he
Oh,
was the
yeah.
favorite. Yeah, I remember that, dude. There's been some nasty ones in there. JT Daniels one year, I feel like 5 years in a row, was one of the favorites. JT Daniels played college football for like 80 years.
And
Last
for-
I checked, he was at Rice.
And for what it's worth, Ryan,
And he got a house out of it.
The last decade, the preseason favorite has not won the Heisman Trophy. I think you have to go back to Mariota, the last time a preseason favorite has won the Heisman. So, again, that's why I'm throwing out Arch, dude. And I really don't want Nussmeier either.
No, I don't want the 2 favorites. I want to go down the board. The only other one that I would consider, and we've only seen a short sample size, He's not the biggest dude, but he actually played all right against Notre Dame. The team was beat up. Gunnar Stockton, if he's going to be the starter at Georgia, is 35-1. And Georgia, under Kirby is always going to win 10 games.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. Like, you have to look at teams that are going to be competitive, that are going to win 10 to 11 games, double-digit games, and probably be at least in the conversation with the college football playoff. And that's why you're looking at a lot of those top names at the top, like Nussmeier, Manning, Smith, and Klubnik, because they're going to be on double-digit win teams. I'm with you on Drew Aller, too. I couldn't imagine betting him 14-1 when the last visual evidence, or the last visual you have of him is that game against Notre Dame. We'll take a quick break. BetMGM tonight. PJ Glasser filling in for Brad. Ryan Horvat with you here on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you miss the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Final segment of the night. Ryan Horvath, PJ Glasser with you here on a Wednesday night. Kind of losing track of the days, not going to lie. 103-72. The score right now, OKC beating the living hell out of the Timberwolves. And OKC will be heading to the NBA Finals, where they'll meet the winner of the Pacers and Knicks. Tomorrow night, we got Game 5. Knicks, 4.5-point favorites, minus 185 on the money line. Pacers catching 4.5, but Indiana looking to wrap up that series where they would meet then OKC. They're plus 150 to win that game tomorrow and wrap things up. Total 222.5. Luckily, Naz Reid did go over 8.5 points somehow. I went upstairs, he had 4. I come back down, he's got 11. And I come back down, and Carolina tied things up against Florida. Maybe I'm the jinx here, Peach, because now, just like that, 4-3 Panthers. We got 6:40 to go, and I'm not feeling very good about it here in the third period. We need another goal by Carolina to tie this thing up.
Yes,
should
we
just
do.
bet the over, damn it. That just hit. It was 5.5 was the total.
Yeah, easy cash there.
Brutal. Cubs beat the Rockies 2-1. That game went final. They sweep the Rockies. Right now, the Nats up 5-0 on the Mariners in the fourth.
Ooh.
Nats, huge favorites, minus 1,600 on the live line. Live total, 9.5. Yankees up 1-0 on the Angels. Yankees minus 285 favorites. And then the Blue Jays just wrapped up a 2-0 win over the Rangers. So that's what we had tonight in sports. Like I said, tomorrow night we got Pacers-Knicks, with the Pacers catching 4.5 and the total at 222.5. We also have Oilers-Stars. So I already know what I'm betting tomorrow. I'll take Dallas minus 130 to keep their season alive. Earlier we talked with Rachel Dory from Betalytics. Check out the podcast wherever you find your podcast, BetMGM Tonight. She likes Dallas. She also liked Florida tonight, so maybe we should have actually tailed her on that one. But I do feel good about the Stars tomorrow. Staying away from the total, I want nothing to do with that. And then I like the Knicks. I'm going to bet the money line, though. I'm going to bet both separate, but right now, because we got some time to kill, and I don't really have a whole lot of interest in a 32-point lead here, so I'll just parlay those together. Dallas and New York money line. So Stars minus 130, Knicks minus 185, plus 172. Not bad.
Plus 172. I think I'm going to throw in there a 3-ball tomorrow at the Memorial as well. I'm targeting Ludwig Aubert. Oh, but he's going up against Hovland. Maybe not. I mean, I liked what Jeff was saying about fading Ben Griffin. I might look to fade his matchup tomorrow. I love betting 3 balls tomorrow. So let's see. I'm going through them now. Straka and Scheffler, Thomas and Cantlay, Siwoo, Adam Scott. I'm good there. Aaron Rise plus 105 against Fleetwood. That's interesting. Connors minus 165 against Pendrith. Michael Kim and Gerard. Lucas Glover, Andrew Novak. Morikawa's minus 150. Matsuyama plus 110. Spieth and Schauffele. Xander's minus 150. That might not be a bad bet. Shane Lowry's minus 140 against Ben Griffin. Who's
Really?
Minus 105. Yeah.
That's who we're picking on this week, Ben Griffin, right?
I think so.
Minus 105, too.
Dude, that's a terrible price.
You right?
Minus 140 to minus 105. It should be plus 105. Or plus like 110. It's terrible. Plus 115. Yeah, that's all that's sticking out. Finau against Akshay, Fowler and JJ Spawn, Harris English against Brian Campbell. I think I'm with you. I think I'll just tail and take the two teams to win on the money line.
Yeah, I like that. Plus 172.
I wanted to target Ludwig. I always like him in these big events on these tough golf courses, betting him in like 2 balls or 3 balls in the first couple rounds because he's so good early in the rounds, and then he tends to fade off. But
Yeah.
I don't like him against Hovland because I think Hovland could have a pretty good week.
Especially just even money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll stay away from that. I'm with you. I really like Dallas. I really like New York. I'll just stick with that. Those will be my guys. That'll be my play.
Mario, what are your thoughts on the game tomorrow? You're a big Pacers guy. Do your boys wrap it up, or do you like New York to at least keep it alive, and then Indiana goes back and takes it Game 6? What are your thoughts on the rest of the series right now?
There's no more trains. There's no more buses. There's no more streets all around MSG. It's cornfields.
Oh.
You hear vroom. It's race cars. It's Connor Daly. I think that's his name. Scott Dixon. The guy that just won it this past year, drinking milk, kissing bricks.
Be
It's all
honest.
Indy.
Do you want a similar result tomorrow night as what OKC's doing in Minnesota? Or do you want what Ryan and I think are going to happen, where New York wins tomorrow, they win Game 6, you get all those Knicks fans so excited. You get them believing that they're going to come out, and then you just rip their hearts out.
I honestly do want. I do think the Knicks win tomorrow. I don't think the Pacers win, but I would love, my dream reality is Knicks get a lead around 15, 20 points.
Blow it again.
And they blow it.
Probably will happen.
And the stadium goes silent as a last-second shot, or they miss a last-second shot.
Does Halliburton go for the double choke?
That would be
I
my
think
favorite thing.
I think you only get one choke per playoffs.
I don't
think
think you can do a double. You can do a
I don't
double.
think you can break it out again.
You don't think you can break it out again?
Game winner to clinch an MSG. I think he gets one more.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think you do the double.
It's got to be a game winner, and he's got to make sure this time it's an actual 3. Though.
Right.
This is what I would do if I was him. I would walk to the straight center of the court. I'd flip off the crowd, and I'd choke. And that's what I would do if I was him, if I hit a last-second shot again.
That'd be dope. Look, my theory, again, guys, this is the final NBA series that we're getting on TNT, right? This is it, Eastern Conference Final, last one. Knicks and Pacers. I think we're going 7. I think TNT is getting all 7 games.
If your theory is correct, Pacers to win in 7, 4-3 is 8-1 right now at BetMGM.
Kind of love that.
Pacers to win in 6 is plus 150. Knicks to win in 7 is plus 450.
Yeah, I'm gonna bet some of that plus 800.
I do want, if the Pacers do win, can we please get ISO shots of every celebrity crying? I want every single one.
Oh, yeah.
All those losers.
Oh, yeah. Ben Stiller.
Ben Stiller.
Yeah.
Bum.
Yeah.
I love it.
Give me all the Jenners, whichever one dates Dune guy.
If the
Get
Knicks,
them crying.
if the Knicks make it to the NBA Finals, what do you think is the city that those celebrities, those Knicks celebrities, are like least wanting their team to play? You think it's Oklahoma City, like in terms of just like places to go where there's nothing to do?
Oklahoma City, dude. They would hate their life.
You think over Salt Lake City?
Yeah, because then you can be like, oh, let's go ski maybe. Oh, it's like pretty out. You know
It's
what
a tough sell on either for me.
But like
Especially this time of the year.
You can be like mountains. That's cool. Let's go hiking. Like they
Let's go
all
see where
love that
Jackson
stuff.
Dart was born.
What about Portland, Oregon? Making that cross country flight to Portland. when
Flight
it's
sucks,
raining.
but you can find stuff
But
to
it's
do
pretty,
at least, you know?
yeah. That's so pretty. I'm not trying to
think-
be mean to anyone that's in Oklahoma, but Oklahoma's like not pretty state. Like there's nothing.
Have you been?
there. Yeah,
I've never been.
it's a tough go.
Okay.
It's a tough
I
go.
mean, it seems like a tough go.
Yeah, why do you think everybody goes to the game and actually wears the T-shirt?
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
nothing
Yeah.
else to do.
Yeah.
What's crazy is if you go as an opposing fan, like we had somebody call in and he's a big Bucks fan. And he showed us pictures of this. He wore his Giannis jersey when they played, and they made him put on a T-shirt, like an OKC T-shirt over the jersey.
They love their it's a,
Like, that's
it's a
wild.
very intense crowd.
I love it. They, you guys know, in 2028, Oklahoma City's getting the Olympic event. They're getting like the whitewater rafting or whatever.
Yeah.
They're racing it in Oklahoma City. Why they're not doing that in like Los Angeles?
Right,
Who
Oklahoma
knows?
City doesn't really make a
But
whole lot of
they're-
sense.
And like, why not play the softball then at that point at Oklahoma City, where they do the Women's College World Series?
Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
might as well.
Right. Like, if you're gonna do an event, do it there. Makes no sense.
Are you guys all in on the flag football and allowing NFL players? I just can't imagine
No.
what that product's going to look like when we're just like beating up on like, Mexico and,
When
and
you're-
Canada and football.
When your
You know?
quarterback is Lamar Jackson,
Yeah,
I'm not a
it's
fan,
just not
dude.
gonna-
I'm not a fan.
Yeah.
There's nothing good comes out of that. I'm sorry. Like, I would love to see Lamar win gold, but like, please don't.
Well, what's going to happen is
Take
it's going to
Kyler
be
Murray.
one non-contact injury, and everybody's going to be like, no, you can't send the NFL
Exactly,
players
dude.
over anymore.
I do love the flag football players that are like, we deserve a chance. It's like, buddy, there's a reason why you're playing flag football.
Yeah,
you're
buddy.
155.
Buddy, if we get
something
Jamar Chase or Joe from HR, in the Olympics, we're going to go with Jamar Chase. We love the best
Yeah,
product.
I mean, what percentage of the NFL is like not American?
Not many, dude.
very little.
Like, it has to be
Not
like
many.
over under. You think 15 people?
Yeah, I would go under.
I think I would too.
I think that's just how.
All positions: kickers, punters, linemen, everything.
Could Fred Warner do Mexico?
Probably if he chooses to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
probably like
that's
Embiid's
that's,
doing.
that's literally
yeah.
that's literally like the only athlete I can think of besides the kicker, the Falcons kicker.
Right, yeah, like you have some kickers, some punters, but dude,
Yeah, I'm trying to think, because in
what I'm saying.
basketball, it's so different now. Because all these other countries have
Yeah.
almost caught
Yeah.
up.
See, they should have the college kids do it. They
Mhm.
should have the college kids. That would make it competitive, but the pros obviously want to win medals. So
Yeah. I don't know. I just feel like it would be ass kicking after ass kicking. I'm just trying to think of what country could compete against NFL
Canada
freaking players, dude.
Would be the best chance, but Canada would get killed.
Yeah. Like in hoops, again, they have like SGA,
Yeah,
Jamal
Jamal
Murray,
Murray,
all
Lou
these
Dort.
guys
Yeah,
now.
they
Yeah,
have
Lou
some
Dort.
guys.
In football,
yeah,
I don't know.
nothing.
I really don't even know a Canadian football player.
No, I mean I know the Canadian, even in the Canadian Football League, it's like Ryan Mallett and stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's U.S. dudes.
It's true.
Now, speaking of Canada,
we got a power play.
We got a power play. 150
we gotta
to go.
pull the goalie and go 6-on-4. Like this is do or die.
It's only shot.
We
here.
got 2:45 left game clock. 1:45 power play. I mean, we gotta go. We gotta go. I'm interested to see if they pull the goalie. I think they're probably going to.
Come on.
Oh, Horvat.
That's our shot. Oh my God.
Oh.
Oh.
Two great looks, dude. I would pull the goalie right here.
Still 4-3
There
Florida
we go.
right now.
There he goes. Let's pull him. 6-on-4, boys.
Run the flying V. Ducks fly together.
Oh, here comes the 6th attacker. Oh, and it's going to be an empty netter.
Oh, son of a
bombs.
No!
Oh.
We got lucky.
But yeah, no icing because it's power play.
By the way, more Canadian football players than you think.
Yeah, hit me.
Chase Claypool.
Okay.
He's still in the league?
Chuba Hubbard. Yeah, he's not in the league.
Yeah, Chuba.
Oh,
there we go. Chuba.
Canadian.
Chuba can be dangerous.
Josh Palmer.
Okay. Got a slot receiver there, Team
All
Canada.
right, so Canada's winning silver for sure.
Yeah.
Nathan Rourke.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, Ohio's.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Quarterback.
yeah.
Quarterback legend.
Oh.
Son of a bitch.
Canes, come on.
Javon Holland. Safety, Dolphins.
Okay.
Oh.
So they don't have like a terrible team.
Canada's not
Sidney
awful.
Brown, safety for the Eagles.
Yeah. All right.
Sure.
Yeah.
N'Keal
Canada.
Harry.
Canada well represented.
Oh, N'Keal Harry. Is he still in the league?
He's
He's definitely going to be
I
on
don't think
that
he is.
team, but I wonder if he's still in
Yeah,
the
he's
league.
definitely going to play for Canada. It's kind of like how Ricky
Yeah.
Rubio, you're always like, wait a minute, is he even in the league
World
anymore?
Baseball Classic. I was seeing Vance Worley pitching for Great Britain.
Yeah,
I'm like-
exactly. You got Ichiro coming out
So-
hitting the leadoff. Remember when there was the series, though, and he played for the Mariners, dude, when it was in Japan? Does anybody remember that? And then he just wasn't on the roster the rest of the year? That was weird as hell.
Hilarious.
Ichiro just shows
Horvat.
up.
That was
our
their team with the
opportunity.
Canes.
Unless, no.
Oh, they blew it. Svechnikov had that one right point blank, and there it is.
58 seconds to go. Here
There's
comes
the
the
ball
empty
game.
netter. No, it is not, but it's about to come through. There it is. Game over. Son of a bitch. Carolina blows a 2-0 lead, and now their season's over. So Florida to the Stanley Cup again. Man, boo them. Well, hopefully better results tomorrow. Go Knicks, 4.5-point favorites. Going to moneyline parlay those with the Dallas Stars. And we'll be back tomorrow, myself and PJ Glasser and Mario and Brandon, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern here on the BetMGM Network. But you can wake up bright and early with the Daily Tip tomorrow, 6 a.m., getting you set for your betting day.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. And now it's time for Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner.
Hey, welcome in. Back to the Futures is back again. Brandon Sprague out here in Portland, Oregon. My great co-host, as always, Will Ortner, the pride of Hockinson High, the 62nd greatest offensive line prospect in Hockinson High School history. Look it up, Google, fact check it. You will find that I am correct. It is good to be with you here this evening on the BetMGM Network. Will, good evening. How was the old gambling weekend? Did we partake much in the gambling? And how you doing?
Not doing too bad. Got out on Saturday morning, first golf round of the new summer. Not too bad. You got to start the golf season off with a best ball. I think that's the best way to kind of work your way back in. You need spring training. You can't just go out there and try and shoot your best round ever. You need to be with the buddies, kind of ease your way in. You're going to have some bad shots. You're going to have some real bad shots, and you'll have one or two good shots. Are you disagreeing with me? I'm seeing you're making faces. You don't think best ball is the way to start off your golfing season?
So you guys collectively each hit a tee shot, and then you all just choose the best tee shot and then hit from there?
Well, it was a tournament. It was a best ball tournament. I think the best way to sign up.
You didn't specify that it was a tournament. You said I got out from my first round of the year, and it's the best way to do it is best ball. Which it's like if that's just a regular round, that's bullish, man. You got to go out there and golf for yourself. And if you shoot on 110 or you shoot a 90, Your score is what your game is at. So, like, you didn't specify it was a tournament. Had you said, got out, golf round, good tournament, we did a best ball style, I wouldn't have given you a face, but you made it sound like it was your first round with just your boys with no real stakes. And I'm sitting here going, why would you play best ball? What a ridiculous way to play with a round that doesn't matter.
You've never wanted to go out with your boys and tried to shoot a course record? Like, every once in a while, we used to do that all the time.
But it's not a record. It's cheating.
It's not cheating. It's just a different way of getting to the course record. Like, let's see if we can
What?
if four of us together can beat one guy. Come on, man.
If you're in
That's
a tournament, sure. That's how we do our radio station tournament out here in Portland. You know that at the Fan Golf Classic.
Yes.
But if you're just you and your boys at your local muni and it's just a regular foursome at 1 o'clock on a Saturday, I'm screaming at you guys if you're playing best ball if I'm behind you. Like, get this amateur hour stuff out of here. What are we doing? Have some course etiquette. Have some respect for your golf game.
That is respect for the course, and it has great course etiquette because we're not searching for balls that are lost in the woods. We're motoring through. We're probably done in less than 4 hours.
You're still looking
You know
for the
this
ball.
is? No. You know
Everybody
what
looks
this
for the
is?
ball.
This is the 100 men versus the gorilla, except we're just doing it 4 men versus the golf pro. That's all that it is. It's just, your Tiger Woods or whatever your course record champion is versus us 4. And that's a fun way to get going. It's a nice way to ease into your season. If you're doing it in August, that's different. Probably don't do that then. But if you're doing it at the beginning of like May, end of April, when the golf season just starts, I think that's perfectly fine.
Okay, but the problem is you said it was a tournament, but you didn't start it as a tournament. Then it's a tournament, and now you're arguing as if it wasn't a tournament because you know how ridiculous it is if it's not a tournament. So were you in an actual tournament, or are you just saying you played around with your boys and played best ball? Which is it?
I was in an actual tournament raising money for my alma mater, the Hawkinson Hawks. Go Hawks.
Okay. Then I'll tell you, as a bad golfer who loves to golf, yeah, play best ball. But if it's just you at Tri Mountain on a Saturday at noon and you play best ball, shame. Absolute Game of Thrones, shame on you. Be better than that.
I think we're just going to have to agree to disagree. I think sometimes it's okay to go and do a little bit of spring training. Sometimes you need to go to the par 3 course and get warmed up for the year.
Kenny asking the important questions. You were 71st last week. How did he move up? Unfortunately, 9 kids died since this last show. So he went up to 62nd because 9 of them perished. So there you go. Sorry, Kenny. That's what happened. We don't have to name names. Let's not talk about this publicly anymore, Will. We don't want to make people feel bad, okay? It's Mother's Day, for God's sakes. We have a lot to get to on the program tonight. Let's start the NBA playoffs as we await the start of Game 4 between Cleveland and Indiana. Indiana stealing 2 on the road. Cleveland coming back with another great Donovan Mitchell Game 3 performance. Legendary, some say, in Cleveland. Tyrese Halliburton was having a good run, and then he went out there and had maybe the worst game of his entire career in Game 3, and the Pacers really just stunk it up. So we'll wait, and we'll keep you updated as Game 4 is just minutes away from tipping off. Let's start with the other game that happened today. Let's start with the big one. At least we thought it was a big one. Maybe it was a big one. It sure didn't feel like it when we watched it. 2 teams shooting 24% from 3. We had the lowest scoring first quarter in NBA playoff history. The Nuggets had an 8. Yes, you heard that correctly. They had 8 total points after the first quarter, and somehow these teams got to the back end of the 90s and the front end of the or back into the 80s, front end of the 90s. 92-87 was the final somehow after like a 16-8 first quarter, 17-8, whatever it was. Just atrocious basketball. But it ended up being a close game and coming down to the wire. And the Thunder, even up the series, they are tied 2-2 as they go back to Denver. Takeaways. Let's start. What were your takeaways from that pivotal Game 4?
I was impressed that the Thunder kind of learned from some of the mistakes that they've made in the fourth quarter. It felt like that they didn't, come together and feel the pressure. It didn't feel like they tightened up in this one, right? It was a back and forth affair at different points early on in the fourth quarter. Even the Thunder had the lead. I mean, when Russell Westbrook is hitting 3-pointers on you, that's got to make you not feel awesome if you're the Thunder. And going into the playoffs, what did we talk about with this Thunder team? If they don't win it, it's going to be because they are inexperienced, and it feels like they've gone through some of those punches. Nikola Jokic is the best player in the world right now for a reason, and he's come out in this series and absolutely put on a clinic. Whenever they needed, the Nuggets need him to score, he's scoring. When they need him to get rebounds, he's getting rebounds. No one's better at finding open teammates than Jokic, right? So it felt like the Thunder kind of looked at, hey, we lost game 1, we lost game 3. Why? Late fourth quarter collapses. How do we find a way to make those adjustments and win this ball game? I felt like Caruso's defense was otherworldly. He was all over Murray. He was all over Braun whenever he got it on the top of the three-point lines trying to start the offense. It felt like, the Nuggets weren't able, if it didn't get to Jokic, they weren't able to get a clean look. So I was just very impressed on the changes that the Thunder made to make sure that they got out of Denver tied up with this series.
Yeah, what's interesting is like SGA was seen smiling at the end of game 3. He played just an awful game. I know it's SGA. I know he's going to be the MVP. I really wish Jalen Williams would have got the look at the end of the ball game. SGA just didn't have it going at all. They go to overtime. They lose. Aaron Gordon was amazing in that game. He kind of vowed that he was never going to be that bad. I actually didn't think he was much better except when it mattered, and that was the fourth quarter. OKC outscored Denver 29-18. In the fourth quarter. He talked in the postgame like what was the difference? It was their defense. Their defense came out today. Now, look, I say this understanding how ridiculous the box score looks versus what reality is. Jokic has had a struggle here now for 3 games. Now, he still finishes with 27-13, which is like we all grew up seeing centers get that stat line and be like, oh, what a monster. And it's a good stat line. But he's not shooting very efficiently. His percentages are dipped. He's 5 points per game less in his last 3. And I don't know whether this is a combination of OKC throwing 2 to 3 at him every other and getting him to throw out. It's interesting. I was talking to a friend of mine, and we both love basketball. And, I grew up with Shaq and Duncan and Dream and, all these bigs, back to the basket traditional bigs. They get that ball on the low block, and sometimes they initially throw 2 and they'll throw it back out. And then sometimes they get that second defender off. They'll throw it right back in, and then the big will operate. Denver's not doing that. I find that very interesting. Jokic should be getting more looks, better looks. He outweighs Chet Holmgren by 380 pounds probably. When he gets rid of it the first time, Denver doesn't go back to him. And I find that odd because that seems like a recipe that should work. And they went away, and you know what? He was awful. They were collectively awful. It was finally the bad Russell Westbrook game. Christian Brown wasn't really efficient for them. Watson couldn't do much of anything. Porter had a big game 3, couldn't do much in game 4. And, Jamal Murray was inefficient as well. So it's a combination of stuff, and I don't know how to exactly pinpoint the Jokic stuff other than to say maybe it's the combo of great team defense swarming mixed with this dude's 7'1", 300 pounds. It's just natural for these guys to wear down, especially playing the style that he plays.
Yeah, I think the other thing, too, with the Thunder is the amount of bodies that they have. I mean, you go through the stat line, and it's like SGA has 25 points, but then it's like you get a little bit from Hartenstein, right? He's got 8 points, 14 boards. You go to Chet, he's got 8 points. He's got 13 boards. Wiggins had a big 3, right? When it seemed like Denver was coming back at the end of that fourth quarter. You're going through Jalen Williams, the smaller one. While he's not having his typical, what people were hoping he would step up to and be in that second scoring option, it still feels like when he needs to get a bucket, he has the opportunities to go get him. Alex Caruso gets a steal late in the game that leads to a foul, right? That gets Denver in the bonus early. So it just feels like, too, the Thunder, well, maybe it's not one player truly asserting themselves up above everyone else. It's that depth that we always talk about with this team of everyone is doing a little bit more of their part. Now, I understand that, hey, this could all flip back on its head in game 5 if Jokic goes off, or you have another big Aaron Gordon game where it just seems like whenever their back's against the wall, he makes a big crucial play late to help push them to victory. But I wonder too if not just the bodies that are being thrown at Jokic is wearing down Jokic, but it's the bodies that are being thrown at the Nuggets as a whole. Because right now, I mean, you've got half of a Michael Porter Jr. and then everybody else. Yeah, Russ is back from his injury, but he's not at 100%. Murray's had moments where he looks like he's healthy again. He has moments where he looks like he's not. I just wonder if the depth of the Thunder is just going to overwhelm this Nuggets team, and that's going to be the difference in who wins the series and who doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, I've looked at this series a million different ways, and everybody can come to similar or if not slightly different conclusions. And I'm like, OKC probably should have won game 1, choked it away. Aaron Gordon 3. All right, they blow him out in game 2. And SGA just was like all-time bad. That's one of the worst games I've seen him play this season. I'd say one of the worst games I've seen him play the last 2 years. In game 3, blown opportunity to lose. This one, it felt like they were trending towards that loss. And then in the fourth quarter, the updated series odds are Thunder minus 620, Nuggets plus 460. I just want to add before I ask you where you lean, because this is a no-brainer decision for me. I thought everything that those role guys did that you named off, their numbers won't jump out. It was when they did it, at the moment they did it, right? So, like, Jalen Williams did not have a great game by Jalen Williams standards. I thought he made a lot of plays, though, without scoring and even necessarily getting the technical assist. I thought Cason Wallace and Joe, and they come out there, they're not afraid to shoot a 3. They let it fly. You mentioned Caruso and his help side defense and ripping Murray a couple times. I thought it was kind of the collective throughout that ended up wearing out. Chet also at the end of the first quarter was like, kind of a short rest. It feels like a back-to-back for them because they had a late overtime game 2 days ago. Then they turn and burn and they get the early game on Sunday. And it's like it physically looks like everybody was kind of going through it. And the Thunder are younger. They're deeper, as you mentioned. Now, the series odds are Thunder minus 620 again and the Nuggets plus 460 at BetMGM. I personally think this is going 7 games. I know what I would do if I was to have to lay a bet now. What would you do?
I bet the Thunder before the playoffs started to win the whole thing. I put money on the Thunder to beat Memphis, and I put money on the Thunder in a couple different parlays to beat the Nuggets, and that's where I'm going to stick with my money. I understand why the Nuggets could force this to game 7. You have the best player in the world right now on one side, and it feels like whenever there's a close game, Aaron Gordon seems to take a big step up. This is the one game in the playoffs this entire season where he hasn't taken that gigantic step up. And as far as Russell Westbrook goes, look, this is probably his first bad Russell Westbrook game in a crucial game in this playoffs. It felt like in that first series against the Clippers, like when they needed a big play, he found a way to make it. In this game, he didn't. I'm not saying that good Russ is going to come to stay and we should bet on Russell Westbrook being good. The only worse bet than that is James Harden in an elimination game being good. But I do feel like the Thunder are going to be able to get it done simply because of that depth. And yes, they are younger, so they haven't gone through some of the hardships, but they also don't have the scars. They don't have the wear and tear. They don't have those injuries that are lingering, right? They haven't been beaten up. So I think that the Thunder are going to be able to use their youth to get steals, to make big plays, to make hustle plays. And then I think with their depth, they are going to be able to overwhelm this Denver team.
OKC in 7, according to BetMGM and our super producer, Zach. OKC in 7 is plus 175. I have the Thunder in this series. I took them before it started. I have the Thunder getting to the Western Conference Finals. I think they're going to take on the Timberwolves, which we'll get to because, unfortunately there's an injury in that series that's kind of changed the landscape of it. I still think Thunder can get to the finals. Now, that being said, this is a show where we talk about futures. And if you want to talk about futures and you want to talk about value, I don't know how you don't toy with Nuggets plus 460 to win the series. I just don't. I feel like those numbers are a bit high both ways. Like OKC in 7 or even in 6, maybe it happens. They're so playoff and championship tested. And I think OKC in a lot of moments in this series are still looking like that young team that are figuring this out. And so if the other team has the best player in the world and then other veterans that know how to get it done, I think plus 460 is insane value. We got a lot to get to here, Will. Give you an update on this Indiana-Cleveland game as it's already had a timeout for one team. And we'll get some NFL stuff today and some of the other playoff conversations to be had. It is a loaded show. Back to the Future's back with more on the BetMGM Network.
Futures will be back with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Flux capacitor, and let's go back to the futures with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, welcome back in. Nice little off-air conversation involving Bill Belichick and everything going on there. We won't get into that today. But update on the Indiana-Cleveland game, 16-10. They're challenging an out-of-bounds call. Halliburton claims he did not touch it. They ruled it Cleveland's ball, but it looks like on the replay that Indiana should get this back. Let's dive into the Celtics-Knicks game. Game 3, they got Game 4 coming up in just a second here. Here's updated playoff series prices, okay? This is from our friends at BetMGM, because we are on the BetMGM Network, and Zach Kroll. Here it is. Cavs-Pacers. Cavs going into this series, minus 160, Pacers plus 135. Knicks are a plus 260. Celtics are a minus 325. The Dubs are plus 625. The Wolves are minus 1,000. And the Nuggets, as we mentioned, are plus 460 and Thunder minus 620. Is there one that jumps out at you, like when I give you those numbers?
I think it's a little interesting that the Pacers are still plus 135 with all the injury issues that Cleveland has had. And maybe it's just because the Pacers are up right now on the Cavs. But it feels like to me, this Pacers team just has a bunch of different people that they can throw at the Cavs. And when you're missing Garland, Mobley's been banged up. I believe the other injury was to Allen, if I'm not mistaken, right? And so you have three Cavaliers who have had to miss time. That they rely on Hunter. Thank you. I knew it was one of the other key contributors, right? So one of your leaders stepping up into that shooting guard role. So you're now losing three players or getting a lessened version of those three players. And when you had all but Garland healthy, the Pacers took it to you twice on your own home court, right? And I know that they had to come back in game 2, but it feels like Tyrese Halliburton, take away game 3, to me, it feels like an anomaly, is kind of ascending, and he's making up for a lot of his early season woes and a lot of, some of his woes that he had in the offseason playing on Team USA, right? Like he comes into this year and he admitted probably 2-3 months ago, he did an interview and he says, hey, I was reading all the negative comments about myself. And so he tries to go out and show everyone how great he was. And it really detracted from his game. He got into a funk. He was in a bad mental headspace. And he finally just stopped reading all the press clippings. He stopped going through Twitter like Kevin Durant and trying to see who loves him and who hates him. And he just started playing basketball again. And you can tell that he has a lot of joy. He finds it fun. I wish the Cavs were 100% healthy. It doesn't sound like Garland's going to come back in any capacity anytime soon. When you have that type of toe injury, it sounds stupid, but it really does affect you and your game and how you move. It's constantly in pain. And if he does come back, you're going to get a lessened version. I just think the Pacers, they're ascending at the right time. And unfortunately for Cleveland, you have that injury luck that just didn't go your way. And I thought I was smart. I went in and I bet money on the Cavs after they lost game 1. I was like, I'm going to buy the dip. And instead, I'm the dip because I bought the wrong team. I think I'd put money on the Pacers.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, look, Garland was not very good in game 3. He was out there, but he wasn't really effective. You could tell he bothered him. Mobley's out there. They're playing tonight, but they're only down 6 as we start early. The funny thing about the dip is it didn't dip. They lost game 1 and they were still favorites. It didn't change all that much, and now it's just changing. I'll just say this before we get to Knicks Celtics. It's pretty disrespectful, I think, to have the Warriors at plus 625. Now, should the Wolves win that series? Yeah, I won't argue that. I picked them to win the series in 5. But the Curry injury and seeing what they did yesterday and seeing what they did in game 1 despite losing Curry after just 13 minutes, if anything, the Curry injury is telling me if they had Curry, they probably win this series. I don't think Minnesota's been overly impressive. And Edwards had a great second half yesterday. Will he do it again? I don't know. So I think Timberwolves win it, but if you're going to go for value, the Warriors are really disrespected at plus 625. I also think the Nuggets are too. I have the Thunder and the Wolves, and I'm telling you as a better of both those teams, that is value worth jumping at, worth putting a unit on. If I was to actually lay a bet, because I don't want to fade myself yet, the Pacers, I'm with you at plus 135. I go there. And the Knicks Celtics one's the one I feel the weirdest about because I think to not make any changes in game 2 after how you lost game 1 is wild. I also understand the thinking of Mazzulla and the Celtics of no, we've been one of the best teams in the league playing this way. We're not going to overreact. And they didn't, and they lost game 2. But then those threes went down in game 3, and that energy could not be matched by New York. Peyton Pritchard was awesome off the bench, 6th man of the year, and the Celtics hitting 50% of their threes or whatever the final percentages were. Being that good from 3 is going to win you every game. The Knicks don't have the depth, I think, to compete with Boston. Now, if they're bouncing back, they win game 3 in blowout fashion, which was such a bummer to my Saturday. I was so excited to watch this game. And it just never felt like the Knicks were going to seriously come back. Boston was, 50% from 3. They were 20 of 40, so that finally switched sides. And I just ask, have the Celtics regained control for you? And where are you at as a series better as the Knicks are plus 260 and Boston right now is a minus 325? What were your takeaways from game 3 and how you feel about the series going forward?
My takeaway is that Boston fans are insane because after game 2, you would have thought that the world was falling and crumbling. You would have thought they had already gotten swept the way that some of the big Boston proponents were kind of reacting to it. And I just felt like you've seen how this team has shot from the 3-point line the entire year. And what Coach Maz is doing is he's going by the law of big numbers. Hey, we have this amount of 3-point shooters and they shoot at this percentage. You're going to have games where you dip below that percentage. And I understand that it's a 7-game series. And so you might not have the biggest sample size to work from like you would an entire season from 82 games. But it just felt like you're in both of those games. You barely lose both of those because of historic comebacks by the Knicks and Jalen Brunson just being, a top 5 player in the world right now. And you shot less than 20% from 3 combined. You had 100 3-point shots in 2 games, and you made somewhere between 20 and 30. Like it just felt like this is one of those where the numbers are going to go back to their average, right? So eventually the Celtics are going to shoot what they shoot from 3, and they're going to get back into this series. I don't know that I like the Celtics at minus 325, but I still think that they should be favored, right? They have more depth. I know that there's some more guys who are banged up. Porzingis is dealing with his illness than the Knicks. But right now, the Knicks really have 6.5, 7 guys that they're going to throw at you. And they've played a lot this year because that's what Tibbs does. I just feel like eventually, as long as the Celtics can get back to more of what their average is from 3, and I trust that they will do that, especially since they are a former, NBA champion. They're the defending NBA champions. I think I'm still going to side with the Celtics. You just went through 2 games where you shot well below your mean. Sometimes that happens. If you have 2 games where you shoot well above your mean, guess what? You're right back to where your averages are. And this series is 2-2 going into game 5 where you're back at home in Boston. I don't think I can.
Yeah, no, is it not weird though? Like I don't disagree with you. What's more likely, I guess, is there's a little brouhaha going between Indiana and Cleveland. Sorry for looking away from the camera for a second. I just wanted to see what was happening between Hunter and Mathurin. But what's odd is like I have a lot of Knicks friends in my life somehow, way out here in Portland, Oregon, but I got them. And I always usually give them crap, but like I'm rooting for them more than I am Boston in this series just because I'd rather see Brunson versus like having everybody shove Tatum down my throat as if he's the real face of the league, which is ridiculous. But like what's more likely? Boston losing 20-point leads the rest of the way, or Boston winning by 10 or more because their threes actually go in? And like as much as I enjoyed those first 2 games, I think I agree with you that Boston should be the favorite. Now, I don't know what that number should be, but it's 325 because it's like the math won't math. They're going to lose 4 games after blowing. They're going to blow 4 20-point leads. I don't know if I mathematically am in on that. So, like, it was fun. Brunson and Bridges, who was over in the first half of game 2, just absolutely ignited that flame in game 2 in the second half and got it going. And then Brunson got it going late. And, like, that was fun. But it doesn't seem likely to gamble on the fact that, like, Boston is going to blow 4 leads of 20-plus in a series, whereas, like, it feels like that's the only way the Knicks are winning because they haven't won a different way. We haven't seen it. If it gets in the final 5 minutes and it's within 5 and it's clutch time, you're going to like having Jalen Brunson for sure. But the depth of Boston and just what surrounds the Brown and Tatum combo is just like, it's hard to get by that. So to your point, they should be favored. I don't know if I'd want to bet them because that's not insane value. I'm betting $325 to win 100. But like, you just got to take math, and just like 20-point leads blown 4 times in a series doesn't seem likely. Now we'll see what game 4 ends up being, but Boston being the favorite shouldn't be a surprise, but it does make sense for sure.
I also think too that like you talked about the way that they win, right? Like Knicks had to come back from 20 points down twice. How often does that really happen? Look at the 3-point, percentage from Boston shooting in that series. They shot 2 of their worst statistical games from 3 all year. Are you banking that they do it 2 more times in this 7-game series? Are you really banking on them doing that? Are you banking on the Knicks saying, we're going to come back in the 4th quarter where we're down by 20 and just go off. It's clear that the Knicks have some clear matchups that they're exploiting right now. OG Anunoby is doing fantastic work on the defensive end against Tatum. For whatever reason, Tatum really seems to struggle against OG. So there's a hat tip there, right? Jalen Brunson, he has been one of it. Well, he was the clutchest player this year in the NBA. And you can see why, because he's finding different ways. Some games he's doing it from the 3-point line. Some games he's doing it with intelligence, getting to the foul line, right? Sometimes he's doing it by finding the open man and they're making shots. Mikal Bridges has been great in crunch time defense. That steal that he had to end game 2 on Tatum, I don't know many players that can make that play, and he put himself in the right position there. But to continue to bank on the Knicks finding a way, thinking that the Knicks have found the secret recipe, the winning formula to beat this Boston team again and again and again, I just don't think that I've found it. Like right now, your recipe is what? We're just going to bank in the second half that they don't make any three-pointers, and then in the fourth quarter they get tight, and Tatum and Brown take ill-advised shots the entire time? I just don't see that being a winning formula for the rest of this series. It doesn't make sense in my head. Maybe it happens. It just doesn't make sense in my head.
So I'm a little confused. So Zach's going to have to help me out here. DeAndre Hunter and Ben Mathurin got into a little bit of something. Mathurin doesn't like punch him, but he bumps into Hunter. Hunter walks up to him, just two-hand chest pushes him to the ground. Mathurin sells it a little bit. They then have to come together and separate. The ref reviews something, and all I have seen is that Mathurin got ejected. Now, look, I'm not a fan of these players getting ejected, especially for that. Mm-hmm. But I'm confused why Mathurin's ejected and Hunter didn't get any. Hunter just shot free throws. I'm very confused what the official call here was, because you can say that Mathurin's in the wrong, but Hunter straight up went up to him and just shoved him to the ground. I'm just very confused by what the official call was here. So Zach's going to look it up as we do a little play-by-play. Let's talk about the other game. Golden State, Minnesota. Now, I had Minnesota in this series. I had Minnesota in 5. That could still technically happen, but I don't know how likely it is because Golden State had opportunities in game 3. Ant Edwards was awesome. He went absolutely insane in the second half, and his 30-plus burger carries the T-Wolves to a series lead. Now, there's still no Steph Curry. I don't think we're going to see Steph. I think if we do, I'm not convinced he's going to be Steph. So, if anything, he's a distraction that Minnesota will quickly figure out is a distraction. But where are you at on Minnesota? They're a minus 1,000 to win this series now, and Golden State's a plus 625. What did you think of game 3? And are you expecting Minnesota to win this in 5? What do you expect for game 4?
Monetarily, I'd like this game to get to game 6 just because I have this series going over 5.5. But I also bet that before Steph Curry got hurt. And not to be, the fat, out-of-shape sportscaster who's going to tell you how long an injury is going to make an elite athlete sit out of a series, it's going to be a lot longer than we think. And even if he does come back, like I had a grade 1 strain of my hamstring, right? It bothers me to this day, and I did it when I was 20 years old. And I understand that, I'm not Steph Curry, and Steph Curry isn't me. What's Steph Curry known
glad you
best
understand
for?
that.
Right. Well, I'm a little bit taller, so
you know what I figured out? I'm not Steph Curry.
Yeah, and a shocking development. Guess what? We're a little different. But he's known for his ability to run around the court and use his speed and his quickness to get open looks. He's not going to have that ability with the hamstring, right? And so he's going to turn into more of that distraction, like you said, or a spot-up shooter. And that just completely changes what this Warriors team is. Now, I do worry about the Wolves playing with their food, right? Like it took Ant Edwards waking up and going off for 28 in the second half for that Wolves team to get going and win this game. And it was much closer than it should have been. And the Wolves seem to do this, right? They play up or down to their opponent. So I just worry about the Wolves playing with their food a little bit, making this series go long. I still think the Wolves win. I think they're the surest bet of anyone. I get why they're minus 1,000, but I worry about playing with their food.
I want to carry something over on that series, and then we got some NFL to talk about, give you a score update as well. Our last segment of the show, Back to the Futures, Will Orton and Brandon Sprague. We're back with more on the BetMGM Network.
Back with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Grab your flux capacitor and let's go back to the futures with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back in. Step into your batter's box with BetMGM. Snag the odds boost token and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on your MLB bet this season. We'll get to some football stuff here. The NBA draft lottery is tomorrow. Will Ortner, the 74th best player from the offensive line out of Hockinson High School.
My number.
It's a big day for us tomorrow here locally. The Trailblazers did not tank properly in the Cooper Flagg draft. They valued Alex Sarr more than they valued Cooper Flagg. It's one of the most mind-numbingly stupid things I think I've seen in a long time. Will the basketball gods shine upon thee? or will they stay right at 10 or fall to 11? So it's a big day. So we'll talk about that a little bit here. Just to follow up on the Timberwolves, I don't have a lot on it, but I agree with almost everything you said. I think what I did this playoffs, because I've been wrong a lot, is I didn't give enough teams or stars enough credit on championship moxie. And so, I still lean Timberwolves get this done in 5, but if you tell me they lose in Golden State and the Warriors tie it up, I also just wouldn't be shocked because I've watched Minnesota in the series and they've been really weird and odd. And Jokic, I did this too. I haven't given enough stars, and I've leaned a lot on the younger teams taking that step, whereas sometimes the league tells us they need to take 2 to 3 years before they take that step. So I've given these star players a little bit of LeBron treatment of, yeah, you're 22, you can get it, when most of the league history says that's not normal. And I've overlooked, I guess, championship moxie, right? Aaron Gordon's been big. Murray's had mostly some good moments. Jokic, even though he's slumping a little bit, has had good games. And Jimmy Butler has done finals runs before. So I think part of the problem is, for me, I'm taking into what I saw in the regular season, and I'm applying that and saying the Thunder were the best team I saw all year, and it wasn't close. They'll win that series in 5. And then Jokic and Gordon do Jokic and Gordon things, and role guys step up, and Thunder are still kind of learning their way through the playoffs. So I tend to think the Timberwolves will get this done in 5. I would hope for them to get this done in 5 because of my bet. But I'm not going to overlook Golden State and the idea that they could tie the series, send it back to Minnesota, and maybe your bet cashes. Or maybe Steph Curry miraculously comes back with that hamstring. So, that's just kind of my only follow-up I have on Minnesota is maybe they're, to your point, playing with the food a little bit, but also to credit to Golden State, their culture, Steve Kerr, they've been here a million times, so they're not rattled by this moment. Let's get to some NFL news and notes here. I don't know how big this is. I think it was noteworthy and newsworthy, but he's been such a weird player. Derek Carr announced his retirement after 11 seasons, and he's going to save the Saints a lot of cap money, and he's going to basically keep his signing bonus, but he's going to save the Saints on their cap. The Saints quarterback room now is Spencer Rattler, Jake Haener, and Tyler Shuck. Ben Solak of ESPN.com basically wrote that it's probably going to be Tyler Shuck who is going to get the start, the second-round pick of the Saints. We saw him play out here in Oregon. I watched that dude play all 15 years in college, and I'm just going to tell you, never once did I walk away from a Tyler Shuck game going, oh, man, it's too bad. They got to play Tyler Shuck. They're in trouble. Not once. You could tell me he had good games. I'll believe you. He never once wowed me in any way, shape, or form. So if he's going to be a great NFL quarterback, it will kind of more prove the point of nobody knows that position and nobody can quantify how you can tell anybody's going to be good at that position.
Well, it's the ultimate, how do you fit with the system that's going to be built around you? And the reason that the Saints went with Shuck, I think everyone in that organization knew what was about to happen. They knew that Carr was going to retire, or it had come out before the draft that he had his injury issue, and there were conversations about what he'd do with his career going forward. Let's say he doesn't retire on Saturday. He wasn't going to be in the league next year because he wasn't going to play this year because he wasn't going to pass his physical. His shoulder, from everything that I've read about it, is just completely gone to garbage. It's trash. It's shredded meat. It's string cheese in there. And look, sometimes when you have those types of issues with your shoulder, torn labrums, AC joint tears, AC joint sprains, it just goes to garbage. When it's on your throwing shoulder too, he was going to be done and he was out of the league. So they were already looking for their next QB. After watching last year, Spencer Rattler, he's not that guy. Hopefully, he ends up having a backup career where he's hanging around like Chase Daniels. But he's not a starter. I don't know that Tyler Shuck is a starter. But you know what? I would have said probably the same thing for different reasons about Josh Allen, right? The conversation when he came out of Wyoming was, hey, man, that guy makes a ton of great plays. He also makes a ton of horrible plays. His decision-making is poor, but he can make all the throws, and he's as athletic as all get out. Shuck might not be as athletic as Josh Allen, but he can make all the throws. He's a big, tall quarterback. He's got a strong arm. Yeah, he's not as accurate.
He's
right?
24. He's missed like 2 seasons with season-ending injuries. I mean, I get what your Josh Allen point, but like Josh Allen didn't have this. 3. Yeah, thank you. You're proving my point. Like, I hear what you're saying in some ways. Like, there are anomalies to this of a guys like Josh Allen, but I mean, I just he's older and the injury history is already existing. I'm just baffled. And if he's good, I'll come out here on the show and be like, yo, can't believe it. Couldn't have been more wrong. I'm baffled by the idea that that's a second-round pick. I really am. I understand that quarterback was going to be a virgincy and all that, but like Tyler Shuck wowed you so much that you gave a second-round pick to Tyler Shuck. I can't believe it. I'm still shocked by it. And also in the same vein, I don't know if I could have cared less about a quarterback retiring or announcing retirement than Derek Carr, who I don't think has been good for 4 years. I mean, I've watched him play, and nothing about it's been impressive. And middle of the road Derek Carr, who had a nice, lengthy career, made a lot of money for him and his family, but never once you were like, oh man, Carr could win the Super Bowl. I don't know if you ever had that moment. So I don't know.
Right.
I think it's all weird.
And I think with Shuck too is this is going to make or break how long Moore stays there with the Saints. Like if he's able to turn Shuck into a service, yes, 100%. Because you're going to give him
sucks next year. Let's run through this real quick. If Shuck sucks next year, which I would argue he did in college, and they are in prime position for 1 or 2 pick because they're not good. They don't have a quarterback. Rattler, I don't know about Rattler, and I sure as hell don't know about Haener. Okay? You think they fire Kellen Moore and don't draft a quarterback at 1 or 2? Because I think they could just as easily say, all right, second-round pick was a bit high on that. That did not work. We're in the second pick of the draft. We're going to take the Norris Sellers, who I think is going to be an absolute monster. Or we're going to take Nussmeier out of LSU. Like, you don't think that they would just pivot the way Arizona did from Rosen to Murray, and you think Moore is tied to how successful Shuck is?
No, not in that scenario. If your scenario is they are the worst or second worst team, then no, they're not tied. But in my scenario, they're not the worst, right? They're in the top 10 area. And I think that Kellen Moore is going to design an offense, and he's shown that he has the ability to do this, where there's going to be moments and flashes of Tyler Shuck. Remember, they're also in cap hell, right? So they have to get younger.
Well, this helped them a lot, actually, this Carr announcement.
It did, 100%. But they still have a bunch of guys like Cam Jordan on the defensive side, Alvin Kamara on the offensive side that have clearly taken a step back. And so they're going to have to move on from those guys. Now, if the Saints look at this and that front office and they say, hey, there's a little bit of signs of growth from Tyler Shuck. We want to keep Kellen Moore around with Tyler Shuck and continue to try and grow our team around him. Then, yes, I do think he's going to be tied to him, much like Brian Daboll was for the most part with Daniel Jones. Like, the only reason that Daboll isn't completely tied to Daniel Jones is because he was so horrific in the last 2 years after the 1 year when Daboll got brought in. Remember, Daboll was brought in to make Daniel Jones become a star or at least a serviceable starting quarterback, and he did for a year. But last year, Daboll doesn't get fired. They're able to get rid of Daniel Jones, but if it doesn't work this year, Brian Daboll will be fired. If they go 0-4 to start the year, Daboll will be fired. And I think that Kellen Moore could have this same thing if Shuck shows growth. Like, remember, this is the same league that drafted Christian Hackenberg. Christian Hackenberg was horrible in college, way worse than Tyler Shuck. But he was a big kid with a strong arm, and NFL teams loved him. That's what Tyler Shuck is. And if he shows any signs of being halfway decent, and this Saints team isn't, a bottom 5 team, I think they will stay with Shuck. I don't think they'll draft a QB. And then it will completely depend on Kellen Moore and his time in his career with the Saints on how Tyler Shuck goes. He was brought in as a QB whisperer, and he went out and he said, Tyler Shuck is the QB that I want. So unless it is a Josh Rosen historically bad pick, and you get to be a 1 or 2 pick next year, he will be tied to Tyler Shuck.
Very quickly, Pickens got traded. Pittsburgh traded him to Dallas. Dallas gave a 2026 third-round pick and a 2027 fifth-round pick to the Steelers for Pickens and a 2027 sixth. I don't know about you. I just thought this was a big nothing burger story. It's only newsy because of the team that traded for the player and the player being kind of polarizing. Is he good? Is he really good? Is he overrated? I just, I kind of thought it was a nothing burger. I don't think this is going to be amazing for Dallas, and I still don't know who the hell is throwing the football for Pittsburgh, though. I talked to a Pittsburgh guy this week, and he maintains Pittsburgh knows they're getting Aaron Rodgers. Like, that was his takeaway, basically.
Yeah, I've never really been on the George Pickens bandwagon. I don't think he's very good. I think he's like a lot of wide receivers in the NFL. Chase Claypool was another version of this, where they have all the talent in the world, but they have a 2-cent head, and it's different. Chase's or Claypool's issues were his own issues, and George Pickens' issues seem to be a little bit more aggressive towards others than necessarily what Claypool's issues were. But I think he's got a 2-cent head, and that's going to be the difference between him being successful in the league and being successful with the Cowboys and him being out of the league in a couple of years, just like Claypool is. Like when Mike Tomlin says, hey, you're too much of a problem for me to deal with you, you're out of here at his age, I think that tells you all you need to know.
Just a team. Give me the team that wins the Cooper Flag sweepstakes tomorrow. Just a team.
Just the team, Blazers.
Wow. I'm going Hornets. I think he's going to stay in the state of Carolina. He'll stay in that area, and he'll be a Hornet. Thank you to Kenny. Thank you to Zach for the 88th greatest offensive line prospect, Will Ortner and Hockinson High. I'm Brandon Sprague. Thanks for hanging out with us. It's been a lot of fun. It always flies by. And we'll catch you guys next week. This is Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network.
Back to the Futures. We'll be back. Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over. It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans